Yo, alright, we should be live on Twitch and on YouTube, hopefully. The data is being sent. Yep, we're online. Big up to Jack with a big pat. Big up to TYO. Big up to Saramanda White. Yeah, should just gone live. Big up, yeah, man. So what's been going on these last couple of days? Madness are going in a YouTube land. Yeah, man. The Muslims versus the atheists. You got this infighting on the right. There's lots of different things going on. Yeah, big up to the crew waiting. Yeah, we're gonna get a little show built up tonight. I'm not 100% sure what to do yet. I was considering doing a like another little screener style show, maybe. Maybe open up with a topic. I don't know. The video that I was thinking about watching is the video I was thinking about watching might not be what people want to hear. It's more like philosophy sort of stuff, discussions of, yeah, I don't know if people want to do that. Oh shit, my internet is mash up. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try and get the internet stable first. Big up to Miss Gadite. Boy, what's going on? My internet is shag at the moment, man. Don't know why. Alright. People, give me a couple of minutes. I'm gonna have to try running a video. But the video is gonna choke my bandwidth even more. I'm dropping rates like mad. Is it buffering for you like out there? Is it buffering or is it alright? We got to bin what? Yeah, some madness. Let me know if the stream's coming through. Yeah, I should have it set on. It should be coming through at 720, but I don't know. Alright, it's got coronavirus. Bruv, there's some madness going on. And the last stream I tried to do as well. I'm proper close to my internet, so I don't know. What is going on? Yeah, I've got some like Roma gypsies or some Chinese or something like stealing my internet, some Russians hacking my connection or something. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's buffering. Alright, I'm gonna have to lock this off. In fact, no, I'm not gonna lock it off. This is just gonna be a test. Let me rename the video bandwidth test for the moment. Yeah, I need to get the stability sorted. Big up to Jordan M. Jordan, man, I see you trying to share umbrellas with Hebrew Israelites. What you doing, man? What you playing at, lad? We'll have to get that video running in a little while. Big up to Real TV. Big up to Bin What. Rapid Man says loads of streams have been buffering today. I'm back up to a reasonable speed. When I'm looking at on my OBS, it's saying that of all the frames that I've sent so far, which is like 3,000 frames, only half of them have gone through. So that's not very good. And it just dropped. My bandwidth just dropped down to like 0 kilobits a second. All right. Yo, Alima, don't drop them kind of nicknames on me. Dan Taliban. Oh, Dan, technically, Dan, what does that mean? That means student, doesn't it? Dan student. Not sure. Sure about that. Big up Halima anyway. Yeah, so I was going to run a video clip from a YouTube channel that I've been subscribed to for a little while. Maybe just to warm up the show and possibly, if it's going to buffer, just to run a bit of a benchmark. Jordan said he just wanted shelter from the rain. Yeah, well, so I'm gonna provide a little bit of shelter today. All of those who are currently maybe avoiding the G Block, the shooters over on G Block, the Robs and James SCs. Yeah, this can be a little safe space. We're going to look into probably it's one of my favorite, probably more controversial academics, a guy called Rupert Sheldrake, who has written a book called The Science Delusion, which was, I think, a response to a lot of the claims that Richard Dawkins made in his book, The God Delusion. And yeah, I suppose it's continuing this atheist-theist discussion, but in good spirit. I don't really want to get into all of this, this sort of personal business with people and channels and boycott this one and that. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm perfectly honest. I think people should open their minds to the other opportunities and maybe be respectful in those exchanges. But I'm gonna get this video running. Maybe my internet is a little bit more stable now. Big up to Age Case Documentaries as well. People, please do subscribe to Age Case's channel. He does regular streams, regular like screeners. And he's always got some interesting stuff up there. I've actually been thinking about doing screeners of Age Cases screeners, because he's got some great docs on there. Big up to Dean Mia. Big up to Orient Express as well. That was a random first statement, but okay, fair enough. Big up to Ali, most controversial young buck around. Out here calling big men certain things that maybe you shouldn't be calling them, really, Ali. But yeah, let's get this video going. Anyway, so the video is entitled Rupert Sheldrake, The Death of New Atheism. And we'll get this queued up now.
So it's probably about 8 months since we spoke before. We did a talk just before Jordan Peterson and Sarah Harris did their very high-profile discussions, and we talked about how to arm an atheist. It certainly seems to me that there's a bit of a shift, whereas before the atheist worldview, the sort of quite cynical, religious people are idiots who believe in what they believe, was dominant, whereas now I've seen a bit of a shift. It sort of seems that now the atheists are the ones that look a little bit naive, because they're rejecting a huge amount of the world's knowledge, they're rejecting mythology, and that seems...
Big up to big up to Shill Destroyer. Big up to yourself, man. You've just reminded me. Yeah, I saw your comment today. Yeah, if I can open up maybe a discussion about the corner or some of the topics that you've touched on a little bit later. It'd be good, man. Big up yourself. Stick around if you've got a little bit of time. Big up.
Partly related, at least, to the growth of interest in Jordan Peterson. What do you make of that?
Well, I first was aware of a shift actually rather earlier in 2013 when my TED talk was so-called banned. You may remember there was a big controversy. I gave a TEDx talk on the science delusion. And then TED took it down following protests from militant atheists, P.Z. Myers and Jerry Coyne, who attacked TED. They didn't argue with what I'd said. They just said what I'd said was pseudoscience, and TED had destroyed their credibility by allowing me to be there. I'm familiar with that kind of attack. Usually people don't argue with what I say. They attack the people who provide the platform. So that then led to a persistent controversy, which was very embarrassing for TED. And to start with, the sort of atheist troll types dominated, but there was a kind of backlash, and gradually the whole tone of the debate shifted until they became a kind of minority. And that talk, which they of course couldn't ban, you can't ban anything on the internet anymore, has now had well over 5 million views, and the majority of comments are, supportive. Most people can't understand why this talk should be banned or why even it should be controversial. I'm just raising scientific questions. So that's the first time I saw this shift myself. Before that, anything by me was instantly attacked by the kind of atheist, the troll types.
Because that is a huge paradox, because in that talk, the science, was it called the science delusion talk as well? You were saying there are certain things that you're not allowed to say because of the dogma of science, and the dogmatist science materialists then came down hard and said, basically proved your point for you.
Exactly. I mean, it was ironic. I mean, they didn't get it themselves, the irony of it, but that's what happened. And so for me, the first sign of a turning point was then. And I think it's accelerated this process. And I think Jordan Peterson has done a great deal to accelerate it, actually.
And there is something about the nature of the sort of bottom-up sense-making of the internet is bypassing a lot of the gatekeepers now, the people who have already made up their minds about you, for example.
Yes, the internet provides an open forum for good or ill. I mean, all sorts of crazy people can get their views out on the internet. But for me, it's been very helpful because I'm a kind of proclaimed heretic in the world of science. I mean, it's not me that proclaims that, but I'm sort of branded as a heretic. Then the normal gatekeepers in the mainstream media rather back off when it's anything to do with me because it's too controversial. It's not that they're afraid of the views I'm putting forward, they're afraid of people criticizing them for allowing these views to be expressed.
And are you feeling at all vindicated yet, or is that some way off yet?
Well, the points I was making in the science delusion, the 10 dogmas of science that I was talking about, the changes that have happened in science since it came out have all gone in the direction I was suggesting. And the one where the greatest change has happened is in the chapter 11 of that book, is called Illusions of Objectivity. And it's about the way that scientists believe that science is true, everything else is sort of false, but science is true because it's replicable and because of peer review. And I pointed out in that chapter that the way science is actually practiced, the chance of it being replicable is pretty low. People publish their best results, they ignore results that don't fit their theory very often. And indeed, many journals won't publish negative results, or for that matter, replications. And then, 2 or 3 years later, there was this enormous thing blew up in science, the replicability crisis, or the reproducibility crisis, where it turned out that in biomedical sciences, up to 90% of published papers couldn't be replicated. In psychology, about 60%. The majority of papers in top journals turn out not to be replicable. And this has caused an enormous amount of soul-searching within science. I mean, the mood within science, normally, I grew up with it being like that, is arrogant. You know, we know the truth, we're the kind of new priesthood, everyone else is ignorant and basically deluded. And what we say is true because it's replicable and it's subject to peer review. But it now turns out that a lot of it, most of it, is not replicable. And it turns out the peer review process is very badly flawed. Again, points I made in the science delusion. And funnily enough, the English cover of the science delusion has sort of crumbling letters of the science delusion, as in crumbling graphics. And 3 years after the book was published, in the midst of this crisis, Nature, the top international scientific journal, in discussing the replicability crisis, had a cartoon of the temple of science with the pillars crumbling and the whole robust science across the top, the whole thing crumbling, which fitted this imagery very well. I'm working on a new edition of the science edition at the moment, delusion, so I shall include the Nature cartoon.
Which is ironic as well, because Nature was where the famous editorial was published that asked whether your book in 1981 was a book for burning.
Exactly, yes. So Nature's been at the leading edge, actually, of this discussion about the reproducibility crisis within science.
And you also, in the same book, in the Science Delusion, which is called Science Set Free, I think, in America. It's a lot of our viewers also based in America. you said that we're seeing a credibility crunch for the scientific worldview. Is that more than just a replicability crisis?
Oh yes, I mean, I think it's the area where it's most clear is in consciousness studies, I think, because until fairly recently, most of science is still the official materialist doctrine, is that consciousness is nothing but the activity of the brain. It doesn't do anything. There's no such thing as free will. You may imagine you're conscious, but it's a kind of illusion or a kind of meaningless byproduct of the physical and chemical activity of your brain. I mean, that's the official view. And it obviously contradicts just common sense. Free will is something we have to take for granted. It's part of raising children, the legal system, courts of law. You know, it's just the fabric of all normal human life. Otherwise, there's no responsibility. And consciousness studies has also now started, well, for a while now, 20 years, been looking at near-death experiences, psychedelic experiences, spontaneous mystical experiences, the effects of spiritual practices like meditation, and has enormously enlarged the sphere of what we can talk about in terms of human consciousness. And that means that the narrow mechanistic view of consciousness, it looks very threadbare. And in fact, quite a number of leading materialists are jumping ship and going over to panpsychism, the worldview that there's a kind of mind or consciousness at all levels of nature, including electrons. So that's been a massive intellectual shift. I mean, it's still materialism is the dominant theory in the universities and the educational system. You wouldn't get a hint that any of this has changed if you study science at school, for example. It's still locked into absolutely old-style materialistic thinking. But at the leading edges of science and in the philosophy of mind, there's been a real shift in mood.
How big is that shift, do you sense?
Well, I think that the shift is more within the scientific community, is more under the surface than over the surface. I think the number of scientists who are true believers in the kind of Dawkins type materialist neo-Darwinian worldview is fairly small. I mean, we did some surveys recently through the Scientific and Medical Network in Britain among scientific, engineering and medical professionals in Britain, France and Germany. Sort of atheist materialists are about 25% of the scientific community. They're not a majority. Agnostics and non-religious people are about another 20%. So 45% classify themselves as non-religious. And about 45% classify themselves as spiritual, religious, or spiritual but not religious. And so the spiritual/religious is about the same proportion, almost equal to the non-religious within science. So the idea they're all committed atheists and materialists is just not true. But the militant atheists and materialists tend to talk louder and claim that they speak for the majority, and most other people keep quiet because they don't want to be attacked.
And do you have a sense that that's what's keeping, because it's the gatekeepers more than anything, it's the people who are commissioning science programs for the media or who, I guess, feel exposed if they did something or they commissioned something that was not acceptable to the Jerry Coynes of this world, that they would then be attacked. Do you think that's what's keeping these other views out of the conversation?
Yes, I think it's partly that. I mean, they would be attacked. They don't just fear it. They would be attacked because that's how the Jerry Coynes of this world work. They attack the gatekeepers. And for example, I was invited to give a talk about 3 years ago to a leading independent school in Britain, Bedale School. They have an annual science lecture open to students and parents. It's a big event. And I was asked to do it and I accepted, and I thought everything was plain sailing. And then the New Republic magazine in America published an article by Jerry Coyne attacking the school for allowing me to corrupt the minds of the young, saying this whole generation of young people would be lost to science because they'd be influenced by me to adopt pseudo-scientific views. And he said, I hope to his readers, and he put this online too, he said, I hope you'll join me in emailing the headmaster of Bedale School to get Rupert Sheldrake disinvited. And he put the email address and started a whole campaign to get me disinvited. Well, luckily the headmaster, just saw this as being a weird kind of American thing. And the result was that it sold out within about 2 days, and they had a long waiting list. But that's the standard technique, and that's why gatekeepers in the media are frightened, because they get personally attacked for doing this. So I think it's also the case that many people in the media are converts to this sort of materialist worldview. I mean, they do personally believe it, and they think that a lot of people in science education, or at least science media, feel it's their job to persuade the public that the world is as Richard Dawkins sees it, or as Jerry Coyne sees it.
What are the dogmas of science that you think need to be challenged?
Well, I mean, the 10 I mentioned in my book are the ones that I think should be challenged. I mean, do you want me to go through all of them? I can summarise them if you like.
Yeah.
Well, first is the mechanistic theory of nature. Nature is a machine. The universe is a machine. You and I are machines. Animals are machines. Everything's machinery. And what that means is it's made of unconscious matter working in accordance with unconscious laws.
This is a great point. I think this is this is the core of his book. So you don't have to go out and buy it, but you can just listen in. Big up to Bunga Bunga. Big up to Jen Wallace. Big up yourself. Rajinder Singh Tatal is back.
And forces. And there's no purpose in the machinery. There's no consciousness in the machinery. The whole universe is unconscious. The trouble is that, you see, when you think of the Big Bang theory, it doesn't look anything like a machine, our present cosmology. It starts very, very small, and it grows and it cools down, and more structures appear within it. The universe is much more like an organism than a machine. No machine starts very, very small and then grows and develops more structures. That's how embryos develop. The Big Bang theory is rather like ancient creation myths of the hatching of the cosmic egg. So we've implicitly got a kind of organic cosmology. And living organisms, it seems to me obvious that they're organisms, not machines. And we call them living organisms, and to say they're not really organisms, they're just machines, which is what mechanistic biology says, flies in the face of common sense and all our normal instincts. And then, so it's only a metaphor. It's not even a testable theory. It's just a way of looking at the world. It's a metaphor. Another dogma is nature's purposeless, and that just follows from the machine theory. Machines don't have their own purposes. Organisms do. If you get on a horse, it may have its own ideas about where it wants to go, whereas you get in a car, it doesn't. It'll go, it's just a mechanism that will follow exactly what you want. It's not interactive in the sense that it has its own desires. The doctrine that matter's unconscious says the entire universe is non-conscious or unconscious. All the stars, galaxies, the whole universe, everything, including you and me, we're supposed to be unconscious matter. So that's why consciousness in humans becomes a massive problem, the so-called hard problem. And that's clearly not a very viable way of understanding our own consciousness, to say it doesn't exist or it doesn't do anything. And that's the reason we have consciousness studies as now, luckily, as one of the most exciting areas of science. So then there's the dogma that all the laws of nature are fixed. At the moment of the Big Bang, they all suddenly appeared like a cosmic Napoleonic code. And where from? Well, no one explains that. They just suddenly appeared. I think, in fact, they're more like habits. There's a kind of memory in nature. My own theory of morphic resonance is a theory of memory being inherent in nature. But it's not just me. I mean, Buddhist and Hindu cosmologies take it for granted there's a kind of memory in nature. It's only really in the West that there's this idea that nature's totally amnesic. Then the idea of the total amount of matter and energy is fixed. That, again, is a dogma that got built into science in the 19th century. But since then, to try and explain the behavior of galaxies, scientists have invented dark matter. There's not a shred of evidence for it, but they've invented at least 5 times as much as regular matter. And then, having made the universe much heavier, they expected it to slow down in its expansion, more gravity because of more matter, all this extra dark matter. Until about 1999, that's what they thought was happening. Then it turned out it's not slowing down in its expansion, it's speeding up. So they've had to invent another form of energy to push it apart, dark energy. And now dark matter and dark energy are 95% of reality, and we haven't a clue what they are. So this isn't. So is the total amount the same? Does it change? Actually, the total amount of dark energy increases. So the universe is now a perpetual motion machine. Then there's the idea that memories are stored in the brain, and I think that that is not the case. I think it works by morphic resonance. The brain, I think, is more like a tuning system than a video recorder. All inheritance is supposed to be material, genetic or epigenetic, and again, I think morphic resonance is a large part of inheritance, and attempts to explain inheritance in terms of genes have run into serious problems, as I show in my book, The Science Delusion, because they've discovered that genes only explain 5 to 10% of most inheritance. It's called the missing heritability problem. Then there's the idea the mind's nothing but the brain. I think the mind's much more extensive than the brain. And I think evidence for that includes evidence for the sense of being stared at and telepathy, for which there's plenty of evidence. That goes against the next dogma that psychic phenomena are illusory. They ought not to happen because all the mind's supposed to be inside the head. And the 10th dogma is that mechanistic medicine is the only kind that really works. The body's a machine, so treating it chemically or physically by surgery or drugs is the only valid way of doing it. But the host of alternative therapies and the placebo effect, which medicine has had to admit, show that there's a great deal more to medicine than just drugs and surgery. I mean, any sensible doctor knows that, of course. People's attitudes, their expectations, their beliefs play an enormous part in whether they get better or not. People who are lonely, isolated, depressed have reduced immune system functioning, less resistance to diseases. People who feel loved, prayed for, cared for, who hope they'll get better, who expect they'll get better, who have faith in those who are looking after them, do get better much more than people who don't believe those things. So the mind influences it, and that shows up in the placebo effect, which is now very, very well documented. So medicine itself it's very effective up to a point, but the point is it would be much more effective if, instead of excluding all these alternative therapies, dismissing them as pseudoscience and quackery, they were looked at scientifically, and wherever anything works, it should become part of medicine.
And where did your interest in these subjects come from? Why did you have a different path to the kind of classic materialist scientist?
Well, I became a biologist because I loved plants and animals. As a child, I kept a lot of pets. I collected plants. And my father, who was he had a microscope lab at home and was a herbalist and a naturalist. He encouraged me, so a lot of it came from him. I did biology because I really liked animals and plants. And by the time I got to be an undergraduate, where I was at Cambridge, I realized that the first thing you do in biology classes is kill what you're studying and grind it up and analyze enzymes and things. I was doing biochemistry at Cambridge. And it wasn't really looking at the things that I found most interesting. And for example, as a child, I kept homing pigeons, and I was fascinated, and I still am. How do pigeons home? No one knows, even to this day. You're never going to find out by killing a pigeon and grinding it up and looking at the enzymes and the DNA in it. So I just found that the questions I wanted to look at in biology weren't being looked at, and it was just in this reductionist molecular biological phase. And I wanted to find a more integrative, holistic kind of biology, even as an undergraduate. I discovered the writings of Goethe, the German poet and scientist, who had a vision of a different kind of science. And I didn't know if that was possible, but I managed to get a year at Harvard to study philosophy and history of science to get the bigger picture, and realized that at any given time, the beliefs of the scientific system are not the truth. They're a paradigm, a model of reality. Thomas Kuhn's book, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, had just come out, where he has the idea of scientific paradigms and paradigm changes. So from the age of about 21 or 22, I had the idea there could be a major paradigm change in science, and I wanted to find ways of accelerating that process. So this, for me, is a very long-term quest. My book, The Science Delusion, or Science Set Free, is the most systematic statement of this that I've done, but I mean, I've been working on bits of this virtually throughout my whole scientific career.
And where do you feel we're at? Because there's a lot of people in this sort of broader conversation that have a sense of the need for a paradigm shift, and perhaps accelerating, certainly even the structure or the way that we frame what we're doing on Rebel Wisdom is, we believe that a lot of the paradigm shift is being speeded up by online media, by the sort of the ongoing crises we're seeing around us. Do you have a sense? I mean, it's very easy when we're in these kind of little worlds to think that, oh, it's going to happen soon, or we're on the verge of it. Do you have any sense of where we're at?
Well, at least as regards science, there's no shift in the science education agenda. I mean, there's tiny pockets here and there of more alternative or holistic science, but the mainstream science agenda hasn't changed really. So generation after generation of young people are being indoctrinated with the mechanistic worldview, and it takes many of them years to grow out of it, if they ever do. So that's a major weakness and paradigm shift. But the educational system follows, rather than leads, of course, it follows mainstream scientific thought. And mainstream scientific thought is very influenced by what you can get paid to do. Most scientists do what they're funded to do. They're on a short leash, 2 or 3 year grant cycles, and they do what the grant money is available for. And the vast majority of it is available to support in medicine, drug companies, molecular medicine, sort of that kind of approach. The British Medical Research Council spends, well, just under £1 billion a year of our taxpayer, our money, to fund medical research. How much of it goes on alternative medicine, placebo effect, mind-body medicine, looking at Chinese or Indian traditional medicine, acupuncture? Virtually none, because it's all focused on molecular medicine, mechanistic medicine. So it's an extremely narrow focus. So if you're working in medical research, you're not going to get funded to do anything that's outside that model. So there's plenty of people working within science who'd love it to be different. And lots of scientists have more holistic views. They, in their spare time, have a sense of living nature and themselves as being part of Gaia, the planet, and an ecological sense of the need to change. Many have also experienced psychedelics or mind-altering substances, or meditate, or have spiritual practices. But when they get to work, it's a matter of doing what you're paid to do. So for me, one of the big changes that I hope to see is changes in funding. And this is an area where private funding can make a really big difference. There are now more billionaires than there have ever been before. Many of them have got rich through science and techie type things. And in the last 2 or 3 years, I've been approached by at least 3 major players in the billionaire world who've said that they'd like to find ways of making science more fun, more exciting, and are prepared to put money into doing that. And I myself have been funded privately for 30 years now by Maverick business people who made their money by being Mavericks, who like the fact that the kind of science I do is maverick science. They think it's more fun and more exciting than just more business as usual. And if it were possible to organize people who've got far more money than they can possibly spend, or to influence some of the larger foundations to be more adventurous, I think things could change. And I know enough people in that world to know that there are big players who would like to see a change. It's just they don't know quite how to bring it about. There has to be means of setting up ways of doing this. One of my ideas is setting up a kind of dating agency for donors who want to see unusual science and people with non-conventional science projects, and so that they can sort of meet, have dates and see what works and put people together. This would have cut out the middleman in the form of funding organizations with big bureaucracies who demand enormously lengthy grant proposals and stuff. Most of these wealthy people don't want to wade through pages and pages of reports and grant proposals. They want a personal relationship with researchers who tell them what they're doing and with the ability to fund something really new and exciting. So I think that's one way forward. In fact, it's probably the most promising way forward. The other way forward, I think, will come through a breakdown of the present healthcare system, which is just too expensive, and people will be forced to look for cheaper ways of bringing in healthcare, and most alternative systems are cheaper than high-tech healthcare.
So I guess it's kind of going back to an almost kind of Renaissance patronage model, so like the Medicis and Michelangelo, for example.
Yeah, I think that's what. Well, it's already happening. I mean, it's how it has worked for me. It's why I've been able to function as a scientist since I was sort of excommunicated by the editor of Nature in his famous book for Burning editorial. That he proclaimed me a heretic and tried to excommunicate me and believed that that would be the end of me. But it wasn't, because I've always been very fortunate to have people who've believed in what I do and who've been prepared to fund it. And one thing that helps is the fact that I, both as a matter of principle and personal disposition, I try and design the simplest possible experiments to get the most effective results with minimum cost. And, I was brought up in that British minimum cost experimental tradition. So luckily this research isn't very expensive. And actually, in general, holistic research is much cheaper than reductionist research. If you're studying very small things like subatomic particles, you need a 10 billion euro Large Hadron Collider to do it with. If you're studying the behavior of jackdaws, all you need are binoculars and a clipboard and paper or a computer. So you can actually study things more easily if you're working at a holistic level.
And your new book is going beyond the science of spiritual practice. Do you have a sense that, and also it's a sequel to another book called The Science of Spiritual Practice, is that because you're seeing that as a kind of window of validating spiritual practice as a way into the materialist worldview?
Well, partly. I mean, what I think is happening at the moment is the basis of my last two books, Science and Spiritual Practices and Ways to Go Beyond and Why They Work, my most recent book, is that in each book I discuss 7 different spiritual practices which have been studied scientifically, which have measurable effects. Because this is an area where science and spirituality are converging. It's not any longer that kind of old standoff sort of scientists saying all that stuff's rubbish, it's a waste of time. And it's not spiritual people saying, science is just too crass and just can't appreciate these things. What's happening now is that there have been many thousands, actually, of serious scientific studies of spiritual practices, such as meditation, which show how they affect physiology, brain activity, different regions of the brain, health and well-being. Generally speaking, these practices make people happier and healthier and live longer. And so the science actually illuminates the spiritual practice and helps to validate it. And the spiritual practices enable anyone who wants to explore the realm of consciousness and its connections with more than human realms of consciousness, which is what spirituality is traditionally about. The idea that we're not the only conscious beings in the universe. I mean, the normal materialist view is we are the only conscious beings apart from animals who are less conscious than us, unless there are little green men with similar kind of science and brains to us on other planets. But all traditional religion is based on the idea that there's human consciousness is one level of consciousness, but there are levels beyond ours that are more inclusive, much greater and higher levels of consciousness to which we can form connections and in which we can participate through spiritual practices.
You mentioned before some of the forces that are stopping change. Are we looking at sort of groupthink? We're looking at. Do you think they're mostly financial, or do you think they're mostly cultural?
Well, they're both. I mean, most people who've been to university have been pretty well indoctrinated with the materialist, atheist worldview. And if they're going to discover any other worldview, they have to do it outside the formal educational framework. So the educational system is, I think, it's basically a hangover from 19th century materialism and Enlightenment rationalism, which is, Enlightenment rationalism is the idea that science and reason are in the vanguard of humanity. Religion and spirituality are just superstitions left over from the Dark Ages. And scientists are the new priesthood, and we march forward through science and technology to progress. I mean, that's the standard view. There's some truth in it, of course. I mean, we have much better smartphones and certainly much improved dentistry compared with 50 years ago. And there is a major advance in technology all the time. But that worldview is underlying the educational system in practically every country in the world. That's what people are educated into. And that, I think, is a major obstacle because it fills people's minds with this 19th century materialism. And in countries like India and Japan, people are educated with this. Most of them just don't believe it. They believe it when they're at work or when they're at school, but as soon as they go home in the evening, they become fairly conventional Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Jains, or whatever. I lived in India for 7 years, and very few Indians are materialist, atheist types. But the science they do is like that. It's just that they see that as a separate compartment, a separate bit of their lives. Those are the rules. If you want to get ahead, you play by those rules. But you don't really believe it. You don't believe that's the ultimate truth. Whereas here, a lot of people do really believe it. And they feel that they can reject all traditional religion and spirituality because they now know the truth, and anyone who believes these other things is ignorant, deluded, childish, etc. So I think that cultural thing brought about by our educational system is a major obstacle. The funding thing is also a major obstacle to the change in science. On the other hand, one of the things that's positive is the spread of spiritual practices. I mean, millions of people now do meditation, whereas 50 years ago, most people had never heard of it. Millions of people do yoga. Millions of people do martial arts, which is explicitly recognized as a kind of spiritual dimension. It's about the flow of energy through you and between you and your opponent. It's not just brute force and muscles as sort of force systems and bones as levers. I mean, it's much more subtle than that. And with the spread of psychedelics and this new wave of research on psychedelics, where many people are actually experiencing altered states of consciousness, there is a massive shift happening, but it's not happening within the educational institutions or within the political institutions. But it's very much the internet is actually one of the main media for this change. And I mean, your program is part of that process.
And who do you think are the really important thinkers that have probably been kind of not part of the mainstream of thought, but are really important that we integrate if we're going to move forward?
Well, I think that Jung is one, because he has a more inclusive view of the psyche than regular academic psychologists, or the narrow and explicitly and dogmatically atheist views of Freud. So I think Jung is one of the key people in psychology. I think that the shamanic traditions of understanding our living connection with nature are another. And these would not be sort of famous people usually. They're traditions from which many people are learning in workshops and so on, but they're not like professors in universities. An area that most people don't think about at all is theology. And there's some very, very interesting work going on in contemporary theology. You see, after the 17th century, in Europe, theologians had to adapt to the idea of nature as a machine. Scientists all had this idea of nature as a machine. And where does that leave God? It leaves God somewhere outside nature, possibly creating it in the first place, like a kind of engineer or a mathematician, a kind of mechanistic God who's like a human engineer making machinery. And it's a view that works quite well for an industrial age where it's all about machinery and engineers, and mathematicians and engineers are at the top of the priesthood, as it were. But the medieval view in the Christian West and in Sufism, in Islam and in Jewish mysticism was that God is permeating nature, God is in nature and nature is in God.
I'd think. Big up Khan, man. Yeah, big up the Sufis and big up the Kabbalists as well, I suppose. Yeah, lots of interesting esoteric perspectives on things. Big up to Izzy in the chat. Big up to Khanito. Big up to I Hate It here. Maybe we can get a little discussion on this kind of, I don't know, this spiritual vibe. Maybe Jen, if you can jump in. Yeah, maybe we can have an interesting one. I don't know. We'll see. We might get into some of our conversations later, but yeah.
It's not that God's separate from nature, but every moment of the natural world is sustained by the divine being. There's a kind of theophany, a revelation of God in plants and in animals and in humans, in the heavens and in all nature. What's happening now is there's a move in theology to go back to that mystical theology of the Middle Ages and reconnect with this much more inclusive view of spirituality. And one of my favourite theologians is someone called David Bentley Hart, H-A-R-T, who wrote a book called The Experience of God, Being, Consciousness, Bliss, which shows that ultimate conscious reality as conceived of in Western, Eastern and in other traditions has much more in common, these views, than they have that separates them. It's basically a threefold model of ultimate reality, which the Hindus call Sat, Chit, Ananda. Being, the ground of being, is conscious. Chit is the contents of consciousness, names and forms, the kinds of things you think about or perceive. And Ananda is joy or bliss, which comes as part of this ultimate divine consciousness. The Christian version is the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The Father is the ground of being. The Son is the logos, forms, patterns, ideas, word. And Spirit is the moving principle, which is also blissful. And I think spiritual practices that involve movement, like music and sports, tap into this kind of spirit aspect. I think practices like meditation, which involve going to the ground of consciousness, relate to this Sat, or Father aspect, the basic aspect of the divine, sustaining the universe through conscious being. And the Logos, or the form aspect, is what we appreciate through beauty, the beauty of flowers, the beauty of animals, the beauty of art, the beauty of architecture. So I think these different practices relate to different aspects of ultimate reality. And that's, as I say in my new book, Ways to Go Beyond and Why They Work. I think why they work is because they relate to this ultimate conscious being, conceived of in a surprisingly similar way in different traditions. I mean, even Taoism in the Chinese tradition, which starts from completely different philosophical principles.
There we go, Khan. Sufism and Taoism both mentioned. Big up yourself, man. You're on the right wavelength.
Is essentially Trinitarian. You've got the yin and the yang, these polar principles that interact. Each has a bit of the other within it. They're constantly interacting in this dynamic polarity, but they're contained within the circle. That's the wholeness that unifies. There's the ground of both of them. So that again is a kind of threefold model. And these are only models. All these traditions say that ultimate reality, if it's the consciousness of the whole universe and also transcending it, is always bound to be beyond human conception, given that we've got limited minds that have adapted to dealing with practical problems on one planet, in one galaxy. Highly unlikely that we could conceive of all of it. We can do our best, we can make models, but ultimately it's going to be beyond conception, known only through a kind of direct mystical insight.
And how would you describe your beliefs now? Because I understand that you've had a huge interest in different forms of spirituality, but I know now that are you a practicing Christian, or have you come back to Christianity in some way?
I am, yes. When I was in India, when I went to India, I was still an atheist from my scientific education, but my view of the mind had expanded through taking LSD in 1970 or 71 when I first took it. Totally changed my view of what minds were like. Then I took up meditation, transcendental meditation and yoga. So when I first went to India, I was primarily interested in Hindu philosophy. And then I had a Sufi teacher for a while. And then I found myself drawn back to my own tradition, which I'd rejected when I was a teenager, partly because of my ideas about morphic resonance. It's more natural for me to be in line with the whole line of my ancestors and my traditions. My whole culture is shaped by that. And to amputate it is a kind of violation of the whole tradition. And much better to come to terms with it, and I thought. And so I was actually confirmed in India at the age of 36. Then I found a wonderful Christian teacher, a Benedictine monk who lived in an ashram in South India called Father Bede Griffiths, an English monk who'd been in India for more than 25 years. And he, for me, was the perfect bridge between East and West. He was deeply knowledgeable and influenced by the Hindu tradition. We did yoga in the ashram. We had 2 hours of meditation every day. So that was, for me, a kind of integrative experience. Since I've been back in England, I rediscovered the Anglican tradition in which I was brought up, and just came to appreciate, in India I had appreciated the temples and the pilgrimages to them. I suddenly realized we've got these unbelievable temples here in England, the cathedrals, astonishing buildings, built to express an expanded consciousness. They're not functional buildings. These vast vaults and soaring structures are there to express a kind of altered state of consciousness. The stained glass windows in the Middle Ages, when most people lived in huts and everything was sort of mud-coloured, would have been, psychedelic. I mean, they're still psychedelic. The sacred chanting in these cathedrals happens every day in choral evensong, the service sung by incredibly well-trained and beautiful choirs in the evening. All these things are just incredible cultural wealth, and to be part of it and to be inspired by it is, I found, quite wonderful. And then rediscovering the tradition of pilgrimage in England. I'm a patron of something called the British Pilgrimage Trust, and we're reopening the old footpath pilgrimage routes to the holy places of England. That again is just a wonderful way to relate to the land and to the history and to these ancient holy places, but in a completely modern way. One of the things the Pilgrimage Trust does is has apps that work on smartphones, so you can find your way as you walk through the fields and the woods. You can just do it with your smartphone, whereas a medieval pilgrim, of course, wouldn't have had that. And I myself make a practice of going to church every Sunday morning wherever I am, which means that I relate to the local community, to the local holy place, to have a space in the week when I can give thanks and pray and sing with other people. If I don't go to church, I don't have a space to, just other things crowd in. The 24/7 culture sort of crowds in. And I find that, singing with other people is a wonderful thing to do. It's a spiritual practice in itself. Praying for others and for the world is with other people. I do it myself every day anyway, but to do it with others I think is more powerful. And to be in these old holy places, when I'm in a village, I go to the village church. There may only be 3 or 4 people there, but it's still, I find, sometimes it's boring. Sometimes there are boring sermons. Often there are quite good ones, actually. But for me, I nearly always emerge feeling uplifted and in a better state to start the week than if I don't go, when I just read depressing news in Sunday newspapers or have to deal with emails or something. So I find these really helpful, these traditional practices.
Rupert Sheldrake, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Alright, nice one, people. Big up to those of you who've just tuned in. If you lot are thinking, what the fuck is Dan doing? What is this bullshit? Who's this old man on the screen? The gentleman's name is Rupert Sheldrake. He is an author, a scientist, researcher, philosopher type guy. He's known probably most famously for his book entitled The Science Delusion, which is available sure on Amazon or wherever. I'm not going to spam my affiliate link to Amazon. Google it if you're interested. He's got some interesting videos that are out online. I think I'm going to start a couple of shows off like this. Maybe run just some thinkers, some videos that I kind of enjoy and I think might be of use to people, just to stimulate a little bit of thought. Because you can't always develop those conversations on a panel naturally. So sometimes if I've seen a good conversation somewhere, I'll bring it over here, show you lot, and then we can discuss it. But big up to Western Goddess. I hope it was educational. Alright, I'm gonna get the panel open. And we'll see. Maybe this is something to start a topic off on. I don't know, maybe some considerations for the sort of people who tend to focus on science and think that science has all of the answers, or is kind of this infallible kind of system that we could use to look at the world. It's an argument against scientism. I know Mad Dunya turned up and was like, the fuck is this about? Just trust me, this guy is he'd turn G Block smoky for a day. He'd definitely turn G Block smoky for an afternoon. He'd have Rob and James SC scratching their heads. Big up to the newcomers as well. Big up to Shill Destroyer. Nice to see you over here, man. Big up to Izzy. Big up to the people just having a little sort of philosophical back and forth in the chat. Shivite Jagnath. Some interesting stuff. I googled quantum liquid, and I know nothing about dark matter, so I'm going to get on to a little bit of that. But big up and welcome, Raj Speaker's Corner. It is an open panel, yes, but I want to try and keep it topical. So you're allowed on, but Simon, you're going to have to come on and make sure Raj don't act up, because we've had a good start. Going to keep it drama free. I'm going to try and keep this as the middle ground in between these panels where there's beef one way or another, right? I don't want to get involved in that. If there's a possibility that I can keep this place neutral, I'm going to do that. So big up the atheists, big up to the theists, big up the pantheists, big up whatever your beliefs are. Big up the people who can have respectful conversations and exchanges. Alright, I'm going to get the link out. And we'll see how it goes. Big up to Shisul as well. Who else has been locked in since the start? Big up to Orient Express. Big up to Skyworks. Big up to Khanito. Big up to Overkill Truth, who just jumped in. Big up to Avi as well. I'm glad to see you've got a slightly less controversial display pic now, Avi. I remember you like really sincerely imploring me that, saying to me, I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not an anti-Semite. You got yourself, man. Oof. And the Rajanator. The Rajanator's on the panel.
Oh, what's up, man?
What's going on?
Yeah, I'm a very nice guy, man, but I'm not going to let anyone push me about. So it depends how people start reacting with me. Like, a lot of times I'm very polite and I'm such a nice young man, very nice, saintly. But I turn into a devil when people start thinking they can start chatting shit. So yeah, I'll try and respect your panel, because even last time I felt like, I did go a little bit far. But if you listen back, somebody said, I don't want to say the name, but somebody said some stuff that pissed me off. And even now, like, I'm not going to communicate with that person no more, just because of the fact that they were saying stuff that, annoyed me. So
this menacing.
Oh, Ellie, who's that now?
That's Syed Qutb, the founder.
He's one of my teachers.
The founder of the Muslim Brotherhood. I don't think he's one of.
Why? So your teacher's behind bars? Well, that's not a very good.
He's actually dead. He got executed by the Egyptians.
It was a false allegation. General Nasser set him up. It was a false allegation. There's all Western propaganda against him.
All right. So yeah, we've just been watching basically a sort of I suppose I'm not going to say it's a theist argument. It was a guy who was critical of the sort of scientism, the dogmatic sort of approach to the world, which I think some people over on G Block, maybe the Robs, the James SCs, tend to see things from a more materialist sort of point of view.
I've been arguing, like, when I go on that panel, like, everyone thinks I'm on this kind of I'm part of G Block. I'm not. I'm actually against G Block. But I think one of the problems is that a lot of people go on there defending like their own religion per se, and they keep sniping people off in that way. Like, what you got to try and do with them, like, is firstly prove there's a creator. Yeah,
you can't do that though. You can't.
I'm saying that's what. But that's what you should try. I'm not saying you can do it, but when you start trying to prove your own religion, I've realized they start picking people up. So they'll start saying, okay, well, you believe in this, you believe in that, because they can't prove there's no creator, and I can't prove there is a creator. We'll be in a stalemate. But one thing we can.
Ali, calm down.
One thing that can be proved is that they also have some form of cult-like, or I don't want to say religious behavior, but more of a kind of like a doctrine. Like, I guarantee you, if I really wanted to, and I wanted to kind of collate everything, I could have a hierarchy of leaders. People like Sam Harris would be their Moses.
Yeah.
That person would be like their thingy. You could literally write their own religious book where they have like a 10 Commandments. And so where they're saying to people that, oh, you're very dogmatic in your thinking, when you listen to Rob and some of the atheists, they're very dogmatic in their thinking as well.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, the atheists can be just as stubborn, just as arrogant, and just as deluded as a religious person.
Welcome to Simon, and welcome to Khan on the panel. Big up to
Khan.
both.
Hello.
Khan, you're so white. Khan, you're so white. Oh my God, what did you do?
Khan's going on a holiday soon. He's going to get a tan and he's going to return.
No, I'm not going on holiday.
He put his camera on, yeah.
Spending all my money on car parts.
You know what it is? He put his camera on Velis, yeah, and he had like 3 other black people in the thing, and he was so white compared to everybody, man.
Where do you buy car parts?
He was glowing. He was glowing.
Bro, for you, general traffic,
checked it on the
cheaper than your
Pantone
car.
chart.
Oh, big up Simon, man. Big up Simon.
How you doing?
In the future, use general traffic. They tend to be cheaper than Eurocar by a mile. But I don't know if there's any general traffic near you. Just Google general traffic car parts.
What are you talking about?
They sell the companies and stuff.
I think he's just checking if I'm still talking to him after what he's done.
What are you talking about, Ellie?
What's this got to do with Rupert Sheldrake?
Absolutely nothing. Yeah. So Ali Khan, just go on mute for a sec. We're gonna discuss this. Unless you got some input on Sufi mysticism, unless you know anything about
Oh,
that.
is he Sufi?
Because people were saying you were a Sufi at one point. So
I don't know what he is. Even I'm confused, man. I don't know what he is, man.
I don't follow a school. I'm an independent thinker. This is what everyone else is thinking. I'm Sufi. I'm this and that. I'm an independent thinker.
So you're kafar.
Sheldrake
talks at.
I don't follow any schools. I'm independent.
All right. That's good though. That's good.
go on, carry on, sir.
Sheldrake talks at things like breaking convention. Have you heard of breaking convention?
No.
It's kind of a. There's a lot of woo. What's her face has spoken there actually? Extinction Rebellion woman.
Greta Thunberg.
No, Gail Tilbrook.
Okay, yeah.
But Amanda Fielding, she's involved in that as well. She's that other one that kind of very similar kind of subject matter, like approaches to depression and kind of stuff like the Sufi stuff is ecstatic trance, kind of
dervishes.
It's a means of getting high, like a spiritually cleansing derangement of the senses.
Are you a Sufi then? You sound like a Sufi.
Traditionally, yeah, like Turkish people, our version of Islam comes from Sufi.
Mm-hmm. You seem a lot more chilled out. Like I saw some videos of Muslims in Turkey. You seem to have a good middle ground.
How was it?
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
I'm saying a balance. You need to have a balance. Like there's no point. Like there has to be a balance, isn't it, between spirituality and dogma and stuff like that. So like, there's no point like praying like doing certain kind of rituals non-stop and you have got no spirituality. Like there's no point, in my opinion.
Yeah, you know what you just said, Raj, reminds me of. Have you ever read the book that Bruce Lee wrote called the Tao Jeet Kune Do?
No.
Inside the first page, there's like a picture of a Taoist monk, and it's got like a poem that goes with it. And the first line is, return from the life of a sage and become like a normal person again. Basically saying that like to attain that high level of spiritualism, you have to let go of your normal life. But once you've attained it, there's nothing left to do then come back to normal life again.
Yeah, this is why.
You have to have that practical element.
Yeah, like, I think both in Islam and Sikhism, we do have one thing in common. We don't have this sage, like when people go into mountains and they stay in there and they don't get married, and like, that is pointless in the kind of overall scheme, because living life,
the overall
everything. So you can be like in the Sikh temples, that the guys that run the temples, they're married with families. Like there's no point like being a priest and all you're going to do is just obviously we don't want to go into the Catholic Church.
That's more like a Buddhist tradition, I think, the monasteries and that. If you want to see some Taoism, if you watch the remake of Karate Kid with Jackie Chan in there, when he takes the kid on a little tour of the mountains and that, they find isolated monks like living on their own. And I think once they reach a certain level of spiritual enlightenment, they have to then eventually come back down to normal life again.
All right. Yeah, I mean that's not a bad process. If you once you've reached it, you come back.
It's more of an interesting angle to look at, because most people are busy looking at the slope up to enlightenment.
Yeah,
it's a nice. It's not something that you hear discussed very much, like the other way.
I think with enlightenment, it's like a catabolic process.
Yeah,
you're literally tearing apart your preconceived ideas of what reality even is like,
and it's of no use unless you can then bring it back down to reality. Yeah.
Well, you have to first survive the first part to get, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is a destructive process. You're just literally tearing your synapses out your head.
Hey Simon, are you? I can't remember if you're an atheist or not. I don't really ask you questions.
Apparently not. Not really. I mean, a confirmed Christian, etc.
Yeah.
But I'm interested in people like Rupert Sheldrake and Graham Hancock and Luke what's his face, because of the ayahuasca kind of connection. Because I've tried that, and that has a very that's taken in some places they sing little hymns in Portuguese and do this little dance. The men are separated from the women. The kind of guides move people around according to how they think they should be. And it's kind of like a moving meditation. It's a bit like.
So you believe in a creator then? I'm assuming.
I don't know if that's important. Do you know what I mean?
I find like, I'm no offense to the atheists, but they seem to be very arrogant. Like to think that there's a lot of arrogance within like Rob and them lot. Like, oh no, there's no way. There's no way. It's like, oh my god, man! Like you're calling us arrogant.
What do you
deluded,
believe?
like,
Because you're more kind of like Raindrop says, more dharmic, and it's not really like a worship situation, is it? It's more
no, it is a way we do
karmic,
worship. No, we do worship God. So we have to pray to God and worship God. Okay. Obviously, we're not like
it's less Buddhist in.
It's not like you.
Branch.
It's the God is less because obviously the creator is the creator, but we have different attributes in the sense that I don't believe God is. So like, I don't believe God. I believe God is loving and forgiving. So I don't believe He's going to do X, Y, Z to His creation if they don't follow Him.
I think it's more important, or a more important argument, when people get into this thing about whose God exists or doesn't, or whether a creator exists. It's just the techniques and the processes and how you treat people. Is the end result.
But that's why we believe. So we believe that there's lots of different paths to God. I mean, I obviously, the Sikh, it's like a motorway with cars on it. Everyone's gonna hit the same place. But Sikhs here, we got like the Bugattis and the the McLaren F1s. We're just like strolling in calm, chilling out. They're going in style. Getting there quick. Whereas some other kind of faiths, I don't want to say them, are like in Ford Cortinas, or they might even be skateboards. But they're gonna get there. It'll just take them freaking ages. I won't say which one's which though. So yeah, we had like a high end.
I think I'm more what you describe an agnostic, because I do believe in a kind of some kind of connection, whatever that connection is. I don't know if that's necessarily the same thing as having to get involved in kind of arguments about a creator or who's got his right.
Yeah.
It's just how you treat people. Kind of.
So what was the video? I didn't watch it. It was so boring. I just switched off. Sorry. Dan.
No, you're all right, man. So I can give you a breakdown.
Yeah, someone give me a breakdown. I don't know. I was gonna watch it. I was like, oh no.
He was talking about the universe working in more of an organismic way as opposed to a mechanismic way. I don't know.
Which I guess I guess that leans towards the sort of pantheist, the Sikh view on things, that the universe is God in that sense. We're part of the organism, the greater organism of the universe and of God.
I try not to look here seriously when people try to tell me, "Oh, Raj, explain how you see God." I'm like, dude, man, you can't. Like it's like I keep giving an analogy. It's like telling an ant to try and describe nuclear physics. Like I don't think our brains can compute the kind of mightiness of the creator. Like I don't think our brains are wired to do it. Like, we're just going to drive each other mad if we try and explain it. Like an ant trying to explain nuclear physics, he's never going to be able to do it.
Or there's that theory that we're all one consciousness experiencing itself subjectively. To quote
I try not to think about it because it drives you. Sometimes I'm walking down the road, I do walk. I know people think I get carried everywhere, but I do walk here. And so when I'm walking about, like looking at the train, I look at people. I'm just like this is like amazing, like what is going on if you really think about it. Yeah. And
you're talking about something called Sonder. I think, Raj.
What do you mean Sonder?
Sonder. The profound feeling of realizing that everyone, including strangers passed in the street, has a life as complex as one's own. Which they are constantly living despite one's personal lack of awareness of it.
Yeah. And so I try and play like when I'm talking to my nephew, I talk about this. I ask him, I said, "How do you know I'm not like a robot? How do you know that I'm real? Like maybe you're the only real person here. Like we don't know."
How old's your nephew?
I was around 24, but I've aged him to 50. Yeah. That's how I had to go. One of the reasons I had to go Speaker's Corner, because as my nephew started getting older, he has a very different viewpoint of the world. So once he hit 18, I just told my family, okay, he's old enough now. Let's argue. And I just freaking used to argue with him all the time. And so it looked like from the neighbours, it looked like I was arguing and fighting him all the time. But I wasn't. I was just trying to make him think. Because when he's very far on the left, and I wanted to bring him more into the centre left. Yeah, and I have. So yeah, I don't think there's nothing wrong with being on the left per se. But don't be a cuck.
Just not too far.
Yeah, not too far, man. There's an extreme on all sides, man. When you're an extreme on that side, yeah, extreme. You can be extreme liberal, extreme lefty, extreme right.
Extreme right.
Extreme left is worse than extreme right, though.
It's true.
Yeah, in some ways, yeah, because they're more racist in a lot of ways. Like I found
they're more racist.
I found that the people on the extreme left are very patronising. Oh, don't worry, Raj. You're being used by the right. You know, Tommy Robinson is just using. I feel sorry for you. I know you can't think for yourself. Like,
I wouldn't say that's extreme left ideology right there.
Well, you haven't met these kind of white hippie-looking lunatics, yeah. When they,
what you mean, like Lister?
Yeah. You have not met them. When they do it, it's very
Lister's not extreme.
No, Lister's a bit more balanced. Yeah, Lister's a bit more balanced. But
Lister's not extreme left.
I've met people that are like these white kind of liberals, and like, well, you don't know what you're doing. It's like you've been manipulated. And I'm like, hold on a second. How do you know I'm not manipulating them? Or is that your bigotry of low expectations popping in? Like,
no, it's just your huge ego.
No, yeah, well, maybe, but I don't feel like I'm being manipulated.
You like sold your soul to the devil and you convinced yourself that you got the better deal.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like with me, like I don't ever feel like I'm being manipulated. I'm always getting something out of the deal. Like I believe people are getting manipulated when they get nothing, out of a deal. When I'm doing something, whether you think I'm getting the shit end of the stick. I always feel like I'm doing something and I'm getting something in return. And I'm not going to go into what, but I don't think I've done anything that I felt like I didn't. Dan, what happened between you and James Jones yesterday, man? I heard you like going up proper road. What happened? That was confusing, man.
Oh, you talking about on
back to the goal?
Last night I just switched on for like I fell asleep for a couple of hours, and this internet shit is so weird, A few hours before you lot are mates, and then later on, I switched them. You go, come to my house. Yeah, come to Oxford. Yeah, come over to Oxford. See what's going to happen to you. I dare you to come down. I was like, what?
Well,
what?
I don't. Mental health and social media.
Still confusing. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, it's yeah. I won't go into it now, but yeah, I don't like getting. I don't really like getting called out or drawn out online. And
was it serious or is it just
I don't really know. I don't know. Well, I jumped onto G Block early last week to talk to Rob about democracy, and I ended up somehow getting drawn into a discussion with James, and it kind of went left because he almost for a moment was getting into an argument that was sliding towards what you could characterize, if you wanted to, in the same way that people mischaracterize a lot on this thing. You could characterize it as endorsing the British Empire, right?
It
was sliding towards that, and I was, I wasn't trying to do this win-loss thing, but I was just saying you have to be careful with what you're saying. And he got a bit embarrassed, and the conversation kind of went around, and then he kind of retracted and conceded certain things. And I don't know, like I was getting annoyed.
That was about the influence of the because I had a slight conversation. I said something you can have a lot of influence, like the American and British culture has a lot of influence worldwide. That doesn't mean it's superior.
Doesn't mean it's superior. That's
some cultures can still, you can have practices that are kind of prevalent, culturally.
I think Dan's point about the Chinese was really good, that they have a very strong culture.
Yeah,
because the Mongols and the Turks overran them for like 600 years, and they managed to convert all the invaders to their culture.
Yeah, same with Japanese. I mean, you look at Japanese culture; it hasn't really changed, and they've tried to keep it intact even now.
I would say that a kind of durability or if your culture is enduring, that also has some kind of, that's a factor in a superiority. If your culture can endure across time, like they say
or whether you can embrace. So India has had so many invasions. I mean, look at it. I mean, obviously Khan's Turk, and his people bloody jumped into India as well. But there's been a lot of influences on architecture. You look at language, food, and everything like that. So you can, some cultures can kind of like take stuff and just kind of totally kind of like merge it with their own, and it doesn't seem alien. Now right now, when you look at the architecture of India, it doesn't seem alien with all these domes and stuff. But from
Well,
my
this is it.
understanding, the domes were Islamic in terms of their kind of influence.
If
the
you got,
architecture.
if you look at, especially, I mean, Victorian Britain had a fascination with India, you know, a fascination with the Orient and the East in general. Brighton, yeah, literally, I was literally thinking about the pavilion. I was thinking about the pavilion in Brighton, and yeah, I mean Queen Victoria is the Empress of India, the Empress of there was this and it was really a pivot away from Africa, which was kind of a bit of a dirty, dark subject. There'd been a lot of weird stuff that had gone on and shifting morality and all that sort of stuff. I think there was a bit of a crisis, and we saw in India this kind of intact like civilization with some real history to it, probably more history than could be found in certain empires within Europe. And yeah, I would say that was at that point that was the peak of high culture. I think the high culture was to be found in the East, and that changed. Obviously, I mean, there's we know.
But if you look at the first kind of like paintings of people that went over from Europe to India, they become Indian in their kind of. So you say that. So what happened is, first of all, when the Brits Simon. The English, when they went over to
whatever it was,
whenever they went over to India in the beginning, in the 15th, 16th, 17th century, they basically went there to trade, and they had a lot of respect for India and its culture. You'll see lots of cases of them marrying women from India, becoming Indian, or what they might call later native. Yeah,
Anglo.
They
created a race of people, didn't they?
Yeah, but afterwards, what happened is that once they wanted to conquer them, they had to then start to look at them as less, and that's how they will. Because you can't, if you want to conquer someone, you're gonna have to like demean them a little bit and make them seem like they're less than you in order to rule over them. And that's when you saw the British, and suddenly you then see all these kind of like silly kind of paintings of a Brit in India in the stifling heat with a bow and tie on, and all of this kind of stuff, and they become more English than the English there. Whereas in the beginning they weren't like that. It was more of a mutual respect. But yeah, over time it just turned into this. These people that were trying to embrace Indian culture were going. They used to call it going native. You know, like when a white guy suddenly started dressing like an Indian. Oh, he's going native. Yeah.
So yeah, I think that was kind of the vibe of it. If you're going to talk about influence, I would agree with that. I would say that the British Anglo kind of American influence has probably been the kind of dominant sort of force in the world for maybe the last century and a bit. But that seems to be turning. That seems to be changing now. There's more of a sort of focus on China rising up as and also India. I mean, the BRICS countries. Maybe I would say India and China are kind of the big two in those.
Yeah, but I think the problem is with the Chinese. I can't imagine like the Chinese dominating like the West because of the language as well. I can't see people learning Chinese. Maybe they might. I don't know. Maybe in like 500 years.
Even the Chinese can't learn Chinese.
Yeah, maybe in 500 years.
They've got a simplified version of it.
Yeah, because if you look at India, I think it's got like maybe 150 million people can speak English or something like that. And go to China.
You got to recognize. Well, that's one of the greatest successes of English was that it was so like simple.
Yeah,
the Microsoft of languages. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you see all around the world, English is
that's
like
a nice description.
Spoken. Yeah, Microsoft.
Yeah, like you could accuse them of trying to monopolize and take over.
Yeah, so language is going to determine how people kind of consume culture and stuff.
I don't know. Is it really like we've got technology
now? Directly
talking to a phone and
consciousness.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like cinema and stuff. Like for me, when I see a movie and it's dubbed or something like that, I can't watch it for something. Subtitle, maybe I'm just dumb. I need to listen to it. If it's Punjabi, I'll watch it because I can understand it.
Subtitles because. When it's subtitles, like even let's say I'm watching Ertuğrul, right? It's in Turkish and it's got subtitles. For some reason, I can't stop myself from reading the subtitles.
Oh, you can understand, but you can understand the Turkish as well, can't you?
You can understand the words. I'm reading it for some reason.
I think that's just natural because I've had the Punjabi movies and I can understand what they're saying, but I still read for some reason the subtitles.
And you spot all the mistakes.
Well, I don't know about me. My Punjabi ain't that great, man. So. Ali, what are you doing, man?
Yeah, Ali, what are you doing?
Ali, like is just like I don't know what he's. The amount of pictures. One thing he has done is like educate people and people around the world that I've never ever heard of through his silly pictures. Yeah, so well done on that. What was you saying, Simon?
Did you hear that the internet now thinks I work for Vice magazine?
Oh no!
I want to work for Vice. Be interesting job.
Didn't Gavin McGuinness used to?
Yeah, he started it, but then he sold it, and then
you know,
about Vice, the documentary channel.
Yeah,
you know, I interviewed Gavin McGuinness, don't you, on Content Over Everything? You know,
what?
Did you?
Have you not seen it? I interviewed Milo Yiannopoulos.
I've never seen that.
Gavin McGuinness.
Okay.
Sargon of Akkad, Tommy Robinson. It was on a Day for Freedom march.
Okay.
You know, because I'm Asian and they got a turban, I got a free pass in the back of the thingy, and you know.
One of them came stalking me because they suggested that I work for Vice magazine, and so I for a laugh I tweeted at Vice and at Jack Buckby, and the next day this is the Groypers, by the way. I didn't realise that Jack Buckby basically interacted with my tweet and then had a video up on the trigonometry site, and one of the UK Groypers came looking for me on the internet last night on Discord. One called Mad Faz, who speaks like a tranny, and I got kind of interrogated by this one of the Groypers as to whether or not I was passing on information to the left, because Ralph's doing this job on me at the moment, like doing don't trust him. It's absolutely fascinating. So I got questioned by this Mad Faz character on Simon Sideways server, and yeah, it was very interesting. Anyway, so
they're doing a lot of griping or something. I don't know what that means. Like they're going around trolling. I'm assuming it's trolling.
Yeah, it's trolling. It should be asking about demographics, but apparently now they're going to do is emulate what they did to Charlie Kirk at the Turning Point USA stuff. They want news footage, so they're going to group some live events, and they're going to go for Douglas Murray.
Yeah, but I mean,
which has kind of fucked me off a bit.
But anyone can do that, though. It's not very impressive if you think about it.
Are you going to ask demographics? And what question did they ask?
No, but I'm saying it's
Turning Point UK.
No, but I'm saying it's not very.
It's not very.
It's not very impressive. Like it's
no.
Just, what anyone I could do that. Anyone, even Ali does it all the time, like but in his own little way. Just
well, look at Tan. He stood up and called Sadiq Khan to his face and didn't get thrown out.
Yeah, so people in the chat are a bit confused. So for those who don't know, who haven't been following the sort of developments on the right in this last couple of months, there seems to have been a split, obviously, between the ethno nationalists and the civic nationalists. But then there's also been infighting, mostly it seems within the civic nationalists. Danny Tomo, James Goddard departing to move to the FNAC
I've
side.
gone independent.
Raj has gone independendent. Simon, I Hate It Here, is being accused of being a lefty who works for Vice magazine. So yeah, it's all a bit weird. And Ralph seems to be kind of on his little sort of ideological island on his own with Jamie, the Jesuit, and Sam, and apparently some 14-year-old or some 15-year-old.
15-year-old Barclay Walsh.
There's a 15,
but apparently his mum knows, so it's okay.
There's a 15-year-old who may or may not have parental consent to be participating on kind of far right discussion streams. Ralph is grooming the next generation officially.
Who's this? Dave Smith?
No, this is Ralph Masilamani. Ralph the.
So we think Dave Smith's 15.
Ralph, I think he's the flight commander of Squadron 14.
Squadron 14. Yeah.
Is that all that? I mean, it's quite pathetic when you think about it. How far the far right has fallen. Like all they've got is bombing comment sections. Like
yeah, they look like a bunch of communists to me. They've all got the same fucking icon. There's no individuality, no creativity whatsoever.
But they have done one thing. They've kind of like made the movement into a mess. No doubt about that. And it's made me kind of like step back and go. For me, I can't be bothered to even because it's so pathetic. Like, I don't want, especially to be independent, because you don't have to get into any stupid arguments anymore. It's like, all right, I'm not with that person. I'm not with that person. I'm just going to be a free thinker. If I want to say that person's out of order, I'll say it. If I think that person's out of order, I'll say it. Although I was doing that before, I just don't want to have the baggage now of, oh, you support this, but I'm not. No, I have a particular viewpoint, and it aligns with certain people. Yeah.
There's a fucking it's all, a lot of it boils down to personal relationships as much as anything. Do you know what I mean? And it boils down to really simplistic things like that lot started to fall out when Jupiter had Jada Franson on the channel because John arranged it, and then the boys were all really jealous, and Ralph was more jealous than anybody else, and then so Jupiter was cast out.
He was upset that he got that.
There was so much bitching.
Well, I mean, they now everyone's like equating. Oh, Raj, you've kind of stopped aligning with Tommy Robinson because of that LGBTQ situation. I'm like, first of all, like,
correct that because he's actually wrong.
Yeah. So for me personally, like, I said it like 2 days prior to even knowing about the LGBTQ stance, and secondly, I'm kind of like not that much against these stance in the sense that, like I said to you, that. You know, I don't think children or people should be taught at that age. I think up to maybe like 10 and above should be okay. So I'm kind of like...
There's a whole bunch of shit that's been propagated about it. They can opt out up until about 14 when they can opt back into the more serious stuff.
All right. So tell me that.
There's nothing actually promoting transgender in the kind of... no, it's totally separate from like Drag Queen Story Hour, which is weird and vile. Because it's twerking, not story hour, and it's more political protest. It's political protest, isn't it? But what's the thing they have to concentrate on rather than showing controversial twerking videos is what's actually on the RSE syllabus and what's actually on the RE. Because the RE, just the relationship education, is stuff like Tango Makes Three. The dolphin. It's literally just saying, oh, the kid at the desk next to you may have parents of either of the same sex. Yeah,
I actually don't have a problem with that.
Races or whatever. And there's a couple of controversial handouts as well, which people are talking about, and they're sexualizing tickling, and it actually goes along with an Italian friend of mine had two boys, and she had to keep stopping touching his willy in the front room, and she's like, "There's nothing wrong with doing it, but go to your bedroom." And that was the only thing of doing it without instilling a sense of dirt. Because that made him feel guilty, and that's the worst psychological effect. You know what I mean? So it's more kind of, and one of these handouts is basically a way of it's a teacher's handout saying, telling them when's appropriate. Should any child happen to touch themselves in public?
Simon,
so it's not actually teaching them how to masturbate. People are saying it's teaching them how to masturbate. It's teaching them when not to. I.e.,
but the problem I have here is that like. If you start saying, okay, don't touch yourself, then some kid might never have touched himself. Then he might start doing it.
Yeah, well, it's
you understand? It's like a slippery slope.
So don't teach it to them. That's what I'm saying. It's a teacher's handout. The thing that
I'm saying that if you're sitting there and like say out of a class of like 20 boys, and only 2 of them did that, they touched themselves in a way.
Yeah, it's going to be very rare.
But what will happen once you then say, okay, don't do that? All the other 18 boys will start saying, oh, what they're talking about. They may not even ever thought about it. And then the next thing you know, they might be doing it. Like there is a fine line about educating and stuff like that. But I do think like when
it has to be picked up on when it expresses as opposed to promote. I.e., even some kids will show signs of trans issues at like 6 or 7. Then you have to kind of take notice of them. And deal with them, but that's a different matter to kind of pushing it in their face as an option. You can be this, you can be this. Your SJW mother might want you to be this. They're kind of different things, and it's a very nuanced kind of thing, picking up on the genuine cases.
Well, a lot of people think that I'm a total LGBTQ warrior. I have to keep reminding people like me and Simon disagree on certain things, but me and Simon are friends. And that's not based upon whether he's gay or not. I just like him as a person, and this is my thing. Like, I don't want people judging or treating people according to their sexuality. Like, if you
I've been called a paedophile. You must be a paedophile because you're gay this week.
Yeah. Well, they equate like the slippery slope that I see is quite dangerous. Is that when they use the kind of comparison, and I'm actually Paul Williams done this. That if you start teaching about LGBTQ, all of a sudden the next step is going to be paedophilia. I don't think that's a
that's
scare
not the
tactic.
case.
What's going on with Paul Williams and Ralph? They were supposed to be having a debate, and it all kicked off on Faz's. And
you were there, weren't you? Ralph went back saying that he wasn't going to debate him, and then he said that, I won't be able to get away from him in the park, so it'll probably happen.
Yeah, I think the park has been really, really kind of like crazy at the moment because all
Paul's
the weather
really angry
and
with
all
me,
of
and now
that.
he speaks to me at the moment because Paul, because whilst I was doing my comments examining, I looked at a 2-year-old video of a Amarrzz gay protest from this apostate in Canada, and I noted that the video was 2 years old, but the comments, the death threats, were half an hour old from other Muslims. And so I did the same thing that I'd done with the right-wing comments to the Amarrzz gay thing. And Paul Williams flipped. He went absolutely mad, said I'd offended thousands of Muslims. I was just as evil as Mark Collette and Ralph, and an Islamophobe. And then immediately handbagged out the door. And I was like, my point wasn't really endorsing either way the Amarrzz gay thing. I know it's provocative. It was more
the thing is,
but he's very eager to call out the Mark Collette extremism, but not eager to call out the fact that some of the Muslims would kill other Muslims just for being gay, or at least make online death threats about it.
But you should feel fearful. Like I don't understand why people get upset when.
And I invited him to Muslim Pride as well because I hope it goes smoothly.
Oh, I'm going to go to the. I'm going to go to that one. Are you going to go?
He said it was sick and perverted and nothing.
Are you going to go there, Simon? Are you going to that one?
Yeah,
I'll come with you then, man. Let me out with me. I might actually try.
It's going to be a bit of a group outing, I think. They should be interesting. Paul said it was dirty and perverted and nothing to do with Islam, and I said a bit like you then.
For me, I want to actually record it and do interviews and stuff like that more than participate. I'm not going in there to participate.
Wait, what is this? Sorry, what is this? Muslim Pride? Did you say?
Yeah,
it's coming in April or something like that. April. So I want it in London. So
I think it'll be a lot more conservative than us, but I think I wonder what effects it'll have on those who participate and their families and friends, or I don't know. It should be interesting anyway.
And sorry, who's organising this?
I have no idea. Let's have a look.
Google Muslim Pride.
Let's all tap.
Yeah,
my dinner's getting cold. I might have to jump off and back on again. Actually, I wouldn't usually even go to fucking English Pride, but I went to this one.
First Muslim Pride. Group Imam has set the date for the UK's first ever Muslim Pride. The event will take place on London on Saturday, April 11th. Yeah, I'll go there.
Nah, you're going to get coronavirus there anyway. Bunga Bunga is saying all large gatherings will probably be banned in April. So,
whoa. Actually, that's it's a
and then the
consideration.
Everyone's going to say, look, God, what they're going to say, God was punishing them. Look, the coronavirus stopped.
Yeah, it'll be like that wrestler that blames the gays for global warming because the Earth's rebelling against us.
Counter 708. Yo, what's this about? Anjem Chowdhury is from jail. What does that mean? I just googled it. He's not in jail, is he?
He's been out for ages. He was in Camden for a while.
Oh, interesting. I don't know about this Muslim Pride thing. That sounds like some.
I've got no idea who's actually organising it. I'd be interested to know.
So, all right, let me see if I can bring it back to Raupesh and this whole Mark Collette thing. So, if I'm correct, Tan is kind of back on the radar of, or should I say Ralph is? Ralph is on the radar of Tan.
No. The thing is, let me say something about Tan. You are not privy to emails, because I'm CC'd into emails with around 10 other people. And let's just say things are pretty weird.
Me too. They are very strange.
I read them, but I don't respond. Because I don't want to go. I don't want to be encouraging stuff.
So I wanted to bring this up.
I can't tell whether he wants to fuck her or whether he wants to fuck.
I was chatting. Yo, sorry.
What? Yeah, you were talking about a large gatherings getting cancelled because of coronavirus. TwitchCon EU, Twitch have been forced to cancel the streaming event in Amsterdam because of coronavirus. They've cancelled that.
I'm not surprised.
I
I'm not
don't.
surprised.
Even Speaker's Corner was a bit off yesterday. You know, when I saw it, I was like, "Oh, it's raining." And stuff. I was the thing is, the problem is, if you got elderly parents and stuff, I don't think it's worth taking the risk to be in large gatherings because you don't know what might happen. Because the people that are actually dying from coronavirus are actually elderly and people
it's like
that
80-year-olds. people who are at
vulnerable.
risk of like flu. I think people who get the flu jabs in the winter or whatever.
Yeah.
Welcome to Truth on the panel. You got yourself, man.
What up, man? You right?
Yeah, not too bad. You might like this one actually. So I was talking to Simon I hate here in the Discord server earlier on, and I think we were talking about someone was talking about Speaker's Corner, and he mentioned the Tan situation, and you all remember there was dodgy looking people kind of around Tan.
Yeah.
And I was kind of definitely very suspicious of that. People with walkie-talkies and stuff. But it seems what I suspected was true, that Tan was actually being protected by.
If he'd been named by that same guy who did the Streatham attack, you now see why it would be logical that there would be plainclothes police at the corner, because they're generally worried about an attack happening there, but they're not going to publicise that.
I heard there was a private security force. Huh?
That too, yeah. He did name. He had two, but there were.
Because you remember the week before he was giving that.
He gave out the information. I looked at
information. He kept saying, "Look at this private security force," and he was like, "Why is he saying that?" Like he gave the name of the company.
Yes, it was a German one.
Yeah, from my understanding, they weren't police; they're actually private security.
Yeah, you could spot him because he was wearing the same 511 make of holster bag that I've actually got, because security people and ex-army and police often buy their kit from this online thing called 511, and I spotted him because he was wearing the same kind of man bag that I had. Just like, yeah, okay. But yeah, the two that he hired were separate from they were aware of an attack at that time on Speaker's Corner, but they don't publicise that.
Yeah, I thought you might have been interested in that one, Truth, because I think of all of the people that I've seen at Speaker's Corner, Tam was definitely the kind of biggest possible, I don't know if you want to say agent, provocateur, or whatever.
Agreed.
I know there was and I think stuff like that really did make me question him. But the kind of the links to this Streatham attacker and the fact that there was some sort of some sort of threat that was out there on
at the time.
Do we think
you're right, actually. Yeah, because he was had a
that's what I'm saying. The one with the little tan man bag that you see turn around in the video, he's one of the private ones. You don't see any of the kind of other ones that were obviously.
Remember as he was walking out, a guy come past him on a bike and he whispered in his ear. And that, I mean, at the time, like it seemed so conspiratorial. I remember standing there going, "Whoa, this is mad!" But his bus suddenly turned up. You had to see it in real life to see how mad it looked. Like it looked real. Like, when people saying, like, normally I say these conspiracies are bullshit, but when I saw it, I was like, "Whoa, this is weird, man! Like, how is this all happening?"
Big up to Reactionary, who put together some footage around that time. He snipped some of Manny's footage together. I mean, he was definitely on a sort of conspiratorial tip, but I would say there was something to it. I mean, just based off of the weirdness that I was sort of watching, and the bus and all of that, people with walkie-talkies, and I don't think there's anything comparable. I don't think anyone else has turned up at the corner and had as much of a kind of effect.
And if you notice, there's a lot of stuff about conspiracies and conspiracies being bollocks in that last speech, and a lot of it he laid it out to look as much like a conspiracy as it could.
But all right, so this is still there is still big questions about Tanova, sort of hang over him. I mean, was he? Is it true that he was deported? Was that accurate?
He overstayed his visa by 1 day, and the police came and knocked on the door the day after, which is pretty unusual for a visa of overstay, but it's probably not unusual being as it was tan and he'd photobombed this or Levant before. And there was a whole very strange incident where Peter McLaughlin, the guy who wrote Muhammad's Quran, Tam was in an email exchange with him, and he made some joke about going down to Trafalgar Square a samurai sword for publicity and filming something, and he sent it in a Gmail. And apparently, the door was kicked open by So 15 minutes later after he sent this Gmail. So he'd obviously been on the. That was in the place that he moved to just shortly before he left. So it's not surprising after something like that's happened that when he's overstayed his visa by one day, they're knocking on the door. Do you know what I mean? He'd obviously highlighted himself.
So was he overstaying? Was he overstaying at the point? Was that after his exit from the park? Was that after that whole situation?
Yeah, there was what happened. There was it was a couple of weeks. There was a thing that happened at Hassan's, and there was the what happened?
Hassan said, "Don't say rape."
He kind of photobombed the Tommy thing, didn't he? And then it was shortly after that
didn't he get nicked at Tommy's trial? At the
yeah, he got nicked outside there, and then his visa ran out slightly after that.
Is this Hassan Ratwa?
Hey?
It's Tan.
Okay, you said Hassan Ratwa got nicked?
Ratwa?
Yeah, he's a bit of the part.
Ali Khan.
Rat boy.
Fucking up this whole conversation.
I'm having a serious conversation, bro. Bro, are you gonna actually let me finish?
I have to admit, when I'm watching this back here, this like in real life was like proper, like crazy. Like I was standing there. Like,
Hassan, not Ratwa, Randwa. He used to be on Money Tunes. Did he
get?
Randwa.
Hassan's Yilmaz. Yilmaz, my Turkish bro.
Raj, I gotta ask you a question.
Did he get nicked?
Was Tan an agent?
I look here. He wasn't an agent.
You know the truth.
No, I don't know the truth. Like, let me explain something. No, I don't. I know you don't think I know more than I do. But when he first come, he definitely was not associated with no one. Yeah, he was an individual that come down. When he went to Germany or something, when he come back, he was different, in my opinion. I'm not saying he was with anybody, but he seemed to be much more connected, much more aggressive. He suddenly turned into this kind of Yakuza-looking lunatic, whereas before he was like this like normal-looking kind of.
Where was he getting the money to hire private security?
I don't know. I'm not saying
from his job as an IT person, which he'd saved up before he.
Have a look at this bus here. This bus thing was for me even weird. I was like, whoa, like that is just strange. Like the
his entire story is actually on the internet if you choose to look.
Yeah. I was literally standing right there, man.
I listened to his interview with Online White, but I can't believe anything Tan says. Is that what you mean?
Well, you need to.
He's actually got on his LinkedIn account all the reasons for why he left Malaysia in the first place and his relationship kind of stuff.
Yeah, but Simon, I see Tan as two different kind of people. Like when he first comes to Speaker's Corner, he was a different Tan from what I remember. Then he went away for like 3 or 4 months. And when that Tan that come back was different. He seemed much more connected, much more, he looked different, he acted different a bit. And so I don't know what happened in Germany, who he met, who he was.
It was France.
Or France, or whatever.
Oh, that's where he met up with Tommy Robinson, didn't he, in France, I think?
Yeah.
And Lucy.
And Lucy, yeah.
And Lucy, yes.
And no video ever came out about his thing with Tommy Robinson. So what's going on there, man?
A small video came out, like one of those small ones.
Yeah, have a look at this. Oh, there's me with my turban on. The only Sikh in the village. Obviously, you can see me. Oh, and this is where Callum gets kind of. This is why I really dislike Mohib, the toilet brush, because if you watch here, he's at the front, kind of mocking Callum, because they all turn on Callum afterwards. This part starts turning into a disgrace after. They turn very.
Let's keep on subject. We're talking about Tan.
Oh, who are you to tell us to keep on subject?
So wait, so
sidetracking. That's why.
Yeah, well, I'll listen to Dan, not you. You're not my goddamn father, man.
Truth.
I should hope not.
Truth. What's your
as well?
Truth. What's your take on Tan? Because I reckon you've probably got the most. You've probably got the most conspiratorial mind.
Man, definitely an agent. He knew exactly what he could say and not get in trouble. He knew he would never get any sort of physical reaction. It was a social experiment.
But do you think it was his own or somebody else's?
Say again, mate.
Do you think it was his own social experiment or somebody else's?
No, someone else. I mean, when you look at all his placards and stuff, they look like professionally done, not something that he would do in his like bedroom or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
You just get printed up on the internet. Bum, 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 ordered.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But basically, what I want to know from Raj is if he's willing to admit, just like he did about 9/11, that wasn't. Shut up, you dickhead! I'm still talking. Yeah, have some respect.
No, I'm not asking a question. Shut up, man. Don't ask me.
Dan asked me a question.
Well, you was asking. I want Raj to answer. Rah. I know I'm famous to you. I'm not famous.
No, you're not famous to me. I've not even made one video about you. What are you talking about?
It's going left. Orient Express said he may be funded by the far right TOITN. So I mean, we know that there's funding. There's funding available.
No.
You don't think he was funded, Simon, at all?
No.
So what was the whole Tango thing about then? What was that Tango.church stuff? Was there no money going into that?
No, he's nearly out of money. He had savings from his IT job when he left Malaysia, in an English bank account, which he's very nearly out of. He wasn't. As far as I know,
donate £10.
It's an argument about it, but he's not, feds, ops, or whatever.
No, I have to say, towards the end, things got very kind of like slick.
Sorry, if I can just say thanks. Big up to Rick's Mace TV. He just donated £10. Big up yourself, man. He said big up to TOITN. Big up yourself, Rick's Mace. Subscribe to his channel. Rick's Mace also has streams. Big up yourself, man. Yeah, so sorry, carry on, Raj. You were saying about Tan. So
I think towards the end, I think people might have been using him to. And the thing is, the problem with Tan, he lost his mind and he started thinking with his dick rather than his brain, and that's when he turned into a goddamn lunatic. Because obviously, I didn't speak to him for the last month when he left. Obviously, me and him had a falling out. I only spoke to him recently he jumped on a panel with Simon. Yeah, you bring him on. I haven't spoken to him for like a year and a half until then.
Oh, then he got on that panel actually. Yeah, to be fair, if I'd have prepared myself.
What's his connection to Ralph? What's his connection to Ralph?
Yeah, so apparently there's beef between Tan and Ralph. If I'm right in saying that, Simon, is that the case?
This is getting spooky.
Not really.
It's getting spooky.
Not really. It's just because there's all this stuff going on with. Lucy's got malicious communications things going against Tan at the moment because of emails that have been sent.
God.
Is Lucy going to get Tan done for stalking and stuff?
Well, as much as you can do from Malaysia, I think she's already she has already gone to Cambridge Police and
do you think I'm doing the right decision, Tom? Do you think I'm not answering? I'm not answering no emails. You know when you see emails.
I just said I've spoken to both of you and I can't do any more. So
no, because I think if I start answering, we're feeding into his mad. Because some of the stuff he's sending is just like mad.
Well, if you start answering, you might find yourself in a video. I imagine.
Yeah, I'm not answering a single one. I'm not answering a single one.
I mean, Simon.
Yes.
So be clear, because I know he had a crush on Lucy, but was he stalking her? I'm not saying he was, but is there an allegation based on this?
He's just been contacting her an awful lot more than she wants, and I don't know the story about it or the intention. What's going on?
I don't know. You have to incriminate yourself or anything. Just like, so she wants to contact the stop, so she's gone to the police to the bobbies and saying, "Fam, this guy contacted me, harassing me." Yeah. It's going to be more like a harassment case rather than stalking, isn't it? Then.
Yeah.
No, I mean, there's
and those are around Ralph. But basically, as soon as I had a falling out with Ralph, obviously, what do? They kind of they've got like a kind of a B team propaganda team of like Shill and Ricky Millwall, etc., recording stuff on their iPhones.
Ricky Millwall got taken down though.
Did he?
What happened to Ricky Millwall?
I've got no idea. Is he taken down? Is he?
Yeah. Well,
yeah. Ricky Millwall's gone. R.I.P. Ricky Millwall's channel.
I didn't know that. Okay. But basically,
do you know Ricky Millwall in real life?
No, I've got no idea who he is. Basically, they went as soon as I fell out with Ralph. They started looking around for, how do we make Simon look more shit? Oh, he knew Tan. Oh, Tan's been sending emails, so therefore you must be. So it ended up in this kind of bunch of the beef. Basically stemmed around them going on about Lucy now being involved with Mark Collette's crew. 14ing in the chats along with the rest of the groypers. So she's kind of stated her allegiance publicly now.
What? She's with what? Who is she with now?
Well, she 14s in chats along with
what? Lucy Brown is now with Mark Collett.
She's our girl, as he said in the chat the other
Whoa,
night.
that's crazy.
So then they start.
What, Lucy Brown is with Mark
Yeah,
Collett?
but hold on. Lucy Brown. I never even. Hold on 1 minute. Let me say that. I never even thought she was even on the right. Because when I used to speak to her, she was a.
Well,
she
who
like
knows? I mean, Tan's. One of the things they're conflating is that when Tan's been doing these controversial videos saying, "I will dox you," and they've been taking it as actual doxing. But then what he's actually saying is that I don't know. Maybe she's a reporter. Maybe she's MI5. I don't know what he's saying, but he's the fourth or fifth person to suggest.
I don't trust that Lucy Brown. I think she's a snake.
So I mean, I don't know what's going on. It's such a fucking puzzle.
Oh, this is where in the video when he proposes with the little hula hoop ring.
I was sitting on the floor in front of him. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say that looking back, these are some real crazy times when at Speaker's Corner. Like at the time, you don't see it as
I'm not watching
crazy.
the.
No, I'm saying if you look at the video at the time, because I remember standing there, like when you're looking back, you're like, "Wow, this is like some weird times, man." It's quite normal at that time, though. Speaker's Corner is a bit odd.
So yeah, there's been a bit of calling out on both sides where Ricky Millwall and England, etc., went, "Oh, Tan's our girl." Sorry, Tan's our girl. Well, maybe. No, Lucy's our girl, and then he did a kind of video response, and I kind of made a little mini video, tweeted it back at him, kind of a fuck you. So it's a conflated. Yeah, they try to sort of use Tan as bad optics against me, although they're sort of advocating for putting Jupiter in a camp for having mixed race kids and killing Jews and gays, but getting really affected by it. Not.
Oh, you know they're a joke because Ralph is now the savior of the Muslim Ummah at Speaker's Corner. Like, come on.
Sophia Lewis called him.
I will protect you. I will protect. He's always going, "I'm going to protect your right to pray, but I'm going to deport your ass and put you in concentration camps when I'm in power." So yeah, you can't take him seriously.
They always use the word power.
Shill Destroyer in the chat said that Collette was lined up to take Tommy's fallout, hence Goddard's live to push him. It's an interesting.
Lined up. Well, that is an interesting.
Well, this is the thing? Is there more networking? Is there more of a kind of understanding between the FNATs and the CivNats than being kind of let off? I suppose that's a question that some people are asking. And I suppose there's also people who don't see any distinction between the two.
There is a distinction. There is a distinction.
What's the distinction then between Mark Cornetto Ice Cream and James Goddard? What's the difference?
James Goddard has gone fully over to his side, so there ain't no distinction.
Yeah, but maybe he was there. Well, he was always there.
Yeah, maybe he was. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was doing right wing tequila. I don't know.
That's why people can't see the distinction, because Jupiter was CivNat, then she was the
FNAT. Yeah.
But people jump in the fence. People going back and forth. So people.
Well, that's the aim. People, their entire mission is to drag the Overton window right, and Amarrz's mission is to burn down the fence. So you're either full on FNAT or against us.
Big up Ras, man. Big up yourself.
TOITN.
It's a lot more race and Jew based, it seems to me. Race, Jew, and sexuality based. The whole kind of FNAT seems the only talking points I hear are just.
Yeah, I'm out of it, man. I just can't be bothered. Weeks and weeks of that bullshit did my head in, man. It's just a waste of time going around in circles. Just stick to what you believe in and don't align with no group. And it's easier, man.
Yeah.
A lot of headache for the last couple of weeks, because every time you try and talk about something, it always went back to, "Are you an ethno-nationalist?" And I'm like, obviously I'm not an ethno-nationalist because I'm Asian. But that doesn't mean that I don't kind of sympathize with some of the things they're saying.
Exactly.
But it doesn't mean I agree with them as a whole. I think they're wrong.
Have any of you listened to what Mark Collette, his streams?
Yes, I've read his book even, and his book is worrying.
Yeah, you need to go over that book, dude, on our next live stream.
I've listened to some of his streams, but I haven't read the book, but I'll take a look at.
Is that the fall of what's it called? The Fall of Western Man or something?
Downfall of Us Man. Yeah.
I listened to that Lauren
Fall,
Taylor
yeah.
as well. Lauren Taylor, she seems quite reasonable. Yeah, like the way
she's very cleanly presented. Yeah, and
yeah,
she presents her information beautifully.
she seems like quite a sweet young lady, and then she comes out the most maddest stuff.
But she's writing to us with Mosley, etc.
Yeah, you're like, whoa, like come on, man. That's the thing, though. I think they're doing a very
and I bet there's no black people in the village she lives in Yorkshire.
They're doing a very sleek tactic. What they're doing is they're kind of dressing themselves up to be kind of like, middle class, civilized people. But in reality, when you listen to them,
that's why I asked if people watch his streams, because some of the stuff that I've seen him in, he's very well presented, very well spoken, and he just doesn't say. Do you know what I mean? He's like a
scripted. Yeah, he's like a scripted children's presenter.
Yeah, that's what makes him so scary. Because you could actually sympathize. Because I watched the stream when he was talking about, why don't you go to your local barber, the barber that's been there instead of going to the new barber? Do you know what I mean? I'm thinking some of the things he's saying, it does make economic sense. Like, there's a barber that's been there for 20 years, as a barber that's just moved in. You would go to the one, just because the newer one's a bit cheaper. You get what I mean?
That doesn't mean just because he's making sense on X, Y, Z. It doesn't mean that there's a lot of things he says that I hear and go, all right, in a vacuum they sound quite good. All right, we're enough. But when you start looking at his whole persona, his ideology, then when you add everything together,
you have to sound not
individual. Yeah,
mate,
you have to sound.
I saw his documentary, The Young VMP.
Yeah, I watched it as well.
Did you?
Have you seen his ex-girlfriend?
Yeah, with the swastika tattoos. Yeah,
all over her body, man, legs, thingy.
Yeah.
And so I was arguing with them. I said, okay, like they said, oh, he's not Nazi. And I said, okay, but look at his girlfriend. Like if he wasn't a Nazi, you wouldn't have a girlfriend tattooed with Nazi swastikas. You'd be like, all right, that's even if I find you attractive, I don't want to. That girl ruined it.
You wouldn't even be around somebody that's like that.
You know that girl, yeah? I don't know who told her to do that, but she was a very beautiful woman, but she ruined herself, man. Oh my God!
The book takes this weird kind of. It sounds a bit like the chapter on kind of utopia. Utopia. It reads a bit like some weird socialist, communist kind of commune where everything's perfect, and he uses lots of analogies about beehives and kind of nature analogies. And I've noticed that's something some of the other ethnats do, like bird specialists. Birds of a feather flock together and try and put it into like a real simplistic kind of nature kind of metaphor stroke fable. And these really disturbing stuff, lots of stuff about beehives and hierarchies, homogenous. Do you know what I mean? There's this like dubious kind of thing about there is no equality in the beehive. You can virtually read it in Hitler's voice.
Yeah, but they sound very scientific arguments that I'm hearing, and put across in quite a, I don't know, like a non-threatening way. But
but the underlying structure is of like a kind of a natural hierarchy, but it's like a communist thing, but there is a hierarchy. Do you know what I mean? It's just you have a say. It's so National Socialist in its kind of in its little fables in the first two chapters.
About the thing about the Nick Griffin stuff that he had a plot to oust Nick Griffin.
The guy that came running looking for me on Discord yesterday disputed that, and I posted a few newspaper articles to it because he's never even heard about it. And I was like, well, and he's like, well, fake news, whatever. And it's like, well, it was in several newspapers that there was a plot on Nick Griffin that he was involved with. So here's some links. Go and look at that. But I don't know much other than what I've read in the paper at the time. And
because if you look at Ralph, he cut his hair, he's wearing the bomber jacket, all he needs is the boots.
Yeah, I know he's changed now. He's changed to an elderly Asian gentleman now. He's gone from the green bother shaved head look to the elderly Asian immigrant kind of persona. Yeah, Ralph. Probably hoping that someone will fucking deck him and he can play the OAP card. Look, I was attacked. Do you know what I mean?
These guys are so dangerous, man. They're so dangerous.
He wants to be a bit of a martyr, I think, Ralph.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, he can get on the boat before I do, yeah?
Yep. I'm with you.
Get on the boat before me, yeah? When I see you get on the boat, You and your missus get on the boat. Then
Yeah,
he's
leading it like the grand parade on the Noah's Ark. Ralph and the missus at the front.
He's an unlikely leader, though. I mean, I don't know. I've seen. I guess the thing.
They should make a movie out of it. Don't you think that would be a great movie?
No.
Like, one of these movies, like one of those kind of like mockumentaries, like. I
thought about pitching Amy to Netflix before.
Imagine that. Imagine them pitching it though. A Indian comes to the UK and he marries a white woman, has mixed race kids, and then starts a party to deport Indians, Muslims, and everybody else. Like, could you imagine that? Like, yeah, it'd be quite a good, like, weird kind of like comedy series.
It would, yeah.
Yeah,
the whole lunatic activist in the street with an iPhone fucking smashed in somebody else's face would be a fantastic, IRL stream. It'd be a great.
And then at the end, he arrests all the Nazis with his badge and says, "I'm from the police."
That'd
be a good twist, eh?
Wouldn't it?
Well, this is the thing with Ralph, right?
I am the law.
This is the thing with Ralph. He does. He definitely fits the kind of he fits the archetype of the MI5 kind of undercover special branch, possibly. And I've heard those accusations leveled.
Loads of people have said it, but I mean, be careful what you're saying because he'll be.
Yeah, but I can
feel his ego going up. But
Simon, the one time that I don't believe all these rumors because I'm called undercover, and I know I'm not.
Yeah.
Obviously, I am. I'm going to check him, but there's other people that I know are not undercover. We're called undercover. We're getting paid and all that, and it's like, okay, look at the state of my clothes and stuff, and look at me. Do I look like I'm getting paid to be there? And so when it comes to him as well, like, but I did say the one time I had to kind of like really think to myself, okay, what's going on here? Is when he made that threat to Rashma Akhtar. Big up to Rashma Akhtar, but the gun gesture. And remember this, our context.
Was that to her?
Yeah, so Rashma Akhtar. So like, if you look at the timing, remember it was a New Zealand attack, yeah, and it was like a week and a half. So I, for the first time, thought that he actually crossed the line of incitement to violence because he was doing gun gestures to a female with a hijab, saying,
and he knows the extremity of it. I've read comments that say, "Oh, to them, we are combat agents."
Yeah, so he said target practice, and it just happened a week and a half ago that it was the New Zealand attack where 50 people were killed. So when I spoke to the police, I thought it was a clear-cut incitement to violence, but they were like, "No, like he hasn't done nothing wrong." I was like, "Whoa!" Like then I started thinking to myself, maybe he's got more. Maybe he's got more. Here it is on the screen. Maybe he's got more kind of like power than I thought. That's when I started being a bit suspect of him. I was like, okay, maybe there's something more to him. The poor Rashma.
Big up Rashma. She's in the chat as well.
He's clamouring for clout. He's no Fed. He's been knocking around organisations like For Britain and somewhere else. But he's only really been involved in the Colette camp for.
He underestimated that. He did. Yeah, but Simon, he underestimated Rashma. Rashma is a proper road girl. She would have just like busted him up. Punches. He would have been on the floor. One punch in the face, he would have been knocked out, man. Yeah. He underestimated Rashma. He thought she was a weak little, Muslim lady. We all know that Rashma is the road girl when she wants to be.
He came online the other day and said, "And Philly, Simon, we know where you live." Yeah.
There was the other stuff. There was his threatening, his mention of like national action and that.
Against me, yeah. And he was. I remember when he was going for me, and the thing about him is that when you're kind of like having a civil conversation, he can seem quite reasonable, but when he turns, he has no limits. And this is why I truly believe he might be a real life psychopath because he can be very charming, and a lot of psychopaths are very charming, can be quite funny. But they have a real sociopath, but you can be a psychopath as well on the next level, and you can just switch it very quick. I remember when I fell out with him, he just turned like freaking 360, and anything was go. Like he didn't care about.
He threatened to rape your mother.
Yeah, he didn't care about anything. Like anything was go with that guy. Yeah. Yeah,
Madness. Jan of Han China's in the chat. Jan, stop spreading coronavirus, man.
Yeah, coronavirus, boy.
That's racist.
Nah, man.
not, man.
Jan hasn't been on any panels. He's just out there spreading. He's rubbing up against people on the metro.
Every time I see a
sorts,
Chinese person, I'm like angry face at them.
Screw face.
Leave me alone.
Weed asked, what was the reason that you fell out with Ralph? What was it the Rashma actor situation? Was that the whole?
It was a combination of first of all, it started with Zoubida. You know, like, I know a lot of people don't like Zoubida, but I don't care what anyone says. I get on with her. You know, whatever, I get on with her. If I like you, I like you. I can't help it, man. So it was on a panel on Banksy's, and Zoubida said something about his wife. Yeah, and that's wrong. Yeah, I agree, it's wrong. She shouldn't have mentioned his wife. But then he said something about her dead dad is gonna rape her or something, yeah, or something like who raped her.
What?
Yeah, that's what it started on. But he said something like, "Oh, your dead dad raped you. Your dead dad raped you," to Zoubida, and that's when I jumped in the middle. I said, "Listen here, Ralph, man, like you're going too far. Like, what are you talking about, man?" And that's when he switched on him. He said, "Oh, so you're with Zoubida?" I said, "Look, I'm not with nobody."
These people profess to be Christians. These far right people.
Yeah. So
hide behind Christianity and then act like that.
Yeah, and then he was like that, and then he said, "Oh well, okay. Oh, you're with Zoubida now." He said, "What if I go and do something to Rashma tomorrow at Speaker's Corner?" That's what he said to me. He said, "What if I go there and I start doing X, Y, Z to Rashma?" Because he knew that I was a little bit protective of Rashma. I don't want to go into the reasons why. And then what happened is that I was like, "All right, whatever. Well, let's leave it." Yeah, I didn't think nothing of it. Then the next morning, I woke up to this video, yeah, of him doing the gun gestures to Rashma. And that's when we really fell out, because I know he was doing that. The reason he was doing it to Rashma was to get at me. And I thought that was just disgusting in order to kind of drag Rashma into the situation when it was about Zoubida and him. And that's when the shit, and we've never, I haven't really
used anything or anyone to his own advantage.
Yeah. So the reason he did this was directly because of the conversation we had the day before in relation to the Zoubida thing. So in order to get to me, he did that bullshit. And so you can see here he's doing the gun gestures now. Rashma, and he's mentioning my name as well before. Yeah, he's a nasty piece of work, man. Yeah.
We're giving him too much airtime. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Mark Collette is the kind of he's the boss of that particular sort of movement.
Well, they were trying to deny it. That's what Mad Faz came looking for me last night, because I said they're a loosely associated media collective. He was like, "You're trying to." So we think you wrote that email because. You're saying it's like a media circle and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, you are a collective, and that they've agreed to not cross stream, and they wait for each other to, like, Amarrzz won't stream at the same time as Colette won't stream at the same time as No White Guilt won't stream at the same. Do you know what I mean? And even like the lesser kind of Ralph Porky Streets channels make sure they cycle their audience between the three live streams are like that. They don't cross over. And but yeah, he was coming at me saying, "You made this accusation that he's at the centre of it," and I'm saying, well, I was trying to explain to him that no, I'm not saying he like authorises every group. Do you know what I mean? Because they knew the optics looked shite. They let Unwashed go off the rails, get power hungry, and fuck up Alistair Williams' chat as well as the trigonometry chat. Realised it looked shit. Dion What's the Face was Secret Sources was tweeting 40 minutes later, "This was unsanctioned," and stepping away from it publicly, kind of thing. So he was very keen to tackle me, this Mad Face, on me and my accusations of Mark Collette being at the centre of it all. And it's like, yeah, but he is. Although as much as, I mean, he seems to have maintained his contact with David Duke, that KKK guy, and he does his regular streams with No White. I wonder how much of his base. Yeah, I wonder how much of his base is in the States. How much of his cash? Where does his cash come from? Yeah.
I've heard he was getting like 1488 donations, like 1488.
That's it. Yeah. That's a lot of money. That.
Hey, what's the significance of 1488 then? I've forgotten. What is the significance of that?
14.
Oh, Hitler.
Yeah.
Hitler.
The 88 is Heil Hitler, and the 14 is 14.
Yeah, but the thing is, for me, I don't take Mark Collette seriously. I don't take Ralph seriously. I don't take them seriously. in the sense that Mark Collett's got too much baggage for him to ever kind of like push forwards anything.
Yeah, but they know that, and they're not step away.
But they're not.
Background.
But it's not them that I'm worried about. It's about the young guys that they're gonna groom into the people that in 20, 30 years time. And I think they know that.
And they could get knocks on the door on criminal records just from the shit they're writing online. That's the point.
Yeah, but I don't think they're overlooking. They want to recruit the youngsters and they want to radicalize them into being the next kind of people to do what they think, and they're going to make sure those guys are slick as anything, like they don't have any baggage. Because right now,
they don't want with swastika tattoos on their heads. They want them with university degrees and going out.
I know kind of like documentaries about like was it Mark Collette? Like people can keep on bringing up because no matter what he does now, that documentary will always be brought up. Yeah,
it's a good point about the next generation. I think that's Mark Collette is probably going to be steering that rather than directly being involved himself. But yeah, it's interesting. We got two Bhadmarsh on the panel. Big up, man.
Oh, Bhadmarsh is here. Oh no.
Oi, how you doing?
Oh no.
And to think, at one point there would have never be. You wouldn't see this. Raj and Bhadmarsh on the panel.
Well, doesn't mean we're not going to argue.
Big up to
I'm not going to go low as long as
I've always gone with both. If you start arguing, I'm running.
No. Let me say something. There's nothing wrong with arguing. Arguing is good. Yeah, it's whether you argue and then start kind of like going low. Like, do you understand? Like, as long as I keep it above board and he keeps it above board, we're cool, man. It's good to argue, isn't it?
It's healthy.
Yeah, it is healthy. Like, there's nothing wrong with it, man. Hey, Baji, what are you doing, Bhadmarsh? You on that, man? Ball. What are you doing? I don't know what he's doing, man.
Say something, you degenerate. Come on.
Who's talking about?
Tolochin. He's on the panel, but I think his mic is
What's Tolochin? Big up Tolochin. What's he saying?
You need to jump off. No one can hear you.
He's saying nothing. That's the problem.
We can't. Yeah, we can't hear him.
Yeah. So what's the consensus on Raupesh? Because I went on my break because I'm at work.
The consensus on Raupesh. Raupesh is I guess a prominent follower of Mark Collette at this point. I don't think he's his own guy. I personally think
he's Agent Orange.
Agent Orange. He's definitely poisonous.
Whoever watched The Punisher knows who I'm talking about. If you watch The Punisher, season 1 on Netflix, then you know he's Agent Orange.
Agent Orange, yeah. Let me check this out.
You never watched Punisher season 1?
No.
Yeah,
you lot are fucking up, man. Yeah, I think he's an agent. I think there's a lot of funny people. I don't think Raj is an agent. I think Raj is like a bit of an antagonist.
Oh, thank you.
I think you're a bit of an antagonist.
I'll take that as a compliment.
You enjoyed that.
You like to wind people up and get under people's.
No, what it is, you have to understand. I don't even try. It's just the way I am. You understand? People think I'm trying to wind people up. I just annoy people, just generally.
You can't help this shit.
You know what Raj is like? Raj reminds me of one of them old VCR cassettes that you try to fix. He just keeps going back.
Yeah. I'm on repeat.
Yeah.
No, you have to understand it. I'm always fighting with everybody in my family. You don't understand what I'm like. I'm always at odds with somebody. Like, it's just the way I am. Like I'm just always at odds. I can tell. You have to understand, I irritate people without even trying. Like, I'm always getting, on my phone, my family contacts me a lot, but it's always moaning at me. Like, non-stop. If you read the text, every single text, 95% of the text is just telling me off. So,
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes,
all right, yeah.
You're a bit too loud now.
Raj, namaste to Raj.
It's Sastrikaji, man.
I can hear you. Shut up.
Big up the CQ unity, man. Yes, and we got Khan back. Big up to Khan, man. I was wondering where you
were. There as well, man.
I wanted to speak to Khan actually.
Hey, go on then. He's here.
Go on then.
Khan, I've heard you say that. When people have spoken about Raj speaking to those kids at the Sikh camp. And like the accusation was that he's radicalizing youths. Do you remember you speaking about that?
Yeah, it was me that started that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that.
TYL took it over.
Basically, the point I was going to make is that
It goes on. It goes on.
No.
A lot.
Hold on. All that they're doing is telling the youth of their shaheeds, of martyrdoms. I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that they're radicalizing. And don't think that I'm caping for Raj. Yeah, I'm the last person to cape for Raj.
I agree with you. Yeah. At the time, I wasn't really aware of I know Raj recently was saying it's similar to when Jews go on about they were oppressed by the Romans and whatever. And it's something that's present in most cultures.
No, but I explained to you something that what people don't understand is you only see the shaheeds here. But I was trying to explain to you the other day that there's also a lot of saints or sons here that are like Sufis. So we have a balance as we're growing up. We have sons like by Mardana and like Kabir and stuff. And so when we're hearing that, and then we're hearing the other side as well, it's not like it's one dimensional. You need to understand that. It's not like it's one.
They're Sufis. You know that they were Sunnis as well. You know that Baba Farid was a Sunni.
Yeah, I know that, man. I know that.
Yeah. So people conveniently use that word Sufi to try to take them out of the fold of Sunni.
Yeah. But
if he was saying in the video that he put up of him talking to the kids that the Mughals, they did this and this tribe of people done this, or the Aryans done this, that's understandable, that's acceptable. But for him to say the Islamic conquest of India,
I did do it like that. Let me speak for a second. So I had different age groups. Depending on the age group, it would change drastically in terms of how I told the story. So if you start from the first lowest age group, there's no real mention of religion or them being Muslim or whatever. The higher they went up to maybe 14 plus, then I would explain that there's no real mention of religion, and it was the Mughals, and I would make it very clear that Aurangzeb was a bad ruler. It doesn't mean all the rulers of India were bad. You need to listen to that. I can't put the videos up, obviously.
But the thing is, Raj, the thing is, Raj, because of your past mission, that you've done at the park, everything you say is going to be askewed now.
I agree with you.
Very quickly, people see you through the lens of whether it's right or wrong. Yeah, people see you through the lens of an Islamophobe now.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, you've made this bed of thorns. You know that.
Yeah, no, I know. I had a conversation with somebody tried to contact my Gurdwara, and so I had to contact some people that I know, and they were pretty straight with me. As I said, look, man.
Righteous Rasta.
Yeah. So who? So not that. Not to do with that. It's another guy. Ghost Speaker's Corner. So he rang my local Gurdwara. And so I had to just phone someone to just double check exactly what he said and whether he said anything. And they said the same thing. Look, man, we don't agree with what he's doing, but in a way, you've set yourself up. And I agree. That is I knew when I was going into this that I'm going to be getting some backlash. But obviously, I was a bit naive in the sense that I didn't realize how I would evolve.
Yeah.
While you're here, So I have a problem now because I didn't really understand how this internet thing works. That a video from two years ago is still being used against, and I can have something I say now, and in 4 years' time, I might be a different person, but it was still be on the net.
That F the Sikhs moment, that's still getting used, which is what it is. But listen, Rod, are you going to stop this back and forth with respect? Because it's getting tiresome now.
It depends. For me, it's going to depend on whether people start running up to me and making accusations that I'm a paedophile and rape apologist. If no one comes up to me, I'll stop.
As well.
What I'm saying, if no one comes out, I'm just waiting to see if anyone.
It's pedo-geddon.
Let me just say something. If no one contacts me, I won't speak about the man in terms of that. He needs to realize that. But if someone comes up to me, I'm going nuclear. I'm warning people. Nuclear. So I will start. I don't really have an issue. I don't want to really talk about this shit anyway. But,
these are our children.
If I have to, I will, because But no one's come up to me yet. So what can I say that I know of? What did you think of the Sikhi show then?
Yeah, man, that guy, is it Art OC?
Yeah,
he's good, man. The way he came across, he was selling Sikhi in a good way and portraying Sikhi in a really good way.
Are you going to jump on, or are you boycotting that show?
Jump on.
At the moment, I'm boycotting it. Because it goes against my. I can't do it, man. I can't join panel of out and out Islamophobes. It goes against my.
Who's the Islamophobes on the thingy then?
Who isn't? Tell me who isn't.
Who? Is Artosi an Islamophobe?
No. He's not expressed that.
No, he has no political leaning. So, what about Shoki Stevens that was on there?
I'm not going to do this name thing, man. We all know.
No, because you're saying you're making quite a big allegation like we're all Islamophobe, but there was 4 people on the panel.
Yeah, you and Raindrop 100%.
All right, fair enough.
I say, you have mellowed. I will say you've mellowed from when I first met you. Definitely, I will caveat. There is a caveat.
All right, so the offer is open though. If you want to jump on. If you don't, that's up to you, man. But like I said, like even speaking to people you disagree with, about a bigger topic, about Sikh issues and stuff. Why are you allowing your personal issues with us to cloud a bigger topic? Because if you listen to the show, did we talk about Islam?
No, but no.
Did we talk about Islam?
Another gripe that I have is you cape for people that want to change out the history of Sikhi. This is another gripe I have.
No, we're gonna have to don't talk about it. Yeah,
Can I make it about me for a second?
No. Let me say that. 1 minute. First of all, that will be spoken about privately. That guy, and
that'll be good. We should do that privately then. Do that.
Yeah, but I asked you to freaking meet up.
Who do I invoice for that meetup?
I'll text you like freaking other. Oh, actually, maybe the texts aren't working.
Who do I invoice for my special appearance? Who do I invoice?
Give it to the what is it? The Glad Jamun shop on Soho Road.
Glad Jamun.
They'll give you a Glad Jamun and
funny guy.
But if you're in Glad Jamun.
Funny guy.
Yeah. All right.
What are you saying, Raj?
Go. Talk about.
I wasn't sure if you were insulting him in Punjabi, and I just
Glad Jamun is a sweet. Glad Jamun is a heart attack, a sweet.
Okay,
it's a heart attack in a sweet.
So, T, do you think I'm an Islamophobe?
I know the answer. No, but listen, me and you've had a lot of deeper talks, haven't we? So
that's why I'm asking.
I'll be, I'm honest. Without those talks, I may have had that impression. Yeah. But me and you have spoken on Discord several times, so I've got I've heard a different me. Yeah, a more honest you.
Yeah.
Oh,
nice.
I'm just checking. You got a pass, Simon.
I'm just checking.
Simon also had I think there was an epic show. I'm not sure if it's still up actually. It was like early morning with Khan. It's like I don't know. They watched the sunrise together and they kind of came to some mystical middle ground. I think that was possibly maybe a part. But I don't know. I think the Islamophobe thing. It's I think the word gets thrown around quite a lot, and the meaning maybe gets lost as the real Islamophobic narratives get kind of more serious.
But Dank, do you think? For me, I think somebody who's gay should be fearful of any group or ideology that wants to oppress or kill them. But that's not a
be that Islamic or be that far right.
Yeah, it could be anything. It could be. I mean, the UK 50 years ago.
Yeah, but I believe Raj, the burden of proof is so high. You know what I mean? To catch someone being Muslim and gay.
Let the pigeon land for a minute, man.
Questionable if they're actually even trying to catch him.
Let the pigeon land, man. You can talk in a second. So basically, when you're looking at in the UK 50 years ago, I would believe someone like Simon should be fearful of the UK state because that a death penalty for mine or some kind of what is it called? So it was illegal. I mean, 50 years ago, I think Simon should have been fearful of the UK state, or 60, 70 years ago. I don't think it's anything to do necessarily with a particular religion, but if any ideology is calling for the death or persecution of them, they should be fearful. Is that
sounds common sense to me? It's
like a chicken. It's like a chicken going to KFC and buying freaking chicken wings.
Well, I don't know. You just told me about Muslim pride, though, Raj. So what is it?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm going there to actually see how kind of progressive the UK community is actually. Because even in the Sikh community, I'm telling you, man, you start going around saying you're a gay Sikh, there's gonna be people that are not gonna be happy, man. Because like I said, I'm not pro homosexuality, but I am pro treating people, treating people good, regardless of how they are, who they are. And I know people are a hypocrite for that, but
my issue's always been that, although it says it doctrinally in Sharia, but it's not happening in the West. You know, it's not happening on the ground.
Yeah.
This is why I was always reluctant to jump on that bandwagon. You know.
Yeah, but when you go Speaker's Corner, I've seen it with my own eyes when it comes to Sophia and to other people that openly say they're gay. There's a lot of hatred towards them just for being who they are. Now, if they were bad people, okay, judge them on their character, not on the fact that they happen to be gay. Because I'm not pro-gay. A lot of people think I am. I'm not pro-gay because I'm a Sikh. Like, I believe that the men and women are the ideal kind of thing that God has set out. But I'm not going to treat. I see some.
No, but you know why people like you are hypocrites, Raj? Like, I say why? No offense, but if you was living in your own country, you'd be different. But because you're living in the UK, you're different.
Yeah, but
you're living in the UK. You're like, I'm a minority. I'll get along with all minorities. I don't speak against gays, which is fair enough. Which is everyone's position.
But
what you're hiding is the fact that if you was in your own country, you'd be different.
All right. So
whereas with Muslims in their own country, they wouldn't be different.
All right, so
there's no punishment for actually being gay. It's just for carrying out homosexual acts publicly.
All right, let me explain something. The Punjabi culture, whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Sikh, is very homophobic. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, like being gay in the kind of like Punjabi culture is pretty much a no-no. But my argument is this: that like when I meet someone, I'm not going to judge them according to what sexuality they're. I'm just going to treat them as an individual. Like I get on with Simon. I don't care if he's gay, whether he's straight or whatever. I just get on with him. I got on with Sophia Lewis.
I'm only saying that because you don't fancy you. If you fancied you, you'd have a problem with it.
I don't know. Well, the thing is, I'd be flattered a bit, man. I'd be flattered. All right, Simon, you're not getting none of this.
You'd be flattered until the penny dropped and you thought, oh my God.
I'm saying
he actually wants to.
Oh, not getting
put it in. He wants to put it in, you know?
I'll be
deposit, man. Come out.
What it is, I'll be bending over slowly and like teasing Simon, but I'm not into that kind of stuff. Don't worry, man. But I'm saying that when it comes,
I'm not into that stuff, but I am going to the convention.
The reason I want to go to the convention is like, firstly, I want to sort of.
Are you going to the Muslim gay pride thing? Right. What color, Raj? Real talk. What color mankini are you gonna wear?
I'm gonna wear a pink.
Traditional borat green.
I think it'll be. I bet it'll be conservative.
And a orange bra. My kid's gonna be out. My kid will be out. Yes. Another rainbow flag on a kid.
No, wait till Asif gets hold of this one.
So I'm gonna go. I wouldn't be surprised if they won't be gay Sikhs there. I wouldn't actually interview them. I'd be surprised if there are gay Sikhs.
What you mean? There's going to be gay Sikhs in solidarity with gay Muslims?
I reckon so.
What?
So.
How controversial?
Do you think so?
I reckon so. I reckon if I go there, there'll be like gay Hindus, gay Sikhs, and stuff like that. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see what
the world's a funny place, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Why don't you come down?
Will they be in full Ghana? Will they be in full Sikh?
I can't come down to no gay convention. Man's far too good looking. Far too good looking to pull off a move like that. I like my bumhole the shape it is.
One minute. Listen, there is a video.
It's a place to pick up girls, man. Come on.
That's what you say, man. Don't do it.
No.
If it's really bad, don't. You know.
What do you mean?
Like, don't do a BST, innit, please.
No, we're not going to do your BST. Don't worry about it.
Sing on the BST.
I'll sing on the BST. What? Just going to go down there and like film and just like think it's not that. It's
No, you were going to say there's a video out there.
He's
Oh,
alright.
yeah,
He doesn't drink anymore.
I'll see you later. Don't worry. Yeah. I'll see you later.
He doesn't drink anymore. It's alright. He can trust himself.
I'll take you instead. Like, yeah. You're right. Yeah.
You have to look after me. I'm getting pissed.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
You go for it.
I'll tell you as well, man.
Anyway, so Raj,
while
while you're here, what was this about Sid suing Dalochin?
Yes.
Don't worry about that. It's all sorted, man. I did a peace treaty. Yes, Dalochin thinks I'm a right prick, but I freaking I was like, nah. Even though
I never thought you was a prick, yeah, but
I was like, nah. I'm not. No, let me finish here. What I was thinking, I was like, nah, I hate that little prick, but I'm not gonna have him homeless. No way would I let him live in a cardboard box. I was like, no. So no one is joking. No, nothing's going on, man. It's all cool.
Yeah, but do you know what? There's more things going on than that. Like you said, like I said, innit? You're caping for people that are a detriment.
No, I'm not caping for them. I've had conversations with Bups. He's going to Holla Mahalla, and when he's coming back, we're gonna have a meeting. Don't worry, I've been speaking behind the scenes. Don't worry about that, man. I'm not caping for no one. I'm telling you, I do not agree. Let me say it again. I do not agree with RS Sid's views. RS Sid's views are not my views.
I just hope, I hope it's not a case of money talk. I hope it's not a case of money talk and something else walks, you know?
No, I don't go by money. Do I look like a man that's worried about money?
No.
Yeah, I look like a guy. So for me,
his behaviour really fucking worried me.
So I'm gonna be speaking to. I spoke to Bups the other day, and I just want to sit down and speak to Arisid as well. Like me and Arisid, as much as I disagree with him, I'm not gonna start saying he's not a Sikh. He has his own views that are outside of the mainstream Sikh views. I agree with you, and some of the stuff is crazy. Like even I speak to him and say, dude, man, I can't agree with that, man. Are you crazy? Like me and Dalochin are much more aligned theologically than me and Arisid are.
Well, you're both certainly much more peaceful.
But what about Raindrop? Do you just align with him politically?
Now, Raindrop is a pro-Indian individual who I do believe is wrong in his stance in terms of being closely kind of aligned to maybe the mindset of the kind of let's say the BJP kind of mindset, because there are Sikhs in India who are actually part of the RSS or the BJP party, which is a disgrace if you think about it.
Sikhs have got like a finger in every pie.
Well, only Raspbert's got a finger. No one is joking. So basically,
you need to stop that, man.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So basically, when it comes to the BJ with him, there are Sikhs within India as well that actually are part of the BJP party. I don't understand why. I don't get it, because BJP to me are enemies of the Sikhs, and so are the RSS and Modi. But what can I say, man? He's not a one-off. Let me just say that. You do know there's Muslims with the BJP.
Turbo stuff.
No. Seriously, there are Muslims that are part of the BJP.
That's shocking.
Yeah. There are. I mean,
that is turkey voting for Christmas again.
Big time.
Yeah. So there are people that are kind of like I don't know. I mean, even in the situation with the Delhi riots, like the same things happened to the Sikhs in 1984, but on a much bigger scale. So no Sikh should be supporting the Indian government when it comes to this bullshit.
At the moment, Sikhs are helping the Muslims in Delhi.
Yeah. Because we can sympathize because the similar thing happened to us, but on a
the more I learn about Sikhs, the more like I see similarities with the Turks and the Sikhs.
Well, like you said, the Turks have gone into India quite a few times, so the language
and they come out again.
You need to speak to the logic.
When they were in. And when they were out, they were out.
Yeah, no, you should speak to Dalochin know about the language, because his Punjabi is a million times better than mine. So you can find out like similar words, because his vocabulary is much bigger.
Dalochin,
Hanji.
These guys claiming that the similar words between our languages are because of the Turks invading, whereas I'm claiming that it's due to having a common ancestor.
No, I said both.
You know, there's a lot of words that similar in the Somali language.
No. 1 minute. Let me clarify, because I need to go. I said that people from the Caucasus Mountains, is like Turkey and places that probably invaded India thousands of years ago, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. But then the Turks went back into India around 1,000 years ago. So there's like multiple kind of like migrations into India.
Which words cross over then? Like
so the word garden, you know garden?
Garden for neck.
Yeah.
Cover.
Jaddu, Dushman.
The thank you word is completely different though. Yours is teshakkar, isn't it? Teshakkar. That word's completely different, but there are crossovers. Maybe.
There's even Iranian. When I was speaking to Banksy, he understood some of the words that I was saying. I think when I said gand, which is rubbish, he was like, "Oh, that means rubbish."
And so, zindagi as well. Zindagi is the same.
Yeah, there's loads. We should actually do a show on this.
Zindagi is life.
Yeah, dunya. You know the word dunya? That's kind of cross.
Dunya is Arabic.
Yeah, I know. So I didn't know that until when I come onto this kind of thing that dunya is like used in the by Muslims, but it's actually come from Arabic, but we use that word as well.
I remember I watched a TED talk on Proto-Indo-European language, and they basically looked at all the Indo-European languages and managed to trace back to the original format, and it just apparently was close to I think is it Ukrainian. They said that out of all the European languages, Ukrainian was the closest, but the Turks, or what is now Turkey, was the first Indo-European language.
Yeah, I mean all the languages of
the Hattusians,
the languages from northern India all the way up to
I can only find one word in Turkish that's similar. No, two words in Turkish that's similar to English.
Oh, is it?
I'm going to have to jump off because my phone is red and I need to recharge it. But I'm going to nip over and go and have a look at the far right, because the boy that came looking for me is on with Colette right now, actually.
Oh, Zoubida! I might stay in for 5 minutes, man. Zoubida.
But obviously, goody. No,
Zoubida's there.
Hey, Zoubida, you're right. I've got to jump off.
Oh no. All right.
Why do you always do that, Raj? Every time I jump, like, oh no, Zoubida.
Yeah, because I'm always like, you're like some kind of like, when you have like in a cowboy film, somebody walks into a bar where they look like real dangerous, and everyone's looking around. You're one of those type of characters. You're like, oh no, what's gonna go on? Is she gonna do something?
Yeah, big up Zoubida, man.
Big up.
I'm taking this moment to jump.
Big up Zoubida, big up everyone.
Peace
Staying out of trouble, man. Well done, man. Well done. It's been like a week. Well done.
Well, what's happened? I mean, I think it was the afternoon with Rat Boy.
Oh yeah, he went mad.
Oh my god, that was
let me explain what I was saying about the this is not Islamic. What I was saying is that when they were mocking suicide, like as a religious person, like you should not be like, as a Sikh, suicide is like one of the worst things you can do. As a
who mocked it? Sorry, I'm not aware of it.
Omar was mocking, Oz, who is now a Satanist. He tried to commit. He's very open about it, but he's tried to commit suicide in the past. And Omar and M-Specs were mocking him. I was like, hold on a second. But as a Muslim, as a Sikh,
How can you mock someone for committing suicide?
No, if you're looking at it from a religious perspective, mocking suicide is like a real no-no, because under Islam, suicide is forbidden, and so from my understanding, Sikhism as well. So when they were mocking, that's why I said to them, like, you're a Muslim, aren't you? Why are you mocking the man for suicide?
I mean, first of all, ban Oz, because he was saying some very disrespectful things about the Prophet, so he can go F himself. But Rat Boy, like, for me, I didn't know how bad this youth was. When I heard him saying F Guru Nanak and dissing your gurus, I thought, rah, this guy is actually tapped. Like, I knew he was tapped.
100% tapped.
He's mad. That's why I don't treat him like other people. You see me. I didn't respond to any. You was cussing out my mother, my gurus, and I had not mentioned nothing about religion with him. So with me and him, I don't respond in kind because he's mentally ill. Like,
are you not going to take responsibility for a bit of this, because you started the whole back and forth?
Oh no, it's me again.
No, you did start this back and forth with the Muslim community.
Hold on. We know. We don't keep on going over it. I've said it.
I'll say it another 3 times. Only another.
But Bhadmarsh, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you, Bhadmarsh. But can I just say something? Like, as a Muslim, like, because that's what we call ourselves. We're Muslims. Like, it's such a major sin to disrespect other people's prophets or gods, and even whatever Raj has done, right? That does not justify the gurus, which you guys hold very dearly, to be mocked and disrespected.
100%.
I don't think anything justifies that.
Yeah, I'll be honest.
But the reason why Muslims are told to do that is because you don't get it in response.
Yeah,
No,
but
but
that
also
is
it's a
our
matter of
higher
respect, though.
You're taught not to
premise.
do other religions, so you don't
No,
get
but
it.
Bhadmarsh, it's also a respect, though. Regardless of that, it's a principle of respect. Do you understand? And we're supposed to be good with our manners and stuff. So even I hear you, because there is a Quranic verse that says, "Do not mock their gods, so they do not mock yours." But at the same time, it's also a matter of principle and tolerance and respect. Do you get it?
But the thing is that
I
Zoubida,
agree.
when it comes to him, yeah, I don't like to throw this around very lightly. There's something wrong with him, and so
With
I
who?
can't. With Omar Rapper, I can't hold him to the same standard. But the one thing that pissed me off was definitely mocking suicide, because like they know that Oz has had a lot of problems. He's been very open about his fight with suicide and depression. That's why I got to know him, and to mock him and say, "Oh, go kill yourself" and all that. That's the thing that pissed me off. I was like, "What?" That's why I actually jumped on. I was like, "What? Like you're mocking the man for that? Are you mad?" Yeah, because we don't. I mean, what if one of their brothers or one of their family members was listening to that and they listened to them mocking it? You know what they can think, and they were depressed or suicidal themselves. He was a real earlier,
Yeah, I was mad that he was kicking off, right? And also that M-Stacks is such a hypocrite because they pressured me a lot. Oh, why are you going on Reels for? And we're gonna boycott Reels, and you're always involved in pasta. And when I heard him on there, like he can go wherever he wants. It's not even a thing. Like, but don't sit there and try to pressurize me and come at me for going back on Reels after I took a long break. When you're on there acting like an idiot, acting like a fool, but you have the audacity to sit there and talk about advising people when fitna and stop getting involved in pasta, when you was on there acting like an absolute tit. Like this guy's such a hypocrite. Such a hypocrite.
Yeah,
you know what, Zoubida, he's dangerous, like if you start trying to catch out everyone, whoever criticized you,
But that's the thing, Con, I don't
you become this like reaction to everything now. It's like someone says something, it's like, well, when you said it to me, it was all right. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
no, but Con, do you know what it is here? I don't. You see what everyone does? I don't care what everyone does. Like, I'm not watching like that.
I know you don't care.
But I'm just using the same argument that was used against me just to show that, you know what, like sometimes.
But on a certain level, you're lowering yourself to do that.
No, obviously, no, of course. But I'm just trying to show that you're a hypocrite. So don't tell me nothing.
There's nothing wrong with showing hypocrisy. But obviously,
there's nothing wrong with being a hypocrite.
No, I'm saying there's nothing wrong with showing hypocrisy. Like I'm a hypocrite sometimes. You could be a hypocrite sometimes. Everybody can be hypocritical. In terms of, we're all human beings. We're not faultless.
We're going to contradict ourselves.
We're going to contradict.
Oh yeah, and since I'm here, I wanted to make a disclaimer because because obviously Dan's got a bigger platform than mine. Yesterday I received some messages that Raspet was being doxxed, and people were blaming me, especially that waste man Asif, without any substantial proof. So I just want to make it very clear that I did not dox Raspet. I did not send out pictures of where his area is, and I had to make a live stream to prove that I was in my house and I was, just minding my own business. And it's people like Asif who it's literally like the scum of the earth, literally, because there's been many times where I'm not involved in the conversation. I'm not even on the chat. I'm not even on the panel, and he will just randomly mention my name. So yesterday, when obviously the doxing was happening, Asif decided to randomly say, "Oh, it's Zoubida. Oh, it's Zoubida," and he started sharing pictures of Waleed when Waleed got stabbed, which I think is disgusting. As a Muslim, as a human being, why would you sit there and mock somebody who clearly got stabbed, clearly was hurt, and you want to sit there and spread it on the internet over something that you can't even prove yourself? Like, and I challenge every single one of them, prove to me that I'm out here doxing Raspet, because the thing is, I've tried to take a break, I've actually tried to distance myself and do my own thing, and then these little pricks want to bring me back.
And the thing is, you've done well, man, because a lot of people are always dragging your name and you haven't jumped on, you haven't said anything. But sometimes you've got to jump on if people are accusing you of.
No, because obviously obviously I don't like Raspet. I don't like him. Me and him will never be friends.
I thought you were like best mates.
No, mate, no, never. But obviously, I'm not taking it that extra step further. I feel like my shots have been fired. That's it. Like, I'm done with you. I don't have to restart shit again. And you know what I'm saying? I'm not the type of person to hold a grudge forever. Like, we said what we said. We exchanged our blows. You go your way, I go my way. Now, obviously, if there's other people that you've got issues with that are doxing you, then, you know, even if you think it's me, you can address me. You get me? But obviously, I made it very clear that it's not me, and it's people like Asif and Mad Dunya that are sitting there shit stirring and, like, you know what I'm saying, trying to like drag me into stuff that I've got nothing to do with, and I think that's very, very unfair.
I mean, just say your piece and say it's not you. Say, well, you know, it's not you anyway, man. Like, they just want to drag you in, but just stick to yourself. Just do what you're doing, man, because this is gonna just. You're young, man. You got a lot of things going for us. They let the old people ruin our lives, man. Like myself.
No, I mean,
big up to.
I don't want to come across as being a little bit of don't want to like. I don't know, man, how to put it, but I like M Stacks and I like Mad Dunya a lot. As if I could take him or leave him. He's got that cheeky side of him that I don't agree with. But he's funny as well. I'll give him that. So like this whole Hangouts thing and this whole Speaker's Corner thing has got this dark side to it that
there's
I don't get involved in.
There's a definite.
I agree.
Yeah, like there's a bad side to it, and I think like to make out that it's just particular individuals is wrong. I would say that everyone's got a finger involved in that.
Yes, I totally agree.
Don't mention fingers, man, please. Don't mention fingers.
Yeah, keep it.
You're out of order, Raj, man.
Keep it
going.
You should have been mocking that. You shouldn't be.
No. I'm telling you, don't mention fingers, man. Don't mention fingers.
No, you're mocking that, man.
I'm not mocking, man.
The only thing is, I want to say is, I do hold Muslims to a higher standard. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think Muslims should be going with this eye for eye or tit for tat. Like, I do understand with Zoubida. To be honest, I always said that in every situation, I love Zoubida. She's my sister. I always stick by her. Even if I said bad things about her, like, hopefully she forgives me. But like, what I'm saying is,
you're acting like a dick. Like,
I'm sorry. What I'm saying is, with Zoubida, she was a person who genuinely hit her breaking point. It was like too much, and she just flipped out, and like that's like sad to see. For me, that is sad to see someone like, you know what I mean, get like, it's like you're being taken over by evil. To me, it's like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I
just don't want to see that. I don't want to see that.
That's the thing, man. Like, I've been pushed to my limit. Like, I like the thing is, I
accept that.
I don't mind. I can take it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes to a roasting match or a cussing match, that's minor to me. But when it starts to get very personal to the point where, you know, pictures are being shown and private things are being brought up, and you know, this sort of humiliation aspect of it and the slanderous aspect of it and these false accusations, like, you're really trying to play with my life here, and this is the kind of limit that these people go to, like, you know, and they forced me to go to that limit. You know, prior to that, all I'd do is just cuss you, tell you about yourself, tell you fuck your mum, even though that's not right, and I call it a day. But for these people to literally come out with recordings, and that's long, like, you know, what is that? You get me? And obviously, like you said, it definitely pushed me to my breaking point, and I don't want, you know, that sort of energy to overcome me and make me become a bad person, because, you know, they really made me lose myself at that point. Like, I just felt like, fuck everything, I'm just going to go full force. I don't even care about the consequences. And that's the sort of limit that they can push you to. And unfortunately, these situations can either make or break you. We've seen, like, look at Rat Boy, he's lost his mind, fam. There's a lot of people in this Hangouts that started off normal or, you know, whatever, and then they just completely turned into some nutcase, like Oz, Rat Boy, like all these people, fam.
You know, sadly, I don't think...
Yeah, definitely, I mean...
Just quickly, sorry, Zoubida, I don't think this back and forth slandering is going to stop until something drastically bad goes wrong. And I'm talking... You know, like this online bullying. You know, we've all heard the stories of what it can lead to. We're not. People are not going to stop. They're not going to stop with this back and forth slander. And like you said, it can have really serious real world
consequences.
Yeah,
but I think it's worse than that. I think something will happen, and then people will stop for a couple of weeks, and then it will just start again.
But that's really sad if that happens.
Well, I know that is sad, but that's just the thing. I mean, I was speaking. Obviously, I speak to PC Barnes. You know what I'm like, yeah. So I was just saying that I haven't been Speaker's Corner for a couple of weeks here for whatever reasons, and I said, he said, oh well, but things are still. I said, yeah, the pot will always be boiling, because even if people don't go there, there's still this online world now that can't be, for some reason, like, is worse than actually Speaker's Corner.
So there's a monster being created here, man, and it's, you know, people are watching this. There's a monster, you know, online monster. And
that's the thing, like, Speaker's Corner, like this is like a lot of things, yeah. Like as technology advances, a lot of things that became practical have now become technological, and that's actually the same with Speaker's Corner. People are actually taking Speaker's Corner more online, and there's new characters coming out online than there actually is people within Speaker's Corner. Speaker's Corner itself has actually kind of started to die out, and the Speaker's Corner online has started to actually flourish and become more than it actually is in the park. And I think it's a good thing, but also think it's a bad thing because remember, Speaker's Corner, the roots of Speaker's Corner is really kind of free speech, political and religious. And obviously people that are very in tune with politics and religion, you're going to have these radical extremists, fantasist type of people that are going to come out, that are going to draw, you know, more moderate people out. And especially on the internet, it's not censored at all. It really isn't censored. And, you know, the internet can be very, very dangerous when it comes to hacking and personal information is being put forward and, you know, all sorts of shit. And there definitely needs to be some sort of censorship just for people's safeties, if anything. I'm not saying that people cannot say or express their opinions. I think that's not the major issue. But when it starts to cross that line out of, you know, the conversation, it starts to get very personal and people's safety is being put in danger. There has to be some sort of something that is able to protect, you know, especially vulnerable people. And I think YouTube definitely needs to tighten up its policies.
Yeah, they're not gonna though. This is the problem. It's down to human failure, and we're just bad. We have our kind of faults, and whether we like it or not, people like the drama. They do. I mean, even the people that say they don't like the drama, listen to the drama. The only way it will stop is if no one's watching it. If there's like one viewer, but the problem is every time drama happens, the views go through the roof. Yeah. That is the fact.
I wanted to bring in Gain. He took his mic off mute a second ago, but I think he's biding his time. Gain, have you got any thoughts on this sort of Speaker's Corner online stuff? This drama, if you're there. Nope. I always give people. Oh, big up yourself. Big up yourself.
Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt. They were trying. So yeah. Now, the reason I jumped on, just a quick chat with Khan and Raj regarding the Turkic influence in India. I mean, maybe there's a misunderstanding. I thought I'll have a little discussion and see if I can learn anything.
I need to go though, but I mean,
Bhadmarsh is here as well.
Bhadmarsh is here because I need to shoot. But yeah. Well, have you got something that you think that we said wrong? So, or is there something that?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, what period is Khan talking about the Turkic language and influence in India? Because India has a vast history and vast culture. So many empires, so many different people moved in.
The Mughals were of Turkish descent, weren't they?
The first invaders, not the Mughals, but the first invaders from like the thingy. What actually Turks want they?
Let's identify what Turkic language is. Turkic language, if you look at scholarly written identification, they go back far. As earliest one I read is about 300 BC, but my most common one is about 500 AD. Obviously, they're the steppe people. You got the Scythian as well as Turkic. Scythian, and they start from a lot of scholars says probably Mongolia started from there. And Attila the Han obviously is a Turkic descent, and you go Gorko Turk. These are all mentioned in the AD period. But Indian civilization, amongst one of the earliest civilization with Egypt and Mesopotamia, it goes back to 3000, 3500 BC with the Indus Valley civilization. Now, the original people are probably Dravidians, but obviously the scholars are still trying to figure out who are the actual Dravidians. There is no actual full evidence to work out their lineage.
Do you agree with the Aryan invasion theory then?
I'll come to that. That's a Vedic period. That's a Vedic period. You know, I mean,
you know, there's a lot of contention in India about that.
That's a Vedic period. This is.
You know, I wouldn't mind talking to you next time in depth about that. Actually, next time. I need to shoot now. We got to everybody anyway, man.
Raj, just quickly, Raj, are you in touch with that Saad guy, the Pakistani boy?
Saad has gone to America. No, Saad is migrated over to Sweden. Yeah, someone like that. I don't think he's. I'm not in touch with him now.
He's good with Punjabi history.
I'm gonna cut the long story short. Basically, there is Turkic language in Hindi. That came with later on. That came with the Sultan and the Umayyad Caliphate later when they start conquering the Khorasan, and then later on the Sultans moved in and they bought Persian and Turkey language, and India at that time adopted that language, and obviously the migration of people. So eventually, we do have Turkic words in Hindi, Bengalis, and so on.
So how do you explain the Sanskrit words in in Turkish language, though.
That's right. Okay, the Sanskrit, as I said, that goes to the Aryan moving over in the Vedic period. That happened around 1500 BC and lasted till about 500 BC. Yeah. Now, that's an Aryan Persian thing, but at that time, even don't get me wrong, Turkic, the Turkish, not Turkish, I shouldn't say Turkish because Turkish is a nationality, but the Turkic people and the language, they traveled, they moved around. There's different groups of nomadic people that moved around. You might be from one clan and other people from different clan. Now, when they moved to the Persian side and other parts of Asia Minor and some part of Europe as well, they also adopted different cultures and different language. And then when the Sultan, Muslim sultans moved over and conquered India, Delhi Sultanate, they already had the Turkic language and obviously and so on. And the Sanskrit has, you can say, Sanskrit probably outdates the Turkic lineage. Yeah, as I said, the earliest recorded history regarding the Turkic is probably earliest I've seen is 500 BC, but the most common ones are like starts from 100 AD, 500 AD, and so on. And these are before the Indian civilization. Sorry, these are after the Indian civilization. But you know, you're still correct. There is Turkish influence in India. Turkish language has adapted in India as well, and as well as Persian and so on.
Yeah. So, from my point of view, obviously, when we say Turk, like it means something different, isn't it? Like we're not talking about the country Turkey. Do you know what I mean? We're not talking about like, the Ottoman Empire, where it goes back to like the 12th century. Yeah. When we say Turk, we're talking about starting in China, in northern China. Yeah, so they come from northern China to India. That's right. Yeah, and then from India they come to Persia, and then from Persia they went into Turkey.
Yeah,
that's,
they did.
That's our direct lineage.
But the time period,
when you look at the presidential seal of the presidents of Turkey that has 16 stars, represents all the governments in a lineage. So it starts from China, goes to the Mughals, and then it comes to the for example, the Seljuks, then the Ottomans, and then it goes to the modern Republic of Turkey. So that's how we claim our lineage. But what I'm saying is, the point I want to make is that we class, Indo-Europeans like that start from the Tocharians in China, including the Dravidians that first entered to India, we class them all as Turkish.
All right.
So when you see a list of all the Turkish tribes that have ever existed, you lot will be in there. You lot will be on our list.
I think you're jumping the time period. When I said the Turkic language and Turkic people, they're steppe people. They're nomadic people that lived on near the Russian border, Mongolia, and a little bit of China. There is record of China. I think is it the Han or one of the dynasties written about the Turkic people, right? Now these are earliest date for that is AD time. AD. Indian civilization started 3000 BC. That's 3000 years before the knowledge of Turkic people in a sense, yeah. And the Dravidians are not Turkic related. Dravidian, they're still working out. They're most likely to be from Africa, Yemenis, people that moved over southern part of India, the eastern part of India, which is Pakistan and so on, and they moved down to south, yeah? So historically speaking and scholarly speaking, Turkic is not as old as Indus Valley. I mean, I could be wrong. If you can show me evidence that predates that, then fair enough, I'll take it. But at the moment, what I know of is it's not as old as Indus Valley civilization as well as the Vedas civilization.
Yeah. Okay. So just leave it at that. Like, there's no point.
But it's a very complicated thing because obviously the Turkic tribe, there's many. There's Ugas clan, as you know. There's Gurukuk. There's different type of tribes that scattered around different parts of the world, right? So your family lineage, if you were to do DNA, you're probably surprised that you may come from the Russian side of Turkic family tree.
Well, as an Ottoman Turk, we come from the Oğuz clan. So the Oğuz clan gave birth to the Seljuks and the Ottomans, which in the end they joined up together.
Yeah,
but so Oğuz is our what we call it boy.
Yeah, but just because you happen to be. Just because you happen to be, are you Turkish or Cypriot?
Yeah, I'm Turkish Cypriot, yeah.
No problem. But so you're not from mainland Turkey. I'm not saying that you got no lineage to actual Turkish. You probably have. But if you want to DNA, you'll have to say that's how you know which part of the Turkic family tree you came from, or if not any. If you know what I mean. Just because you happen to be Turkish doesn't necessarily mean that you came from the Ottoman.
No, my dad done
August.
his 23andMe.
All right, fair enough. And it
so
can
it does,
trace back.
like you said, it does go back to Indus Valley. But obviously, there's the two sides of Indus Valley, isn't it? There's two sides of it.
It's going to be very tricky to go to Indus Valley. Because
Like
that's 3000 BC.
You look at
I don't think there's record for
the Indus Valley civilization. They split into two, and the one closer to like the west has got a different admixture. It's got more like Arab mixture in there, like No.
Indus Valley is purely Dravidian. This is predating the Arabs as such. I mean, closest to Indus Valley civilization is the Mesopotamia in the ancient Egypt time. Now, obviously, you can trace that. If there is lineage to that, you can trace that. But Indus Valley, you're looking at 3000 BC. And the civilization started in Harappa, I think, which is near Pakistani-India border. And then you got Mohenjo-daro, which is in Pakistan area. But yeah, look into it. It's quite complicated to explain. If you were to look into Indus Valley civilization and the Turkic family tree, you'll see that they're much apart. Their dates are much apart.
I understand what you're saying.
No worries.
Interesting.
All right, well, you guys continue. I'll jump on if there's any other interesting debates. Yeah?
Who's that speaking? Sorry, who was that?
It's Gain, man. Gain. We spoke before, I think.
Oh,
Gain.
yeah.
You're cool, yeah?
Cool, man.
Cool.
Dan, I've heard you talk about that dark angels or the guardian angels before.
Did I?
Dark Justice.
Dark Justice. Yes.
I think. Are they in the chat? I'm not being offensive. Are they? Is that them in the chat now?
Big up to Stop Child Abuse UK if you're still locked in. Big up yourself. I've just had a little browse of your channel.
Is that the Dark Justice people?
I'm not sure.
Because I've just checked that Stop the Child Abuse. They're like one of those pedophile hunting groups.
Yeah.
So they go around like filming it. So I was just curious if that was them. That's all.
I'm not sure. Stop Child Abuse UK, if you're in the chat, let us know what you're about, what your channel's about. You've only got 3 subs, but you seem to be uploading. Adi Khan, is that you?
Who?
Is this some like elaborate way for me to like promote your is this your account?
Nah, bro. Bro, I swear
All right.
I swear on God, it's not for me.
Well,
I just swore on God, bro. It's not
big
me.
up whoever that was. All right. Well, if they decide to explain who they are, what they're about, they'll do that. Sorry, Manite H is saying what stream was that with Omar? Apparently on Reels today. I didn't see it. So yeah, I'm not sure about all of that. But big up to the panel. Big up to Khan. I think Bhadmarsh is coming back in a little while. Yeah, good conversation today. I think I steered it off the passer as well. So big up to myself. Big up to Abu Bilal in the chat. Whole of Italy is placed on lockdown. Mad thing going on the continent, man. Yeah, I mean this coronavirus thing is it's picking up, isn't it? All the pensioners in Italy, all them old mafia dons, they're all like self-isolating, I think. Know what the mafia can do about that. But yeah, right. What happened to everyone? Khan, you there?
Yeah, man.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
here. I got the air fryer, the kettle, and the microwave all on.
You do your thing, man. It's Ali Khan who dipped off, and I can't tell when I'm looking at the OBS. I can't actually tell if that's you or if you've jumped off. Sometimes the logo sticks. Big up to the chat, man. Yeah, interesting stuff. And I mean, people think this is like there's a conspiracy and that the world is being like depopulated with this thing. I don't know, man. I kind of think that this is going to be like.
Do you think that that's like some sort of racist kind of ideology? Not an ideology, but like because it's China doing it, and they've got that reputation of being like super evil. You know, like we do kind of like think that Chinese are capable of doing things like this, and I do think it's a slight bit racist of us to think that. Like if it was anywhere else that it started off an outbreak of, would it really be like thought of in a conspiracy way? Because it's China. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know, like if we're being fair to them.
I'm looking up xenophobia. What's the definition of xenophobia?
Xenophobia is that not liking anyone that's other than you.
Yeah, maybe there's some like rational rooting in people being afraid of foreigners who bore like foreign bacteria and whatever else. I don't know, man. Maybe there might be something there. Trading and all of this stuff. I mean, they think that the Black Plague was
man-made.
Was spread through trade. So like the rats.
Yeah.
In fact, didn't they say recently that it wasn't even rats that spread the Black Plague? It might have been some black rats plague. They might have even got that wrong.
There was like corpses infected with the Black Plague used in warfare during the like the wars between the Turks and the Christians and the Crusades and them periods. Like there was a few battles, I think, where the Turks like launched bodies like infected with the plague
in like trebuchets and catapults.
Yeah, they use catapults and like to break a siege, for example. So this is like a siege that's running too long.
I forget which game it was. It's like Age of Empires or one of them real-time strategy games back in the day. But yeah, they had that Rome Total War or some shit. We got the people who know about them kind of games. Like catapulting like a rotten corpse of like a cow or a pig or some shit.
Yeah.
That sort of stuff. Well, yeah, they're saying that it might not have been the humble Rattus, the domestic rat, the brown rat, may not have spread the Black Death.
I used to watch Horrible Histories, and they used to have a rat as a presenter called Rattus.
Big up Rattus, man. Big up the humble rat. Maybe it wasn't all bad. It was actually the fleas and the lice that may have spread the bacteria, apparently.
Oh
wait, hold on, Hassan. Let me get you in the back chat, bro.
Have you seen Ratatouille? Have you seen Ratatouille?
Ratatouille,
the cartoon about the rats that cook.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bro,
yeah. You can't hate rats after that.
Big up rats, man.
Bro, I got given a piece of homework and I had to analyze the scene from Ratatouille and do like the mise en scene and do all of the camera work, how they shot the camera angle, how they done the photography and everything. So I hate that now because I was doing 1 hour and 2 hours of it at home.
Fair enough.
Big up
but why are you going around like calling people names, man? Have you apologized for that yet?
Bro, I'm not getting involved in this. Witness is just as bad as me.
What do you mean he's just as bad as you? How bad are you?
How bad am I? Man was. I just went down to his standards. I went to the same ground as he was going. Man was saying freedom of speech. Him and his boy Rob was saying freedom of speech. Man can say what anything he wants. I just went to their playing ground.
I'm not sure Witness would ever. I mean, I don't know. Witness has got a temper, man. But yeah, generally you don't.
Yeah, we know.
If you don't provoke Witness, he's not gonna.
I didn't know he had a temper.
Don't fuck with Witness.
Do you not remember that Sunday morning where he flipped out at Khan? Can't remember what Khan did. Khan was just probably being annoying.
No.
Probably,
That can be annoying.
Khan can be annoying.
It was about slavery, and Khan said it was servitude, not slavery. And man got so angry. And he said, I believe Adnan Rashid. Now, all what Khan said was, I believe Adnan Rashid defeated you in that debate. And he got so angry just because Khan said that.
I might have to
anyway, don't try sticking up for me.
Yeah,
what you said was unforgivable.
We're trying to. I'm trying to keep a.
What did Ali Khan say?
No, bro, we're not getting into it. It's not suitable for a certain live stream. When they get more heat in the comments anyway. So
Khan, please tell me, bro. Tell me,
bro.
What he said?
He called him a house nigger.
Google Malcolm X.
Yeah. What did he say?
Bro,
I
Google
can't tell you
Malcolm
what Ali
X.
said, but Dan can.
I think he called him a house Negro. I don't even know if it was that form, to be honest. Was it the other form? Was it Negro or the other one?
No, it was Negro.
House.
Yeah, I just said house, but Negro or the other.
No, I said it.
No, I heard Witness say it. Witness said it was the lesser form of insult.
The lesser form. Even so, man. Ali Khan, you're getting cocky on this hangout thing, man.
No.
Hold on, wait. Are you saying that Ali Khan said house N about something?
Apparently, yeah.
I said that to witness.
Big up to esoteric fascism, Phil. I'll get the link out to
you.
You man.
Called him a house N?
Yeah. Yes, Hassan.
Oh my, bro, what on earth, man?
Bro, Hassan, to be honest.
Bro, man was attacking the Prophet, innit?
Hassan, I see you as Ali Khan's.
Your Prophet has leaves.
Is he Muslim? He's not Muslim, bro.
Ali Khan is your
There
hangout.
are multiple people talking at once right now. I can't really hear anyone.
Hassan, you're like Ali Khan's hangout dad. Yeah, so if he's out of line, I expect it to make it up like the chain of command, like the parental chain, like somehow. I don't know who Ali Khan's mum is on this thing, to be honest. We can work that one out. Yeah.
Witness, I apologize on behalf of my son.
Fucks, don't say that, Clyde. But yeah, you need to apologise to Witness, man. That's not. You don't want to make an enemy.
I'm not apologising to Witness.
Okay, no,
Brother I can't take it in a reference that Brother Malcolm used. They say Brother Malcolm used that in the 1963 speech about the green grass speech.
Yeah, that's different, Ali Khan.
Ali Khan, I can't take it, man. The high-pitched voice. You got Syed Qutb as your fucking profile picture. You're some madness, man. If it's not, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Syed Qutb's a hero.
Qutb? Is that him?
He's a hero. He's a mujaddid. He did so much for this religion.
He's a what? A mujaddid? What?
Yeah.
It means like a reviver. So in Sunni Islam, there's a concept where like every century, every 100 years, there's supposed to be like a reviver.
No, but I want to talk about this. But I want to clear why I got Syed Qutb in it, because Hassan, you know what? Qutb was influenced by Maududi. His whole ideology of the Muslim Brotherhood was actually influenced by Syed Maududi. So he's sort of like the Egyptian version of Maududi, you could say.
Big up to sorry, just before we get on, big up to Phil on the panel. Phil, any thoughts on the Muslim Brotherhood on Syed Qutb? Do you know much about?
I have no idea any about that.
If it starts with the word Muslim, it's probably not good. Yeah.
Why? When did I ever say that? That was like a fucking straw man of my beliefs.
Yeah. Obviously, bro, it's a joke.
Yeah,
take a breather.
Yeah, I'm alright with Muslims. I don't give a fuck about them. You know what I mean? If they're in their own country, that's fair enough. I don't give a shit.
Oh yeah, I found out the other day. I didn't know you were in the free range discourse server at one point, Phil. I found that out. You got banned. Fucking hell, what happened with that?
Basically, there was this woman doctor, and she was saying that she gives abortions. When she's not supposed to, because she lives in a country where it's illegal. I think she lives in Pakistan or India, and she said that she gives abortions when she's not supposed to, illegally.
Big up to her.
And I said she's a piece of shit and she's a murderer. And they said apologise, and I said I'm not apologising. She's a fucking murderer. So,
yeah, fair enough. Though.
Oh wait there, Ali, we found your Hangouts mum, your YouTube mum. It's Wendy Wu. Wendy Wu and Hassan
No,
Saba.
fuck Wendy Wu. Fuck her.
You can't say fuck your mum, bro. That's your mum, man.
Whoa, real aggressive.
Sorry, yeah, there doesn't need to be any procreation for that to be the case. It's just that they're independently his parental figures. They've never met. Yeah, they're not down like that. But yeah, big up to Bhadmarsh on that one. And you can't just respect your mum, man.
What do you reckon about the coronavirus?
I'm free from the living racist scumbag.
Coronavirus.
Don't start saying Nick Griffin's your dad.
Yeah. What do you think about it?
Coronavirus. Yeah, I'm not 80 years old. Man.
I just want to say something, Phil, just about what you just said about the lady giving abortions in India. You know that the average, I believe, the government spent an average of $64 per person on healthcare last year.
It was India. It was
$64. The reason I'm even telling you this is to demonstrate that how bad the quality of life can be for people there. It can be terrible.
Yeah, I don't really care. I think it's so. See, the thing, I don't think it was India. It was Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, or something like that. And
probably Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and she gives abortions.
Because technically, it's possible to get an abortion in Pakistan if it's under certain circumstances.
No, she was doing it no matter what. Because that was my point. It was like I said, at what point do you say you're not going to give someone an abortion? And she was going up to like near enough like full term, and I was like, you're taking the piss there. Because admittedly, I haven't got a problem with abortion up to about 12 weeks. I think that's fair enough. But fucking, if you're giving someone an abortion at fucking 6 months, then you're taking the piss a little bit. You know what I mean? You shouldn't do that. It's fucking fucked up, man. But yeah. But yeah, fucker. I got kicked out the Discord. I'm not bothered though.
Is 12 week an arbitrary line that you just kind of came up with, or is there a reason?
Not really. It's not arbitrary. Right. So, how do you define a person?
Well, I was asking you.
Okay. Well, I define a person when there's brain activity. As soon as someone's got a brain with brain activity, then that's a person, and that's at 12 weeks. That's when the brain is formed. Well, the beginnings of a brain. So anything after that is not justified. Before that, there's no
okay. Reasonable answer.
That's where I draw the line, because I define a person as someone having a brain that could be possible. It doesn't really matter the amount of consciousness it's got either. To draw a line somewhere, because if you don't draw a line, then you can justify killing a baby. Right? Say,
how do you guys feel about? How do you feel about nature, like just culling off people right now? They're like not even touching the kids. They're just all the old people and sick people.
Old people getting smoked.
Let's just get rid of them.
At the end of the day, there's plenty of things that our government could have done. We could have been like North Korea. Like North Korea closed their fucking border day one, and they dealt with the infection. Whereas our government is sort of just pretending they're dealing with it. They just say words like, "We're containing the virus." It's like, how are you containing the virus? By doing nothing. That's how we're containing it. I mean, absolutely fuck all. So why are you doing a good job there, guys?
British Airways are still flying in and out of Italy, I think.
Yeah, of course they are. They're not even getting fucking tested when they fly into the country. There's not even like.
I would argue that the British government is a little bit more sensible than North Korea.
Bill,
and the
are you serious?
British government probably has a little bit.
Bill, if the British government don't let the coronavirus in, how are they going to weaponize it?
Yeah, well, admittedly, I agree with you, because what's really happening is our government is saying we prefer to save the economy rather than old people. And if you only give a fuck about the economy, if you only give a fuck about GDP per capita, and you think, well, it's just killing off old people, and we can still continue the migration and the trade. I mean, fuck the old people and fuck the people of this nation. They can replace me in a fucking moment. All they've got to do is open the fuck. As soon as when we all die off, they'll just go to any other country in the world. They come to fucking England. They don't give a fuck about me. But luckily, Phil's a paranoid motherfucker, and I've got fucking PF. Well, I've got fucking respirators and everything, so I'm alright. I'm not getting any fucking virus.
Hassan, what's your view of say Qutb? You do know say Qutb relate to the Prophet?
I just want to answer, Phil. You know that if the British government decided to close their borders, shut off travel, shut off the movement of people, this would be for like, I would argue probably 6 months minimum.
Right. Yeah, that's fine.
Your country would. What do you mean fine? I don't think you understand like the effects of that.
Well, let me explain then, because if we're talking about international trade, you don't necessarily. There's many ways we can engage in international trade. I'm not saying completely close the borders, but any sort of trade, it should be nationalized and dealt with in a way that anything coming into the country, anything, is quarantined. The safety of the people, especially the safety of my parents, your parents, and your grandparents, are more important than GDP per capita.
I would argue that people like you, this mentality is going to be the cause of social issues, social strife, problems, like between humans. This kind of mentality, what you're saying.
Oh, right then. Okay, well let's talk raw data then. So, how many intensive care beds do you think England's got currently in the NHS?
Not enough. Not even close to enough.
We've got 5,000, right? We've only got 5,000. So if we just allow people to come in, willy fucking nilly, right? Those intensive care beds, if we don't deal with the infection, right? Those are going to be out fucking stretched. And literally by May, if you do the calculations properly, by May, and you're doing fuck all, you'll be completely fucking screwed, because there's not going to be enough beds for the sick people that need them. Even if you only account for.
But listen, we got an issue regarding having too many old people as well. because old people
we
are
just need
living
to do what
longer
they
in
can do
pain.
to the old people.
What's your
So
quite?
There is solution.
It's not even
there
about
is that
old
as an issue
people.
we have in this country.
It's not even about
No,
old
no,
people,
that
right?
does actually that does actually
You
matter
say that,
because I
Asif.
tell you why. Yeah, I did say that. Because I
quite
tell you why,
told
I
us,
actually got mates that actually work in the hospital.
Oh.
Wait, listen, I actually got mates of mine that actually work in the as nurses and doctors
Okay.
actually in the hospitals, and they work in well, I forgot it's called, the unit is ALU or something like that. I can't remember now, right? But that unit, right, is mostly just full of old people in there.
Right, yeah, but
And there's quite a few units like that in the actual hospital. So when you do talk about this, you have to understand there are older people that are living in pain, where a lot of them do actually say they prefer to die a bit earlier.
yeah, but if you
But
get
because
the
of
You guys don't have
medication,
legalized euthanasia there in the
I'm
UK?
just saying, I'm just adding, I'm just putting the option out there as well. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah,
So
but
that
if you
is
get
like
this
something
virus,
to consider of at the same time.
The dumb people are justifying the death of the old people. I love it.
yeah,
It's
fuck the
awesome.
old people. But the thing is that even
That's
if
a
old
new
people,
No, it's
the secret of thinking.
no, it's
but
not.
the
Some
thing is,
people are actually, some actually doctors and stuff like that actually considering actually shortening that lifespan as well. Do you see where I'm
all
coming
right.
from?
But
So
the thing is,
I'm just
if
saying, yeah, I'm just
you're about
throwing that out there as a consideration also at the same time.
if you look at the data, right, 80% of people either get cold-like symptoms or you're going to get mild pneumonia. Have you ever had mild pneumonia, Asif? Do you know what that's like?
I've had
It's
pneumonia.
fucking terrible.
It's fucked.
It's
I have.
fucking
Brutal.
No, I
terrible.
never had
Fucked.
pneumonia.
Pneumonia is fucked.
I mean, they call it mild pneumonia. They say, oh, it's just mild pneumonia, bro. It's fucking terrible. That'll knock you out for 2 fucking weeks.
Yeah.
And you'll technically live. You'll be like, oh, I survived it, but it's going to be fucking terrible. This virus, when it comes
Yeah,
in,
they call it mild pneumonia because the full-on pneumonia will kill you where you fucking stand.
yeah. So here's the thing: 80% of
Phil,
people.
you know,
Go on.
I was just trying to say that, for example, let's say the government closed up everything, did what you're kind of saying that we should have done. Like, if we think about this rationally, there are many countries that don't even have close to the health capabilities that we would have in the West. So the idea is, if you guys close off now, that's fine, cool.
Yeah.
Eventually, it's basically the argument is that there's no way to really run away from it. The moment that you open the doors, the moment that you decide, okay, now it's time to open travel again and open this type of thing. And when we're talking about there's one argument is immigration. One argument is travel altogether. Travel to cut off travel. That's actually insane, man.
Basically, there's one thing you're not thinking about, Hassan. The NHS flu jab, mate. NHS flu jab will cure anything.
It won't cure this fucking coronavirus.
I'm joking.
Right, listen, this isn't even about race or culture or any fucking shit like that. At the end of the day,
I was reading yesterday, listen to this, in America, I can't remember, I think it was San Francisco or something like that. They actually come up with a cure for the coronavirus in 3 hours.
Yeah, they have. Let me explain to you that process.
You know about this one,
I was literally reading on this last night, and no, I didn't see anything like that.
You're right. Let me explain to you why you're right. Well, technically, a lot of England epidemiologists, they've said that they can have a cure in 2 weeks. They say, oh, Wiki will have a cure in 2 weeks. It's like, yeah. They have to test it on animals, on people, and then to be commercially available, it will be commercially available by next year. So by next year, they'll have a cure, and then they'll have to work on the next cure for when.
I don't think it'll take that long. I think it'll take a few months.
Yeah, no. Most people are saying that it'll be about approximately a year. Most specialists are saying a year.
It'll be about a year, man. You're getting this virus. You're going to get really fucking ill. All the old people you know are going to fucking die, and that's the reality. And here's the thing, when the government
not all
says
the old people, it's probably about 10%, I believe.
It's not that. That's a load of bullshit. If you go by China's figure.
Listen. No, this coronavirus ain't as bad as the MERS when it comes to death rates.
It fucking is.
You know what I mean? The people infected.
Yeah, no. Hold on, Asif, you're right. But the problem is it has a longer incubation period. So the good thing about MERS was people died so fast that it didn't spread that much. The problem with this one is that it takes so long for it to run its cycle, so way more people get infected. That's the difference, bro.
And if I'm correct with the corona,
you know what's nuts? You guys should go take a minute and just go look at the swine flu. Look how many people were killed by the swine flu. You guys won't even believe it.
Yeah, but listen to this. What I heard about the coronavirus, you could be infected with it, but it won't show symptoms or come up in your
Yeah, they're worried that kids are doing that. They're worried that that's what's happening to
but
kids.
you could still spread it. Yeah, but you could still spread it when you're in that state.
There's
That's
actually
the
people
problem
as
with
well.
it. It's about detecting
Get
it.
this, right? There's actually people who've left quarantine, right, and then got infected again. So
there was a case, I believe it was in the States or in China. There was a guy who tested twice negative.
Yeah.
Then, like 2 days later, he died from the virus.
Yeah. So don't think the government's got control of this. Yeah. They'll lie to you. The government will say, "Oh, we're in control of this. Don't worry. Don't worry."
That's the worst case scenario, Khan. If it starts to mutate, that's the worst case
How
scenario.
can it not
Yeah.
How can it not mutate?
I read. Listen. I read on the mainstream media about a week ago. There's already a mutated version of it.
Yeah, there is. There's a mutation.
I don't know about how big it is or how much it has spread.
That's it. Every time someone catches it and passes it, is a potential for it to mutate.
Mutation. Yeah, that's why they have to release so many people from prisons,
I guess I meant
right? Especially
more
in Iran,
aggressive
innit?
mutation.
Yeah. That's the aggressive mutation. Is the best but yeah, if I'm correct, that's why in Iran they had to release about 50,000 prisoners also.
You know what happened in Saudi Arabia?
Confined place like
You know what happened in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, they had to suspend Umrah, but they put it back on again, right?
So basically in Saudi Arabia, what they did was they made it illegal.
You can't touch the Kaaba.
Hold on. They made it illegal for people to travel to Iran. They were going to punish them with jail time. They actually threatened them. And then basically they're so dumb, the government, they're so short-sighted. Then they realized afterwards, they're like, okay, wait, it makes more sense for us to get these people to come forward so that we can quarantine them so it doesn't spread. So you know what they had to do? They had to reverse that and put out blanket amnesty. And then you know how many people came forward? Over 100 people came forward that went to Iran that didn't report it to the government.
Is that it?
Yeah, in Saudi Arabia, yeah.
At some point.
Yeah, that's minor.
Bro, I need you.
But yeah, man.
The problem is that the government is going to have to be increasingly authoritarian to deal with this virus, and it gets authoritarian to the point where people say, "I'm not going to fucking report myself." Like what happened in China? China became really authoritarian, so locking people into their house, welding the fucking doors shut, taking them to fucking summer fucking fun camp where it wasn't allowing them to shit, right?
Can you believe it hasn't spread anywhere though?
And fun camp.
Yeah,
Phil, it hasn't spread outside of that debate. You know that, right?
You're not fucking quarantining me. As soon as when this government says to me, we're gonna get quarantined. Fuck that.
Shut
Fuck
up.
donkey. Shut up. You're getting it first.
This virus is like a wet dream for you, hey Phil.
Man said you're getting it first.
You know. Shall I tell you something? What I just read? Yeah. Shall I tell you something? What I read?
I've got a respirator. I've got 5 respirators.
I read, yeah, people are gonna get paid $3.5 grand to get injected by coronavirus, so they can try and find the actual cure for it. Yeah, look it up now. Just Google that, and you'll find it on mainstream media.
No, but how much is it?
3.5 bags.
$3.5 grand. That's fuck all, bro.
That's not enough.
Bro, there's people out there that get paid 5-10 bags, bro, for that.
10 bags
for something less than that.
Easily 10.
Yeah, but the problem is that if you die from it, they're just going to bury your fucking body. The government will kill you right now. Don't trust the fucking government, man.
Incinerate you.
Yeah. It's like China. All the numbers are like going down in China. I wonder why they're all going down. It's weird how a hospital collapsed in China magically for no fucking reason. And loads of people are dying. So I wonder what's going on in China. The reason why the numbers are going down in China is because they're fucking killing their people. That's how they're dealing with the virus.
Well, you reckon? What do you mean? They're going out and shooting people?
Yeah, not shooting
do you
people.
think shooting people is an efficient way of exterminating them?
Fuck knows,
if you trust,
just give them a jab, innit? Just get them in the clinic, give them a jab. It's all over.
They take them to fun camp. It's like, do you want to go to fun camp? Get quarantined.
Have you seen the videos? Have you seen the videos from China? They have like fucking Roombas driving around the road spraying sanitizer at people and shit.
They're capturing people.
Hey, listen to this. Hassan, did you?
Yes, Hassan.
I saw it on World Star Hip Hop. I saw it yesterday. Yeah, there's like a queue of Chinese people, right, wearing them hazard suits in it, spraying all that shit everywhere in it. There's like there's a whole army of them.
They actually have machines driving around on the roads, drones that are spraying it everywhere. Yeah.
They got drones,
and bro, they literally locked down the entire. They locked down the entire province. That's why they haven't had it break out anywhere else in China. They just locked down the entire province.
Yeah, they've locked down the province. They've got drones.
The other argument, though, that some people are making is that the financial impacts in China have been so severe that the Chinese government's hiding it. That's what a lot of people are saying. And actually, I don't really like conspiracy theories that much, but this one I would actually agree with. And I spoke with my friend from Iran. She spoke with her family that's in Iran. And basically in Iran, the people believe that the government knew about the outbreak, and they didn't say anything about it because there was some elections going on. Then literally right after the elections, then they announced it. And then like that day or the next day, they had the first deaths. That's not how it works, right? So that's why it's leading them to believe that the government knew about it, but they were just keeping it quiet.
Madness.
And then they told everyone too late.
Bro, you know, one thing I want to bring up quickly regarding the coronavirus, obviously regarding what's happened with the stocks today and what happened with the stock market a few days ago. So the Dow dropped
It's gonna keep going.
1,000 points today. Yeah, it just went, everything dropped. And just when the stock market shut about a couple of hours ago, I saw it dropped again, because obviously people start buying shares, and before it ends it, people like to unload it just for safety reasons in case if it starts off on the red, innit? So obviously, do you reckon it's just going to another recession?
They're saying it was 125 million, I think, that was wiped off the FTSE. I think that's what they're saying.
It was about 7%.
The worst since 2008.
It lost 7% overall.
So last week they had the worst day in history. Last week they had the worst single day loss in history of the stock market.
Yeah, 1,000 points that Dow lost.
I spoke with my finance manager last week, and I directed him to change up most of our investments to make them more as safe and conservative as possible. And I told him to put a whole bunch of money in inverse funds. So inverse funds are betting on the stock market going down.
I spoke with my.
Right now,
who are you, bro?
You can make a killing right now.
Who are you?
You can make a. If anyone's really smart, you can make a killing off of this.
Yeah.
You see when man are dropping them sort of jaws, I beg you don't cut it, fam. I'm trying to listen to what you're saying, fam. Say that again, understand? Yeah?
No. These are good
so
things.
Saying that what you should do, so with the stock market, there's most people believe you just buy a stock, then it goes up in value, you make your money. Okay, that's it. But
who did you speak
there's another
to?
side. There's another my finance manager, but there's another side to it.
Your mother, yeah.
Sure, yeah, my mom, yeah. So then there's another side of it where you can make money on the stock market going down. So there's two ways to do it. One, you can short the stock market, or the other way is, you could short a stock, or the other way is you could buy put options. Put options are more risky, but you can make more money. But then there's another thing that you can do called inverse funds. So inverse funds are basically just betting against a certain sector, or you can do it against the whole market. So I told my finance manager to put a whole bunch of money into inverse funds right now, because I think that the stock market's going to plummet. I think it's going to be brutal. Because if you think about it, right now, the conservative estimates are 20% of humanity will get infected. And they believe it's a 3.4% fatality rate. So that's 55 million people will die. 55 million people across the world. That's nuts.
Let's get rich, baby!
If you survive,
so you can make a killing if the stock market goes down, and you know how to make money on the down, you can make money on it, yeah.
What it is as well, what I realize here, if I'm correct, 40% of our toilet rolls come from China as well, right? So even all that shit stopped.
Even India, I was talking last night, I was reading some articles from India, and they were talking about how some medicine, some key ingredients for medicine come from India, and some come from China as well. So that's another thing that you got to worry about.
Everything up, man. That's why there's hardly any fucking toilet rolls about.
If you want free toilet roll, do you want me to tell you where we get free toilet roll from?
I'm gonna start shotting toilet rolls soon, man.
Have you looked on Amazon to see how much?
No,
looked on Amazon
toilet roll.
to see.
I'm gonna start shotting them, bro.
Have you looked on Amazon to see how much they're selling face masks for? Have you looked to see how much they're selling face masks for?
Tenner, innit? Them students.
Yeah, it's like you could buy a pack of I think it's like 4 face masks for like $40, $50. It's crazy.
You don't want a face mask. Face masks are pointless. You want a respirator, N95 respirator. That's what you want. That's what I've got.
I personally think that Chinese people have known about coronavirus for time here, because it's been about 6 years I've seen them rolling around with them on. So,
bro, listen to this.
That's actually hilarious.
Listen to this, yeah. When I went to Turkey, when I went to Abu Dhabi, listen to this. Wait. When I went to Turkey, Abu Dhabi, like this year, last year, and I can't remember where else I went. But yeah, all them places, you see always Chinese people with the masks on.
Yeah. They've been wearing them for years. When I went to
Trust me.
Yeah,
they're everywhere, all across the world.
So like, why?
Spoken to them. They say because in China the pollution is so much, that's why they wear the mask to protect their face, to stop them getting the pollution.
But the fucking UAE is clean, bro. The UAE is clean, bro. Abu Dhabi is clean air over there, bro.
Because remember, they do it on holiday, so it can't be about the Chinese air. They come to London, they do it. They do it in the UAE, they do it in Egypt. So Like, my thing is, I don't know, fam. I feel like they some of them knew Wagwan or something, knew there's something.
Bro, they do it in Sheffield Town Centre. In Sheffield, all of them are wearing masks for some
But
reason.
look, Ali Khan, listen to this. Yeah, India's got bad pollution. Delhi's got one of the worst pollution where they had to shut down schools. You don't see no Indian man's walking around with the mask on.
Because they can't afford it, obviously.
Ask one of the Chinese students.
Chinese ain't rich, bruv. The Chinese government is and whatnot. But
Chinese
the
are way
Chinese
bigger
people are
middle
pretty
class
poor.
than India does. Way bigger.
So I got a video of a Chinese person showing you how to make a face mark out of baby wipes. Like, you put a hole in like the two sides of the baby wipe, right?
Ras, I'll send you a picture of a guy playing poker with us with using a bra as a face mask.
Mad thing. It's getting peak out here still.
But do you think, bro, have you heard that flipping Yasser, one of his fanboys, saying it's a punishment from God? That Yasser Habib's like flipping dua been granted. Iran's now being poisoned.
Yeah, like
Hassan,
idiots
do you
like
hear
Celts and other people. Yeah, I've seen people say that.
Yeah. It wasn't the Salafis this time. It was Habib's mob.
Oh, big up Jordan M. He said his advice is to do wudu, and you'll be all right.
Fuck it.
Yo, when you guys do wudu, you guys use soap? I don't know if you guys use soap, do you?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, you really? Oh, okay. Then good, yeah. Good advice, Jordan. Big up.
I think enough. Yo, what on, Dan? Did you cut you there?
No. I was just gonna say I can't find a video of the Chinese people making the mask out of the thing, but I'm gonna. And I'm not getting at Shias for this, yeah. But this did happen in Iran, yeah. People licking their holy shrines, and yeah, just saying they're ready to get coronavirus. They're not scared.
Dan, I gotta ask you a question, bro.
God.
Where did you even hear that? Where did you see that, bro?
Bruv, I've seen it. It's on memory. It's all over.
I've seen a picture of it, sure, but where did you see it and hear that this is related to this virus?
No, I didn't see it was related to the virus. I see that was how it spread, because obviously people are licking. I think people are licking it for healing, because it's meant to be a healing shrine. Like, you're meant to be able to heal yourself from anything. But then,
what happened? The guy that licked it, whose picture it is, apparently he got actually jailed for it in Iran. Am I correct about this, Hassan?
Yeah, but obviously Hassan said earlier, obviously they knew about it and they didn't tell the people. So obviously the government hasn't told the people. This guy's probably licked it to get healed. Remember, Asif, innit? Like,
yeah. I guess so.
But then, boom, he's ended up spreading it, and then I think it spread a lot through that. I don't know, but yeah, Hassan, do you know anything about it? Because I've only seen 1-2 videos online still.
No, I just see random idiots using it for polemics.
Well, even in this country, yeah, if you're supposed to be quarantined with coronavirus and you come out, yeah, and someone gets infected, if you're not staying in quarantine, then you could get done for manslaughter. You know that if the other person dies.
Bro, they're gonna cancel Glastonbury. Glastonbury looks like it's gonna get cancelled now.
Well, they're cancelling football games. Well, not cancelling, but not have audiences.
Yeah, in Italy they're already doing that. They're having games without audiences. Yeah.
Hassan,
you know what I mean?
Hassan, Taylor Swift was going to be at Glastonbury this year, and now they've gone on and cancelled it, so I'm disappointed.
Oh, fuck my life, man. Taylor Swift's not coming this time?
She was. It was all planned. She was going to come to Glastonbury. Now they're going to cancel Glastonbury because of the virus, so we can't watch Taylor.
What are we going to do?
Somebody call the police.
Ali Khan's going to get all high on psychedelics there in Glastonbury, and Ali Khan.
Nah, don't give him any ideas. Ali Khan, man, you just do you.
Yeah, don't you remember those random days when Ali Khan's been on something, like something crazy, and he's like, no, I've just had juice, lots of juice. Remember?
He's on these psychedelics, bro. Ali Khan's on psychedelics and the acid and mushrooms and fucking DMT and all sorts of shit.
Bro, I tell you what.
Probably on that. What's the other one called again? Ketamine, that horse tranquilizer thing, isn't it?
No, that's not.
Nah, he's too
fast
for that.
No, that's not what he's on. That's what he needs.
He needs that, yeah.
And just neck down a whole bottle of cider vinegar. That's how you get. So you can drink cider vinegar.
Cider vinegar is not bad, man. It cleans all your insides out, apparently. And if
apple cider vinegar.
Yeah, apple cider vinegar. That's the one.
What are you saying? You're trying to get drunk off apple cider vinegar?
Anyone has a heartburn or indigestion, I heard it.
But you're not supposed to have a whole bottle of it, man. About couple of teaspoons or something.
Yeah, you take a little shot of that in the morning, they say. A little
shot.
Yeah,
not like a whole bottle of cider, man.
Who's seen the video of that the African guy who was giving advice on coronavirus? Did you see that? The video. He was going, if you breathe it in, he goes, you're in trouble. He goes, but if you even put it in your mouth and swallow it, goes, your stomach acid will kill it because it can't withstand pH. So he was going, make sure you use lots of hand sanitizer.
Mad.
Yeah. No, he's right though.
Hey, what I want to ask you regarding what I want to ask, what I want to ask you regarding the coronavirus, well, anyone on the panel, yeah, I haven't really heard much reports regarding in the UAE and Africa. So you hear about China, you hear about Iran.
This is one of the things I was mentioning earlier to Phil.
Africans are too strong. They're too strong, bro. They're not going to die from corona. All the old people are going to die in England.
We've been dying for poverty for years.
Exactly.
I was speaking about. I mentioned this to Phil, bro. They just don't have the testing capabilities, so they probably have a ton of people infected, but they just don't even know yet.
I doubt it.
It's crazy. It's way worse, man. I feel bad for those countries, man. They're in really bad shape, or they're going to be in really bad shape.
Have you ever been to Glastonbury?
You me?
No.
No, Hassan.
Hassan lives in Canada, man.
Yeah, but they might have like a Glastonbury sort of thing up in Canada.
Bro, I went to one of these things once when I was in uni, yeah, because people kind of forced man to go there, innit?
Lying, Asif, you went last year as well.
No. I went to Festival. You know Festival? I went there. I saw fucking.
Asif, there's no way you were to miss Taylor Swift today. There's no way you were planning to miss Taylor Swift this year, bro.
I saw Outkast there, though, innit? I did saw Outkast there in Festival, right? In a few years ago, and Busta Rhymes was supposed to come, but he never showed up. But bro, I was there for a day. The other guy stayed there for 3-4 days. I'm like, fuck this, bro. You know what I mean? Because I don't drink or nothing, and these guys.
Yo, did anyone watch the video about Fire Festival?
Yes.
Yeah. That was jokes, innit?
Yo, wasn't that nuts?
Fuck that one up, huh?
And then did you guys see that they announced this new festival recently, and everyone thought that it was another hoax? Did you guys see that?
Nah.
So they announced a new festival. They had, I think Usher was on it, Lil Kim. There was like a whole bunch of random artists and a whole bunch of older artists, Trina, and out of nowhere, some of the lower bill artists. They tweeted back. They're like, "This is fake. This is BS," and it's because these artists were like they're either too dumb or they forgot or whatever that their agents had already agreed in principle to perform there. So they scared the shit out of all the audience. Everyone thought that the whole thing was just a hustle.
Shit.
Yo, Dan, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Yeah.
You got yourself for us, man. Yeah, cool.
I'll be back.
So what are you saying, Asif? You went Festival. So what? You just went there for one day and dipped out?
Yeah. I went years ago though. This is like going back about 6-7 years ago.
I remember when
I've been there, and I've been Festival. I think about last time was about 4 years ago. But the only reason I went there for a day is because I had a free ticket. So you know what's that place called again? So my mate's mate owns the whole estate. What's that estate by the Jurassic Coast called again, where they have it now recently? Where that one woman died. Endorse it. Oh my God, I forgot what it's called.
Tina Park. Tina Park.
You're talking about like an estate.
Yeah, it's like, you know what? Oh my God, it's got that cove there as well. I forgot what it's called.
Loworth Cove. Loworth Cove, is it that?
That's the one, Loworth Cove. My mate's mate, yeah, they own the whole lot. You know, the Loworth Castle, everything.
Okay.
Literally, like my mate, obviously, he's like very, like, I don't know, his family's very rich, and this one white dude I met from uni.
The Loworth.
Like, you know, like his godfather's the founder of fucking Petamonji. Like,
oh my God. And you're calling him very rich. I think that's a bit of an understatement, man.
Well, I'm just saying, no, but I'm just saying, but that's just my mate. That's just my mate. But his family's very well connected with all these, like, you know, old English money people. So the people that owns that estate, for example, they've had that money from the year 1600 or some bullshit. Do you know what I mean? It's old family money, innit? The old English white, you know what I mean? Money. So obviously, yeah, man, that's why I just ended up having a fucking, like, a free entry and everything. Or like a VIP pass, innit? Where you go through the yard.
Bruv, to be honest, that little part of the UK is mad, bruv. They get some amazing weather down there. The scenery's nuts.
Yeah, I actually live on the Jurassic Coast myself, innit? I've been living here for the last 2 years.
The geology there is nuts. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
But it's dead though, man. I'm not gonna lie, because it's like for me, yeah, I'll be honest, yeah, it's like all like older white people, innit?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of dead, yeah, but it's pretty calm. It's chilled here as well.
Houses are cheaper down there as well.
No, it depends. It depends, man.
I think they're going up now.
Asif, are you married, Asif? Are you married?
No, man.
So what are you doing down there, bro? How are you
I've been
surviving?
working here and shit. I've been working, obviously, innit?
Oh, keeps your mind off it.
Yeah, I just work. It's one of them. I just keep myself to myself here, innit? I can't really chill with too many people here. You know what I mean? They're not like my age group of fuck all, innit?
Yeah.
You know.
So Hassan,
I wish you would just tell people your real name, Asif. Just be
Say that
awesome.
again?
I wish you could just tell us more about yourself, your real name, where you live.
Hassan
Well, I
networking,
told you
boy.
that much, bruv.
Work
I
in the
told you that
room.
much.
Asif's Gujarati, yeah. So just let's assume that he drives. He's definitely got a German whip. He's definitely pushing some sort of German.
Nah, I actually had one, yeah. Listen to this.
Japanese,
Listen to this, yeah. I bought a German a whip at one point, yeah. A brand new one and everything. 6 weeks down the line, I hit a fucking deer.
Oh shit!
Literally, I fucked everything up in it.
What down in Dorset? You
what
hit a deer
complete
in
write
Dorset?
off?
Nah. It had 8 bags worth of damages.
Whoa.
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, hold on. You're telling me you had
So
a
it
brand
was a
new
bit of a
German whip,
madness.
brand new. You hit a deer, and you only had 8 bags of damage. Did you
Yeah, it
fucking nick
wasn't
the
too
windshield
bad,
or
but it's
something?
still nah, bruv. The front fucking lights, everything was fucked, man.
Yeah,
Literally, there was
you did not
blood
have a
all
German
over
whip,
there.
or you did not have a new German whip then.
Blood was everywhere on the thing. Trust me, it was fucked, man.
Yo. I come here to address Asif. Asif, do you have something to say to me?
I got
Zoubida, I was
nothing
just in the
to
process
say
of
to you.
making fun
What
of
do you
him. Why
want?
you gotta jump in right now?
So, do you like to talk behind people's back, or are you man enough to say what you have to say with your chest?
Say what to you?
You've been saying a lot behind my back, so I'm here now.
She just
I'm
wants
giving
you to say the
Say
shit talking
what
now,
to
yeah.
you?
No, obviously, if
Can
someone's
you
saying
see
a lot
we're
behind my
talking
back,
about coronavirus and
so
shit here, about
basically you're a coward. You like
disasters
to
in
talk
the
about
world,
behind people's back,
not
but you don't
about
like to say it to their
disasters
face,
about
innit?
Zoubida here. You know what I'm saying?
No, it is about me.
We're
You've
talking
got a
about
picture.
world
You've made a
disaster.
picture of me as your profile picture, so it's very much about me. Yeah, your life is around me. Yeah, I don't focus on you. I don't make pictures about you. I don't make accusations against you because I don't care about you. You're relevant to me, but I'm very relevant to you. So I'm just giving you the opportunity. Do you have something to say to me whilst I'm here?
I'm talking about coronavirus, a disaster that is is actually
Okay, so you're
affecting
shocked.
the
So
entire
basically,
world
I
right
just want
now
everyone to
with the
prove
stock
that
market
Asif
getting
Munchi
dropped.
likes to
It's
talk
more
about people
important.
behind their backs, likes to make accusations behind their backs. Once confronted, he's very much scared. But that's obviously traits of a bitch. Yeah, I'm out.
Okay, fuck off. Cool.
Okay, Hassan.
You are a
have you ever
dickhead, by the
listened
way,
to
for that
previously?
profile picture. Asif, just so you're aware, in case you didn't know.
I don't care, bro.
Hassan, have
Yeah,
you ever
I know you
listened
don't
to
care.
previously?
Hassan Salwa, you should know
You have no
out of
sense of
everyone that
morality
I
or
don't
brains
care.
or anything. Yeah,
I don't
know.
have morality. No, it does not exist here, man.
And somehow you have a German whip that you hit a fucking deer and it only cost you 8 bags.
My driving
Do you know how
German
much 8 bags is? Do you know how much 8 bags is?
Yeah.
8 grand.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you mean, man.
I don't know what you mean, Hassan. Why can't it be 8 grand?
Bro,
8 grand's nothing for
Certain
Hassan, bro.
cars
Hassan's probably
cost about 8 grand. You know that.
Khan, I just
Hassan's
have...
probably the imam at the mosque at the Karachi Centre in Karachi, innit? I know Hassan's from
Khan, I had a
Karachi.
Beamer and I just got an accident recently, like maybe 3 months ago, at the front of it. Just the front, like corner. The fucking car was a write-off. And it's a $100,000 car. So this guy telling me that it's 8 bags.
Well, my one didn't cost 100 grand.
What do you mean, Hassan? What do you mean just the corner? What do you mean?
The corner on the front.
So you bent the chassis?
Whatever it was, sure.
How can you? Yeah, how can you? By affecting the bodywork, yeah, you can't really just get write off.
Either that or it was a baby deer, bro.
Nah, but that's the thing, innit? Like, I know about my car game quite a bit, innit? And one thing I can tell you, by hitting the bodywork, you cannot.
It's just panels, isn't it? They just replaced them.
Yeah, literally, you could buy it from fucking by
They
trades
bolt
or
on.
your fucking.
Yeah, they bolt off parts,
Bro,
man.
you could get it from your fucking scrapyard and shit. The fucking parts, you know what I mean?
Yeah, cool.
You get the paint man to fucking paint over it the color you want.
Exactly.
Literally, you
That's
can
how
get
they
that
do
shit
it.
done for about
That's how they do
200-300
it.
quid. I know
Yeah.
about all this shit, man, because I've bought and sold enough cars in my life, so.
I used to do bodywork for a family relative. Hassan, I'm surprised you even know who Taylor Swift is. And every man on this panel is out of connection. They've got no attachment with the youth.
How come you're up to date with the youth and stuff, Hassan?
Taylor Swift's been out for like 20 years, bruv. What connection with the youth?
Why do you even care about fucking Taylor Swift for so much?
Because she's very good looking.
Big up Taylor Swift.
No, she ain't.
She is.
Bruv, look,
No,
if you were gonna go and
pretty.
see someone, what's that woman? I forgot what
Yeah,
that
she's
woman's
pretty.
called. Oh, I got a shit memory today, man.
Yo, Ali Khan, would you rather go see Mia Khalifa or Taylor Swift?
Taylor Swift, hands down.
Yeah, don't shatter his.
No, I'd rather have Mia Khalifa come see me.
Fucking no. So wait, so Ali Khan, are you
Why?
on
Yo,
Ali Khan?
I could arrange it, bro. You just let me know. I'll make some calls. It'll cost you though. It cost you less than 8 bags though.
Yo, Ali Khan, are you on the road
Them
yet?
bitches are a dime a dozen.
Ali
What do you mean
Khan,
I'm on the road?
have you got yourself a car yet or not?
My instructor quit being an instructor. I need to find a new instructor. Why?
So you're
I can
learning
drive,
to
but I've not got
drive.
a license.
So you
I
got,
can drive, but I've not got a license.
you're saying you're out there joyriding, yeah? Hot wiring cars. And
No, I
them
don't
things.
do. I don't drive at all because I had an instructor and he taught me how to drive, so I can drive on local roads. But I've not actually done my test yet.
What's your first car?
Seriously?
Gonna be?
Ali Khan, bro, what? Mom's gonna be
What?
upset with you, man.
Why?
No, I'm just
I
saying.
don't
You
drive at
know,
all.
even me left-hand side of the road or whatever. Holy fuck, man! I almost crashed like within maybe 30 seconds. Brutal.
Hey, what's the worst place that you lot ever driven? What country's been the worst?
Serbia.
Turkey.
Serbia.
Where?
Italy was really bad.
Yeah,
and-
Rome was the worst I've ever
Yeah,
driven.
Rome was
in, man.
brutal.
Fucking hell. Every car's had a
there's not-
damage on it, innit?
Oh no! What am I saying? Lebanon. Lebanon was
yeah?
nuts. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, they take a 2-lane road and they'll make it like 6 lanes.
Yeah, yo, that's
like India style, eh?
Same thing, bro.
That's where me and Khalifa
Two lane roads, but then there's
Yo,
like
I'm
there's
talking about we're driving up like a hill, a mountain with no railings, crazy steep, and it's supposed to be 1 lane going each direction. And there was literally 3 cars on both sides.
Yeah,
mad,
on both directions.
One foot
Madness,
on the hard
man.
shoulder, one half on the hard
Oh
shoulder.
my God,
One in the middle. Yeah, bro.
And they didn't even care, bro. It's just normal.
Yeah, man.
No. Let me answer this Brumtown thing, lower my gaze. Bro, you're from Birmingham. You've got fake Sufi peas going around saying Hitler's going to go to heaven. I'd rather focus on cleaning up Birmingham with these fake scholars who are going around saying Hitler's going to go to heaven, Hitler's going to get sick. Deal with Birmingham first, bro.
What?
Yo,
you heard an imam in Birmingham say that, bro?
Fitna matters as well. Paris is kind of mad as well, man, when I've driven there before.
No, Hassan.
But
Hassan,
depending what time of the year you go there, innit? That's what I've realised. Because I've driven past Paris a lot of times, yeah, and it hasn't always been bad. Especially when I drive to skiing, innit? You know what I mean?
So
when
Hassan,
you drive to the Alps, you have to go through Paris and everything.
Yeah, what are you saying, Ali Khan?
So you might have heard this is Chuff Beer, Mufti Abulaith covered him for 2 minutes.
Yeah, I saw a video on him.
He's from a fake Sufi order. He's the same sort of people Ibn Taymiyyah fought against.
He's like a pretend peer,
Yeah. So this guy's going around saying Hitler, because he killed so many Jews, God forbid, he's going to end up going to heaven. Apparently he has direct communication with God. Apparently, if you give him bayah, you're the same as a Badri companion. You're the same as a companion of the Prophet. He gives that bayah. So it's like, this guy's so messed up.
You know,
and he's
unheard shit, Ali Khan.
I'll tell you something.
Ali Khan, this is some
I'll
unheard
tell you
shit.
something, bro.
Yo, I've actually looked it up.
You know,
what's a chuff peer? What's a chuff
peer?
What the fuck
so
is
peers
that?
are like spiritual leaders of a Sufi tariqa, basically. So people believe that they have like a, they're more religious, more pious. They have a closer relationship to God, basically. But this guy, and sometimes some of them believe that they can perform miracles too. So this guy, I think he claims to perform miracles too.
Down a mic, a man's gonna cure cancer. Man's messed up.
Ali Khan, I'm gonna tell you something, bro. You know that I was listening to this video. My friends did this video recently. They released it with this Atabek Shukurov. He's a Sunni sheikh. Yeah. So he was asking about Islamophobia, bro, and he's like, look, a lot of times, I would actually say that a lot of times Islamophobia is actually due to stuff that Muslims do as well. And I totally agree with him, because this is a clear example of something that's fucking embarrassing and so stupid, and it just makes us all look bad, man.
Wait, apparently man, apparently you're gonna be the same as the
What's up?
companion. Hitler's gonna get saved. Yeah, guys,
That's
messed
not
up in the
that
head,
again?
seriously.
Sorry, Ras. Go ahead, bro.
Nah, I just need to can you put a comment in the chat? I wanna just so I can see your channel in it.
Ah, yeah. I leave a comment.
But yeah. So
But
you man there.
bro,
Damn
man's
it,
going
man.
around saying if you're gonna give me bayit, you're gonna be the same as a Budri companion.
Yeah, that's insane, man.
Bro,
some of these people, bro, they say some crazy things, man. It's kind of sad. It makes Muslims look really bad.
That's why I was having a go at the Birmingham guy. Because that guy used to have a flipping order in Birmingham.
Nice and random.
I bet you
Can I
used
just
to
say,
follow him.
Good though.
Yo, Dan, did you end up watching that clip of that sheikh from Birmingham drink the rat poison? Did you watch it?
No. Wait, rat poison shake. I'm gonna type it in now. When Sheikh Asif.
I want to ask Hassan and say. I want to ask Hassan something. Hassan, you know the 100 grand bimmer that you had.
Yeah.
You know when your mechanic told you that it was a write-off.
Well, it wasn't my mechanic; it was an insurance company. But yeah.
All right. Is he still driving around in it now?
Bro, I don't care, bro. I got a brand new Mercedes now. I'm driving in it right now.
Can't knows, isn't it? He's got a mug right off there, isn't it? You know what I mean? A little panel that, yeah, it's a right
the corner. I don't know who refers to the car as having corners.
So
He's
Khan,
not a barge, fam.
Khan, when you there's certain types of insurance policies that you can get where you pay a little premium and then it's a special rider that if you get a certain amount of damage within the first, 2 or 3 years, they have to replace the car with at least a brand new vehicle or the price you paid for it originally.
No, we don't.
What do you mean at least a brand new vehicle? What more can you get? A brand new vehicle with what? Improved interior? What?
No. So, for example, before I had an X5. It was a 2018 X5, and
someone's got some dough out here, huh?
I think I got it for like, what did I get it for? I think I got it for around 90, and the accident was worth. I think the accident was going to be like 60 something grand. The repairs.
What?
So they deemed it to be a write-off, obviously. But
how can you do 60 grand worth of damage to a car?
Bro, do you know how much them
what did you do? Roll it off a cliff.
Yo, Hassan, did you smash any of the lights? Did you smash the lights or any of the grill?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, them lights are worth like 8-9 grand on their own, man, sometimes.
Yeah, but bro, he's saying 60 grand worth of damage. That's crazy.
It's not economically feasible, right? So they would say it's a write-off, right? So I mean, there's an argument you could make.
And my radiator got smashed. The grill, everything got smashed.
There's an argument that these guys could make that they could try to fix it, but because we have this rider, they have to replace the vehicle with a brand new X5, or they have to give me the money that I paid for it entirely, like brand new.
You have like an 8 series or something, 7 series, 8 series.
X5s.
Oh, X5. Oh shit, yeah. Sorry.
I better tell my brother he's got an X5.
X5.
So you don't know how much his lights are worth.
A brand new X5 in this country, like with the whole bits, the 7-seater one. You're looking about 55 grand.
That's it?
Nah, top end. If you're getting the, you get the M ones.
Yeah, you're looking about it's about 55 grand. Trust me, man. My mate actually bought a brand new one.
Hold on, you're telling me that
he's got the whole shebang.
But my brother's got an X5, and he paid like 35.
Fully loaded, it would be like 55.
Yeah, the 7-seater one as well.
The 7-seater one. You mean the X7?
No, the X5. You know, you get the one with the 7 seats. You get the 2 extra seats at the back.
As far as I'm aware, those they don't have that model in North America.
No, we got that in the UK, man. We get the 7-seater one as well.
That's why they released the X7, because they needed a 7-seater one.
No, you get it in the X5.
It doesn't matter. I mean, anyways, what I was trying to say was, so they had to replace that. They had to give me the value that we paid for the car purchase, like up front. So I ended up getting a 2020 GLE, and it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, you come out all right. You done all right.
Life's good. Yeah. It worked out. But it was, bro, that accident though, that was scary as shit, man. My kids were in the back seat, and like just looking at their face, bro, when the accident was happening, man. I've never had like, fuck, I can't even. It makes me
Makes
Shakes
your
me up
blood
just
run
thinking
cold,
about it.
doesn't it?
I
I know, I know.
don't like it. Yeah.
Bro, what do you have? Auto or manual?
Oh, automatic.
That's all auto, man. Come on, Ali. When you get to them sort of,
Ali's a joker.
Ali, when you get to
Ali
them
thinks
sort
he's
of
like
levels,
that
bro.
micro.
When you
I
get
think
to
it
them,
has like paddle shifters, and you can
some
put it into
mad
like kind of manual mode and like all the shit. It's
Tiptronic
not.
I don't drive. I
Not
don't
really.
drive manual, bro. I've got an auto only license. I'm gonna go for the auto only
Yes, Ali
license.
Khan. Hold on. What's your first car gonna be then, bruv?
I don't know.
No, don't go for automatic.
What was your guys' first car? I know Hassan Sabah's was probably like a C63
Mine
or something.
was an XR3 because I'm that old.
1990 Chevy Celebrity station wagon.
See, it's got celebrity on it, whatever the fuck that one is. I don't know what that
Bought
is.
from an auction. Bought from an auction for $1,500.
Okay.
My first car was Peugeot 306.
Yeah.
diesel.
Oh shit!
I love
so
how
you
Brits
got
say
you had a big car
Peugeot.
then.
Then I
Peugeot.
You had a big car from your as your first car, yeah.
I had a French car as the first car.
Yeah.
The 306.
I remember scrounging for $5 to get gas.
What was yours, Cad? What was yours,
That's how bad
Cad?
it was.
XR3A. No,
What?
XR. My first car was the XR3, and then my second car was the XR3A, and then
What's
I got
that?
an
What's
XR2.
that? What's the XR3?
What's XR? Yeah.
A Ford Escort.
Oh, old school thing. I forgot about them even.
They're alright, man.
The fuck is it?
Little boy racers. No, they were
I
alright,
can
man.
imagine Can rolling around in the Ford Escort back in the day.
Bro, didn't you say XR?
Essex boys.
XR3.
Didn't you say XR?
Yeah, XR.
The fuck is XR? There's no. What the fuck is a Ford Escort XR?
Yo, I don't think you had the hot hatch craze we had over here, man. We used to have the little, like the little Vauxhall Astra.
That's a go and Google it, man. Look up the
there you go.
What about with the Cosworth?
What about Hassan? What about Golfs, like Volkswagen Golfs? A Volkswagen Golf's big in Canada.
Yeah, I've had a few
They were
Golfs.
popular for a bit. Yeah, we had a small phase where hatchbacks were popular, but normally it was just like Civics and Integras when I was younger.
Civics were big. But you know what? Yeah, one thing I'm going to advise everyone. Yeah, instead of people buying a VW Golf, yeah, you rather buy a Seat Leon. It's exactly the same.
That's what I got now.
And it's cheaper.
Asif, that's what I got now. The FR.
Yeah.
Bro, you know what's
the
you know what's
FR
on the
model
come up
because
right
you
now?
get everything, nice sound system, everything.
Yeah.
Trust
You know
me,
what's on
man,
the come up right now?
I advise people
Genesis
to do that.
and
It's faster than the Golf GTI.
Yeah,
Genesis.
it's much quicker as well. 100%. It's got a sports mode on it,
It's
some nice
lighter as
system,
well,
2 liter,
Yeah.
exactly the same as a Golf. What it is, it's got a Golf engine. It's got a TDI engine in it.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
a
yeah.
different chip. It's owned by VW as well, and everything in it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get a Tesla next, a Tesla Model X.
Yeah. That's what I
Bro,
want.
those cars are fucking insane.
Well, it's not
man.
that I
You
want
know-
it. My kids want it.
Bro, Khan, you know there's
My
so
kids
they
are like
used to have
Tesla.
in North America, it had full automated driving, so you could literally put in a destination, it would do the whole thing. But there's a story that came out of the States where the cops were trying to pull over someone, and they went and they were following him, and they had their lights on. The guy wouldn't pull over, and they followed the vehicle all the way home to the guy's driveway, and then it stopped. And then the cops got out and they went up to the guy's window, and he was fucking hammered, fast asleep in the driver's seat. And so they had to change some of their. They had to put out a software update, and now that I think you have to do something every little while for it to continue, for it to work. But yeah, man, those cars are fucking insane. You know, if you buy a brand new Tesla, it's free charging for life.
Oh, really? But I heard. I don't
like-
know. This is what I heard. You apparently you only get warranty on the battery for the first 3 to 5 years. After that, the warranty company ain't gonna warranty you on that, right?
I think it's like 4 years, but bro, you know how sick Teslas are? If you have a problem with your car and there's no shop, like no Tesla in the city, they'll send mechanics to your garage and they'll fix it in your garage.
Yeah, but what about if your battery
What's the mileage on that on a charge?
Shitloads.
Hassan, what's the mileage on that Tesla on a charge? One charge.
Depends which one you get, but Teslas are known to have the longest range. That's why they were crushing for so long before the other companies caught up. So if you get one with the long range ones, it's like you could almost get 600 kilometers out of a tank.
Hey, 1 second. Has anyone seen the new Renault, the electric one? Yeah, that becomes into what is it? Like the fucking like the big cars, the SUVs.
Yeah. I saw that one.
Expands.
Supercar Blondie. I saw it.
Is that what it is? Yeah, that one's dope, bro. And then you could add an extra battery into it as well when it expands.
All the other companies are trying to catch up to Tesla in terms of their range. All the companies.
No, this one's got a long range, man, with the extra battery on it. Apparently, I can't remember. I think it had 700 on it or something like that.
I've never seen a car that goes.
You guys seen that new?
You guys know the fastest car in the world. You guys know the fastest accelerating car in the world. You know it's
Tesla,
right?
The
McLaren, isn't it?
No,
the McLaren?
No, it's electric.
Hold on. Fastest accelerating car is the Tesla Roadster.
What's the time on
that?
Wow.
I thought it was the Rimac.
2.7 or 2.8 seconds, 0 to 100.
No, hang on. Rimac does 1.9 second, and the new Koenigsegg that's coming out. The new Koenigsegg 1700 horsepower, fully electric, does 1.9 second as well. You can
oh my
check
god, I've
out,
never heard that before. I've never even heard of that.
You haven't seen the new supercar all electric Koenigsegg?
Yeah, check that Renault.
No, I didn't even know that brand. I've never heard that brand.
Level shit.
Wow, yo, I'm gonna go check this out. Did you say 1700 horse or 700 horse?
Yeah, 1700. What it is, it's a
1700
three-cylinder. It's got the thing is, it's got three. It's a three-cylinder, but which the petrol side, and then after that, it's got electric as well, and it's got 1700 horsepower. It's the first supercar hypercar that's four-seater. First hypercar. You must have heard of Koenigsegg. Koenigsegg cars.
How do you spell it?
Koenigsegg's are all quick.
You guys, you Brits with your weird pronunciations. How do you spell it? How do you spell it?
It's.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that for sure.
yeah, they're hypercars.
But I haven't heard of that specific vehicle, the one you're referencing right now, because that sounds fucking nuts, man.
Well, if you, I don't know if you guys go to Supercar Blondie. She does all the latest. Well, she's invited all the time with the latest cars.
But
I know.
The best one,
there's an
it's all about the rickshaws. It's all about
there's an Ismaili in Canada.
Still,
he owns there's an Ismaili in Canada who owns a really fine car dealership, and he owned one of the Enzos in Canada. I remember, I don't know if you guys ever saw the video of that Enzo, the guy driving an Enzo, and it drove off the side of a kind of like this road into the water. Have you guys seen that? So if you guys go on YouTube, you can search for Enzo crashing into water.
What color is the Enzo?
That's an Ismaili guy.
Is it grey?
I think it's red.
Is it gunmetal grey? Oh no,
I think it's red. So yeah. Oh, sorry, it's the yellow one then. Yeah. So how nuts is that, man? The guy had an Enzo, and he was driving it for some recording or some video, and he drove it off the fucking road, and it went right into the water or something like that. Some crash.
Fucking no.
And he owns some crazy fine car dealership. Like he's got, if I remember correctly, he has two kids, two young Ismaili kids, like kind of probably my age, and he has like maybe 10 different Ferraris and 5 different Lambos.
Wow.
That's yeah.
Yeah, has anybody been to Wilton fucking Supercar Day?
I sure had an adventure. I was getting
with the
rally
part of the course.
And got in a little too hot.
There, the Rimac, or is it Rimac, or whatever it's called, the electric one? Yeah, that one was there as well when I went there. It happens every summer.
Where is it? What borough? I mean, what
Dorset.
That's in Dorset. That's far.
Yeah.
Yo, what's your dream car? Khan, what's your dream car, bro? If you could buy anything.
I don't know, man. I'm partial to a range myself.
You say
I was gonna get a range. I was gonna get a Velar, but man, they have so many problems, man. So many problems.
What do you guys think of that new Rolls Royce SUV?
Nah,
oh yeah, I don't know, man. I think
Bentley one, the
brand.
Yeah, I've seen the Bentley one.
No, there's
the brand and the name just looks sick, but it's not like. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's worth 500 grand or whatever it is.
Hey, what about them old? Yeah, G-Wagon's banging still.
What about Lamborghini Urus?
The six-wheel G-Wagon,
yeah. The Uno is nice, but my dream car used to be
the Lambo SUV is nice, but
I know Khan and I know Dan would have heard of this Lamborghini Diablo.
The Diablo.
Oh yeah,
of course.
Oh yeah.
I think that was right before the Countach or right after the Countach.
After Countach.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about the Countach.
You guys seen that?
That's not you guys I'm talking about right now. He has a Diablo.
You guys seen the you know the old DMX film with is it with Jet Li or something? And he goes into that Lamborghini shop and he hands out that money. Takes that Countach.
Yeah, bag full of money. Yeah.
What's that film?
You know,
Exit Wounds. Is it called
is it
Exit
Wounds?
For some of these cars,
No.
You guys know you can't buy.
Exit Wounds is with Steven Seagal, but the one
with
some of
you guys.
The Romeo Must Die.
You know,
Romeo Must Die. Yeah.
You can't buy these cars unless you owned a previous one. Did you guys know that?
You know what else? The rear-wheel drive. You know,
Yeah,
the
so
old
right now,
rail
if I
cars,
went to
the
go and I tried to buy a brand new Ferrari, they would say, "Do you previously own a Ferrari? Are you already a Ferrari
What's
owner?"
that?
If you
What's
say no,
that
they
Lamborghini?
won't
What's
allow
that
you to buy a brand new
Wait,
one.
wait. What's that?
I don't
What's
know if
that
it's Ferrari or
Lamborghini that looks like
Lamborghini,
a
but for one of those, for
Batmobile?
sure, it does.
What's that Lamborghini that looks like a Batmobile again? And they only made like about 20 of them. Do you know which one I'm on about?
Yeah.
It's not the Murcielago.
No, it's a V. It's something V, isn't it? V or something.
Yeah, something like that. It was.
Not
That would
Belero.
look dope, bruv. Trust me. That is my dream car if I was to get one.
But thing is,
another car I used to love was the Jaguar XJ 220.
Yeah, I like that car too.
220.
I used to love the
220.
Maserati back in the day, or the Aston Martin, like DB9 or
Aston Martin DB9 was nice.
What about the Veyron? Who likes the Veyron?
Yeah, the Bugatti Veyron.
This is a 1994 Jaguar XJ220.
Yeah, I always wanted one of those.
Yes.
Yeah, right now I could do with a McLaren. Nicely.
If I had enough money and it's affordable, it's not a supercar or anything.
Which one
but
is
it's
it?
good,
Is
it's
it
good.
like the Mercedes McLaren or something? You know that you had that Mercedes.
Yeah, you had that Mercedes
S,
McLaren car as
S
well, yeah.
class, whatever something. No, it's S class.
SLR.
with
No.
SLRs, not the SLRs.
SLR.
Yeah.
Was it the SLR where the doors used to go up?
Yeah, SLR.
They were dope, bro.
They
when
only
I
weighed
was a kid. I
25 of
always
them or
wanted
something like
one.
that. Yeah, those are sick.
Is it?
When I was younger, I was like, yo, I gotta have one SUV, like the family car, then one like sedan to drive around in, and then one sports car. So when I was younger, it was the X5. I mean, it was the Escalade, M5 for my sedan, and then a Maserati for the sports car.
What you guys think
as I got older, I was like,
But Maseratis, yeah, are shit though, bro. You know when you buy a
I
brand
know.
new one,
I'm
you lose
older
so
and I know
much
more.
money.
I don't
What do you guys think of the Honda NSX?
Have you seen how much worth now?
Corvettes, man. The new
Have you seen
Corvettes
how
are
much the
nuts,
old
man.
ones are worth now?
About 20
A
grand.
lot of money.
Bruv, them cars is worth buying and just leaving in your garage.
The
collector's item now, innit?
Yeah. A lot of these old school Japanese cars are now, innit?
Yeah, but I like the new Honda NSX. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll get one someday, man. That's quite affordable.
Remember the Fast and Furious?
Yo,
Remember the Fast and
Shizzle.
Furious Supras?
Shizzle, we can't really
Remember the
hear you.
94 Supras?
But have you seen the new,
come on.
Have you seen the new Supra? It's all made by BMW, right? The new Supra. That's nice though. It's nice. But the thing is, with them cars, they're modded cars. You can mod them up to 1,000 horsepower.
Hold on. Did you guys see the Avatar Mercedes? The concept car that they had at the car show recently, or at the CES? Oh my God!
You're talking about the eco-friendly one.
No. Dan, if you can go pull up pictures of it or something and put it up on the screen, this car it was a concept around Avatar. You should see what it looks like. It's a Mercedes that they announced at CES. Bro, it's insane. It looks nuts, man.
Yeah, but
it looks so cool.
You know the R8 and the i8 started off as concept cars, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. And did you see? I think BMW announced the i4 as a concept car, and I was looking inside it, bro. It looks beautiful, man. I was looking at pictures. It looks very, very nice.
What do you think of M8? You know about this?
Yeah.
What's that Citroen called from back in the days where the back suspension used to lift?
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm about?
My brother had one. With the heated leathers.
Yeah,
they were sick. Yeah.
Yo, speaking of suspension lifting, the Mercedes that I got, the GLE, if I paid a little bit extra and I got the suspension kit, the suspension kit is so nuts. There's a button you can press for sand and snow mode. And the car will basically act like it's on hydraulics on its own. So it'll just start shaking back and forth on its own, and it'll come
Hassan,
out.
is your GLE the 2020 version one?
Yeah.
So that means you got a full screen one, you know, the long full screen.
Yeah, like the 24-inch display thing.
That's nice, man. That's nice.
I love it, bro. That's the only reason I got this. I was going to get an X6.
Mercedes makes the best interiors. They got the best interiors, man. I used to drive
My brother was trying to convince me to get this Mercedes, but I really wanted to get the X6, bro. The brand new X6, the shape on the outside, I love how it looks. I don't like how the Mercedes looks very much. It's like, it makes me think of old people or Chinese people, really. But the inside of it is just so far ahead. I would be pissed off at myself if I didn't get it. But yeah, Khan, you were mentioning that range. I was looking at the Range Rover Velar before, but they're notorious for problems, man. Like notorious, man. I didn't want to deal with that headache.
My mate had one, and he's always bitching and moaning that he's got to take it somewhere to get something done to it. He's always having problems with it, man.
And I'll be honest. I don't know how much you guys know about ranges, but from my perspective, ranges are way overpriced. Way overpriced. Like the Range Rover Sport is way more expensive than your standard like X5 or GLE.
way more
Yeah,
expensive.
that's
Yeah, but
true.
thing is,
That's
I mean,
nuts.
Range Rover's got that name behind it, but it's just all it is just a Land Rover, just kitted up a bit.
Yeah, it's true.
You know
You're
what
better
my
off getting a
mate's
Land
got,
Rover.
yeah? My mate's got an Enridge, so I don't know what year that Enridge is, yeah, but he's got one of them Land Rover Defenders.
They're
One
big
of
cars,
the
man.
boat
They're
things,
solid
the
cars.
boats and everything. You know what I'm on
They're solid
about?
cars.
Kenny Lloyd.
Yeah. He's still got them, bruv. And they're
How
worth
crazy
quite a
is
lot
it
still.
that? How crazy is it that if you buy like a Toyota, like a 4Runner or something, or a Lexus like G class or I believe L class SUV, they make you sign forms saying that you're not allowed to send it overseas for the first I don't know how many years, because so many people buy them just to send them to like Dubai or China or even to like terrorist groups in other countries.
Yeah.
Can you guys believe that? Yeah.
They love the Lexus, man. They love the. What do you think of that Lexus RC coupes?
It's not bad. It's not bad. I don't know.
Do
I
you remember?
really like the.
Do you remember in the early 2000s when they done the Lexus? What is that? Lexus 500 or something? That little coupe 2-door one.
Yeah, they're nice.
Nah, but they look nice, but they were shit to drive, man. It was like, oh.
It was the 400.
I drove it for a little bit.
Lexus makes arguably the absolute best cars, like the best. I used to be like for quality for like what they include in the base model.
Yeah,
there's
man.
nothing that compares. I test drove so many cars before I bought this Mercedes.
You get more for your money, man.
compares
You
to
get
the
more for your
Lex.
money.
Yeah. Lex is actually the best car. Like if I didn't want to be like an insane person and get this Mercedes, I would have just been a sensible person and got the Lexus.
Which version? The GS models?
The V6.
The RX.
Oh, RS.
Now, I think the original GS was based on the S-Class Mercedes.
Yeah, they were competing with the Mercedes, weren't they? The Toyota Mercedes.
Yeah. And I what's that
I looked
called?
at so many different SUVs. I mean, so many different like premium cars. You should see the new SUV that Genesis is releasing. So you know the Hyundai's luxury brand. They're making a play, like a really big play. Yeah, you should see it. It's beautiful, man. The car is actually very nice.
You know them Korean cars? They're doing all right, like Kias and Hyundais.
Oh yeah.
Good. They're quite good looking cars, some of them.
No, they're good cars, man.
They're smart, bro. You know what they're doing?
I don't know what you get in America, but it's about 7 years warranty in the UK.
Oh yeah, bro. Their service, their value, and now the quality and look. Now the quality and look have caught up to basically everyone else, bro. You know that Genesis SUV? You know what it has? It has noise canceling interior noise canceling. So like when you get high end headphones, how they cancel out all the outside noise. They have it for the interior of the vehicle. You know how nuts that is, bro. It's probably so quiet, man. Yeah. And I was reading some of the other features they have. It's crazy, man.
You guys seen the Kia Stinger? That competes with M3. It's like cheap version of M3, but it's nice.
I think I've seen it once.
The Kia Stinger.
No, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it competes with M3, but it's like like 35k car, but it's about
like
nearly 400 horsepower.
Yeah.
It does a 0 to 16 4.5 seconds. That's good, man.
It makes me happy that seeing these cars kind of compete because it makes everyone else have to play harder. So it's good. I think these Kia companies like Kia, Genesis, what these guys do now.
Have you seen the new Kia Sportage?
What BMW and Mercedes and them are doing, and then they try to
the SUV
do like a cheaper design version.
I might get that for my girl. My girl wants that.
No, it's a nice car, man. It's a nice car.
Fiats are not bad price cars, man. You get a lot of car for your money. You know what I mean?
Nah, man.
You get a long manufacturing warranty with them.
Yeah, well, you need it.
But do you remember that's a good thing about?
Do you remember what Fiat used to stand for in the 90s?
Fuck a Fiat.
Do you remember what it stands for in the 90s?
No, tell me.
Fix it again, Tony.
Even for Range Rovers, they used to say that you spend more time in the garage than on the road.
Bro, back in the day, people used to hate French cars.
I drove a Fiat Punto. They're not safe at all, man. They're like off-key cars. In the old days, I'm talking about old days. Old days. Yeah.
My ex had a Fiat Punto. They're shit.
Yeah, they're crap at handling roads.
Mr. Amarrzz.
Yeah.
What's that?
We're talking about cars. We're talking about cars, Mr. Amarrzz, isn't it? Well, what was your first car, Mr. Amarrzz?
Straight to BMW.
My first car ever.
No, Amarrz's first car was a Ferrari, bro. 100.
No. It's Toyota Datsun. Nissan Datsun.
Where's the what?
Where's the old one?
That was my mom's first car, Datsun.
Well, let him speak.
My first the transport was the bus.
Me too, actually. That's a good point. Yeah.
Amarrzz, that's because you spent all your money on sofas.
On sofas. You see my sofas.
Amarrz's got about like 5 sets of sofas.
So wait, what are you saying? Your mum and dad never had no cars then, Amarrzz?
No, the car, okay. My old man used to have a Cortina, Mark II, that's not same the professional.
Yeah, my old man had one of them.
A brown one.
When I was growing up, my parents had this kind of thing that they lived by, where they would live off the lower person's income. So whoever earned the least money, they would try to live off that person's income, and they would save the rest. So my mom used to take the train everywhere. I used to have to take the train and bus everywhere, and that's why we were driving like Chevy Celebrity station wagons from auctions and shit like that.
What did they have in India? Like the Tatas, innit? The Tata cars.
The Marutis, man. Maruti Ambassador.
Yo, isn't Tata like the cheapest car in the world right now? I forgot what it was, but you could get a nice, like a full brand new car for, fuck, what was it? A couple grand?
The Iranian car, right?
Indian car.
I thought Iran's car.
Yeah, Tata's
no, it was India. It was India.
Tata's one of the biggest.
Yo, did you guys see that new Turkish brand? You guys see what it looks like inside? Beautiful car, man. Yeah, it's really nice. Khan, do you see it?
No. Who makes it?
Turkey. There's a brand new brand that they were launching, and they showed you like they did some videos and stuff of the insides. Bro, even the passenger has like 3 screens for himself. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, it looked really nice.
What's it
I was
called?
really surprised. I forgot what it was. Just type Turkish new car company, and you'll get it all.
Yeah, Erdogan's got him mad.
Hey, 1 second. Let me tell Jordan M this. Jordan M said he hasn't seen one nice car in Birmingham yet. All I say, Jordan M, go to Alum Rock. Go to Alum Rock, bro.
I love
Go
Jordan,
to Alum Rock, bro.
Wait, where is
Jordan? Especially on you day.
Road. I sent Jordan to Rock Road. He ate half a chicken, got the rest of the doggy bag and ran away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thing is that's not true though, because I got cousin in Birmingham and up north. Yeah, they all love their Audis. They love their Audis.
Maybe they just keep it parked, bro. Maybe Jordan just never sees them.
Audi RS3s and 5s.
Go on YouTube, and type in Birmingham cars, and you'll find from Birmingham.
Can I just ask you, bro?
Mercedes A45s.
Go on.
You know that that show Air Tour, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know if I talked to you about this before.
He's saying all the cars are over 20 years old. There.
Did you see that?
They must have some good mechanics.
Car was an extra.
In Egypt, they put out a fatwa. They put out an official fatwa saying not to watch it because it's just Erdogan's propaganda trying to revive the Ottoman Empire.
It probably is
so hard, bro.
Yeah.
Someone else told me that other Islamic countries put the same fatwa out, bro.
Yeah, I know so many people love that show. Somalis love it as well. They watch it in Somalia.
Khanito, I want to ask you,
love that show.
Who were the young Turks, man? The young Turks, were they good or were they bad?
They were bad.
I think they were bad. They rebelled, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't Muslim.
They weren't Muslim, no?
No.
They were secularists, weren't they?
I think so. Yeah.
After that revolution.
And they tried
do you think something similar is happening now in the Muslim world? In other countries, you know, there's certain liberals out there, you know what I mean, who are not Muslim, but you know, obviously grew up in a Muslim household and all that, and they basically tried to seize power.
No, you're seeing the opposite now. You're seeing a return to Islamic values and rejection of Western values.
Okay,
Amarrzz, I was just gonna say, bro. I think Amarrzz, I think that there's I think it's a misnomer to say that, like, liberalism, quote unquote, is just no matter what, it's just not in accordance with Islam. I don't think that that's correct to say. I just think that what we may understand as liberal, we may not think some aspects of that aren't congruent with Islam, right?
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. I mean, Islam liberates us from, you know what I mean, the falsehood and, you know what I mean, with the truth. But liberalism, I mean, I'm talking about, you know, I mean, the Western world, but they were liberal views. I mean, you can't change
the problem with the system as it is now is more divisive. If you go back to an Ottoman mentality, you're going to have everyone unified nation, like Turks, Kurds, everyone's going to be together.
Yo, Khan, I listened to this video right now, right before. It was like a 40-minute video about Albania. Salafi scholar, I guess. And this guy, he was explaining why he thinks that there was a rise, like why someone like Albani could have even rose. And he actually put it on the, he put a lot of the reasoning behind the Ottoman Empire falling, because Before, the Sheikh al-Islam of the Ottoman Empire would be like the ultimate
bro, I
authority.
heard you mention my sheikh.
And once that
Bro, I heard you mention
authority
my sheikh. What
is
we saying about
gone,
him?
then Albani can kind of start to theorize and come up with his own way of doing things, and there's no one to really check him. Do you know what I mean? No central authority, right? But before, that would be like the central authority. Yo, Ali Khan, actually, I'm gonna send you this video. You should watch it, and you're gonna be like, "Oh shit, I didn't know he was that bad. He's bad, man. He's
bro.
No, bro. I was reading about him, bro.
Many years.
He's basically trying to teach people that if you read Hadith and Quran, it's as if the Prophet's standing in front of you, or it's as if Allah is talking to you directly. Or maybe for Quran, yes, I can agree with that. But Hadith, bro, it's missing so much nuance, man. That's the worst thing ever, bro. And it's bad for Islam.
Albani was a genius.
No, bro, I'm telling you, man.
It's like Aga Khan for you, bro. Albani's probably the same for me.
No, it's not. It's not like Aga Khan for me, bro. No one even taught Albani, bro. He taught himself.
That's Albani's an inspiration, bro. Yes, he is. For me, he's an inspiration because he's the one man who says you do not need scholars. You can teach the beauty of this religion is that you can teach it yourself.
Bro, he railed against the 4 madhabs. You know that, right?
That's good. That's good.
Ali, it's past your bedtime, man. Go to sleep.
No, it's actually.
Ali's on psychedelic drugs. We found out he takes psychedelic drugs.
Teaching Muslims that they don't need someone of knowledge to help guide them. That's the worst thing, bro. Are you nuts?
No, I'm not nuts.
Okay.
Who's gonna teach you?
Happy Maulid.
So someone who can't read or write English will teach you.
Ali, what are you doing, bro? Why'd you bring up Maulid right now?
Because Amarrzz is known for Maulid, isn't it? So the Maulid of Imam.
Why are you telling him Happy Maulid right now, bro? Why are you doing that?
By who?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that.
Please, man.
Okay. So, no, let's have a serious conversation.
That's how you're a little kid, man. Go play with other kids or something, man.
Amarrzz, tell us, bro. He stopped, bro. He stopped, bro. Please. Okay,
let's have a serious conversation about Albani and Muhammadans.
Yeah.
Bro, the 4 madhabs are nothing but bid'ah.
No. Amarrzz was saying something else. What did Amarrzz want to talk about?
I said you should go and
Amarrzz,
do a jigsaw puzzle or something.
Yeah. But before that, what were you going to say, bro?
I was about the Young Turks, and how did they seize the power? How did it happen?
I'm rather be talking about this Albani thing. I think Albani was known as the Imam Bukhari of his time. That man is an inspiration to mankind. That you can teach yourself this religion, and you become.
No, he wasn't.
And you can become one of the greatest scholars without
Bro, Ali Khan, I understand that you have this view of him, but I'm just telling you that what you just said is incorrect. There were many scholars that wrote refutations, like volumes of refutations of him.
I don't care.
During his time, bro.
Because you know what, bro? Sheikh Albani inspiration to me that I don't need to teach. I can teach this religion myself.
Sure. And I told you that. I told you yourself. You yourself have a good heart. So the lens by which you interpret the religion is probably generally going to be a good lens. Other people, they don't have the same heart that you do.
Bro, right. So we've got Hanafis now saying you can't, when you pray, you cannot hold a child. A child cannot approach your shoulder, but a dog can. Is this what the 4 madhabs are about? A dog, you can have a dog on your shoulder while you can pray.
Ali Khan,
you can't have a kid on your shoulder.
Ali Khan, no matter what, you're always going to be able to find some weird ruling from all the schools, for sure. But if you don't want to accept that ruling, don't accept that ruling, bro. No one's going to hold a knife to your face, bro, or your neck, too, bro.
What's this about dogs?
This is why I rejected all 4 madhabs.
Because of one ruling?
Bro, this is not the way of the Prophet. The Prophet is... You follow the Prophet and the Khulafa Rashidin. You don't go around following 4 schools.
Ali Khan, the Prophet is not here.
Well, we have the Khulafa Rashidin.
The Khulafa Rashidin are not here either, bro.
Oh, how do you
we've got the biography, we've got the life story.
Religion of Islam, the works of the 4 madhabs are in place at the moment. So many knowledge has come through them transmitted chains.
You
don't need the
So, Ali Khan, I'll give you an example. I'll disprove you right now. Hold on, I'll disprove you right now. There were Maliki scholars, early Maliki scholars. It shouldn't actually. Let's go back to whatever we were talking about before. I don't want to get into this, but there were early Maliki scholars who made a ruling, Ali Khan, and they said, this ruling is not based on any textual evidence, but this is from the living Sunnah. So right now, today, if you were to read hadith books, you wouldn't even know that, and you would think that it's totally wrong.
That's right.
But these people, bro, you have to have some
He's
respect
got a
for
very
these
good
people who
point.
spend their entire lives working and studying and learning about Islam, because there's like so many overarching topics and other angles and ways to understand things and interpret things that are involved instead of just reading one hadith on its own. It's the same as someone looking at the Quran, taking out one verse and calling us and saying we want to kill all kafirs, for example.
That's what the Quran should do.
Yo, Ali, Hassan, man, let's get back to the topic, man, because you'll get messy.
Yeah, let's change the topic. Let's change the topic.
We, you know, I mean, end of the day, we'll disagree and it'll go chaos.
If someone gives you a book of physics,
this is why the car topic was good and unique on its own.
Become a physics doctor, can you? Just by reading a book, yeah.
You can.
You have to have a teacher.
Good example. Yeah.
Bro, this religion is not like
physics. Who taught you to read English? Who taught you to speak English?
Anyways.
Pick up Albani. Let's move on. Pick up Albani.
Different topic. Yeah.
Because otherwise it get messy. Because, you know, I got different thoughts to Hassan, and it become chaotic.
We can discuss it another day again. I have no issue with that.
No worries.
I don't think with you it would ever become rude, but I'm just saying, like, if we're discussing something else, let's try to do that, because we always end up talking about it's something to do with Islam, and I don't think we always need to. You know.
Let's apostasy.
Oh, I thought we said let's talk about prostitutes. I was going to say favorite subject.
Amarrzz, before we get off the topic,
working overtime.
I'm going into a place right now, and there's going to be a lot of background noise. So if the volume's too loud, I might have to jump off. Just heads up.
No worries,
anyways,
Amarrzz, what car have you got now? Then what are you driving now? People are saying you're driving a van, white van.
No,
that's cold, man.
He's got a mobile catering unit.
I am Volkswagen Craft.
It's got Bolingo, man.
Man, Amarrzz doesn't drive anything. People drive him around, bro. Come on. His driver's waiting outside right now.
But his driver's waiting for him in the Mercedes Vito.
I'm trying to show you love, Amarrzz.
In the Mercedes Vito vans. Bro, have you seen them? Have you seen them get done up?
Have you guys seen the
Maybachs when they're all done up?
Mercedes Vito.
Yeah, I've seen it, Asif.
Big
bro,
vans.
the Sprinters as well, bro. When they actually do it up, they're on the inside. It's dope. Trust me.
What about the transporters, man?
Yeah, they're all solid as well.
Then you got no space on it.
Yeah, they're worth quite a bit, man. Them.
What's that VW one? What's that VW big van?
Yeah, that's the one. Transporters, man.
Transporter, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Volkswagen Transporter.
The Scooby-Doo thing, innit? The Scooby-Doo ones, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Amarrzz, did you drive a Transit?
That's
van?
the one, innit?
Yeah.
Transits are no good.
For some reason on my street, there's about five people that got Audi A7s.
Dan, what are you driving, Dan?
I got an Audi.
Can I ask you guys?
I got an Audi A3.
I like that car. Have you guys ever tried Turo yet?
I'll show you what car I'm in at the moment.
Have you guys tried Turo yet?
Turo.
Amarrzz, you're going to put your camera on.
Turo, yeah, Turo.
What's that?
So you guys know Airbnb, yeah?
Ain't bad.
So you guys,
yeah, we know Airbnb, but what's that?
What are you in?
Yeah, so Turo is basically Airbnb but for cars.
Oh yes, I have heard about Turo. Yes, I have. I don't think I could ever do that. I could never do
I rented from it like a couple weeks, or no, maybe a couple months back in LA.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
What was that one? Show it again.
RS3.
Ooh.
RS3. Oh, I like that, man.
Is that the sedan version or the hatchback?
Don't you have to be a drug dealer to drive that car?
Do you?
I think so.
I don't know.
Is that the sedan or the hatchback?
It's the hatchback, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought it was only hatchback. It comes in sedan?
No, you get RS3 sedan as well, or saloon.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
What's the typical drug dealer car from back in the day as well?
Honda Civic hatchback.
In UK,
BM, innit? BMW.
Yeah,
Khanito, it's the Golf Mark 2, innit? The Khanito there, the Golf Mark.
Yeah.
I guess I lived in more of the hood, I guess. So I said Honda Civic, you guys saying Beamer. Yeah, that makes sense.
Them big BMs, man, with the dark shaded windows.
Yeah, you know it, bro, with the bass box in it as well in the boot, innit?
Yeah,
I remember buddies always getting tickets for having tinted windows. I always hearing about that.
You guys get that, right? Tickets for tinted
the golf were big as well. That was all amongst the drug dealers, isn't it?
Golf GT.
Yeah, Jordan
I love golf. Golf's a good
Jordan
car.
M got a ticket.
That's a drug dealer.
Yo, Jordan M got a ticket in Birmingham.
GTR.
Yo, Jordan M got a ticket in Birmingham. Jordan M, if you give me half the amount of the ticket, I'll get that sorted for you.
How much are the tickets in Birmingham? £20?
No, you got parking ticket outside. You got parking ticket at the food place. So why would it give me half the amount? And I'll wash it.
Wait, 1 second. Let's talk about 1 second. Yeah, someone told me. So you get a parking ticket and you get a parking notice, right? When you get a ticket.
Okay. Yeah,
And you get some that comes from a private company, and certain ones here you could kind of get away not paying.
No, those are for private lots.
Wait,
They just send it to a bailiff and they fuck up your credit. So you're better off paying it.
You know what? I tell you, Can, yeah. You know where I was living in this.
You don't have to pay it.
Listen,
7 years.
Can listen to this, yeah. I was staying somewhere, so I had an underground car park, right? So I had 2 cars at the time.
Yeah.
And I never had a parking bay for my other car in it.
Okay.
I was racking up a parking ticket every day until it ended up a bailiff came up to me for $5,000.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
but then obviously one guy, yeah, he went and
if you don't pay for 7 years, they
he told me, wait, listen. What one guy done? He reported them to the what is it called? The Queen's Council or something like that. It was
the ombudsman. The ombudsman.
Yeah, some ombudsman.
Yeah.
No, it's called the Queen's Council or something along them lines, isn't it?
It's basically an oversight body. Yeah.
He reported to them, yeah, and he got everything. Yeah, he got everything taken off, and he told me to do the same thing. And
What was the argument that he made though when he submitted that? Or when he made that complaint? Do you know what the argument was that he used?
It's a private company, isn't it? That was the argument, basically.
And so you don't have the authority to find.
Yeah, you haven't signed up. You have not. No, in Canada it could be different. Yeah, but in the UK, basically, you haven't signed nothing with them for that to happen.
There's something called there's something
as long as you don't make a
implied-
payment towards the debt.
No, there's something called the implied contractual obligation. So when you park in a parking lot, in a parking stall, if it's clearly stated everywhere and it's private property, that's implied contractual obligation.
You know, talking about
And that's
what
even under
bailiff,
common law in the UK as well.
You know, talking about bailiff, yeah. If someone knocks on your door and they don't have a warrant, you don't have to let them in. Yeah, just close the door on them. But if they come back with a warrant, make sure it's signed by the court, ink signed. Some of them just say, "Oh, it's waiting to be signed, but it's still legit." It's not. It has to be ink signed.
You know why you can't knock
If
on
you showed up with a
front
warrant
door?
and it wasn't signed, I would never let them in.
You know why you can't knock on my front door? Because I've got 2 front doors.
I thought you were going to say because you have a pit bull or something.
You can't knock on my front door. And I got no doorbell as well. If you ain't got my phone number, you're fucked.
I was ex-army. I'm ex-army. I'm ex-army. They have to knock on my door politely.
Is there actual rules about that, or they just do that
They do
as
that.
a courtesy?
Amarrzz
You said
in the
you're ex-army,
Pakistani army.
Amarrzz.
Yeah, he was a Pakistani army.
Yeah, I was ex-army, man. British.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, British army, man.
He was a Green Beret. He was a commando.
Territorial
Hold on, you're
army.
saying you were in the British army or in the Pakistani army?
British army, man. Territorial army.
TA.
Yo, tell me stories.
The volunteers, Hassan. TA.
TA, yeah. I was stationed in Cyprus and Yemen, and now I'm back in it.
Yeah, I read that Princess Dominica.
Amarrzz, how come your nose is going long, man?
Man, Amarrzz, no wonder you're so angry all the time, bro. I'm just kidding.
Italy's on lockdown now,
kidding,
isn't it?
Whole of
You know that
Italy.
entire Italy's
Whole
got
of
lockdown,
Italy
yeah.
has been placed on.
I read that about 10 minutes ago.
On lockdown. Fuck.
I was literally reading yesterday that they did Milan and some other areas, Venice maybe, but I didn't know that they did all of Italy. That's nuts, man. That's gonna destroy their economy like really bad.
Americans can help them out.
They haven't done anything to fight that coronavirus yet.
Say that again, Amarrzz?
Have they found anything to fight the coronavirus?
Yeah, they said that if you eat cake, like, you can never get ill.
No.
Come on, Khan, bro. I don't even want to hear this shit, man.
The cake is the cure. The cake is the cure.
Cakes. Yeah, you have to eat a special cake.
It actually bothers me so much when people make fun of Molid, like especially with Amarrzz. It actually bothers the shit out of me.
No, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? The Mawlid and Nabi, obviously, the people who send the blessings of Prophet Muhammad to get 10 verses back. They are, you know what I mean? Obviously, in a safer place than the people who don't in it. That's what I believe.
They're going to close mosques. That'll be one of the first places that they close mosques and churches.
So
and
Mr.
temples.
Amarrzz, I gotta ask Mr. Amarrzz here. So when it comes to this hangout thing and everything, who would you rather hope that will get coronavirus or hope that don't get coronavirus?
Nobody. I don't wish coronavirus on anybody.
MashaAllah.
Asif, man, how can you even ask that, man? What's the matter with you, man? There's level to trolling.
You know what's funny that Asif said that? I swear, for a split second, hold on, for a split second in the last 2 days, there's been at least twice where I actually thought that I should say something like, I hope that coronavirus finds you. But then I was like, wait a second. That's just not how I am, bro. What the fuck am I even thinking? I just didn't do it. But it's funny you said that, Asif.
Why? Because you were going to say the same shit to me.
No, I mean, coronavirus is only like a 0.3% chance of death.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's for the. I think it's a high risk for elderly though. So if you got old parents and grandparents and all that, you know.
Yeah, I was trying to say that that's not high enough. Why would I wish that on you, Asif?
Exactly. It's not just you affected. It could affect.
The worst combination is if you have children and old people living in the same house.
It went over everyone's head. If I was going to wish something on Asif, it would have to be way, way higher than 3%.
Yeah, we get it, man. We get it.
Good. Just waiting for a stupid comment from Asif, but I didn't get one, so.
Go on.
I thought with a very stupid comment, Hassan, but you just end up screaming.
Yo, Hassan, who's that picture you got on your avatar? Is that some burglar or something running away?
No, Assassin's Creed.
Assassin's Creed.
Is it?
Yeah.
Man.
My new avatar is going to be Ertugrul.
Oh, dang.
Bro, then the problem with that now is Halima's ruined it for everyone, bro.
Why? What's she done?
Bro, her name is Halima. And look at her picture.
Yeah. Ertugrul's wife. And the actress. There's a picture she's got.
Yeah, I know. That's the best picture.
The last 2 times that she spoke to me, though, she's made a concerted effort to not sound as rude as she used to. So I'm going to apologize for the joke I just made. I didn't.
Yeah. Take it back, Hassan. Take it back, man.
Yeah.
Don't insult sisters.
I apologize. Yeah. I don't have this rule where I quote unquote don't insult sisters. I just don't insult people generally. I just avoid it unless they do.
I
don't insult anybody.
I don't insult people.
Khan, is that picture of Al Pacino you got?
Yeah.
Big fan, huh? Big fan.
Khanito must die.
Carlito's way.
Khanito's way. I don't know why I said Khanito must die, but
what's that famous
thing?
There's Khanito. There
is.
What's that end?
There's a part 2, right? You guys know that, right?
Yeah. Well, that's a prequel. That's a prequel.
Tanning salon yet, Khan.
Yeah.
Yo, Asif. Khan, what's the last word?
When I wear black,
look at Khan all cleaned up. Look at him. All cleaned up.
No, I didn't shave.
Wear white next time.
Khan looks English, man. He looks English.
I'm looking at English.
Khan looks English. What?
Nah, Khan looks like
Khan looks like he drives a white van.
Hang on. Khan looks like the love child of Al Pacino and Steven Seagal.
Yeah. The big fat Seagal, yeah.
Look, as long as my mummy loves me, I'm happy. Fuck the rest of you.
Yeah, what's that words that at the end of Carlito when that Cuban brother says? Do you remember me? How's it go? Do you remember me? Something from the Bronx.
Oh, Benny Blanco.
When he shoots
Blanco,
him.
Yeah.
That was sad ending, man. Sad ending. He nearly got away with it.
Yeah, it's true.
Yo, can I ask you guys? I think I've got a chance to ask you. I think some of you might have a different opinion, but they were asking on Belly's channel a couple days back. They were asking about Islamophobia. Do you guys believe that this? Asif, I already know your opinion, but the rest of you guys, firstly, do you believe that it's legitimate, the phrase, and secondly, do you believe that it should be used or not used?
What is my opinion?
Not.
Yeah,
I've already heard you say you don't think it should be used.
It's a legitimate phrase, and you should only use it in conjunction with legitimate Islamophobia.
Exactly.
Just because someone hates Islam doesn't make them Islamophobic. But all this rhetoric about Muslims are taking over and all this malarkey, that this fake narrative of the right wing, that is actually Islamophobia. So it's similar to the Great Replacement, where they feel that immigrants are taking over from the whites. It's a similar thing.
Or people marching against Sharia law for
Muslims
the last
have got all
20
these
years.
right that other people don't have, or Muslims have this influence over government that other people don't have. All these kind of like bullshit. That is
No go
Islamophobia.
Muslim zones. No go Muslim
Yeah,
zones.
like,
That's an
Gain, what do you think?
Islamophobic comment.
Gain, do you think that the word is valid, and do you think that it should be used or not used?
Man, I'm gonna have to get back to you guys, man. I'm just going to my daughter's room. She's not sleeping. Yeah, I'm gonna stay quiet.
Sure. I think.
So me and Khan actually agrees on that.
And the other thing I was gonna ask you guys was, so I mean I don't particularly care that much about Asif's opinion, but from my perspective, you know, we get so upset about
same opinion as Khan.
we get so upset about like criticism when people are kind of making comments about Islam and about Muslims. My perspective, the argument that I was taking,
someone can hate Islam. It's up to them, isn't it? But Islamophobia is creating this false narrative.
Yeah.
Like
so what I was going to say though, is I was going to say,
Islamophobe,
do you think that it's Islamic to react the way that we react?
Wait 1 second. You know what you have to see here?
You're going on that there's a singular reaction.
Yeah. It's like what else you have to look at as well. Listen, today you have to understand that Muslims are much more sensitive. As Muslims are going to be much more sensitive today due to the current climate in the world.
Muslims aren't really reacting to anything.
No, but listen, they're going to be much more sensitive regarding today's political climate.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
That's
coming
a fair
from.
statement to make, but I guess it still begs the question though. Is it Islamic in a vacuum? Not to say is it Islamic the way that we would react? Is it today?
What
Islamic? That's not what I mean.
What reaction are you talking about though? I've seen many different types of reactions.
Where we think that people, like, we basically start trashing the person. We think it's terrible. We think that if it was in a Muslim country that these people would be jailed or arrested or whatever for saying these types of things, and we basically just like treat them with like as much venom as possible. Do you guys think that this is Islamic?
I don't know where you're getting that from, Hassan, because that's not in general. That's not the response.
Not you, Khan.
No, but in general, that's not what's happening. Right? What are you talking about? A couple of people on YouTube.
Okay, wait. Let me rephrase. On Faz's channel specifically, there'll be a lot of blowback when people make comments and speak about Islam and stuff like that, especially when they're critical or say rude things about Islam. Now, the extreme to which it goes, do you think it's Islamic or not Islamic?
I think it's not Islamic because if your aim is to create content for your channel and that is your prime objective, and you're allowing yourself to become triggered and reactionary to what's going on around you, you're being a YouTuber, you're being a content creator. You're not really necessarily thinking as a Muslim. So it depends on your niyat. It depends on your intention.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
And it depends
Asif, what do you
who
think?
you're talking about.
Because I've seen you agreeing and really contributing, really, right? So I wanted to see if you what's your position on this. I don't know how. I don't know why I'm even asking you about what's Islamic or not, but whatever. Go ahead.
That's a bit rude.
Coming from a Ishmaeli guy, but yeah, it depends. Everyone had a different reaction to it, and people have reacted in a different way. First of all, certain people, a lot of people here are laymen's anyway.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
And
so you're gonna get a human reaction.
The question was, do you think it's Islamic?
Listen. You're going to get a human reaction from people. Some people may start swearing at people's mothers over this. Some people will held back and just leave. So everyone's a different reaction, man. Do you know what I mean? But
what's your point, Hassan? Make your point.
Yeah, so Asif, I guess what you're trying to say is
that's not
you're basically
Islamic,
saying
obviously.
that. No, you're basically saying that the reaction it has nothing to do with Islam. It's just based on the individual. That's what you're trying to say, Asif?
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it's just the individual because a lot of people are laymen, and due to today's political climate, people are going to be more sensitive.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying that there's no like premise or basis or guidance from within Islam or scriptural Islam to kind of like dictate how you should act or whatever.
People are reacting regarding the emotions.
You're saying they're hypersensitive to criticism.
I understand this already. I've already said yes, I understand.
So I'm not mentioning regarding scriptures or anything like that. I'm not mentioning that. I'm just mentioning just the overall, the people's reaction.
Asif, I agreed with you. I said that yes, I can understand that. I'm saying the question though was, what do you think that like the actual guidance is within the faith about this, about reacting to this type of thing?
No, that's a big question, Hassan. Come on, bro.
If there's a plague, you shouldn't go. There's a Sayyid that says if there's a plague in a place, don't go there. But if there's a plague where you're at, don't leave.
That's true. Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's the best.
No, Russ, he's not talking about Corona. He's talking about YouTubers, basically. Are they behaving in an Islamic way? So what is behaving in an Islamic way is when you're taking the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ as your example. So if you can act in a way and you're showing me that it's, you're following the Sunnah and you're acting in accordance with the Prophet or the Prophets of past, then you're acting Islamically. So I don't understand what Hassan's asking, really.
But if you look at certain brothers like Yusuf, like certain brothers like Yusuf or Ibrahim and stuff like that, would you say they're acting Islamically? They don't even bother getting involved in these things.
Exactly.
So
do you know what I'm saying?
For example,
but there are certain people that get involved in cussing someone's mum over this. Now, is that Islamically?
What we should assume,
no, it's not.
Hassan, is for every one person that speaks or misspeaks, there's 1,000 people that didn't speak.
Okay, so remember when that guy he threw the Quran on the ground at the park? Do you remember the reaction? It's pretty bad, right?
There wasn't much of a reaction.
Sorry, what?
There wasn't much of a reaction.
People just talked about it. What reaction was there?
What reaction was you expecting?
Hold on. I didn't. Let me be clear. When I say reaction, I'm not talking about someone doing something physical to the person.
So
at
what
all.
reaction
I'm not saying
are
that.
you talking about?
But I'm saying, for example, there was at least a full week of shows on Faz's channel of people complaining about this specific thing.
Seems like you've got a problem with Faz. Like, I don't watch Faz, so I can't really
not at
talk to you
all.
about this.
No, what this did though, this made me think though, and try to consider what the actual guidance is within Islam for this type of scenario.
But what was the reaction? Because I actually missed that whole week. I wasn't even.
Bro, talking about complaint, talking about filing complaints, getting the guy arrested. This shouldn't be allowed. Like basically, and just non-stop complaining about it.
What is wrong with that?
Because what's wrong with that? Getting him arrested.
What is wrong? Did they talk? If someone's mentioned about causing physical harm against the individual, then you could say, okay, there's a problem there. But if someone a bit upset seeing the holy book getting violated, bruv, they could say these things, innit? Try and get the person banned and this, that. What's wrong with that?
Allow me to explain. Yeah, allow me to explain. So this made me think. I was like, okay, so I understand what's allowed with our legal system, but I was trying to think about what actual guidance is within Islam for this, not what our legal system allows us to do. No. I was just trying to do reading and trying to figure out, like, just trying to think about things holistically. So this is kind of what some of the things that I've seen. If we think about it itself, the Quran itself, the book, the Quran, it's actually like a ton of it is Allah speaking directly to people that don't believe, that are mocking, that are ridiculing, that are questioning, criticizing. Right? We can agree with this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So right away, that's one example. The other example is there's an example of there's a Bedouin, a hadith of a Bedouin that walked into the mosque and he started peeing on the floor or something. And people were really upset about it, but the Prophet ﷺ, he understood how this guy was brought up and how he was raised, etc. And they treated him. He treated him like super kindly. There's another example of someone who the Prophet ﷺ owed money to, and the guy came and he saw the Prophet with some companions, and he grabs him by his clothing. He tore his clothing. He hurt his neck. And he didn't even address him respectfully. He's just like, "Ya Muhammad, you guys don't pay your debts, basically, and give me money." And the companions were all so pissed off, just like how we would have got pissed off, right? And his reaction was, "No, treat the guy peacefully, give him the money he's owed." And I think he even said, "Give him more than he's owed." So,
all right. So when you finish, let me comment. Yeah, when you finish.
Yeah, go ahead, Robo.
Okay, so in those times, people were jahil. And they were barbarous. Nowadays, people are not jahil. So when James S.C. says something, he says it knowingly. When someone throws the Quran on the floor, like Ashley, he's doing it for a reaction. Yeah? So, our reaction to his doing that needs to be measured. Yeah, we need to be thinking always of not being so responsive to things and being calm and being relaxed. And when someone does something like that, you're looking at them thinking, you know what you're doing, but I know what you're doing, and that's enough. You get me?
Yeah. So the way you're arguing is actually very similar to what I'm arguing. It's just that you're taking this angle, and I'm taking another angle from the same kind of point. My point, though, is that you could make an argument that there should be an understanding about how people have been raised here in the West, and how people have been taught, and what they've kind of been brainwashed with and fed. And this is similar to like the Bedouin that would do something super rude, and the Prophet understood that this is how this person has been raised. This is how they've been taught. So it's not necessarily justified or fair to get so upset with the guy based on how they've been taught.
But no one got that upset. I don't know who you're referring to. Who got that upset?
No,
calling for the guy to be arrested.
One second. Listen to this. What you call listen. What you call getting upset here is what happened in Paris when people went and shot up people.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Like
that's
that,
even more to
right?
an extreme. Absolutely.
Wait. That's the extreme. But in this case, no one even got hurt. People just made a bit of sound. The dude made an apology video or something regarding, okay, what I've done is wrong. If people did not make a sound, then you wouldn't have even got an apology video. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, if people did not make it, wait 1 sec. If people did not make a sound when these things happen, then it would continue to happen as well. Regarding like Tan, when he came to Speaker's Corner and all these other things. So next time, if someone wants to do it again in the future, they have to think 2-3 times. It's like, if I do it, I won't get away that easily because people will literally isolate me regarding this.
Yeah, so the point is literally that. I'm saying, is it fair though for us to kind of be like, it's basically like scaring someone so that people in the future are more hesitant to say things, but that's just out of some sort of fear.
No,
that's
saying
not,
things and saying things and
to
doing
be clear,
things
remember,
is
I repeated
different.
this already. I said this already twice now. I'm going to say it again. I'm not saying that there was anything violent done to the guy. That's not the point of contention.
Are you suggesting there was an overreaction?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, bro. We talked about it for a week. Talking about the guy getting arrested.
Wait, Hassan. Are you offended yourself though with the Quran getting violated like that?
But hold on. And there was even crazy arguments and about even accepting his apology after he made an apology.
I don't know what you're on about, Hassan. To be honest,
well, but that's when you get that. Yeah, that's when you get human
reaction.
Done, some people are like, this guy's
like
yeah.
Isa
some
and
people,
QIO wait. Like we accept.
In my opinion, Hassan, you shouldn't even be raising this right now. It's done, innit? You should forget about it. Why raise it now?
I'm just discussing with you guys. I'm not even.
Okay, wait. Khanito, wait, can I? Let me ask. Wait. Let me ask Hassan one question. Wait, let me ask you one question. Wait, I'm gonna ask you one question regarding the same thing.
Oh my God, man! I was just saying. I'm the point. What I'm discussing with you guys though is I'm discussing how we react and whether I believe it's Islamic or not, or whether you believe it's Islamic or not. I'm not talking about to bring up that specific situation. I mean, even for example, I'm talking about even a couple days ago.
Wait. Can I bring a different scenario?
Bringing it up now is not Islamic.
Yeah, can I bring a different scenario up? Yeah, when I had the picture of Aga Khan's daughter, how did you react?
I asked you multiple times nicely to take it off,
and you complained.
But I was rude to you from the beginning. I've been rude to you basically from the start because of what you've done in the past. This is not like as if it's some secret. But this is not me. Whether I'm not like for example, if you apologized and you said
wasn't it regarding the Aga Khan thing as well? When I had Aga Khan's daughter as my profile picture,
let's take this opportunity.
You were also saying not to let me on panels.
Yeah, mashallah, everyone acted very responsibly and was not provoked into any any action unnecessarily. So mashallah,
exactly can mashallah. So
Asif,
all the Muslims
that did. My perspective, Asif, if you acting like an idiot, if you decide, okay, I'm going to say sorry and I'm not going to do it anymore, you know my reaction would be, I believe the Islamic reaction, it would be like, I accept your apology, and khalas, we move on. That's it. That would be my perspective. But because you don't do that, and because you continually do what you've done, Yes, you are. I will treat you rudely, of course. But this is not
So
you.
regarding,
Islam,
but regarding individuals like James SC, and let's say even what's his name, that whoever stepped on the Quran again in the park,
Ashley.
he had said, yeah, Ashley has said things regarding Islam before in the park as well. I've seen it, and
yeah, that's a quick
What's
one.
happening?
I
Go
got,
on, Russ.
I got
Peace
a
and
bust out.
blessings.
Big up, bro.
Big up, Dan. Big up everyone on the panel. Come on.
Ross, you
big
going?
up.
Yeah, I got a low one up, but I'm gonna try to come back over anyway.
Sorry, man.
Yeah,
If Ahmed was going to talk to you,
we're here.
my apologies.
I pushed it back.
Yeah, nah, you're gonna pay for it, Hassan Sabah.
But what I'm saying is, yeah, for me personally, yeah, when I look,
what's going on?
I think Jordan them hit on the head, yeah, because like I think if you actually looked, like, consider it, yeah, it's a holy book, yeah, and someone stepped on it in it. So I think the outrage was necessary. You know what I'm saying?
Justified.
Yeah, I think it's justified, yeah. And what I think we found, yeah, is that Islamophobes were talking about it more than actual Muslims, saying that Muslims should just, they should just take it. That should be normal. You should embrace people doing. And I find that was a very dangerous narrative which was being pushed there. And then I think with me, I think once he apologized.
Hold on, Raz. So I kind of said something right now similar to what the Islamophobes would say then.
One minute. I disagree with Asif in the sense that it was the outrage that made him apologize. I think the apology was actually a sincere apology. And I do think after the apology, there was people that was...
Who are you talking about though, Russ? Ashley, innit?
Yeah, Ashley. But after the apology, there was people that was going at it with like malicious intent. But I think that if people didn't think the apology was sincere, at the same time going on about it in the way people was online talking legally, that was still justified. And I think if you actually look at it, I think like that's the best it's gonna be. Do you know what I'm saying? You're not gonna be on Qurans and every Muslim's just gonna, oh yes, he slept on the Quran. So we shouldn't say anything about. Do you know what I'm saying? Like with the whole Islamophobia industry and the way that Islamophobes were telling Muslims that they should take stuff like this. This whole, Rob and
Yo, Ras, don't you think that it would be exactly what the Islamophobes would want though? If there was something bad to happen to Ash, that would be exactly what they would want, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what he's saying.
No. If like the way people ban legally, they would hate. That wouldn't affect them, innit? You know what I'm saying? They would want to be violent, but then at the same time, like with 1.6 million people in a religion, you can't really. Do you know what I'm saying? Gauge less than 1%. You know what I'm saying? Reacting in a way. If people want to be abusive like constantly, same with the Bible. When James SC was talking about ripping out the Bible, like you're not gonna just do that and just like everyone who loves the Bible stays silent. So I think
the Sikh holy book.
Yeah.
Sid said as well, isn't it? Straight.
Yeah, the Sikhs definitely. They definitely went. They definitely were the most vocal about it. You know what I'm saying? They even had other Sikhs trying to like silence them. You know what I'm saying? But I understood.
Yeah, I don't think that it's correct what the guy did, but I'm just saying like what's Islamic in the reaction.
I don't think anyone really done anything that was not Islamic with the reaction, because I think like if you see it, like people that perceived it to be an oppression, if you see an oppressor, stop the oppressor with your hand. So if he was there, you should stop him physically. And if not, speak out boldly against that oppressor.
What Abid done at the time was perfect. He picked the Quran up and walked away with it.
But Ras, are you classifying that as a
mashallah, man, that was sabr.
Yeah, Abid did good, yeah. But I'm just saying, are you classifying him doing that as an oppressor?
I've always done good. I think if you look at the park and look at like the amount of way people have tried to antagonize Muslims, I think Muslims have done very well in the park. I think it's unfair when people try to brand like no one's doing this to Bibles. No one's doing this with the Guru Granth Sahib. No one, do you know what I'm saying? Like it's literally just Muslims that have to deal with their religion being put into these predicaments. And I think every time, and I don't like Abid and I don't like Rat Boy, but I think every time Muslims have responded in, I think the best way, humanely, Islamically could be. Do you know what I'm saying? Because everyone's human beings at the end of the day. Do you know what I'm saying? So I think everyone's doing the best to their. I don't think no one's really moving crazy right now. Yeah,
that's fair.
But at the same time, I do think the man then was going on about it for too long still, because I think after the apology, I think the apology was sincere. You know, he cried online, and I think there were some people that kept on going on about it with malicious intent. rather than.
I guess the question would be, Ras, some of the people that were saying, for example, they were saying things like, if this was an Islamic country, X, Y, and Z would have happened to the guy. And people were happy with that, and they thought that this was okay. And from my perspective, I was saying that I don't know if that these things are Islamically correct even.
Wait, 1 second. Okay, look at it in this point. If it happened in Saudi Arabia.
No, I think if you went to India and you ripped up the Guru Granth Sahib, I think you'd be arrested. I think if you'd done this in the Vatican with the Bible, I think you would be arrested. And I think if you've done it in the Islamic country,
I think that's possible. Yep.
I think any country that holds to some religious tradition, if you go out of your way to disrespect their holy scriptures, you're probably going to be arrested. And there's probably going to be like a Sikh guy walking down the road that might punch you up, or a Buddhist guy walking. You know what I'm saying? Someone might, if the police don't get to you first.
Wait, 1 second. I want to ask you to Hassan, yeah. If you done it to the Old Testament and you mentioned about Jews, would you get arrested for anti-Semitism?
Like, do I think that the police would implement that law, or enact that like arrest people based on that law? Is that what you're asking?
Basically, if someone did it with the Old Testament and mentioned something regarding the
Yeah.
Jews,
So you're saying, do I think that the police would classify that under anti-Semitism laws and arrest the person? Is that what you're asking?
yeah, would arrest the person under anti-Semitism if someone did.
You know what? It's very possible. And bro, you'll never catch me saying that there isn't double standards. There is for sure for Muslims. 100% there is. So like, for example, if with Jewish people this may not be allowed, but with Muslims it's totally fine. I agree that happens for sure.
All being said and done, my question to Hassan is this.
Khan, before I go, obviously, Dan, you got this Green Mamba guy on the panel. I just think you should make him speak just in case it's a troll and it tries to do any sort of bombing or, you know what I'm saying? Sorry, Khan, I think that's...
Ras, I was literally just messaging Dan about that. Literally right now, I was just messaging Dan about that.
Yo, Green Mamba, unmute your mic and talk, because obviously people do weird stuff when they come on panels. So at least let us know that you're a human being. Otherwise, you probably have to be ejected from the building if you're not here to like talk, innit?
Hey, what? You talking to me?
No,
the green.
No, this Green Mamba.
Shit out of me, man.
Are you there, Dan? I just don't want to leave the panel and then some.
Yo, Green Mamba, can you press unmute, bro?
Yeah, what did you just kick Green Mamba, man? It's a troll.
Yeah, he's giving him a second, innit?
Yeah, he was talking in the chat, so I don't know if it's a troll. That's why I'm giving him a chance. Yeah, I don't want to just kick people.
All he put is a snake in the chat.
No, he said something about you. He's like, this Raspek guy's smart or something.
Oh.
Smart in a good way or smart in a bad way?
He said, yo, I'm cool, man. Can't talk.
He said, this dude Raspek is a balanced guy.
Let's
That's
give
what
him
he
10
said.
seconds. If he doesn't talk...
Yeah, if you can't talk, Green Mamba, yeah, and I'm sure you'll respect this, yeah, I think you're going to be removed off the panel only because people come on the panel and do weird stuff and take down their pants and, do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, just precautionary measures, yeah.
So if you can hear me, just type and just let me know you can hear me. Obviously, I'd love to take your word for it, but I get trolls all the time playing booty songs. So if you're sub to my channel, you'll know that, people that don't talk at all, we can't really think. Unless
he said in the back that he can't talk right now, so whatever, let's just remove.
What did Dan say? Dan's typing, innit? Get the last word from Bossman before. I don't think Dan can talk right now.
Why does somebody want to be on a panel when they can't talk?
Yeah, I removed him. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's always shady, bro. And man, the panel could already be screwed. I don't know, because if it was a troll, he could have grabbed the link already. So hopefully Ali Khan's around. He knows how to fix it. I think I kind of know too. So even if the guy ends up being a troll. Yeah, I mean, like I said, yeah, there's no violence. That's good. I would actually give a lot of credit to the way the Muslims reacted in the park. And traditionally, the Muslims have gotten the majority of the shit in the park, and they generally have acted really well. And also, not to say that there isn't double standards. There are for sure.
The main thing, Hassan, yeah, is this big thing where Islamophobes were telling Muslims, like Rob, basically saying, oh, it's a test from Allah. You should embrace these people. I think that's the most...
Yeah, that's just mocking. Yeah.
That's the most patronizing part of it. Like, people are basically trying
100%.
religion to make you into a pacifist. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's not a religion of being a pacifist. Obviously, it's a religion of justice and peace and all of these things. But I think if people are oppressed, I think Ashley was more mental health than anything else. But I think there are people like Tan that came down to the park with malicious intent.
Yo, Hassan, bro, what do you want me to do, bro? Just
No,
say
no,
my
right
name.
now it's okay. No, there's a guy that showed up. He might have been one of those reverse Dawa trolls. So if he is, then he might hack the channel. So we might need to move it, the call.
But yeah, big up everyone. Big up.
But not yet, Ali Khan. Not yet. I'll let you know.
Big up the little Dan. Yeah. Shout out my G Khan, Maverick. You get me? Asif, Hassan, Ali. You get me?
Big up Rest. Every time.
Rest. Lately, you've been on a mad one with these guys on Valley's panel. What's going on lately?
No, it's not even a mad one, you know. I just love God and they love mocking God in it. So it's just like I love God more than I love them.
Yeah, sure. Good answer. Good answer, actually. Yeah, okay.
I don't mock. The thing is, I'm like they might say other Muslims mock and this one mock, but I don't mock in it, so I can have the stance. Like it's not for me, it's not a malicious stance. It's like ideological in it. They're saying that they're painting all black Muslims as sellouts. Do you know what I'm saying? And slavery sympathizers. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't like that at all. I think that's really weak.
And then you've got like my man saying enslave the Sunni rats. So they're saying they're against all forms of slavery, but it seems when you're enslaving Sunnis, it's okay. So it's like
I don't like that either. Yeah, I don't even. Man.
So yeah, but and then even he done takfir on you today anyway.
Yeah.
Who
did?
I saw it.
What?
The lactolate.
He said it takfir on me.
Basically, yeah.
So the Ishmaelis are not Muslims.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, wow.
He says if you're not a 12er, then you're not a Muslim.
Yeah, basically he said if you only think the 12ers are the Muslims, like everyone else is on falsehood. But yeah, because basically someone brought up about invasions of some Ahmadis.
You know the sick thing is the rest. Just so the sick thing is a lot of people don't know this, but even in 12er theology, if you reject the Imam, they actually, in their books even, they don't consider you to be a kafir if you reject the imamate. They consider you to be kind of like an ignorant Muslim, but still a Muslim.
Yeah.
So it's really funny that he's saying that.
No, basically someone brought up.
No, he's saying that because he ain't a Muslim.
Yes, yeah, he's not a Muslim anyway. But
someone brought up the Fatima Caliphate, the Shia Caliphates, basically, right?
Yeah, that was us. Yeah.
And he's definitely not a Muslim. He called me a dirty kafir, and obviously, if you call someone, if you do takfir on someone and it's not true, then obviously it comes back on you. So he's definitely not a Muslim. Hold
on. I just need to clear this up here. Ras, you're not a Muslim, though, are you?
Yo, all I'm saying is he's definitely not a Muslim. Like the amount of Muslims that he calls kafir, like, and he doesn't say shahada, is peak. You get me? So he's definitely outside of the fold. But because think about it, every day he's calling like what 1.6 billion or how many million Muslims in Africa are kafirs, isn't it? And obviously, if you call someone a kafir and they're not a kafir, then you become a kafir.
Exactly. I would never say Hassan's not a Muslim. Never.
Yeah, but he's definitely.
But Hassan, the thing with Isa,
but basically the reason
why Ali Khan Raspak has to go soon, so let him finish. Yeah.
The reason why I threw you under the bus is because someone brought up how Shias have done certain invasions and how they've had black slaves as well, something along them lines. And then he basically threw you under the bus and said, "Oh, that's your people." You get me? And I'm sure, like, you can find some of the people that he follows that have this in their history as well. But basically, because he had to throw
That's really weird, bro. If you study history, the Fatimid Caliphate, we were known to be one of the most tolerant empires in Islamic history.
You can't have
not even in Islamic history, but in the last I don't know how many years.
Hassan, you can't have
maybe in the
empire
last 1,000 years,
slavery.
even in the West.
You got to capture someone somewhere.
It was really weird, bro. If you read up on it, bro, even most of the people, we didn't force people to convert. We didn't do any of these things, bro. You should go read. It's crazy.
Yo, Dunya,
I will do.
Dunya, I never once said Belly is for enslaving the Sunni Muslims. I said that the guy that's on the panel that said he wants to enslave the Sunni rats. And I'm saying that for people, a lot of them, I'm not just talking about Belly, that are so against all forms of slavery, like there should be an uproar about that name. Do you know what I'm saying? Because they're against all forms of slavery. You know what I'm saying?
100.
Yeah.
Yo, let's be honest. Hold on, let's be honest. I want us to think about this for a sec, though. If there's someone that's not a Muslim, and in the circles that they're in, or the information that they get, if they're taught that Islam promoted slavery, we can understand why they would have a problem with this, right? It's fair to say that, right?
Hassan, but when every Muslim has told them that that Islam teaches for the freedom and the eventual abolishment, and they don't want to hear it from any Muslim, it shows that they're not sincere.
Yes,
because
exactly.
Every Muslim, every single one, it doesn't matter what sect they are, has told them that the Quran talks about freeing. Every Muslim, I don't agree with Zoo and all of them on a lot of things, but that's what every Muslim has literally said to them. No Muslim's gone and said, "Oh yes," you get me. So for me, that the conversation is now not sincere in it, and I'm saying that if there's going to be this big uproar, when people say that the thing's here for freedom, yeah, and abolishment of slavery, but there's not a big uproar when someone's literally calling to enslave people. I'm saying that,
yeah, this is my argument, Raspect. Some of these people, when they make criticisms, so these guys on the other side, they think, oh, we're just criticizing. My perspective is, if you criticize, if you ask questions, all this shit, it's totally fine. But if you have an issue where you've been answered 10 times and you continue to repeat it and you just ignore the answers, this is where it's Islamophobia. That's exactly what you're saying, yeah.
Like, I'll show them that the Prophet said that with captives, you have to treat them like your family, yeah? So obviously we're dealing with human rights, but they'll ignore that. The next day, they will talk about the whole system as if the Prophet, peace be upon him, didn't say these things. Do you know what I'm saying? As if the story of Zayd, and do you know what I'm saying? There's so many stories, do you know what I'm saying? As if they don't exist. And then they'll deal with isolated hadiths like that, like no one's heard before, that Islamophobes use, you get me? And won't deal with the Quran and the Prophet, peace be upon him, holistically. So for me, but obviously for me, it's not like when people say there's beef, it's not beef. Like literally, they're attacking people that believe in God, and people that believe in God are defending their position. It's not even like people that believe in God are really attacking atheists. Do you know what I'm saying? Even though they don't believe in nothing. But like, so it's like when people say there's beef, I don't understand what they're saying, because it's like they're attacking.
Yeah, Hassan, you go to sleep. Can you please put the link in for Green Mambu? I've cloned the group for him because he wants to join the panel now. But just put the link in for Green Mambu. I've cloned the group.
The problem is he can't, because it's a fresh group? Okay, yeah, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I've cloned the group because he was quite upset that he wanted to join the call. I will go sleep, bro. Have a good night. I just did that for Green Mambu.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, buddy. Good night, man.
Green Mamba is didn't talk, so that's why he got kicked out. But yeah, so I'm saying that obviously if man answers a question, or if you deliberately leave out certain information, do you know what I'm saying? Like deliberately, specifically, when you're talking about a thing and you always talk about it in the isolation of the Prophet Muhammad being some barbaric slave trader that enslaved black Muslims. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think whether you're Sunni, Shia, Quranist, like you can all stand in solidarity against that narrative. And I think more time there's people that will pitch different people, even like the pork being haram and slavery being allowed, like stuff like that. That's stuff where people that read the Bible, people that read the Quran, we should all be correcting the fallacy and explaining, social norms and these things. But instead, there'll be a lot of people being more pitched against each other rather than just dealing with the actual conversation at hand. So yeah, for me, it's not a beef thing. It's like it's ideological, isn't it? Do you know what I'm saying? It's just an ideological thing. Like if someone makes a claim about me, or
to free a slave, you've got to own a slave. Is that correct, Respect? In order to free a slave, you've got to first own them, haven't you?
Just want to interject here on Respect for half. He might not want to interact with you.
Don't be shook. No,
I don't think he wants to speak to you.
It doesn't matter if he wants to. I'm asking him a question.
Rod, you can't force people to speak to you.
I can't force them, but I'll ask the question. In order to free a slave, you're going to have to own a slave, aren't you? Yes or no? Now, answer the question first. Now, answer the question. Anybody.
If your intention is to free that slave, no.
If you ask a question and you keep on cutting people.
All right. So to anybody on the panel, yeah, in order to free a slave, do you have to own him first?
All right, Hassan Salwa.
No. So you don't have to own him first in order to free him.
No, because you're freeing him before you even paid the money. You're telling me.
Wait. Let's put it this way, yeah. Hey, Raj. What? When did let's say for argument's sake, you're trying to imply that the Prophet owned slaves.
No, I didn't say that, did I? You're putting that on me.
One minute.
I'm asking you a very simple question. In order to free someone, you must enslave them first. So in order to free somebody, if I say I'm going, oh, wait a minute, if I say I'm going to free you, that means I owned you. Is that not correct?
Are you there?
No.
Yes or no? So how do I free someone if I don't own them?
You buy them out. You're buying them out of slavery.
So what do you mean?
Dan, are you there?
Basically, you're freeing the person instead of using violence.
Too many
people speaking. I can't hear.
All right, so I'm asking a very basic question. Everyone's triggered.
Dan, before I go, I don't.
Don't run, devil man. Don't run, devil man. Don't run, devil man. You have an open panel saying everyone jump on. When I jumped on you, you won't let me on. So let me say something. Shut up, Spect. You're shook. You're shook.
I will kick you.
Raj, why did you join, bro? We weren't even talking about this, Raj.
It means that I've won. It means that you're shook.
Raj, we weren't even discussing this, Raj. Why did you do that, man?
No. You don't ask me about slavery. You're not talking about slavery. You're not saying, oh,
Raj,
we weren't talking about slavery. Raj, we weren't talking about slavery.
Raj, we weren't talking about
you just get out there, man.
Islamic slavery, they feed people. Islamic slavery, they allow you to go toilet. Islamic slavery, you can watch TV.
Raj, I can't hear.
Dan, talk.
Oh, going on. Oh, Dan, you're back. Oh, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. Sorry. What's going on? What happened? You asked about what, Raj?
So I was listening, and obviously, I heard a bit when they said, well, in Islamic slavery, the whole point of the slavery was to free people. It was to abolish slavery. But 1,400 years later, there's still slavery. Not a very good plan, was it? Now, I said, in order to free someone, is it, and I'm going to ask you this question, Dan, and answer it seriously. If I free you, in order to free you, do I have to first enslave you? Or have you?
It goes back.
Yeah, so first of all, you have to have a slave.
Dan, we weren't even discussing this, bro. Can you ask him to stop? Can you ask him to go away?
No, because you lot are doing a disservice. You're trying to sugarcoat.
One second.
It's a disgrace.
Dan, the thing is, Dan.
You're sugarcoating slavery, which is a disgrace. Just say outright that slavery is wrong. No matter what.
Right, so the point that you're making isn't even that. Like, just
hugging on the mic, man. Question, and then he talks over everyone.
Literally.
So let him tell him to put his mic on mute, or I'm gonna have to kick him and then leave.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I'll come back on a different account anyway.
But Dan, he's asked a question, but he hasn't let anyone answer for the 5 minutes that he's been on here. Do you get what I'm saying? Bilal was a slave. Abu Bakr paid. No one owned him. Abu Bakr paid for him, and then freed him. So no, you don't have to own a slave in order to free him. You can buy their freedom. There's your answer.
All right. So that's one case out of how many? Hold on 1 minute. There's one case out of how many? Yeah, there's probably billions of people that have been enslaved, millions under the Islamic version of slavery. They were
not Islamic version of slavery.
1 minute.
Let's not even talk about this, man. I'm not going to do this, Raj.
Let me finish.
We're not talking about this. We weren't even talking about this. Bro, you have no respect at all for Dan's channel. We were not talking about this.
The chat. Was you talking about?
No. Sorry, Dan. I'm so sorry. You can come back on his other chat panel, on his other thing, because I'm leaving anyway. Yeah, but bro, this guy, he has to be moderated, fam. Like, it's not.
He needs help, bro. He actually needs to see a doctor, man. Something's wrong with him.
I don't mind like having a conversation on your panel, Dan. You already know. Like, he asked the question. Yeah, do you have to own someone to free them? Dan, did my answer prove that you don't have to own someone to free them?
Bro, you might have given an example. You might have given an example.
Dan, we were discussing how.
Sorry, hold on.
We were discussing.
You were talking about. You were talking about the Fatimids, right? You're talking about the Fatimids.
No. What we were discussing how Islamophobes, how when they get answers to certain things, or when they get clarifications, or they understand how the majority of the people they speak with that are Muslim, how they feel about certain things, they don't care. They continually bring it up and they just ignore the other stuff. One of the things was slavery, but we were discussing as a whole in general how they act, and then Raj decides to jump on and just starts whining about slavery.
Can someone tell me where these slaves was acquired, since the Prophet was persecuted from Mecca and in Medina he lived with the people of the book? So where were these slaves acquired?
Comment and say openly, Sia Kappa. Let everyone, children, older.
Dan, can we? I'm gonna bro.
The world's number one kuffar are the Shia group, the world's thugs, thieves, killers.
You can snipe.
All the devil Shia, kafir.
Dan. You there, bro?
By Rajesh. Sponsored by Rajesh.
Dan.
I think he was trying to basically point out that when Raj is ready, he'll use Shias and say Sunnis are attacking Shias, rare. But there was a point, Hassan, when he was one of the main people fueling that fire when he didn't like individual Shias. And this is true. And this is what I say to Muslims, whether they're Sunni or Shia, yeah, or Quran is like Ahmed. Like when these conversations come up, like there has to be some form of objective response coming from people dealing with the Quran because they are lying on it. You get me?
Yo, Ras, I was on the panel with you and I spoke with Raj and I explained the entire thing to him. Don't you remember that day?
Yeah.
I explained the whole thing, bro. And it went in one ear and went out the other. And even that day, he was being reasonable about it.
So Ras and Hassan, sorry, am I getting it right? So I think the argument that's being made is that existed prior to.
Give me 1 second to explain it to you, Dan.
Yeah, go on.
Imagine you own a slave, and I come to you and I demand that you set that slave free, and you say to me, either we're gonna war, or you're gonna have to compensate me for the slave. And I turn around and say, do you know what? Here's the money. If not, he's double the fucking money, bro. Now set him free. Have I taken possession of a slave? No, I haven't. Simple as that.
That's the end of the contract.
I'm not. Man,
said,
I don't want to get into this, bro. I don't want to get into all the details, but there's
still no slavery.
Everyone can see a question was asked, Hassan, I lie, Khan, I lie, and then the person doesn't let anyone answer the question. Do you get me?
He doesn't want the answer. He doesn't want the answer.
Hash, you know they say the devil's in the details, right? So you know if the details, maybe
I was just gonna say it. Yeah. I was just gonna say some things, bro. I understand that a lot of people have like this. They might have this, nice picture in their head, but there's no denying that there was still slavery, and there was slavery done by Muslims for the last 1,400 years. This is not to.
Yeah, but it wasn't racially based.
We can't be. Of course, it wasn't racially based, but we can't say that. Us as Muslims, we also shouldn't be so just blind and just
I condemn it.
entrenched.
I condemn it.
You know what I mean?
My ancestors,
yeah, of course,
slave people, and most of them people was white.
Can you not hear me?
Yeah, man.
Your mic's low, but we can just about hear you, cuz.
I can hear you.
No, we can hear you, bro.
I'm literally leaving in 4 minutes. You get me? But yeah, big up the whole pan. Big up Dan. You get me? Big up the whole family still. But yeah, go on, Armin.
Yeah. I was gonna say someone in Analyze Dunya said in the text that in the Sunni Islam Bilal was set free, but in Shia Islam apparently he died a slave. So
no, the Shias refuted that yesterday. Still.
I saw Analyze Dunya write that yesterday. Is James SC in the chat? Maybe you can get James SC on because maybe the other side of the
no. I mean, not right now, Dan. Sorry for just saying.
You know what? Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna say you rather avoid this topic, man.
No, because hold on, guys. The point of this conversation, the point of the conversation wasn't about the slave topic on its own. It was just about how what we would define as Islamophobes. But even if you want to bring up the slavery thing,
yeah,
we
but
can
I'm
do
saying
that
we
another
can talk
time, no
about that
problem.
part, but not allow the debate thing after what's happened the last few days, innit?
Yeah. I think it's been beaten like a dead horse. I think the public are tired of the same conversation.
Can I ask Hassan a question?
I think me and Hassan was talking about actually why we're not going to engage in a conversation, Dan. Because what we're saying is,
yo, Ras, what happened with RS Sid last night? Did he had that 10 grand up? Did he didn't donate to the Syrian?
Fuck, he pissed me off so bad.
He did. I still haven't got the deal. He said he's going to send it to me. I'm just waiting for him to send it to me. But I showed him contrary, and the Shias also refuted what he said about Bilal as well. But what I would say is that the conversation me and Hassan was having, Dan, was basically the reason why we're not going to engage with certain individuals in these conversations anymore is because when evidence is brought to the contrary, they leave out certain evidence and they don't want to know the truth. So the conversation wasn't about that any specific topic. It was just about a lot of the topics that get brought up. There's certain individuals that deliberately don't hear certain things and latch on to what they want to latch on because they're pushing an agenda. That's what the conversation was.
No, yeah, that's basically it. Like I've discussed with Raj about take like kids as slaves and women as slaves. We discussed this. I discussed this with Raspect and Raj on Raspect's channel, and eventually Raj understood what we were saying, but his position was that he would have rather had his wife and kid die than to be taken in and cared for by a family, another family. This is what Raj's perspective was that day. But it seems like now, with the way he just like piled in here like a fucking, like a monk, like an idiot, like he just forgot about it. He just forgot whatever was discussed. Man, just it's so fucking annoying, man.
And when you haven't got children, that's when you kind of, you get me? I love my daughters, but I'd want my daughters definitely to live. You get me? 100%, bro. You get me?
100%, man. If someone told you I'm gonna raise these kids like my own, because that's what the Islamic guidance is. So I'm gonna raise these kids like my own. Would you choose to rather have them dead or be raised as though they were someone else's children?
Yeah, kill me and leave my children alive, man.
100%. But I mean, I think that oftentimes Muslims generally, we also become more entrenched in our position and more like protective kind of, because of all the other people and how the other people act as well.
What do you mean, man? What do you mean?
Like, for example, to deny that slavery, even the way we understand it today, that slavery existed in the last 1400 years ish, and to like just to say that this didn't happen, to just be in pure denial, that's not not appropriate.
That's different to associating it to Islam. Everyone acknowledge the sub-Saharan slave trade. I've seen them condemn it, and they've said it's not.
Okay, good.
That's what I've seen.
But that's different to associating it to Islam, though. What's Islam got to do with what people do?
The association to Islam that people got a problem with, because like even Hadith got brought that if you take someone, Maverick was there, yeah, then your prayers won't be accepted, which really means that you might not be a Muslim still, and that Allah will oppose you on Judgment Day. Yeah, if you were to,
that's exactly what it means.
Yeah,
100%.
Also mean that you're probably not a Muslim. So, like, yeah, all of that evidence to say that everything was done but in the sub-Saharan slave trade was not only haram but goes against God, yeah, and Muslims condemn it. That was put forward, and they still won't take it.
Yeah, Ras, my perspective was that everything inside Islam is providing guidance towards getting rid of slavery. Yes, and at the same time, this is not to say though that people didn't still do whatever they wanted.
Yes.
Yes, that's my perspective.
I definitely agree with that. The sub-Saharan slave trade is evidence of that. Do you know what I'm saying? But my thing is that, and Maverick here on the head, is the association to Islam with the sub-Saharan slave trade. And I'm consistent, you know, because even me, Hassan, when they try to associate the chattel slave trade to Christianity or the Bible, you can't do that, because the Bible's teaching and the chattel slave trade go against each other. If you kidnap someone in the Bible, you be put to death. Yeah.
You know, I think the difficulty is though, Ras, for example, there have been scholars, there have been arguably mainstream Muslim scholars that have argued that their basis for this within Islam. So this kind of gives people like James S.C., for example, hold on a second, Ahmed. This gives people like James S.C., for example, ammunition. So when they quote, for example, Sheikh Fawzan, he's an extremely well-followed sheikh in Saudi Arabia for a lot of the Salafis, and he says it just in black and white, and this kind of gives them ammunition, right?
No, but that gives them ammunition against Salafis. They're gonna have to respond for themselves, but you can't associate that to Islam in its whole.
Yeah, but Ahmed, I agree with you, Ahmed, but generally people the other side, they don't really understand the difference.
No, but we can't act like there haven't been how many scholars that abolished slavery, Salafis as well, yeah, that abolished slavery due to the Quran. So we can't take one scholar and then throw every scholar that abolished it in
that is true.
100%.
Due to Islam.
That is true.
You know what I'm saying? And that's
you know what? Furthermore, Raspect,
James S.C. will find an extreme example and try to put that example on all of the things, on everyone.
Wait. Well, hold on, Raspect, you know what you just reminded me of, yeah? Lately, they've actually been arguing for the worst of scholars. So whatever scholar has like bookie ideas, they'll be like, oh, that represents Islam.
100%.
Whatever hadith that they think is bookie, they're like, oh, that represents Islam. So basically, anything negative is Islam, innit? That's what it is.
Anyway, I ain't doing the slavery topic no more. Like, I think it's been put to bed. And the sincere people, there's so many sincere people out there that understand exactly what's being said, and there's insincere people that hate Muslims and hate Islam and follow Tommy and have a agenda to spread. And some of them either just don't understand, and it doesn't really matter because the hack is the hack, innit? And Muslims know their truth in it, so it doesn't really matter what everyone else thinks. But yeah, big up Dan, yeah, Maverick, Khan, Hassan, yeah. Enough love,
big up, bro.
Enough love to everyone.
Yeah, big up, man.
Take care, bro.
And I might roll back later if there's a productive conversation with productive panelists.
There will be, man. Roll back.
My G's. Enough love.
Bless up, family.
All right, cool. Big up.
So Maverick, what are you saying? Is slavery is un-Islamic? There's no Quranic basis for.
You know what the funny thing is? Let's talk about the slavery thing, yeah. All right. Basically, what's the story of Islam? The story of Islam is the Prophet was inspired with the message while he was in Mecca. Now, in Mecca, he started to propagate the message, and he got persecuted for it. Now, once he got persecuted, he went to Medina, and in Medina, he lived with people of the book. So he lived amongst Christians and Jews. Now, whilst he was in Medina, he was in constant battle with the people of Mecca. So when were these slaves acquired? And what sort of jobs were they doing? Like, where were they acquired from?
Are you asking me the question?
I'm trying.
So Ahmed, I haven't looked into too much of the details, but I do know that. So when we say slavery, I mean,
let's get one thing straight. Is it Mecca or Medina first? Let's start there. We can. I think we can strike out Mecca because obviously he got persecuted from there. So
yeah.
All right, cool. So in Medina, he lived amongst Jews and Christians. So did he enslave them?
No, but here's the argument. For example, would be like, let's say, so his wife at the time, she was wealthy. She was a business owner. And there's a possibility that, for example, there were workers that worked for her. But at the time, the way workers, quote unquote, things were just not the same as how we see today. So we have to understand this. There's a big difference. It's not like as if they had courts and jail systems and, things like that there. They didn't.
No, I just want to know where these slaves came from. Go ahead. You explain it to me. Where did these slaves come from? And how do we define these slaves? Like, were they held against their will, not paid, and where do we get?
So it's kind of, it's kind of weird. Like I've heard stories even of.
Let's start with
in Islam where people are saying to
Hassan. Start with where were they acquired from? How were they acquired? How were these quote unquote slaves acquired?
I don't know enough of the details, but I know that a lot of them were, at least the women and the children. A lot of them came during times of war. And then for the males...
Let's pause that for a moment. Let's pause the women and children. Let's talk about the so-called slaves, the men. How were they acquired?
So what are the options? Through war or what? On the
from what I understand, it was looked at as though it was like income or like bartering.
How did they get?
Yes, so I'm explaining you. So it was almost like a form of currency at the time. So like an asset that someone would have that they would trade.
Okay, but how did that someone acquire the slave? I get it.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know the origins of every single person, but sometimes it was like from debt that was owed, money. Sometimes it was from
how does someone
battle, invasions.
All right, how does someone get into slavery? How does someone become a slave?
Like I'll give you an example. Let's say someone lends someone money, then eventually they can't pay. Then that person, being of the more control, strength, power, they would force this person to just come and just work for them, period, and only them, and basically be under their dominion.
Hassan, are we not assuming something here? Surely, Hassan, if you owed me money and you couldn't pay me, the onus would be on you to volunteer yourself to work the debt off.
That's not slavery.
Yeah,
that's not slavery, though.
Slavery. That's not slavery, is it?
No, not at all.
No, that's
so
not
slavery. Why are we assuming
that
there was some force involved?
So where were these slaves acquired from then?
from the things that I've read, it was generally from when males and men were overpowered by other groups. This is what I read.
So what?
Now I know just from assumption that some of it surely must have came from dead.
Again, do you not believe that if you die owing me money on Judgment Day, you'll be held accountable for that, won't you? Do you believe that?
But hold on, but Khan, I think what Ahmed was asking, even though he was also asking like outside of Islam, even he was just saying in that area, in that region, how are people becoming slaves? That's what he's asking.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying if I've got a servant, yeah, and I never captured them in war, and where did he come from? Obviously, if someone owes me money, and they're saying to me, look, you know,
First of all, let's get
I'll work off my debt, yeah? So on Judgment Day, I know that I'm clean. I don't owe you no money.
Nah, can't. We can strike that out. That's not a problem at all. Someone paying off their debt, that's normal. Another thing that's normal.
But what I'm saying is to an outsider, to a non-Muslim,
even a prisoner
when they see that situation, wait a minute, this guy's following you around, doing stuff for you. Is he your slave? You're like, no, he's not my slave. He's just working off his debt. He's part of the family until he does that.
Yeah?
What's wrong with that?
You see, somebody tried. They kept on trying to compare the Atlantic slave trade to the Arab slave trade. When slavery was abolished, Atlantic slave trade was abolished. A lot of the slave masters were compensated.
We're not really defending Arab slave trade here, though. We're talking
I'm not saying that. But what I'm trying to say is the slavery that happened during the Islamic time was not as brutal as the Atlantic slave trade.
We're
I'm
not
not saying
about that either. We're talking about during the Prophet's time.
Why are you being rude? I'm saying he added my opinion.
He's not being rude.
Why is he cutting me though? Why am I not allowed to add my point?
Yeah, just let Zoubida finish.
You can add your point.
Let me finish first.
Start off a new point, isn't it?
We're trying to make sure you're with the program so you don't start off a new point.
Okay,
we're not talking about after the Prophet, just during the Prophet. That's it. Continue.
Yeah, okay. And what I was trying to do is use that comparison to the time of the Prophet, that when a slave was freed, he was compensated compared to when the slave, at a time where slave masters were compensated after slavery ended. But Islamically, there's hadiths that say, even when you free a slave, give him some of your wealth as well, so that person can reestablish their life.
Yeah, Zoubida, I mentioned this earlier to Khan, though, that for example, there are examples during the Ottoman Empire where the government would actually compensate a slave owner, even.
Yeah, I hear you, Hassan.
Did I ever tell you guys that story?
Was a Muslim, though.
Did I ever tell you that story, though, bro? Did I ever tell you the story, though, about this? Khan, did I ever tell you the story about this example I'm using, the Ottoman Empire? So there was a slave.
I know about the Ottoman Empire, bro.
No. I'm giving you a specific example, a single example. A slave, he made up some fake papers and he took it to the courts, emancipation papers. Okay. And they said, okay, yeah, these are fair, they're good, and they freed him.
Yeah.
Then afterwards, this guy was talking to people and he basically said that he faked these papers. And it came back to the courts and the owner even, and then this is what the courts actually did. The courts actually said that within Islam, the goal is to free the person, for them to be free. So we're actually not going to re-enslave the person, but the state is going to compensate his previous owner. Isn't that crazy? So even though the guy made up the papers and lied about it,
they're saying he was due to be freed anyway.
Yeah, like they were saying that this is the Islamic goal anyway. So we can't we can't put him back into slavery.
Yeah,
which is awesome from my perspective, right?
Of course. But here's my question to you, Hassan. If
wait, where have we gone, by the way?
Don't know.
Hadouken Ryu.
Oh fuck! Say bye to the stream.
I'm thinking it's a
alright. I've got this thing hidden at the moment, so they can't do anything.
Yeah, sometimes.
Anyway, back to the subject. Ahmed, was you speaking or was it Zoubida?
No, I finished what I was saying, but yeah, go ahead, Ahmed.
I was just gonna say, basically, my thing is this, yeah. Like, during the Prophet's time, he preached in Mecca, he got persecuted to Medina. In Medina, he lived amongst Jews and Christians. So my question is simply, how were these quote-unquote slaves acquired? That's it.
Through war, innit?
No, I just gave the example, Ahmed.
If we say through war, if we say through war, then we're talking about prisoners of war.
Actually, no. Another thing I thought of right now, Ahmed, sorry, was young children too that grew up as slaves and remained as slaves.
Yes, so there's two situations here. There's pre-existing slaves, and then there's obviously captures of war. So obviously, when the Quran was being revealed, it was being revealed throughout a long, lengthy period of time. So like at a time before alcohol was haram, it was halal. So that's why a lot of people were still drinking. But when it was introduced to be haram, that's how, you know, there's a huge transition period. This is what people need to understand. So before the manumissions of slaves was being presented in the Quran, that was the current system within the area. So the Muslims were obviously adapting.
Wait. Manumission of slaves in the Quran?
Yeah, well, in hadith and, you know, the freeing of slaves, basically.
Okay, I'm just
well,
saying.
It's also in the Quran
Okay,
as well.
here, I'll read it to you guys. I'll read it to you guys.
Sorry?
I'll read it to you guys if you want. I found some details. But go, okay, so slavery was widely practiced in pre-Islamic Arabia, as well as the rest of the ancient early medieval world. The minority of slaves were European and Caucasus slaves of foreign extraction, likely brought in by Arab caravanners or the product of Bedouin captures, stretching back to biblical times. Native Arab slaves also existed, a prime example being Zayd ibn Harith, later to become the Prophet ﷺ's adopted son. Arab slaves, however, usually obtained as captives, were generally ransomed off amongst nomad tribes. The slave population increased by the custom of child abandonment and by the kidnapping or occasional sale of small children. Whether enslavement for debt or the sale of children by their families was common is disputed. Some scholars argue it was rare, other people say it was common. Free persons could sell their offspring or even themselves into slavery. Enslavement was also possible as a consequence of committing certain offenses against the law, as in the Roman Empire. And there were different classes of slaves, a purchased slave and a slave born into the master's home. For the slave that was born into the master's home, the master had complete rights of ownership. Though these slaves were unlikely to be sold or disposed of by the master, female slaves were at times forced into prostitution for the benefit of their masters in accordance with Near Eastern customs.
Any reason we associate all of this to Islam? Like, is there?
Who said anything about that?
For example, I think Zoubida said that it's in the Quran. Where does the Quran talk about slaves?
There's a verse in the Quran about when you swear on come close to it again.
You know the surah Al-Aqaba?
Tell me, bro. Yeah, tell me, bro. Salam alaikum, by the way.
Chapter and verse.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum
Yeah,
salam.
sorry.
Sure, Barak, tell us.
Yeah, I know by Arabic, but Zubaydah bring it by English. But it's saying, I'm telling him if you know it. Surah Al-Aqaba.
Surah Al-Aqaba, which verse?
Yeah, which ayat?
Yeah. If you give us 30 seconds, I can give it to you.
What is it?
No problem. Take your time.
Sure, no problem.
He's gonna get it.
From my understanding, I know I don't know what Ahmed's going to say, but from my understanding, that is even the Quranic revelation was dealing with the conditions at the time. So this could exist even inside the Quran, but there's more than enough guidance within holistically looking at Islam towards moving away from slavery. And this is confident. Why do you think, for example, in the Ottoman Empire, that example where they said that it's Islamic to move people away from slavery, not to put them back into slavery?
So what's your opinion? Because obviously you seem like you're very opposing Ahmed. You don't believe there's any. So you're saying that there's no slavery.
No, because I from my perspective, I think Ahmed's gonna bring a translation interpretation, which is okay. That's fine. I'm not saying.
Why do you always speak for me, man? Like, why?
You can speak, bro. She's asking me. She just asked me, bro. I'm answering. Am I allowed to answer, bro?
By trade.
How do you know what I'm gonna do?
He's your advocate.
He's like, I think this is what Ahmed is gonna do. Like, what the hell?
Well, you can, bro, Ahmed. You can get on and you can just disagree. You can say, no, this is not what I was gonna say, and you can tell me something else. That's fine.
Speak for myself. Don't speak for me. I've told you that many
Sure,
times.
you can also do that, bro.
No,
bro, you can also do that. I haven't said you're not allowed to say something else. Did I say that, bro? Did I say, Ahmed, you're not allowed to say anything other than what I just said, bro? Have I said that?
Ahmed, be kind, man. He's got good intentions,
God, man.
He's
bro,
got good
I'm
heart.
trying. Yeah. Anyways, so some people, maybe not Ahmed, they would try to say like there's maybe try to reinterpret the Arabi or something to say that this is not there. My understanding though is that it was dealing with things that were going on at the time. So yes, that there would be references to slavery inside the Quran. Yes.
Yeah,
But go ahead.
definitely.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make it simple. As far as I'm concerned, the Quran speaks about two different groups that people refer to as quote-unquote slaves. One has unfortunately been translated as right-hand possess, and two, the other one is raqaba and fatayakum. Now, the word that has been translated as right-hand possess, aymanakum, you can look it up. You can look up 293, and you can look up 2109, and you can look up 2146. The same word, aymanakum, and it's translated as oath, faith, security. It's iman, basically. Now, to cut the long story short, the word aymanakum has been translated using the root yamin, and yamin meaning right. Now, even if we were to say that the word is yamin, hand is nowhere to be found there. So I don't know why they translated it as right hand. However, even for argument's sake, even if you wanted to let them have that translation, and you would look into the Quran, you would look at chapter 60, verse 10. It talks about the specific groups referred to as right hand possess, quote unquote, right hand possess, and they are women who were married to pagan husbands who fled their pagan husbands and joined the Muslims, that have become Muslims basically. And those women are now sponsored financially by the Muslims, because they were earlier on, they were sponsored financially by their husbands, but they're now with the Muslims. So that is who the Quran refers to as quote unquote right hand possess. Has nothing to do with slavery. You can look up the chapter 60, verse 10 yourself. Number one. Number two, the only other group that the Quran talks about is war captives. Now, war captives are not slaves. They are war captives.
Yeah.
The alternative to war captives is murder. Unless people are
100%. Yeah.
Unless people are encouraging murder rather than capturing someone, then there is no problem with war captives.
Yeah.
Even if you was to say you had those war captives working, that still would not be slavery, because that would be deemed compensation for the damage that they have caused. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Mm-hmm.
So
okay, can I
wait, let me I'm about to wrap it up. So in a nutshell, those are the only two groups that the Quran refers to, and that's that.
Well, I mean, we found the Quranic verse, Surah Al-Balad, which is verse 90, chapter 90, sorry, verses, I would say 11. And obviously I'm just going to read the English translation, because you specifically said, where is slaves mentioned in the Quran? And it says here, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, but he has not broken through the difficult past, and what can make you know what is breaking through the difficult past? It is the freeing of a slave, or feeding on a day of severe hunger, an orphan of new relationship, or a needy person in misery. So clearly here,
Okay.
Allah, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Notice the Arabic word. What is the Arabic word there?
For slave.
Yeah.
Fakk raqaba.
Raqaba. Okay, you're an Arabic speaking person. What does raqaba mean? Be honest.
Raqaba mean neck.
Neck.
Yeah.
Who is that not a war captive?
Yeah, but do you deny that
Arabic, if you look up the Arabic,
they were putting a chain in the slave neck, innit?
No. Okay.
So he used this word.
Hold on, Ahmed. Let Walid reply.
Yeah, he used this word neck to like means is that you're gonna take off the chain from his neck, take off the chain from the slave, so he's gonna be free. Fakk raqaba. Fakk means means open. So what is the meaning of fuck? Why you focus in raqaba? What is the meaning of fuck? So because it's proven what I'm saying. Fuck is
the
opening.
reason we're focusing on
Open is a chain.
Hold on, Ahmed. Walid, fuck. What does that mean?
Yeah, it's mean opening. Means open. Fuck means opening. Opening is a chain. Yeah. Is he gonna open his neck? Is it mean he gonna open his neck? Sure, no. But if you understand the Arabic, it's mean sigha.
We're not disagreeing on that.
Yeah, so it's mean freeing slave. So the Quran here clearly encouraging to free slaves.
You're using the word slave. I'm telling you, the word raqaba, if you look it up linguistically, is a war captive. It's a captive. It's not a slave.
Raqaba means
between the two.
Yeah, so Ahmed, he said that raqaba means neck. Like if you're just going to directly translate, it means neck. And then the first word is open. So the way that it's used would be to take off like a...
No, but Hassan, the thing, as you already know, when it comes to the Arabic, you never get one specific definition. You're going to get a bunch of synonyms. And amongst those synonyms is a war captive, is what I'm telling you. And one thing you will not find is the word slave. The only thing you will find, yes, you will find neck, but alongside neck, you will find war captive. You will not find slave.
Okay, 30 seconds, I'll get you another one with the word slave.
Do you accept this one first?
Yeah, I was going to ask.
If you study Arabic, you're going to know that in the Arabic, there is something called sighat mubalagha. Yeah, and this is two words to like exaggerate or showing you how
like a figure of speech.
Benefit this, how benefit, and if you do this, how this is gonna be benefiting, and how Allah gonna reward you for doing this. So it's so good to free slave. You understand? So
Walid, sorry, bro.
The funny thing is,
I have to ask Walid: is the word abid slave?
Abd means the slave, and it is published the haram since the Islam. It's the first word was haram. The word abd. We all abd to Allah. Since Islam came, the word abd become all for Allah, not to anyone.
So
and that's why Quraysh started attacking Muhammad, because Quraysh was the biggest slave traders. The Arab was the biggest slave trader in this area.
Walid, as far as you know, Walid, is the word abid? Does it show up anywhere in the Quran?
The word abd is it in the Quran?
The word abd.
Yeah, have you seen that somewhere?
I can't say yes or no, but if you give me one.
I don't think it has, but maybe.
The word abd is a servant, though. Don't get it twisted, bro. It's not just slave. It's a servant. What is this obsession with slaves?
That's also a meeting. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
What is this obsession?
We know
with
what we're talking about. We're not believing with the word. We're talking about the slaves and this. If Islam.
Okay, we still haven't answered yet.
Slave people
Where
or not?
Listen. For argument's sake, where were these slaves captured from? I've already mentioned war captives. You guys.
I gave you examples, bro. I read you a whole bunch.
No, from the Quran. According to the Quran, where were they captured from? According to the Quran.
According to the Quran, captured from they were the enemy of Islam. They were fighting us, and we captured them because if we let them, they're gonna come and kill.
Thank you. You just agreed with me now. That's war captives. That's different.
Ahmed, we're not all against you, bro. We're just discussing, bro.
No, I'm not saying you're against me.
This is what I'm saying. I don't quite get. I don't understand what the argument is. So there's
slavery was there before Islam.
I understand
the meaning of the word and its colloquial usage.
Right, I understand what Walid just said. Right, it existed before. So prior to Islam, there were slave markets. There was like a market, a tradition of gifting slaves or slaves being inherited or something. Islam.
How do you know that though? 1 minute. How do you know that, Walid? Is that from the Quran?
Are you saying?
Is this from history?
Are you saying that there wasn't? Ahmed,
this from history.
The Arabic slavery. Do it.
You don't get it from the Quran. At least, are you willing to acknowledge that nowhere in the Quran does it talk about some sort of a slavery market?
Yeah, it doesn't.
I'm asking Walid. Does it, Walid? Does the Quran talk about slavery market?
Yeah, no.
So we're associating stuff to the Quran. Do you not see what you're doing?
No,
guys?
we're not. I never said that. No one's associated to the Quran, bro. I'm just saying
but
this
we
existed.
know
That's all I
about
said.
slavery. But we know about slavery before we know about Quran. We know about slavery when the slave, the Prophet Yusuf
No, but
told them as a slave.
separate two. Okay, listen, guys, separate two conversations. When you lot are talking about Islam, please understand that people are going to associate that to your teachings in the Quran. So you got to separate that sort of conversation to a general conversation of what used to go on at a period of time in a particular location. That's a separate.
But that's what I thought we were talking. That's what I thought we were saying, bro.
No, the people listening to you.
If you're just saying if it's in the Quran, obviously it's not. Yeah,
guys,
okay, it's
listen,
not.
guys,
Okay.
the people listening to you in the comments right now.
Ahmed, where do we get our Islam from? Is it solely from the Quran?
He's a Quranist. He don't believe in hadith.
No, let's not go down this path. Khan. Don't open this door, bro. Not right now.
One minute, Hassan. 1 minute. Khan. Regardless of what position you hold, at the end of the day, you would not accept anything that contradicts the Quran, do you? Even if
if it's not mentioned, it's not being contradicted.
Well, hold on. If the Quran does not talk about slavery, and you're trying to say other sources does, has that not a contradiction?
It's not a contradiction because it's not mentioned.
Oh, so you're willing to associate it to it? If it's not mentioned,
I'm not associating it. I'm saying, where do we take our Islam from? It's not just from the Quran, is it? It's not just from the Quran and the Hadith. There's also oral tradition of knowledge that's been transmuted.
What slavery got to do with your Islam? What slavery got to do with your Islam?
What do you mean?
Well, because that's the discussion we're having here. People are trying to associate slavery to your Islam. Do you not understand?
No,
yeah, Ahmed, hold on, wait. Zoubida, Ahmed, hold on. I know what Ahmed's saying. I think I can explain what their argument is. Their argument is that in Islam, it wasn't black and white, clear abolishing slavery. That's what their argument is.
Still, do you want that?
Hassan,
do you accept that notion?
Yeah, of course it is, bro. What do you mean?
No, if something's not mentioned in the Quran, you can't say that it's being contradicted. It's not mentioned.
Okay, so you're saying you're grey on the slavery matter? Is that what you're saying?
No, I believe Islam permits the captures of war, but doesn't permit slavery. Yeah, I don't.
That's all.
Yeah, that's what I agree with. No, but I had this debate before, and that's my main source of my argument, that we only captured people. Well, we didn't actually have institutionalized slavery. We didn't target specific races for enslavement.
Can somebody put themselves in slavery? Like, if, for example, you and Waleed are moving house, you can't do all the work yourself, and I say to you, look, I'll come and work for you, I'll be your slave for the duration of your move. Afterwards, you set me free. But at the time, I'm going to be your slave.
Does that make you a slave?
Yeah, that's called slavery or servitude.
Well, no, hold on. Yeah, exactly. So hold on, wait, Khan. So I read to you that yes, people
it's our culture,
even people on their own. Hold on, even people on their own would become a slave. But when we say slave, how are we translating and what does it mean? That's what you're saying right now. So
it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
No, does it mean that you're promising that you're going to work for them until you die? Is that what you're saying?
No, for a period of time.
But that sounds like a work contract, like a agreement.
Yeah, but it's a form of slavery as well. It's not. I'm paying you on a day rate, innit?
No. What I class as slavery is forced bondage. Yeah, you don't have a choice.
But what I'm saying to you, imagine Zoubida, this is our culture, yeah, and I'm helping you, yeah, I'm your helper, and you as a Muslim have to look after me. You have to give me somewhere to live. You have to make sure that when you let me go, you're letting me go with money as well. My pockets ain't empty, right? Now, if a foreigner come and saw that, they'll say, oh, Zoubida and Waleed, they got a slave. That's what they would think, innit? But we know that it's not that, innit? That person's voluntarily, committing themselves to service of you. Yeah?
Exactly.
For a set period of time. It's like a contract, innit?
But you see this thing about why people are, I don't know why this conversation about quote unquote Islamic slavery or Arabic slavery is being put forward, because right now
there is no Islamic slavery. There is
but that's what people are calling it, and obviously we that's why we come here and we refute it, and obviously they want to. We're dealing with history here, that most Muslims or every Muslim condemns, and. Then they want to say, well, what about they're enslaving people right now? What's happening right now? I would class it as human trafficking within certain Arab nations, like we clearly saw in Kuwait, where they was trafficking young sub-Saharan Africans to work as maids or house workers and stuff like that. But you know, I do agree with Ahmed where he said that we cannot associate this to Islam, and he did raise a very good point about finding the terminology slavery or slave markets being mentioned within the Quran, which, from my
100%.
understanding, it's not really there.
It's not there, bro. I mean, sorry, Zoubida, it's not there. I know, no, even me, I'm not arguing that it was ever there. It's not there. But I'm saying that this thing was providing some sort of like everything that came in the Quran, even in mainstream Islam, in the Hadith literature and in the Quran, the guidance is all generally towards freeing slaves. But it was dealing with what was happening at the time. So this is
exactly.
People are saying. So he's saying you can have slaves and you can have slaves, but you can't have bacon.
Yeah, but they're coming with those people are insincere.
You can have
I don't think you understand.
But you can't have bacon. You can have slaves. You can't have interest on your loans. You can have slaves, and you can't mistreat them.
You can't
mistreat them. Yeah, you can have slaves and you can't drink. Yeah, wow, what's wrong with that?
What?
What's wrong with that?
What? Say that again, Khan. I don't understand.
Depends what you mean by slave, innit?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of aspects to this. I think there's a whole bunch of aspects. One aspect is how you define it. One aspect is how you define slaves. Second aspect is
Hassan, you're the one who gave all the different examples of servitude.
Yeah,
you know what I mean, from one extreme to the other, right? But we know that the most extreme example, chattel slavery, didn't even exist.
Well, I would argue that I don't know if we have enough details to know exactly how all this stuff was understood today. Because what they're using text and information, like this is what scholars would use. They would use text, information, pre-Quranic poetry. They were using all these things to try to understand what certain words in Arabic meant and how they were used. This is how a lot of the translation was done, bro. I don't know if you know that, but this is how a lot of the English interpretation was done. So, for example, today, even us when we're talking about it, if whoever translated these words and just put the word slave in every time, this is absurd. This was stupid. Whoever did that was dumb, in my opinion, because this is not how. There's so much nuance to it, and there's so much information that's missing for them to say this kind of thing and just say, "Oh, this is slavery." But at the same time, none of us should be denying that. It doesn't say black and white. There's not one specific hadith that says black and white that you cannot take slaves, or that there's no such thing as slaves.
But we're dealing with historical context, and this is why when people are bringing up this slavery issue, they're not coming with a sincere line of questioning. They're actually doing it in order to find faults in Islam, then justify why they have an issue with Islam, and they don't take into consideration the context of where slavery is being mentioned and the time and the circumstances of what was happening. And I clearly mentioned it previously that these people were captures of war, and I said proudly I would have rather been a capture of war at the hands of Muslims than a capture of war at the hands of the Americans or the British.
We need to stop calling POW
or even Jahiliyyah.
Wait, guys,
even the people that weren't Muslim.
What does POW mean? I've heard this term a lot. What does POW mean?
Prisoner of war.
Prisoner of war. But you can't.
Yeah,
So wait, hold on.
They are not slaves.
So the estimate.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying.
We have to. That's
It's
what
a
they're
captive.
getting us. If we stop
It's a
calling that
captive,
slaves,
and
they've
it's
got nothing on us.
but Ahmed, a POW is a captive, and a slave is also a captive.
No, that's completely different, man. Prisoner.
Is a slave not a captive?
Let me tell you why it's different.
Man said they've got nothing on us. Fuck it.
Prisoner of war is someone you have captured rather than murdered. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? You're literally you're at war.
Ahmed, I get that.
But you're at a position. They basically gave up because you could easily kill them. So rather than murder them, you captured them. And the reason you have them is because if you let them go, they may come back and kill you. Now, whilst you've got them, you're within your rights to have them working for you as compensation for what they've done.
Yes, and I agree with this, Ahmed. One thing I wanted to ask you, though, Ahmed.
That is not slavery. That's normal.
We understand that.
Okay, so we've clearly identified what a capture of war. So what is a slave according to you then? Because you want to differentiate between POW and a slave. So what is a slave according to you?
A slave is someone that you hold against their will for your own interest.
But is that not the same thing as a capture of war? Because you have the choice to murder them. No. You do have the choice to murder them, but you're actually using them for your own interest, no?
It's better that you use them for that rather than murder them.
Yeah, hold on. Let me explain a little bit here.
Because
So
that's
go
actually
ahead,
more
Ahmed, finish.
merciful. Hold on. Because at that moment, you're warring. There's only two choices there. You can either kill them or you take them captive. There's nothing wrong with that. Prisoners of war happen to this day. You understand? But slavery is when you go and kidnap an innocent person, literally just to have them working for you.
Okay.
So hold on.
Sorry.
Can you give me
a sec? Sorry, I've just got a message from Raj. Right, so Raj is now currently doing a stream saying TOITN is owned by Respect and something about slavery. Can anyone tell me why Raj jumped onto the panel and what the
because he heard the word slavery in Islam and he just wanted to jump on and shit disturb.
Okay, RS Sid, I don't know if you speak to Raj, but I consider that to be pretty disrespectful and pretty slanderous. I don't know if you can get hold of him and speak to him, but the way he seems to be treating the panel like dog shit. Like Respect and Zoubida have been on the panel tonight and there's been no issues between them at all.
But
Raj,
he asked the question, I answered it for him,
Raj jumped on.
And he repeatedly kept asking the same question.
1 second, Raj jumped on while I was making food and I was away from the panel.
Yeah.
He then kicked off an argument with Respect.
He came and asked one particular question.
Right, he kicked off an argument with
I
Respect.
think the frustration that he was kicked by somebody that doesn't own the channel, and maybe if you was there, you could have either moderated and told him whatever. But the fact that he was kicked by by not you, I think that's where the main frustration is. And obviously because you weren't there, you didn't know what was happening. I don't know who's got
I don't like any of this kicking business. I don't like people kicking people from the channel.
He was kicked, and that's the frustration.
None of that.
And that happened to me before as well when you were not here. Which obviously this is your channel. So if I was kicked by you, then I can't really. It's your channel. But if somebody else is kicking other people,
but this is the thing. People aren't kicking. Oh my god. The only person who gets kicked normally is Raj. Raj normally gets kicked, and it's normally by someone who's not even on the panel. So it's an interesting one. But yeah,
Raj said he don't care if he gets kicked. He'll just come back with another account.
I heard that's literally what
because I kicked Dunya, and he's like, you didn't kick Raj.
That's literally what I heard.
But I said that's up to Dan generally. That's what I said.
That's literally what I heard Raj say. I'll come back with a new account, and then while he's waiting for the link, I sent him the link, and the message that I get back is this. Ridiculous.
I hope you're getting paid well by Respect though, Dan.
Respect's paid me £10, but yeah, I think it's,
obviously.
Big up Respect for that one, man.
Yeah.
So I wanted to provide some context. So Ahmed, hold on, Ahmed and Zoubida. So let me just explain some things. This is what I discussed with Raj a long time ago.
Can someone explain to me that there seems to be a distinction between and this is kind of what I wanted to get down to, this thing about Bilal, right? There's two perspectives on Bilal. One perspective said that he was buried in Syria, I think, and there was another one that said he died free or something like that. I can't remember. There's two.
Yeah, one was he's free, and the other one was he's died a slave. Yeah.
RS Sid actually brought it up a couple days ago on Bellies. I remember Khan and I were on there.
Someone on the chat said that is a Shia thing. Yeah, I think it was Analyzed Dunya that said that is a Shia thing. So. Hassan, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so I guess
what a lot of people don't know about Bilal radiallahu anhu, and this is a conversation that I had with Maku, that he actually comes from a lineage of royalty. I think his mother was Ethiopian.
Yeah, Bilal. I've heard.
Bilal. Yeah. His mother was actually a princess or a queen who was captured, and he actually had a royal lineage within him. Then he became a slave. And then he was actually honored, because the thing is, when you look at certain slaves, quote unquote slaves, I'm not using it in literal terms, but that's the terminology we're using. A lot of them had high positions of power. A lot of them were generals. A lot of them were ministers. A lot of them, they have a lot of.
I was going to say something about this, Zoubida, too. There was a hadith I think I read that it was talking about, for example, quote unquote slave girls, and he was saying that like it's better if you don't leave, because they were allowed to go to the markets and go shopping and like purchase things by themselves, things like this. So they were able to just like take off. But at the time, a lot of people don't really understand that people, that a woman alone, a woman alone with a child,
I know
is basically
people
like a
might
death
disagree with
sentence.
me, yeah, but it's almost like a foster home, being fostered or adopted. And I think there was
Yes,
also
that's exactly what it is.
the Prophet Muhammad.
And I spoke with Raj about this.
Yeah.
There's hadith. There's hadith, very clear hadith. For example, from the Prophet ﷺ, he said, to raise kids, for example, that are taken because of war, to raise them as though they're your own child. Very clear guidance. And then if they have assets and stuff, only use the minimum you can if you need to. But if you don't need to, you don't use any of their assets. Just hold them until they're of age, then let them go and give them everything that they had. This is actually the guidance that we see in hadith. So this is the kind of thing I was talking to
the
Raj about
story of
before.
Bilal, yeah, like the way Bilal was honored, yeah, from a slave to the first person to give the adhan to somebody that was guaranteed Jannah by the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Like his story, he came from royalty to slave to a muaddin. Like, you know, just because you were a slave does not mean that you were, you know, lower in society or that you were to be mistreated or, you know, there's many stories of quote unquote slaves that have had high positions and authority, you know, within.
What, Zoubida? While being slaves?
Yep.
No way.
Yep. I can try and
Yeah, so I was, I forgot what I was going to say, man. You guys ruined my life here. Forget it.
What the hell is going on with
No, because
Raj?
I was reading about Ottoman slavery, and they were saying that they took people into slavery specifically to train them up for high office. And a lot of the people, once they started working like in their station, then took slaves themselves.
Yeah.
So even
I remember what I was going to say, Khan. Sorry, bro. The people in the chat who are complaining about this, who are saying this sounds like The Handmaid's Tale or sound like all this insane shit, I want you guys to just think about this logically. First, there has to be a contextualized understanding. At the time, if let's say a husband died in battle on the opposing side, the wife and their kids would basically be assigned to a death sentence if they weren't taken care of by anyone. So if they were just left, they would just die.
Yeah, I heard,
this is not how it was.
I heard the death sentence thing with Veli the other day, I think. I heard that.
Yeah, like I'm trying to. People need to understand. So, what are the alternatives? So, most people, like if we're looking at today's understanding and reflecting backwards, we would say, "Oh yeah, these people should just be left on their own." Okay, fine. But if the argument is that if you leaving them on their own, are they going to die? Is the kid going to die? Are they going to have anyone protecting them? Because this is how bad it was at the time. People used to compare pre-Quranic Arabia to like a wasteland with like pirates. That's what people used to. Yeah. That's what some of the writers have compared it to.
I'm on season 2 of Ertugrul, so I'm gonna shoot off and watch a couple of episodes. Yeah.
Big up yourself, Khan. Later on, man.
All right, man. Cool. Later.
In a bit, bro.
Take care, bro. Assalamu alaikum, man. But yeah, the other stuff that we've said so far, I don't necessarily disagree with. I don't disagree with what even what Ahmed was saying or what you guys are saying.
Someone's saying Raj is playing more stuff. Is that the case?
Uh-oh.
I'm not even watching it.
I think these guys are having a show tonight, so they're testing out the speakers. So it's gonna be really loud, my background noise right now.
No, you're good, man.
So someone like Amarrzz said in the chat is saying, why attack and kill a group just to get blown and blue-eyed girls? That's what he's saying. Interesting, Amarrzz said. So again, for the people that don't have any ability to understand nuance, if a group is going to attack you and kill you, for example, what would you prefer? Would you prefer that you just sit there quietly and sit in your little house and just wait for them to come kill you? Is that what you're saying, Amarrzz said? So stupid, man. So mindless, the logic that people use.
Am I still here?
Interesting. All right. Whoa. What's the takeaway? Takeaway is that it seems, yeah, I guess people have got different perspectives even within Islam. Who's denying that that it happened though? I'm not sure that's been the case. Maybe Ahmed is trying to sort of. What did you say, Ahmed? You said you said, I can't remember the way you said it was jokes though, but
They got nothing on us or something?
They've got nothing on us. Yeah, it was some madness, man. They've got nothing on us.
I was gonna ask Zoubida. Though. I will say though, for example, someone like James S.C. I will say that, for example, the Sunni Hadith literature, I think it does present some issues though, especially with the way things have been translated. So for Ahmed, he doesn't have to deal with this in a sense because obviously he doesn't accept these. But for Sunnis, generally there are hadiths that indicate
I ain't gonna
this
deal
type
with
of
none
thing.
of that.
Yeah, so there are some hadiths that indicate some things like this, and this is the proofs that James S.C. would be using. And we can't just close our eyes and say, okay, yeah, these don't exist. They do exist. So, that's I was gonna ask Zoubida and Walid about how they would explain some of those, but they jumped
Where
off.
did everyone go?
Khan said he had to watch Ertugrul. I don't know where Zoubida went, bro.
Ertugrul, he ain't finished with it?
I don't know, bro. And Ahmed, you know what I asked? I asked them on Belly Stream last time when I was there a couple days ago. I said, listen, every single Muslim that you spoke with today, every single one, and every Muslim country that you see today, do you see anyone that says that slavery should be allowed? Anyone?
Nah,
I don't think have you ever met one Muslim? I haven't.
Nah, man. Lately, everyone just wants to, punch on Islam, innit?
Yeah, 100%. I find it so disingenuous, bro, listening to people saying, oh, then you shouldn't have gone to war, or you should these people should be freed. It's like, you got to stop and think about what you're saying. You have to actually try to use a little bit of nuance.
Nah,
so dumb,
prisoners
man.
of war happens today. It's normal. Happens every day.
Back then, bro, they would be under a person's dominion, so they would have to actually look after them. So they were responsible for feeding them, housing them, all these types of things, because it wasn't like a prison system that we think of today. So people are thinking what we think of today and reflecting it backwards 1,400 years.
Nah, prisoner of war is totally normal, bro. They're not gonna speak about that. That's not even worth discussing.
This guy in the chat, Mr. Turkish, he's like, yeah, there are Muslims, especially like Salafis, who say that it's up to the ruler. And you know what? I don't disagree with him. I think that there are still some people who would say this type of thing, but very rarely. I've never encountered any myself, and obviously that wouldn't be a school of thought that I would be part of.
Wait, there was 1-to-1. Can we have 1-to-1 with this? What are you saying, Sid? Are you saying between who, Hassan and Maverick? I don't even know how much of the discussion there is left. You want the link? Sid wants the link.
Can I tell you what Sid did on Veli's channel a couple days ago?
Yeah, I kind of watched it. I didn't really get the whole argument, to be honest. But
he brought two things. He brought two things up. One, he brought that Bilal wasn't actually freed, and he died a slave, and he asked for evidence to show that he was wrong. And when he asked for evidence to show that he was wrong, he said he wants a sahih, authentic hadith. Like he basically set all these requirements on how strict the example has to be. Yeah, and then he gave another story about the Prophet and all this all this stuff about slave girls and whatever. And then I said to him, okay, can you please just show me where you got it from so I can read it? And he didn't bring any example of where it was. He didn't tell us where it was. He just came back with the name so we could go Google it ourselves. As it turns out, I went and looked for it afterwards and I found it. And the funniest thing is, that was from a seerah. That wasn't even from a hadith. So he set all these requirements for him to be disproved on the Bilal thing, but when he drops all this other garbage, he could say it from whatever source he wants and it should just be accepted. This is an example of what Islamophobia is. So he sets strict requirements for when, but let's say, for example, he's proven wrong or Muslims are look better, for example. But when Muslims look bad, he doesn't care what grade the evidence is. That is sad. That is the height of hypocrisy.
I remember, Hassan, remember the inheritance one?
That was sad too, bro. That was really sad, actually.
Imagine they went to the length of saying, when I caught them out, they were like, the English translation is wrong. The Arabic says different. Since when did they become Arabic experts?
Bro, whenever people want to trash Islam, they all of a sudden know how to read Arabic.
Unbelievable. And then the other one was Malakat Aymanakum. James SC actually agreed. He's like, yes, I understand that many places it's translated as oath. However, the scholars say this, the scholars say that. So now they're appealing to scholars all of a sudden.
Yeah, you know,
it's like they
that
become
verse.
Salafis all of a sudden.
That verse, right hand possesses this. So your reading of it is that it doesn't say that, right? Other Muslim scholars.
Hear me out. Forget what
I know what you're gonna say.
Even
Yeah.
he accepts it. He's like, all right, fine, that's not a problem. But the scholars say this. So I'm like, wow. Since when did atheists appeal to, is it quote unquote Islamic scholars?
I'll tell you my favorite thing, Ahmed. I saw in the chat, James SC said, I think from now on, we just shouldn't listen to Ahmed's explanations. I was like, wow, like that's sad. It's because you're obviously departing from, the things that would kind of like support a lot of their arguments. At the same time, I'm not going to be disingenuous to say that, that some of these other people that do follow these scholars, they should be able to kind of answer it. They should be able to explain it or answer it.
No, they should be able. No, with that I agree with you.
Yeah.
Now, listen, if they're precise with their quote unquote critique, yeah, I won't have a problem with it. If they say, look, this scholar says this, and these people listen to them, so they have to answer for their bullshit, I won't say shit. But when they associate it with the Quran, that's when I'm coming in.
So this is what James SC just said in the chat. He said, by the way, Islam doesn't even have a punishment for rape. The only punishment for any sexual crime is the punishment for zina, which means illegal sex. This is like a perfect demonstration. This is like the best example of this lack of logic. Yeah, and I'll explain why. People don't really understand. Sorry, Ahmed, this may not apply to you, but generally within Orthodox Islam, people make comments like this, especially the Islamophobes, quote unquote, without having even the slightest understanding of how things work. So, for example, we have the Hadith corpus and we have the Quran. Outside of these, though, over the last 1400 years, there have been so many different things that jurists have had to deal with. So, for example, revenge porn or doxing someone on the internet. These types of things, did they exist back then? They didn't exist, right? So how would so an Islamophobe would say, oh, there's nothing in Islam about this. This is not how it works. In Islam, the jurists, they will look at all of this information and they will say, okay, based on all of these things, based on protection of women, based on sex outside marriage being illegal, respecting the individual, an individual being of sane mind to make decisions. All of these things combined, and then they would make a ruling.
Let me give you a quick one, Hassan. Yeah, the stupidity of the claim he just made now. Yeah. In those times, especially in those times and in those cultures, and in reality, furthermore, women are generally protected by their fathers and their brothers, and their tribe and their community in general. So, if a man was to quote unquote rape a woman, it would literally have to be, like outside where he forces a woman. Do you see what I'm saying? There's no date rape or anything like that going here, or there's no marital rape. You understand? If a man is gonna rape a woman, it's literally gonna be by force, and for that to happen, people would war about that. You get it? Like it's not something that it's not something that's feasible. That needs to be that needs a particular law from the Quran, for crying out loud. God,
at the time. Well, of course, the world has changed. Things are just not the same as they once were. So, for example, women today, a woman could travel alone without any issue. People aren't just getting raped while they're going pee behind their tent. This is not how it works anymore. So, obviously, now the jurists have to change. They have to make updated rulings. So they use the information that we have, and then they use this concept called qiyas to make updated rulings or rulings on things that we deal with today. That's it. And you have to think, I was giving this example earlier about contextual understanding. I said that it was like a fucking wasteland.
I gave him a little
like
through ball with the marital rape. I want to see if it takes the bait.
So what I was explaining right now, for example, was back then it was like a barren wasteland, and people were like pirates. People would rape women when they were going to the bathroom outside. This type of garbage. So you could make the argument that at the time, there were requirements to have certain types of punishments in place as well, right? Because people were just acting different. Now things are different. Or you can even understand, for example, after the Quran was revealed, a later caliph during a time of drought when they had no food, they stopped cutting off people's hands, for example, because for stealing, because people were just poor. So, for example, today we would understand that there's so many people that are poor, or if someone had a mental health issue, these things would all come into play if people just use their sense. Like if a scholar sits down and they actually look at things and make a ruling, these come into play when they make these.
That's crazy, man.
So I don't know what happened. I think Sid was supposed to be jumping in. He joined the hangout 4 minutes ago, but he's not joined the call yet. I don't know. But yeah, this conversation's. Well, I'm trying to actually work out how we got from. He is in the back chat. Oh, he's just. All right, he's just like responded again. He will jump on.
Wow.
How did we even get onto this conversation from like cars and shit? I don't actually remember.
I don't know. I think I asked the boys. I was like, do you think that the reaction that we had on like Faz's channel or the Muslim channels was Islamic to what was happening? So my argument was, I think a lot of the time the reaction, I don't think that it was actually Islamic. I actually think that in Islam, even the Quran itself was addressing people who were like mocking and ridiculing. It's not, yo, let's kill these people. Do you get like this was my perspective, or let's arrest them, let's throw them in jail, lock them up forever, or something like this. This is not the way that I think that it should have been done. But there are so many other things that go into this. Yeah. What up, Truth?
Yo, Hassan, what's up, man? How are you?
Good, bro. How are you?
Yo, what's up, everyone?
What's good?
I want to get this guy. Oh, Sid, come on. There you go.
Oh, yo.
Welcome.
Buddy.
Welcome, Sid.
Hi, mate. How are you? Right?
Not too bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to get to the bottom of this topic. I think it's being done to death. So yeah, this might be the third attempt. This might be the third attempt.
It's an issue. 1 minute, mate. Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute. Oh gosh, man. Not used to this, man. Yeah, hello.
And Sid, can I say maybe save your pounds? Don't put out these big these big bounties. I don't think we need that on this.
No, yeah, I tell you what, Mr. Dan, yeah? Is that Mr. Dan?
It's Dan, yes, it is, Sid. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Dan. What the issue is, Dan? Yeah, I'll be very honest with you. The only problem we have got today, and you know what? I would like to have an intelligent conversation, no arguing. And there is three reasons that we talk. One, we come into, and like I came in now, I'm not to tell that Sikhism is the best, Hinduism is the best, or Islam is the best. No, I'm not that. I'm not here to win. Second, I'm not here to argue. I'm here to share my knowledge and get to the bottom of it. But if I'm here to argue, I might as well not do it, mate. I'm not going to accept anything that you lot say. Whatever I've said until now, the only feedback I've got is that he's an Islamophobic. He doesn't know. We can give him. You lot have given me jack. I've given you lot all the proof that this is what had happened. But you know what? Christians, when there is a mistake, they agree, yes, it happened. What can we do? Why can't we just say this? Yes, there is slavery and this is what it is. We do not know why they did that. Don't ask us now. It was then. What are we supposed to do? Close chapter. Everybody keep quiet. But now, because you lot are trying to say, no, it's not there, and keep on lying through your teeth and all that, this is what happened, isn't it?
It seems...
No one's denied.
Well, hold on. Can we just... Could you sort of accept what's been said at face value? Because for me, I've never seen any different. I know that there was slavery in the Islamic world. I know there was slavery in the Christian world. I know there was slavery in most.
There is slavery today in Punjab. Mr. Dan, the worst slavery today is in fucking Punjab. It's in India.
Is in Punjab.
Okay.
Yeah, so mate, I'll black and white on it, man. But I agree with you.
What's your assertion? What are we saying that's wrong, or what are we lying about, or whatever it is?
Okay,
but we don't deny that slavery happened in Arabia.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Ahmed. How are you, my friend? You all right?
I'm not too bad, my friend. How are you?
So I still owe you a grand, bro.
I'm looking forward to it.
No, my word is my bond, brother.
All right? I'll send you my details.
No worries, bro. No worries. No, anytime.
But
What is my bond, mate?
Sid, I think the accusation, at least by Raj, is that people are being denied their free speech on this topic, and I just want to sort of put it out there that this channel is open and is balanced, but the panel needs to be treated respectfully and serious discussions.
I agree. You know, sometimes, Dan, I'm sorry, Dan. Yeah, whenever you think that I'm talking too much, just tell me shut up.
No, right? that's absolutely fine. If you started, Sid, if you started going crazy on the panel right now, you'd probably be. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's
sorry.
Respectful, So cool. I think
it's
you
nice
wanted
to speak like this. You know, we are friends now.
I think you wanted to discuss with Ahmed. So I think you've laid your
not with Ahmed. Ahmed is too high or too low. I do not know. I have to keep it that way. But I would like to speak to Maverick.
Okay, Maverick. Go on.
That is Ahmed.
That is Ahmed. But yeah, Maverick.
Maverick is Ahmed. Oh,
yes.
No, there's another geezer there. What is his name?
There's Truth. And there's Hassan Sabah.
Hassan, how are you, brother?
Good. Kita Paji.
ठीक है शेरा तू कितना जरा? You're right.
Yeah, I'm good, bro. What's up?
Good. Yeah. Sorry. It's not Mr. Ahmed. You know what I mean? It's Mr. Hassan Ahmed. Okay, Mr. Hassan. First of all, I apologize for the other day when we were having a chat because I did. But the problem was this: when I was trying to speak, I was not allowed. The biggest person that you do not need in a debate is Khan. He's just a troll.
Well, Khan's missing. Khan's not here.
Thank you very much. Make sure he doesn't come.
Sorry, bro. I just wanted to ask you right now. What were you apologizing for?
No. The other day, I think you were there as well on the panel. I think on Sunday on Valley.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah. So I
was just asking
from you. Yeah.
What were you apologizing for, though?
Because I was trying to explain something, and then I was not allowed at the end. No, I'm not like that. I mean, I do not shout on conference and things like that. No, but this one, I'm finding it very interesting because it's teaching me a lot. Because I deal with the guys that I deal with,
Sure.
It's a different.
I accept your apology.
Yeah. Sorry, so really from the bottom of my heart, mate. You know, if I've said anything to you and all that.
Yeah, no problem.
But not from that idiot can.
Tika, no problem.
No. Okay, but okay. Let's talk about this. Yeah, let's just have a proper. You know, I was
sorry, Sid. I just have to. Sorry, Sid. Just before we start. Because Ahmed is here and Truth is here. If they also want to say things,
of course. We are going to discuss.
Okay, good.
We are not going to win, Mr. Ahmed, the other brother, whoever it is. We are not going to argue. We are not going to shout over each other. I want to learn from you, Lord. You're not trying to teach me something. But at the same time, before that, there's a coronavirus. 60% of the world population is going to be affected. 4 people have died in the United Kingdom. Terminal 5 Heathrow Airport is being quarantined. Holiday Inn have been quarantined. 3 schools have been quarantined. And my sources tells me, but before this weekend, London will be shut down. Italy have been totally shut down. It's all the full Italy have been quarantined.
Yeah, just to correct you, Sid, I think the general models, they used to be 30 to 70% of the population will get infected. Now it's 20 to 60%. That's kind of the most updated one. So 60 is possible, but yeah.
Brother, do not follow WHO. Okay, how many people are affected by coronavirus today? How many of them? And you know what? The
official numbers are over 100K, but that's not right. It's more than that.
260 million people, 10% of the population of this world is being infected by coronavirus.
I don't believe that to be true.
One minute. Let me finish. The total death up to now is 1.56 million.
Okay.
So and I'm telling you, I know this because I tell you what, I have closed down my business here for 6 months now. For the next 6 months, because the shares down, everything is down. It's not worth. Nothing is going to work. So I told my firm and all that. I said everybody closed down. And I have got business basically in lots of Middle East. Iran is finished. UAE is dying. Yeah. Israel is struggling now. Okay. And then Kenya. Africa, Kenya, I used to send about 15 containers every month. Closed down, kaput. Thailand.
So Sid, the only problem is with what you're saying right now, there's no way to disprove or prove what you're saying. So, I mean, you can kind of make your assertions, but we should talk about something that we could discuss,
let's talk about something. But I tell you what, do me one favor, please. Whoever handle notes, Notes, yeah, notes. Please wash your hand because the highest level of coronavirus is being transmitted through notes. Okay, let's go to the point now.
Money. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, money. Yeah. McDonald's, wherever you go, mate. Yeah, be careful. Wash your hands, mate.
I got to get a new job then. But yeah, keep going.
Where do you work then?
Can I just say I've just seen the first ever instance of, I mean, some might call it Google censorship. Others would call it the line that exists on YouTube. But James SC posted a comment. I think he may have said something to the effect of the Prophet was a rapist. And I'm reading it on the screen now, and it says the message was. I'll share it on the screen. I don't know if you can see, but it says.
Yeah, you've never seen that?
Bro, it says the message was deleted by the Google moderator team.
Wow. If I type the word kafir, it won't let me do it. It'll erase it.
Let's not get angry. Let's sort of ask SC to come on the table on the thing, but let's discuss. Not argue.
James, if you can, maybe jump on. I mean, at this juncture, that's kind of interesting. I mean, it's also worth saying that line could technically result in my channel being struck. If a comment can be removed, then it could be the case that my channel could get struck. So yeah, just so everyone can see.
You need to unmod him if he's doing shit like
Dan,
that.
Mr. Dan.
Oh no, there, Dan. I typed it in. Look, it's gone.
Mr.
I
Dan,
literally typed it in. I typed kafir. It's not there. It's gone.
It's not
Mr. Dan, what you need to do?
Hold on. What did you do?
I typed the word kafir, and look, it's not even. It didn't show up in the chat.
But the thing is once it got deleted by the mod team, that means a mod has just zoomed in on a complaint that someone's made, and they've deleted the comment.
Oh yeah, that
Mr.
must
Dan,
be it. You're right.
Can I give you one advice?
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
sure,
I just put kafir there. It works.
Mr. Dan, I'll give you one advice. Ensure your channel, ensure your thingy bob, so that you pay a bit more, yeah. But the thing is that whatever happens, they cannot simply strike it. They cannot simply come and see after
There's no such thing, Sid. As far as I'm
Are you sure?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm not
Do
sure.
some homework, brother.
Yeah, I know a tiny bit about this stuff. I've never seen that.
Yes, it can be, my friend. We have got our thingy about something. My firm, yeah, my guys, they're doing it. Yeah, I can get anybody's address, anybody's phone number from your account, my friend.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I'm pretty sure that there are legal avenues that you can do, but I'm telling you, you're saying ensure your channel. I don't know
about that, brother. Mr. Hassan.
Sure, bro. Yeah.
Back to the point, bro.
Take it ahead.
Yeah, we were talking. Yeah, I was saying this. Yeah, let's go back. Yeah, let's start from zero.
What phone is that? That looks big.
Galaxy S10. Let's start from zero.
Mute up. Yeah, go ahead.
Mute up. Okay. The thing is that. Sorry, who is on the panel now, please?
You've got Hassan Sabah.
Same people, bro. Go ahead, Sid.
Same. Yeah. Okay. My question was this. Yeah. My argument was this. That whatever it is, it should be said the way it is. We shouldn't do taqiyya and things like that. Yeah. So basically, what I was trying to prove is that when was said that only war condition.
Sid, I got to stop you for 1 second, bro. Please don't start that way, because what you're doing now is you're implying that someone's lying. No one's lying, bro. Let's just discuss. If we're going to discuss normally, let's discuss normally.
See,
right,
you
bro?
didn't even let me speak. You started now, my friend. Let me speak first. No, then tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, no, because you started off with the taqiyya comments. So I'm saying you don't need to do that, right?
Okay, I'll tell you what it is. Okay, no, I don't have to do. But why is it that before I even start, my friend, brother, come on, mate. Let me speak. Then you say whatever you need to say, Matty. Is it right? The thing is that we were told only slavery can be. There was about 2 weeks I was hearing, my boys were telling me, they said this is what slavery only by war conditions and things like that. Yeah, I said no, mate, gift and also buying and selling. Why didn't we add that to it? So based on that, then I have to find out that Bilal, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, never ever released him. So if he is the one who started this, he should have released Bilal first. And because what happened is that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he first started Islam, and he told any slaves that convert into Islam, they will be released. But when he started saying, no, mate, this is becoming a bit too much, we have to shut this down now. Because everybody's going to become, and the slave, we are going to have. So they changed the rules. Bilal, why didn't Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam release Bilal as a slave. Why is it have to happen? When he died, he went back to Abu Bakr. And it was a stage that people came and asked Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, that he said, listen, why are we supposed to listen to this guy? And you know what his answer was? He said, listen, do not worry, just follow him. He knows what he's doing. Just because he's got a raisin head. This is Muhammad telling about Bilal. Don't worry about it.
Sorry, hold on, wait. Can I interrupt or?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
That hadith about the raisin head thing, as far as I'm aware, that was not in reference to Bilal.
If I prove it to you, my friend, then what?
See, when you make comments like, if I prove it to you, then what? Then don't come earlier and say, oh, I'm not here to try to win points and all this stuff.
I'm not winning, but
Come on, bro.
Okay, son. Okay, I apologize. I take my word back. Yeah. Okay, it was said by Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam to Bilal. Yes.
Okay, I'm not aware of that, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So what happened is that Bilal, he was asked to do the azan because he was a slave. So that was his job. It was not something that he was respected for that. No. Then he was asked to go and do the war because he's a slave. He have to follow the command of the master. That's the reason why. But when it happened, when Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam died and he gave it back to Abu Bakr, Abu Bakr bought Bilal. Bilal, his parents, his mother, she was a princess of Ethiopia. He gave it back to Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr.
What's going on?
Nas, you gotta mute up, bro.
Yeah, it's mute up, man. Who's this new Muslim guy talking?
That was Amarrzz Sid talking.
Oh shit, is Amarrzz Sid telling us about Islam?
Yeah, who's this now?
Big up yourself.
That's Nas.
This is Nasir.
Yes, I'm Nasir.
How are you, Mr. Nasir? You're right.
I'm good, brother. Are you Muslim now, bro?
Well, convince me.
Nas, we were having a conversation, but let's
Muslim
just continue.
You became what I am, my friend.
No, I'm just asking because he's talking about Islam. I
tell you what, I've been following Islam for some time. I went to Africa. I went to...
MashaAllah.
Listen. I went to...
Are you a Muslim now, Nas?
Listen, I went to Dar es Salaam.
Yeah, I'm Muslim, man. What do you mean, Hassan Sabah?
Nasir, can I finish what I'm saying?
I don't see you acting like Muslim, so I was just asking if you're Muslim or not. Anyway,
yeah, I'm Muslim, man. I'm acting like
gosh, man. Can we come intelligent conversation, please? Mr.
Yeah,
Nasir.
Carry on.
I went, my second wife, she's Muslim. And I've got a baby with her. And then what happened is that I went to Tanzania. And I was in Dar es Salaam. From Dar es Salaam, I flew to Lake Tanganyika. And that's the Kigoma. I stayed there and I learned about Islam. But those guys were very frank to me. They said, this is what it is, this is what it is, this is what it is. Think about it. 3 months I was there.
Okay.
So one minute. Eventually I said, nah.
Let him finish now.
I said, there's questions and answers. I do not want to accept. I do not want to go to Speaker's Corner, get hold by Shamsi or somebody like that. Tell me, okay, are you ready? Do me shada. And after 2 days, they don't even know whether I have had pork that day or not. They do not know whether I know how to pray or not. I was advised you learn your prayers first. Follow the deen. Follow it for 3 months. Once you're ready, then we'll give you another 3 months to follow the whole thing. Only then you become a Muslim. You think about Islam is so cheap that anybody from the roadside, you're just going to give shahada. Okay, you are Islam. Alhamdulillah.
This guy definitely Muslim now. Are you Muslim now?
No, it doesn't matter. Don't worry who I am at the moment. But this is what
big up,
it is.
Big up for the dawah, man. You're bigging up the Islam. Big up Islam.
Yeah. No, but the dawah should be the real dawah, not the fake dawah. That anybody who gives dawah in Speaker's Corner is an idiot.
So you don't respect or you don't rate any of the dawah teams at the corner?
None at all. None of
How
them.
How can you not, man?
I will give my.
Can we finish what we were talking about? Let's discuss. Yeah.
But I will repeat: anybody who gives dawah in Speaker's Corner, or whoever does his prayers in Speaker's Corner is haram. I've got point about it. Simple. Whoever gives his prayers.
Can you explain?
Sorry, did you just say that if you do prayers at Speaker's Corner, it's haram? Did you just say that?
Haram. It is 100% haram.
Can you explain why it's haram and why?
I will tell you, my friend. See, then you want to ask me, then we can discuss.
Okay, let's understand why.
You can only pray or give your salah, your prayers in a place which have been given to you or which have been agreed by the owner that you can do that in that particular place. The Queen have said no prayers in Hyde Park. You not do. Whoever pray that, I give you 100% is haram.
Are you sure? Are you sure the Queen said that?
Yes, 100%.
Can you show me?
Yeah, I don't know if that's true, Asif. We discussed this before.
Can you show me the evidence that the Queen said that there's no?
Is it Mr. Nasir?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, Mr. Nasir, I'll tell you something. Yeah, I think you just joined. Yeah. While I'm talking to you, I do a bit of reading of people. I just explained to the other brothers as well. I said there are three ways that we come and talk. One, we come to win. Second, we come to argue. Third, we come to debate, to share knowledge.
And I'm coming. I'm
not finished yet. You are here.
Nasa, just ease up for a second, because I just want to get this argument.
I don't know what you're talking about now.
Nasir, I do not know you from Adam, but I can tell you one thing. Your attitude, the way you're talking, you are only here to win, to prove that Islam is the best. That's not a good attitude, my friend.
I'm not. Do you know what?
I'll tell you what we'll do.
Look, you just said, can I respond, please?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Yeah. I haven't come here for anything about winning or anything. I've come here because I heard you say that when Bilal was given the azan, it wasn't something to be proud of. It was his job because he was a slave and so on.
100%.
Okay, so I want to ask you. You know the people who give azan today?
They follow Bilal. I know that.
No. Why you? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm asking you something completely separate. You need to slow down a bit. Stop drinking Red Bull, yeah?
So, what did you just say?
I said stop drinking Red Bull. It's not good. Too much energy.
I'm having Macmillan. What's wrong with you?
Okay,
okay.
Yo, Sid, bro, you said something a little bit rude, bro. Let's just talk. Come on, man. Yeah. Don't say, they're all following Bilal. Let them talk.
You know what? I tell you, 1 minute. You know what?
No, let me finish, man.
Listen, 1 minute. You are not in the conversation.
I'll let you finish. Now you're being rude.
It was me, Ahmed, Hassan. We were having a very good conversation.
Now you're being rude. Okay, that's what I'm explaining why I came in the conversation, because I heard you saying about Bilal give the azan and he's a slave and it's his job, so it's not something to be proud of.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you, the people who give the azan today,
yes,
do you think they are slaves? Do you think people do not want to have that position in the mosque to give the call to prayer?
Okay.
Subhanallah, to give the call of prayer. Do you think this is something that is looked down upon?
Okay. Shall I answer this?
No, I'm asking your opinion.
Yeah, can I answer this?
Yeah.
It's a two different situation, totally different situations. Today, the person who gives azan or Maghrib, whatever, he's respected. Anybody who prays is respected to the top.
No, I think you're wrong.
So now you want to... Okay, I tell you what. See,
I have to correct you if you're wrong.
Nas, let him finish, bro. Nas, come on, let him finish, bro.
Gosh,
I'm talking. Let him finish. I just want to point
Mr. Hassan, I'll keep quiet for 10 minutes. You speak, then 5 minutes I'll speak. I will not.
No, you can have 10 minutes.
From now, brother.
Nas. Carry on.
We were having a combo, bro. Let's please.
Okay,
Sid,
now I'm going to speak.
Hold on, Sid, before you go too far, you're right about the Hyde Park thing. Okay, next topic.
So what we are supposed to talk now, bro? Sorry.
You're right about the Hyde Park thing. The Muslims shouldn't be praying there. Yep.
Thank you, brother. See, no, I don't talk just on the air.
Hassan, I've got some video evidence of the police saying it's not against the law to pray in Hyde Park Speaker's Corner, which means that it's not breaking the law, which means it's allowed for Muslims, which means it's not haram. So sorry, Aristide, you're wrong again.
It's haram.
So, Nas, I'll show you the decision from the official police website about this and about how it's against
Let's
the
close
policy.
this chapter. No, Hassan, you are... Okay. No, 1 minute. Mr. Hassan, you are right. We are all wrong. I agree with you. I apologize.
So now, to be clear, it's not... I wouldn't say that... I don't know if there's necessarily a law, specifically a law, but the policy is that it's not allowed. And this is also something that should still be followed and respected. Whether it's a law or not is something else.
It's in Islam. Our Islam rules says that to us. So what do we have to go against it?
Aristide, are you Muslim?
No, don't worry about who I am, my brother. I'm a human being, man.
You can't say our Islam.
What's going on here? What's going on
Mr.
here?
Asif is here.
Yeah, Aristide, if you can't say you're Muslim, you can't say our Islam. I can't.
Okay, Mr. Hassan,
who
can I
cares?
ask you something?
Right now, Nas.
No,
Who cares?
No. Can I speak?
Can I
see? This is what
I'm
Mr.
responding
Dan,
to Hassan.
this is what
He said
happened.
something to me, man. Hold on, Aristide. Have some.
Mr. Hassan, can I speak?
No,
you asked
because
me a question. You
Hassan asked me
said
something.
I'm not supposed to say. You
Aristide,
said I'm not supposed to say anything about Islam if I'm not Muslim.
Aristide, can you?
No, he was saying not to say our Islam. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, if you're
Can
not
I say
Muslim,
something now?
You can't claim it as yours.
Can I answer now?
Yeah, you can. Are you Muslim?
Sure, go ahead.
Can I answer your question?
Nas, let him answer, bro.
All right, go on.
Mr. Hassan, who are you to tell me what am I supposed to do or not to do? It's between me, Allah,
I
my
didn't say
Guru,
that.
God. No, 1 minute. Sure. Mr.
Lay
It's
off
between
the
me.
Daniel. I
I
said
will
it.
answer at the day of judgment.
Nas, please, bro.
At the day, on the day of judgment, I have to answer for myself, not you. I will answer to God. I'll tell God, God, you did this wrong. You did this right. I'll have a debate with God. Who are you to get involved into my personal matter within me and my God?
100%. Wait. I understand where you're coming from, but from my understanding, you're a Sikh also, so you believe in reincarnation, right?
In Sikhism, there's no reincarnation. You're wrong.
Oh, I heard that there was.
Okay, guys, please, let's just finish the conversation here.
Listen, I'm only one RS here. I tell you what, I can speak to anybody. You bring me a Hindu, you bring me a Muslim, Sikh, a Sai, I'll speak to anybody. But come one to one. Let's start where we started. On Mr. Hassan, Mr. Hassan, is it? Hassan, is it? No, not Mr. Hassan, Mr. Nasir.
Yes, brother.
Mr. Nasir, you know what? Sometimes we have to also keep an open mind.
Definitely.
We ask honest questions. And I've been blamed to be Islamophobe. And until today, I've asked, why am I Islamophobe? Give me one good reason. Nobody can do that.
Because you say that the man doing the first azan is a slave and he's looked down upon and he was treated.
That's the thing. That's the problem. That doesn't make him an Islamophobe.
No, hold on, man.
Wait.
No. Let me speak to Nasir.
I tell you why. Okay.
Yes, please, yeah.
I'll tell you why, because from my understanding, when you do come on the panels, want to talk to Muslims, you say, I just want to have a discussion with you lot, and I want to learn. I want to learn. You say this and that. But then you bring something forward, and then obviously another Muslim will disagree with you on this. Or will say, this is the, let's say, the Quranic verse, or this is the hadith. You straight away will call the person a liar and everything. So from that reason, it comes across that you come with a presupposition argument. So when you ask a question, you've already got the answer, and that's what you're going to go by. So whatever the Muslim says, there's going to be a liar, and you've done this before, and I've been on the panel while you've done it. You've done it to Mahad and M-Stacks. So I think that's why people will say, you're not here to learn or nothing, but you're coming with a presupposition argument, man. That's why people will say you're Islamophobe.
Okay, can I answer this now, Asif?
Yeah, go ahead.
I totally disagree with you. And I'll give you the reasoning. I'll give you the reasoning.
Go ahead.
I come here. I've done a lot of research on comparative religion studies. A lot of studies, yeah. I need clearance in my mind. And, this is what it is. So now basically I'm taking your statement, your ratio that you said, yeah? I say, okay, I'll come with something. Your brothers will give me some explanation this. Then I will counter. I say, no, it's not supposed to be this. What I read for the last 15 years, explain, it's supposed to be like this. But when I question a question on a question, then I'm an Islamophobe. Because the question I'm asking, I'm not getting an answer. Just because I've questioned a question, I become a question mark. So I'm Islamophobe. It's not fair, is it?
Can I answer?
Yeah,
what
please.
It is, I never mentioned you questioning the question. It's when you shout out the person to be a liar. So when you say,
give me one person that I've said is a liar.
You said it to M-Stacks and on Sarfaz's
M-Stack is a liar. I'm saying it again. Next person.
Okay. I don't know what else to say to you then. But I got nothing really against you anyway.
No, Asif, I give you enough respect.
Sid, can I give you an example, Sid?
Yeah, please.
So when we were on Veli's panel, you came on and you brought up the Bilal example, right?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
And the Bilal example is interesting, but remember when you asked for proof, evidence, you said it must be sahih, must be guaranteed, authentic by some. You said basically how strict your requirements are for this to be accepted.
No, I didn't.
To prove that he was free. Yeah. If you go back and listen, you
I want the punchline.
But hold on a second. Hold on.
Sorry.
And then the second example you provided was about the two slave girls that were given to the Prophet
Maria and
this other example, exactly.
Slave girls, yeah.
And that I asked for where you got it. You didn't tell me. Whatever. We can move on from that. But I went and found where that was from. That was from a seerah. It wasn't even from a hadith. So it wasn't, the authenticity level of that was super low. So the issue is, Sid, for example, when you wanted proof to disprove something that you claimed, you wanted it to be super strict. But when you're making a claim that makes Islam look bad, you don't care about how authentic or how important it could be, or how authentic it has to be. You don't care if it supports your argument. Do you get what I mean? This is an example of some things that Islamophobes do.
Very good example, Hassan. Do you understand what I said now?
Sid, you're muted. I'm not sure if you know that you pressed mute on your thing.
I already said you're muted. Unmute yourself.
Is that a stunned silence?
Pin drop. Hassan done the mic drop, fam.
Did someone kick him or something? Dan, is he still here?
No, he's still here.
He's there. He's just muted.
He's muted. I heard some music. I think it's pulling up on some people.
Can you maybe repeat the music? Could you repeat that again, Hassan? Maybe for.
So on Valley's channel, he came with two claims.
Yeah.
One of the claims was that Bilal was not freed, and the other claim was this story about these slave girls being given to the Prophet and this big story that he had. Then to disprove the claim about Bilal, he set all these requirements for how strict and authentic the proof must be to disprove his claim about Bilal. So basically the one that would make Muslims look better, he wanted it to be the most authentic thing. Then his example that he gave about the two slave girls, he didn't even provide the evidence of where it was from. But besides that, I went and found the example, and it was from a seerah. Seerah is like a historical book about like the history of it, a biography of the Prophet, let's say. The authenticity of these, there are so many things that are questionable in terms of authenticity, but he doesn't care to propagate that, to talk about that and say that as though that's fact. But he expects such strict requirements to disprove the Bilal claim. So it's basically like when it works to his favor, it doesn't matter where it's from. But when it goes against him, he wants it to be super strictly authenticated. Do you see the problem there?
So yeah, I think the same.
Asking for the link again in the comments.
He's still on the call. C-Time said that's literally what I told him. It's insane. Why is he still going on saying that? I literally told him he has no respect for Baba Farid or.
Yo, Sid, if you have an Android, swipe down from the top of your screen. You'll see a button there that says ongoing call.
Ongoing call.
Click that. There you go. Now you're back in.
Back in. Sid, we can hear you again.
There, Sid, we can hear you, bro. Go ahead, man.
You right, Sid?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Hi, Hassan. Sorry, mate. Yeah, I think something went wrong, mate. All right.
No problem.
Sorry. Yeah. You were saying something. Sorry, mate.
Oh, you didn't hear me. When you brought up the Bilal example, to disprove it, you wanted us to provide strictly authenticated proof. For the other example that you brought, I don't know if you realize, but that's from a seerah. That's from a biography of the Prophet. So the authenticity level is like super low. There's no requirements. So basically, when it works to your favor, you were fine using something with barely any authentication. But when it goes against you, you wanted something super strict to disprove you. These are examples of things that Islamophobes do. Do you understand what I mean?
Okay. Can I answer that?
Of course.
Okay. If I tell you this now, you know what? I don't want to open the can of worms. But since you have said this, I'll open the can of worms now, yeah? You know the woman I was talking about, the gift that two sisters' gift, yeah, was given, the mother of Abraham, the slave lady, the slave sex lady, you know. Do you know that she was on Aisha's bed and Aisha came back and she caught Muhammad and her on the bed? Do you know that? So you want me to open the... And this... No. Let me finish.
Where'd you get your information from, sir?
Yo, Nas, let him finish.
Can I finish, please, brother? This is Sahih Hadith. And see, I do not want to really open... Because the other day as well, let me say something. Please do not get involved now. I did say before I started, I said, Ahmed, do you want me to carry on with this? Or shall I stop? Ahmed knows exactly. I think he knows what I'm on about. I did ask 1 time, 2 times. Then Khan told me, he started swearing. He said, you. No, he swore at my mom. He couldn't, and you know what? I never swear at anybody. But when people... Let me finish what I'm talking, yeah? So because of that, now I'm telling you, I'll give you something else now. Yes, Aisha came home. Nabi Muhammad ﷺ was having sex with Maria. Let me finish. You asked for it. I told you don't open the can of worms. And then what happened is that she said, and then something, I will explain that. And after that, when Abraham was born, the son of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, nobody knows about this, that he had a son from a slave woman. He died young age. And you know what Aisha said? Oh, he doesn't look anything like Muhammad. He looks like Zarab, which is the son of Umar. Umar bloody kicked the son out. My friend, I've done comparative religion studies, and if I start giving proofs here, it is going to kill a lot of things. I would like to keep some things where it is. And if I carry on now, if I start telling exactly what the situation was, it's not going to be nice. And I tell you what, whatever I said, my word is my word. It will be all on Sahih Hadith. Are they Sahih Muslim?
Forget about the suspense. Just get to the point, innit?
What point?
You're making too much suspense, like.
No, what? Yeah.
Let's get to the point, innit? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, Asif, what am I supposed? Mr. Hassan said that I lied, and I said no, I didn't lie. They lied.
I didn't say that you lied. Sid, you got to listen to what I'm saying, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I take my words back. I want the original, because whenever anything happens, we want authentic. This is typical.
Yeah, but
Asif,
listen,
can I finish, please, my friend?
What he was saying.
Asif, let me finish, or let me handle it, please.
30 seconds, Asif. 30 seconds. Whenever we have a chat, listen. I Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, Philippines, Thailand, Singapore. I travel there, And you know what? I sit UAE. This MBS, I've sat with him. So I know how it works. I know the religion very well. But there's some conflict that I don't understand. That's the reason the day I find the right religion, I'll follow that straight away. But I can't find it.
Sid, I gotta interrupt you, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You're kind of going on here a little bit. So
please.
First thing I said was, you couldn't provide the dalil, like where you got it from. So you provided some names. So obviously, the only thing we can do is go and search. So I went and searched and I found it, and it was in a Sirah book. Do you understand the difference between a Sirah book and Hadith? Do you understand the difference or no?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, Sirah is a story. That's something. It is not authentic. It's not like it's a weak thing about.
Okay. So you were using. So for when you brought the Bilal evidence, the only thing you would accept to prove that you were wrong was strictly authentic stuff. And then when you brought up the other example, this is from a Sirah book, which is like super low grade in terms of authenticity. So you're picking and choosing kind of when you have requirements of authenticity and when to use things and when it works and when it doesn't work. So all I'm asking is, the way that you could be clarified right now is if you just show me where this is mentioned in a hadith.
Okay, can I ask you one question? Okay, can I ask back, please?
I'm waiting for you to reply.
Yeah. Mr. San, if I give you all the proof that I've said, what are you going to do?
See, this is what I brought up when you mentioned this kind of thing earlier. Are you here? Hold on, Sid. Are you here?
I'm not
Wait,
finished,
Sid.
Hassan. Can I say
You just asked me something. Can
I ask you something? Can I tell you something? Can we keep it private so that I can tell you this in privately? I can send this to you privately rather than open book. Can we do that, please?
So the issue with that is that you brought it all up publicly. So how can I say, yes, it's okay to make it private? There's nothing for me to hide from, Sid. That's what I'm trying to say. All I wanted to just do was just read it, bro. So either you accept that you're kind of doing things that Islamophobes are doing, or you just provide the evidence, bro.
Anybody who calls me an Islamophobe is a bastard. Because I'm not.
But Sid, I just explained to you what you're doing
my
very like...
Listen, sir, my sister is Muslim. My brother is Muslim. My daughter is Muslim. My sister is convert Muslim, married to a Tunku, who's a king's family, and my another three cousins.
What's a Tunku?
Tunku is a sir.
What, like an Indian term?
Yeah. And in Pakistan, my two sisters are married in Pakistan to a Sunni family. So it's not I'm the black sheep of the family, but I ask questions just to find out.
Do you being close to Muslims, does that have anything to do with you being an Islamophobe or not?
The definition of Islamophobe, until now, I do not know what.
An irrational fear and, in a sense, an obsession with Islam or an irrational fear of Islam and things that extend from Islam. This is Islamophobia. Irrational.
Okay, I got you. But if questioning, is it Islamophobe?
Yes, so this is the answer that every Islamophobe gives. They say, is questioning Islamophobia? Is criticism Islamophobia?
No.
Yeah, I'm answering you.
Asking question.
Sure, I'm replying to you, and I'm saying,
yeah,
when you are holding different standards to purposely make sure that Islam looks worse, when you're holding yourself to different standards, these are traits of an Islamophobe. This is what I'm trying to explain. So I just answered your question. So what I'm saying to you is, the way that you can fix that, though, is you could just show me that it's not just from a seerah, that you didn't hold different standards when it benefited you.
Okay.
Can I mention one thing as well? One thing. If Hassan never knew about this, Amarrzz keeps on mentioning without any references that Makkah's not in Makkah.
It's in Mecca. Yeah.
So that's another one as well. Like, no one knows what he's talking about in this case.
I think he's talking about the Dan Gibson's Petra theory or whatever.
I don't know.
Let me jump in for a second.
Now, can I say something to answer Asif?
Sure, Gain.
Yeah, go on, Amarrzz, and then Gain Knowledge is here, so he's going to talk to her as well.
Yeah, no worries. Asif, you know what? You see, I'm learning. If I'm wrong,
man, death appeared. What's this death?
Asif, I'm talking to you. If I'm wrong, don't argue. Just tell me. See, I'm listening today. Nah? I'm listening and I'm writing it down. I'm jotting down whatever you're saying.
Yeah, you're listening.
Yeah, and the thing is that why Mecca and Becca? I tell you what. How many times is Mecca is stated in Quran? How many times? Any one of you know? I'm asking all the Muslims on the panel now, whoever is listening. How many times Mecca is stated in Quran? How many times?
I'm sure most people don't have the count on by hand, Sid. But could you address what I said, bro?
Please, diversion, man. Listen, Sid.
No, let me finish. I'm talking to Asif, brother. I will speak to you.
Let me ask you, how many
No, don't ask me. I've got a lot of questions. Asif, can I speak to you? Asif, can I answer you?
Correct.
Asif, can I answer you?
Correct, yes, mentioned is it mentioned in Surah Baqarah?
How many times then, brother?
I'm not sure 100%.
I'll tell you what, Mecca is only... Asif, I'll tell you what, Mecca is only stated once. And you know what the problem with Mecca and Becca is? You write down now in Arabic Mecca, you write Becca, is just the two at the bottom, you switch it, it'll become Mecca, will become Becca. Well, let's leave it as this today. And Asif, I promise you, we'll have a chat about this another time.
Amarrzz, how many times is Isa Salam mentioned?
I don't know.
How many times Musa Salam mentioned?
I don't know.
How many times Muhammad Rasulullah Salam mentioned in the Quran?
I don't know.
The least amount.
I don't know.
Exactly. But you seem to know about Makkah.
Listen.
Like the criticisms, Sid, what Gain's trying to show kind of in a sense is the criticisms, the questions that you have. You've learned about the criticisms, you've learned about the questions, but not about anything else.
Yeah, one thing as well you have to understand, Amarrzz, yeah.
Yes, Asif, yeah.
Let's say Makkah is probably not mentioned so many times, but the terms Qibla and Masjid al-Haram has been mentioned a few times as well.
Qibla, yeah, Qibla. What is Qibla actually?
Qibla is the Qibla, isn't it?
No, what is Qibla?
Direction.
Why do we follow one direction? Is God only there?
Are you Muslims? Stop saying
He's going to that subject. Oh dear. Jerusalem and then to Masjid al-Haram.
You know.
Thank you.
He's going to that now. Oh yeah.
Yo, guys, hold on. I don't want to devolve too far away here because it kind of gives an out.
Why is it? Why is it?
Can you please answer what I asked you?
One minute, Mr. Hassan. I'm asking. I'm answering to Mr. Asif, please.
Islamophobics.
Asif, Mr. Asif.
Yeah, he's got that book in it. How to be Islamic.
Mr. Asif.
How many wives did our prophet have? Since you're
13.
Yeah, I'm here.
13. Yeah. Mr. Asif, can I answer your question? Yeah. You see, the thing is this, yeah, Asif. Yeah, I'm only talking to Asif, yeah, because you know what? I find Asif to be a very genuine, honest person. That's what I meant.
Give me some more butter, bro. Give me some more butter.
And the worst person I've met, I've just heard him today for only 2 days.
Yeah, Khan, I know.
No. It's Nasser.
Oh, okay.
I do not know him from Adam.
Sid, you and I had a conversation about Amarrzz. Remember a few weeks ago?
No, not you, gay. Not you, gay.
This is gay.
Guys,
gay.
please, I don't want. I don't want Sid.
I'm not going to change subject. I'm not saying.
Sid, I don't want you to jump too far here, Sid.
I'm just introducing myself. That he had a conversation with me. That's all.
Okay, brother. Can I speak to Asif first? Just to answer his question. Asif.
Yes.
Asif, I tell you go. Yeah, I tell you what. Where was the
Arrested is a liar. I spoke to him for 2 hours on Sir Faz's panel. He said he's going to come back with some Islamic history and evidence, and he never came back. He also lied about Dr. Zakir Naik and made some mad story up.
That killed my daughter.
Arrested. Anyway, is this Nasir? Is this Nasir? Stop lying.
Is this Nasir? See, this is what now. That's the reason why I start talking about Islam, Muslim brothers, because this is what happened.
No, but
I'm talking to Asif. Somebody else will kick in.
You never spoken to me. Why are you
You
lying?
are not important. I don't remember you, brother. I remember Asif. I remember Ahmed.
You
don't remember.
All right, yo, the conversation's going left. The conversation's going left again.
Yeah, exactly. If then you know what the problem is this. Let me speak to one person. I'm talking to Asif. I don't know where this clown came from. I don't know who he is.
I think
so this is also a trait of
the person who is not important in my life. I don't remember them.
This is also what Islamophobes do. Sid, please try not to jump away, bro. Let's focus and finish, please.
Yeah, get your brothers to shut up.
Listen, Nasser, wait, Nasser, 1 sec. Let him chat to me, and then let Gain go after. And then I'm gonna shift it to Gain, innit? Yeah, go ahead, RC.
Let's pick one person so that we can speak nicely, innit? Nasir, I promise you, I don't remember you at all, brother. I speak over the phone to a lot of people. Do you?
All right, we can talk to Asif. Sorry about.
And Nasir, I promise you,
Asif, are you actually?
If I said anything wrong, I'm sorry. But the thing,
Asif, are you actually giving him an opportunity to just change subjects, bro? Is that what you're doing, Asif?
That's what I'm saying. Let him answer Hassan first, then answer Asif.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. So can I know only for 4 minutes, Miss Asif? 2 minutes, mine. 2 minutes.
But Hassan's question, man.
Yeah. Look at this now. If you keep your mouth shut, you look like a teacher who doesn't listen to anybody.
We were discussing something, but I don't want. I understand. I'm saying you and I were discussing something. Can we finish that though, bro?
Stick to that, please. Yeah. So nobody else get involved. I'm not.
This is not Bollywood, yaar.
See, then I tell you what. You go to Tollywood. Go to Tamil. They want you there. So shut up and sit down. Let us speak then. Intelligent conversation. No kids inside. Yeah, Mr. Asif. I was telling you. What happened? Mr. Asif, are you there?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Asif, you know what happened is that as much as I've done religious studies, comparative religious studies, as much I'm doing, I'm still studying and all that. What happened is that Mecca and Becca, you know what? They are places that we have got, where we are supposed to look when we are the Qibla is, and it changed down the line. So this is a totally separate topic. We will discuss this sometime. You know what I mean? I tell you what, chances of me accepting Islam, La ilaha illallah Muhammad, the rest I will follow up very, very soon. But let me just get myself satisfaction. Half my family is Muslim. But the thing is that when I get bombarding, but when I become a Muslim, I know there's 1,000 people behind me, they'll follow that. Because you know what? I've got former people who knows who I am. They know I don't just simply jump on a religion. But you know what? Bombarding this. I spoke to you 2 months back. I can't remember all that, bruv. I speak to 3,000 people, my workers, man. Do I remember all of them?
Okay, Sid, can we get back to...
Yes, Mr. Asif. Let's
go back to Mr.
Hassan.
Wait. Yes, go.
Thank you. I've got a photographic memory for a very short while. Yeah, Mr. Hassan, you asking.
It's not good photographic memory.
I just said, my friend.
Gee.
Okay. You can't pick and choose when authenticity applies, when it works in your favor. So I'm saying, if, for example, they're both authentic, or if you're requiring authenticity for the Bilal thing.
Can I cut you now?
Of course you can.
I'll tell you what. I'll count until 10. Let's start from 0. Forget about the rest, the past. Can we do that? Because otherwise, we will keep on talking about this. We are not going to reach anywhere. Can we do that, please, brother? We start from 0.
So generally, I would agree. But the issue is, this is something you specifically brought up. So I would just like you to deal with what you brought up. That's why.
You have asked me for two things. You asked me the authenticity of what I've said about the gift, the two women, the guy with the dick cut off, and also the 100 gold things that was given to Muhammad
Yes.
Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Yeah, I will give you that. Okay, I remember everything, brother. And second thing is that Bilal was never released by Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He was released by Abu Bakr after his death.
That wasn't the and Sid, I actually found it interesting, the Bilal thing you brought up, and I was looking into it a little bit, but that's not the point. The point was just that from my reading, from my research so far, I haven't found any hadith about the second story, the story that you gave. So all I'm saying is you can't pick and choose when you need things to be authentic. So I'm just asking you, but even on Veli's panel, like 3 days ago, you told us you would come back with it, and you still didn't. And then now you're asking me till tomorrow.
Okay,
Sid, please, bro, this is not appropriate,
I'll
man.
give it to you now. I'll give it to you now. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll give it to you now. Now, my question to you now, listen, please give me 30 seconds, then answer my questions, yeah? If I've given you the name of the person, if you Google all the hadiths, everything will come out. Why are you asking me to give all that? When I've given you, this is my proof. Google the name. After that, it'll come out what Aisha have narrated in Sahih Bukhari, narrated by Aisha and all. It's all in that, brother. What else do you want me to do?
Sid, I don't know if you understood what I was saying though earlier. I actually don't have it. Even if it is authentic, and even if it is in a hadith, I'm not denying that, bro. I'm trying to say that when you're presenting evidence, you can't hold one standard when it works to your benefit and then another standard when it works to your benefit. You just have to provide me with the evidence, bro. That's all I'm saying.
What
That's
evidence
all.
do you need now?
I didn't even say that it's what you're saying is correct or incorrect. I'm just saying that based on the evidence that I've seen, it doesn't look authentic. So I'm waiting for you to just show me that there's some authenticity, something authentic, something generally accepted as authentic.
Mr. Hassan, can I say this? And then after that we'll move.
Sure.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I've told you about the two sisters, Serene and Maria.
Oh my God.
Listen. When I told you, just Google the name. And do not, Baba Google is the best in this world today. Baba Google will give you all the answers.
Let me take that, Hassan. Let me take that, man. I've been patient.
Who is this now?
All right, Sid, you're talking about Maria and her sister, yeah?
Who is this?
Gain.
Yeah, Mr. Gain, how are you, mate? You're right.
You talk
Yeah,
about
just say
Maria's
hello
sister.
first, brother.
I said you spoke to me before a few weeks ago. We discussed about Amarrzz.
Yes, the one from Nepal.
Yeah, who? One from the what? One from the what?
You told when the Nepal, then you told me the Nepal, the king, and then they had something.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Bengal
See, I've got photographic memory for a very short while, but it comes back, my friend. Yeah, Mr. Gain,
That's not a definition of photographic memory, but anyway, let's get back. So you're talking about Ibn Tabari. You know who Tabari is, yes?
I don't know.
You said you studied 15 years of Islam. Ibn Tabari is one of the most famous scholars. He's a student of Ibn Taymiyyah. Have you heard of him?
No.
So you haven't really studied Islam for 15 years. Because if you studied Islam for 15 years, you would have known Ibn Ishaq, Ibn Tabari, Ibn Taymiyyah, Jalani, all the great scholars.
Okay. So can we come to
so you basically Googled looking for the slaves and Prophet's wife as a slave and this and that, and then that's how you found it on Ibn Tabari, right? That's how you got it.
Okay.
So
I do not know.
It seems like there's no sincerity. There's no sincerity of learning about Islam for the last 15 years. I mean, if someone studies Islam for 1 year, they would have come across a name called Ibn Tabari, Ibn Taymiyyah, Ibn Jahiri, and all the other great scholars. Yeah, if you really studied it, you would have come across those things. So it shows that you really haven't. You're just looking for excuses not to believe in Islam. You
decided to blame me for something that you think, no? You do not know me.
Correct me, because I just asked you. I mean, you
do not blame. Do not say nothing.
No, hang on.
You quoted Amarrzz.
You quoted about the story of Maria and her sister. It was like a gift.
Can I answer you about Tabari now?
So you didn't do no research.
Can I give you an answer about Tabari now, brother?
The Sirat of Tabari. Yeah.
Can I say something about Tabari now?
Scholar. He
brother,
had a
can I answer you on Tabari?
Hang on. Let me educate you.
No. Let me answer Tabari now.
You know what madhab means? Yeah,
can I answer Tabari now, please, Mr. Gain?
He had his own school of fiqh.
One second, Gain.
Mr. Gain.
Gain, slow down a sec.
Can I answer you on Tabari, please?
What's there to answer? I just ask you, do you know Tabari? You said
no. Do you accept everything that Tabari said?
I respect Tabari. I question some of the stuff, but it's not the hadith.
You didn't answer my question. Do you accept everything that Tabari wrote?
I'll answer it like this. Do I accept everything in the Bible? The answer is yes and no.
My
That's how it
question,
is.
do you accept everything that the Bari said?
The answer is yes, and some part I question. That's all.
So why do you accept the narration of the Bari of Quran in halves? Answer my question.
Wait, hang on. Halves? What are we talking about?
No. Answer my question now.
Hang on. You
Brother,
never asked me that question. You're talking about the wife of the... Hang on. Don't
Mr.
change
Gain,
the
I cannot talk to a lot of people. Can I have
One
another
second,
person?
one second, Sid, can I just hear? Can I hear what Gain? I just wanted to hear what Gain had to say because he didn't make his point clearly. 1 second, Gain. Can you repeat that again?
So what was that?
Just finish your point.
My point is, he doesn't really study Islam. He says for the last 15 years, he doesn't know who Tabari is. I mean, anyone that studies for Islam for 1 year will come across those type of scholars if you really sincerely study them, right? I'm not saying that you have to be Sunni to know that. I'm sure Hassan is not a Sunni Muslim, but he knows who Tabari is, right? So it's quite common. He's a very, very famous scholar.
Is this Al-Tabari or Ibn Jadil?
Al-Tabari. Shall I answer this? Mr. Dan, can I answer this question now?
Yeah, if you could, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Al-Tabari is the person they said he's a liar. They do not accept his... Now let me finish.
Everyone's a liar, bro. Everyone's a liar.
No one claimed Al-Tabari is a liar, man.
Listen. Then why can't they listen? I get angry like this. Why can't they let me speak?
One second.
Why can't they let me speak?
I haven't finished.
These are Muslims. These are typical Muslims. Cannot answer the questions.
Don't get angry. Don't get.
So shut up. Let me answer.
Let Gain finish. He said he hasn't finished.
Ibn Ishaq is also another famous scholar who wrote the Sirat of Muhammad Rasulullah, right? Do you know Malik? Ibn Malik?
Listen, I don't know like this. Come to the punchline.
Ibn Malik didn't even agree with Ibn Ishaq. So there is scholars that don't agree with scholars.
So what's the punchline?
It's a fact. Only thing that what I'm trying to say is that you don't have to accept everything what Ibn Tabari did, but a lot of stuff he did do is good, and a lot of stuff we can learn from Ibn Tabari, right?
Thank you very much.
Your question about Maria, he was a
No. Let me answer to this question first, my brother.
Let me get to the point
No. Let me answer this. We'll go to Maria later. Let me answer your... Let me answer this now, Mr. Gain. Listen, brother. Learn how to learn.
Listen.
No. This is Muslims. These are Muslims. These are Muslims. That's the reason I hate them.
He didn't marry out of lust, okay?
This is why I hate it.
Oh my God.
This is what Muslims' attitude are. They don't listen.
Can we have a little bit of order?
6, 7 of them, they come and they jump like hyenas.
Listen, the way we need to do this, I think...
Let me answer back.
I think I'm going to... hold on 1 second. I think I'm going to have to get a timer.
Then this is not on, brother. Let me answer.
This is way too complicated for me, and it's getting a little bit too late. If we get a timer out...
Yeah. It's getting bedtime now for me as well.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, brother.
I think maybe...
Can I just point out that you said this is Muslims. You just said this is Muslims. This is why I hate them.
That's the reason I got
to be clear.
Can I just make it?
7 Muslims. I'm alone on my own here. Arguing.
Well,
I started with Hassan.
Then
the only intelligent person who didn't come is Ahmed.
Am I correct?
Ahmed is the only
Asif.
The rest.
Big up. Assalamu alaikum to all. Big up.
Walaikum salam.
Walaikum salam, bro.
It's getting
Is
crazy.
he coming in or going out now?
All right.
Hello, Dan. How are you?
Good.
Asif. No. There's no such thing as... Listen, Mr. Asif, let me explain something to you. I didn't say I learn Quran. I say I learn comparative religion studies. So somewhere people do not listen, they just jump the gun. Did I say I learn Quran? I say I'm learning comparative.
No,
let me finish. Asif, let me finish.
You said these are Muslims.
Let me finish, yaar. Bloody hell, man.
I think
Nasir, you are a waste of time. I decide not to speak to you.
You cut me off, man. I was talking and you cut me off.
I don't want to speak to you.
All right, sorry.
I refuse to speak to you.
Can I just?
I do not want to speak to Nasir.
Can I just moderate for a moment? Can I just? Sorry, Nasser. Could you just not? Can I?
I will not answer to Nasir.
Sid.
I will not speak to Nasir. I do not want to know Nasir. Nasir, go away.
Sid, sorry.
Bye.
Thank you, brother.
I just wanted to welcome Witness. I wanted to welcome Witness to the panel. Good morning.
What up, Witness? What up, Shill?
Hi, this topic was discussed on Veli's channel, and I brought the source, which was from Al-Tabari, which I read out, and then there was the Hadith, which I read out.
Okay.
And I was hoping to get clarification on it, but nothing happened.
Okay.
So can I answer Witness?
I think Sid and Witness are now on one side of the discussion. So this is from Al Tabari as well. Did you say, Witness?
Sorry, is that Mr.
Yeah,
Witness?
when I mentioned it, I quoted it was from Al Tabari, and I quoted the name of the book, this historical book.
I just want to say, someone like Witness, you can maybe dialogue with, but with someone like.
Who is, if this is Nasir, I refuse to speak to him.
Why are you cutting me off, bro?
I do not know Nasir. I don't want to speak to you, man.
I want to speak. I want to speak to Witness when you guys are done yelling at each
Nasir,
other.
go away. You're not invited in this conversation.
Fuck off, man. Anyway,
thank you very much. Thank you very much, brother.
Can I speak with Witness? Can I speak with Witness? Can I speak with Witness for a second?
Yeah, go ahead, Hassan.
Hello.
So, hey, buddy. So
Sorry, who's
so just to be clear, I'm just speaking with Witness for a second. So, Witness, to be clear, bro, I right now I have my computer in front of me. So when he brought us up last time, I didn't. But when I have my computer in front of me and I'm doing research now, and now I found hadiths that mention this story. I found like multiple hadiths, like 3 different hadiths or something. Okay, and they're graded as authentic, generally accepted. So my issue here wasn't necessarily that this doesn't exist or that I was denying that we could even discuss this, which we can. My issue was the way with which Sid brought this evidence and how he didn't even know, and how he's holding different stories to different standards when they work in his favor. That's what I was pointing out. So it's not that I couldn't find, now that I found the evidence myself, sure, but I was leaving it to Sid to show that he actually held himself to the same standard. That's all I was doing.
Look at the reasoning you give, Mr. Hassan, is cheap.
Yo, Dan, man's out, yeah?
What do you mean? I just explained it, Sid. The reasoning is not cheap at all.
The reasoning you're giving is cheap, brother. Come on, man.
Hold on, how many opportunities did I give you on Belly's channel?
That makes sense. I mean, he didn't provide the evidence. He talked a lot about it.
Correct. Exactly.
And I mentioned the book, which was from Al Tabari, but he remembered it, but he didn't mention it to you at the time. Yeah.
See, you know what the thing is,
and
that
you know that day on
about
Belly's channel, Sid, can I reply, Sid? Sid, let me reply, please. So
Yes,
on Belly's channel that day, Witness, I don't know if you're watching, but on Belly's channel, I gave Sid at least 4 different opportunities, fully muted, waiting for him to explain it. He even said, "Okay, I'll be back." Then he came back later on. And then he still didn't.
Mr. Hassan.
So this to me, this presents an issue.
What man says. I'm sorry. Forget about it. I apologize. All my mistake. Let's carry on. Can we start from zero?
I apologize, Sid. Sid, I must be honest. I have to be honest.
I've got a loss. I keep on talking about the loss. I will die.
Sid, I have to be honest. Sid, I have to be honest.
Yes, Mr. Hassan.
You are apologizing without acknowledging that you did something wrong. This is not an apology.
You only apologize when you did something wrong, brother.
So at the beginning of this phone call, right at the start, the first thing I did, what did I say? Dan,
it's going to take
just
2 hours.
wait 1 second. Just wait 1 second, Dan. At the first start of this phone call, when Sid apologized.
Speak to you later. I'm off.
Thank you, Witness. Dan, when Sid apologized at the beginning, what was the first thing I replied and said? Can you tell me what you're apologizing for?
What do you want me to do now?
And he didn't have an answer. He gave some wishy-washy answer.
What is your punchline? What do you want me to do now? I said sorry.
Acknowledge.
What else?
Acknowledge that. What?
Give me punch. What do you want
I'm
me
telling
to do?
you. I'm telling you what I want you to do. Acknowledge that the way that you approach this.
No, don't give me porcupine stories. What do you want me to? I said sorry. What else do you want me to do?
I'm telling you what I want you to do.
What?
I want you to acknowledge.
No lectures.
Just listen to him, Amarrzz.
Do you want me to finish, Sid, or are you going to do the same thing that you're complaining about other people doing?
Wait. Amarrzz, let him finish.
No, finish what I said. Sorry. What he wants me to do now?
Yeah, that's what sorry.
There's nothing else I do other than sorry. I don't subject to anything else.
Amarrzz, give him 1 minute and he's going to respond to you.
Asif, for you, I'll do that.
Okay. Go on, Hassan.
So to be clear, for people listening and for Sid, when someone apologizes, they apologize because they've done something wrong. And they act accordingly, not cutting people off, yelling, move on. This is not... because the point of this is the Islamophobia. The point of this is how you brought this, how you carried yourself.
So are you going to cry over this for the rest of your life?
No, not at all.
So can we just shut it out and can we start the new?
No, what Amarrzz said, what he was trying to do, he's trying to...
I'm not used to this, brother.
Yeah,
when our project goes wrong, if I send somebody to Syria, it doesn't work, I close it, I start a new topic, brother.
Yeah, I know, but what he's doing...
This one is crying over spilled milk.
No, he's not crying. He's analyzing.
Don't analyze. Finish. I said sorry. Close chapter 0.
Evaluating the situation.
Asif शुरू करो ना फिर यार.
There's nothing wrong with it, what he was doing.
Yeah, but you know what? What are you going to gain out of this?
There's a lot
person
to actually gain out of it. There's a lot.
The point was to demonstrate.
Sorry, and then we should carry on with it,
Listen
brother.
to what Hassan
That is
said.
how life goes on.
Let Hassan finish. Let Hassan finish.
Okay, after half an hour, I'll call you back.
No, he's going to be 2 minutes. Just give him 2 minutes, he'll finish.
I pointed this out to you earlier, Sid. No, Sid, I pointed this out to you earlier. That the example with which how you carried yourself with this, it's how an Islamophobe carries themselves. And what you said was, no one has shown me how I'm an Islamophobe. So
I'm not an
we're showing
Islamophobe.
you right
Whoever
now.
said I'm an Islamophobe, he's a bastard.
Hold on a second, please. Thank you. I'm a bastard.
Straight up, whoever calls me Islamophobe, he's a bastard. I know how much I respect my Nabi Muhammad. I hate Bukhari. Bukhari is another bastard who lied about Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Okay, so Sid,
No, let
can I
me
ask you a
finish. Let me
question?
finish now. You want to speak? How can
Well,
Bukhari
you didn't let
tell,
me finish.
How can Bukhari said my Nabi,
You didn't-
he slept with a 9-year-old kid? How can he say
You
he
didn't
was
let
a
me
sex slave?
finish,
How can he
Sid.
said he killed? Bukhari is a bloody who wrote 200 years after that, and he is a
Sid,
blind guy.
you didn't
don't
let me
trust
finish,
him.
Sid. I don't know if you noticed that.
No,
Did you
I'm
notice
very
that you didn't
angry,
let me finish?
Nobody will tell anything about Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Kaput.
Sid, can you let Hassan sort of just make his point, because he's normally quite concise.
Man.
Sid, what evidence would I have to give you to tell you that you're an Islamophobe? What would you believe?
What? Okay, give me. You have to give me something to tell me I'm Islamophobe if I've said something which is wrong.
So, only
I'll
the
repeat
only
my
way that you're
question.
an
You have
Islamophobe.
to tell me something that I've done which is wrong.
He's already mentioned
Sure. So
it.
Sid,
Thank you. No,
so your
sometimes
argument
you have
is
to repeat 3 times. You have to tell me something that I've said which is wrong, so that do not repeat this again. Tell you, brother.
so your argument is the only way that you can be an Islamophobe is if you lie about something.
No. I tell you what. I'm an Islamophobe. I agree with that as well. Can we carry on now? I have apologized.
Sid,
You said you said I am Islamophobe. Can we carry on now?
Sid, you're not. I mean, you told me this call that you wanted to have a genuine conversation. This does not sound anything like a genuine conversation.
You are talking about. Can we start a new page, man? New page. We learn something. Rather than we are talking about the bloody broken record. Let's start from the beginning. I'm an Islamophobe. I don't
Sid,
like anything.
I
I talk about Muslims.
Sid,
I'm sorry for what. Can we start
Sid,
fresh?
I would have no issue starting fresh. I would have no issue at all.
Thank you, brother. Can we
If
start
we
fresh
finish
then,
the
please?
first point, then you acknowledge
no
that.
points now. I've apologized. I'm Islamophobe. I agree everything with
Exactly.
you. Can we start the
So what
points
you're
now,
doing
please?
right now is you're just apologizing and saying you agree, whatever, just so that we can move on. You're not acknowledging that you did anything wrong. That's the difference.
So what do you want me to do? Send 300,000 pounds? Send 500,000?
No, you should actually mean it.
Yes.
You should actually mean it and be authentic.
I know you drive a bloody
You should
car.
actually
All
mean
right,
it and be authentic when you're saying this.
I will post
Sid,
my. I'm
Sid,
gonna message you my PayPal link.
Shut up.
What, bro? I've had PayPal for years, bro.
Well, I didn't know about that, mate.
You got to put it in the. You can post it in the chat. No, I'm joking.
Okay, I'm gonna do it now.
No, listen. Let's be honest. No, listen, I apologize from the bottom of my heart.
For my
on my children's life.
You're not apologizing right now.
I apologize.
You're
Can
not
we just
apologizing.
stop this and start from the beginning so that we can get something, we can learn something new, we can go forward. We are keep on going behind. We go one step ahead,
Sid,
6
you
steps behind.
beat.
One step behind.
Sid, you
again,
beat it. You
6
beat
steps.
it.
Can we
Sid,
stop this?
you beat a Sid, you beat a dead horse when it works to your benefit. But right now, when it's
What
against you,
benefit?
you just
You
want to
said
move
what
on. You just
benefit
want to move
can
on.
you
You just want to move on.
Sorry.
That's what you're doing right now.
Sorry, Ara said hi.
Hi,
It's the
Zoubida.
first
Hi,
time.
sis. How are you, mate?
Hi,
You all right?
how are you? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. You're right, yeah?
Yes, alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah. No, I just so you're saying you don't agree with hadith at all?
Where did this come from now? Zoubida, no.
No, because
She was talking about what you were saying right now about Bukhari and stuff. Yeah.
about Bukhari, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you what it is. Okay, if you lot are really Muslims here, give me 1 minute to advise.
Okay.
I have got a lot of respect for Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I got a lot of respect. I have got a degree in my young days. Now my thing is this: I do not agree in one thing. Yeah, please do not get involved. Zoubida, you and anybody else, please try to understand where I'm coming from. My Nabi Who is the greatest in this world? Nobody is greater than him. A person, he was not illiterate. He was very educated, actually. This is me saying, yeah, what my personal matters, yeah. How can somebody say, oh, my Nabi, he was illiterate, but he did this. Am I disgracing my Nabi? No, man. He was best of this world, man. He was so intelligent. He taught people. In his time, he started from Makkah to Misr. He took away everything without any stress. But then they said, oh, he went there. He started in war. He started taking capture my left hand. No, my Nabi didn't do that. The Nabi that I know, my heart is saying, he didn't do that. One guy by the name of Bukhari, who is a blind man, came after 200 years and was given by Umayyads, and they decided to write a book on my Nabi. And decided, this is how he is. They said good, bad, and ugly. And they came up with this thing that he got married at 6. Why? Come on, no, I cannot. My Nabi is not that.
Sid, can I say that I agree with a lot of what you just said, but I still don't have to. Yeah.
Hassan, brother, can I just, you know about the illiterate thing, yeah? We have to understand is obviously to be illiterate does not mean that you can does not mean that later on you will not become literate. So there are many people, even this day and age, that are illiterate due to the lack of education because they haven't been given the education to read and write. But brother, let me just. Yeah, can I just finish? Can I just finish the point?
No, because we're going to waste time. Can I answer to you so that you know exactly where I'm coming from?
You don't have to be able to.
When he was doing business for Khadija, doing business for Khadija, his first wife, yeah, he was doing the deals, and he was traveling here, there, and everywhere. He was sitting down with the business people coming from China, India, everywhere. He was a very, very intelligent person.
Yeah, no one's saying he wasn't. No one's saying he wasn't. But like I said, there are many successful business people that are even dyslexic. They don't know how to read and write. But what I'm saying to you is at that time, we had the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was an orphan. Yeah, both his parents had died. He wasn't the richest man at the time.
When they passed away, his uncle took over him. He took care of him.
Yeah, so that means that means he was an orphan. No, brother, hold on. To be an orphan means both your parents. Not saying he was out on the streets. No, both his parents had died. Yes, you are correct. He was brought up by his uncle. Yes, and like I said, he wasn't living in high society or amongst the elite or amongst the educated. He was very poor at that time. So obviously, education. Yes, reading and writing was not given to him automatically until he learnt by himself. So obviously,
he got married to Khadija. Khadija decided to get married to him among all the people, the most intelligent person.
Yes, because of his character, because of his trustworthiness, because of his loyalty, because of his manners.
Loyalty and trustworthiness in what way? That means he was giving the right money at time. He was doing everything proper, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's got nothing to do with being illiterate, though. Illiterate means you cannot read or write. Yeah.
I tell you what, my understanding is this: Nabi Muhammad was illiterate. You know what? Let me say, Zoubida, sis. Nabi Muhammad was illiterate. You know in what sense? Not in education. When he got the wahyu in Gwahira, when the Jibril came and hugged him 3 times, that is where he was illiterate. He didn't know what was happening. He went to his wife. He said, something happened to me. The wife took him to another shop. He said, this is what. He said, yeah, Jibril spoke to you. This is what actually he was illiterate. He didn't know what was happening. Not as far as intelligence are concerned.
But no one was saying, listen, there's many intelligent people that are illiterate. There's many intelligent people.
That's my view. I'm sorry if I'm wrong.
Maverick.
I object.
Maverick.
I object.
Okay, Maverick, go back, bro.
Stop calling the prophet illiterate, yo. First and foremost, hold on. The word.
This guy's a Quranist.
Nah. I don't know. I tell you what,
1 minute. Quranist aside, the word that we're talking about is ummi.
The
word that we're talking about is ummi.
Listen to him now. Don't speak. Let's listen to him for a while, please.
Let me talk. The word that we're talking about is ummi. And in the Quran, it does not only refer to the Prophet as ummi. As a matter of fact, it refers to the whole community that he was picked out from. And the word ummiyin in the Quran means unlearned. There is a difference between unlearned and illiterate. The unlearned that it's referring to is simply unlearned in scripture.
Uneducated.
Meaning they have not received the revelation before. Nothing to do with being illiterate. But you guys are gonna continue anyway. Go on.
Okay, fine, fair enough.
What does that mean? What does that mean when he said to him, read? So he said to him, I can read. What is it that mean he was illiterate or not?
Yes.
I can't read.
Yeah.
Which
illiterate,
verse?
innit?
Which chapter and which verse?
اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق سورة.
So where does he say I can't read?
Yeah, ما أنا بقارئ هنا. That's the first thing. The first thing.
Your bank statement, your bank account.
So he couldn't read and write, innit? We all know that.
So when the Quran was being revealed, Gabriel did say to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Iqra, read." Yeah, he told him to read, and obviously Wali's response.
There was a revolution, not the education.
No one's saying that the Prophet Muhammad wasn't educated. No one's saying that. But like I said, no one's saying
he can read and write.
He cannot read and write. That does not mean you're uneducated.
Where's that from? Where's the idea?
Every single one of us was illiterate at one point. Yeah, before we were given the education.
Not my Nabi. No, not my Nabi.
I was the last I remember not being able to read and write was when I was what?
Your brother Ahmed. Your brother Ahmed. Have you got
Sid, why do you say my Nabi? What does that mean?
Yeah, what do you mean my Nabi, man?
Because you lot believe he's illiterate. My Nabi is illiterate. You lot believe that he slept at 9 years old. My Nabi didn't do that. You lot said that, yeah, what's fuck? See, this is the biggest language you can use. This must be Nasir, the great idiot.
You're saying stuff Islamophobes say, man. Fuck off.
Then you cannot answer. This is what the answer is.
No, but what do you lot get out of calling the Prophet illiterate? Like, why?
It's not a disrespect. It's actually a miracle. It's actually a miracle. Yeah, so
it's not a miracle. It's stupidity.
It's a miracle.
Really. What's the point of calling the Prophet? Hold on.
Ahmed Baba, do you have
a book like this? No mistaken one grammar from illiterate man.
Can I just ask you guys a simple question, please? Yeah. If the Prophet, let's say for argument's sake, the Prophet was quote unquote illiterate. Let's say he decided to learn how to read and write. How long do you think it would take an adult to learn to read and write?
Not long. All right, well done. What's the point?
Answer my question, please. How long do you think it would take an adult to learn how to read and write?
A year?
Next 20 years. 20 years or something.
A year.
How long did it take you to learn to read and write?
With that grammar, no mistaking the grammar like that.
No, there's a difference.
1 year maximum.
Yeah, that is true. We don't.
Not even 1 year,
Arabic,
you know.
the classical Arabic is pretty complex, though.
3 months, brother. 3 to 6 months.
The Arabic grammar is from Quran. When we study the Arabic grammar, we study it. We learn it from the Quran.
Brother, the Quran was given to him by Jibril. Jibril told him he was telling the other people who were Quran Hafiz. Nothing to do with education. What are you talking about, brother?
This is impossible, man. This
Sorry, Sid, did you say the Quran was given to him, like in book form?
No,
Hassan, you're a bit reasonable. How long do you think it takes an adult to read and write?
Hassan. Can I answer to Hassan, please?
Not 20 years.
Can I answer to Hassan? Asif, can I answer to Hassan? Let me say something.
Can I respond to
Can I answer to Hassan, please? Can I answer to Hassan, please?
Can I respond to Ahmed, please?
Asif, can I answer to Hassan?
No.
Asif, can I answer to Hassan?
Why are you asking Asif if I'm responding?
Asif, can I answer to Hassan, please?
Man, shut up, man.
Okay. This is illegal.
One at a time.
Yo, Nas, either you let us handle it. Nas, either you let us handle it, bro. Or bro,
let's stop the heckling.
Can I speak to Hassan? Do I really want to speak like this?
Nasa, come on, bro. Nasa.
Do I really want to speak to the panel like this? And this is the 4th time I came on the panel. This is what Muslims do. They do not talk. They argue.
Okay, wait, Nasa, chill.
No, wait,
everyone relax.
Sid, relax. Sid, you have to understand where it comes from. Sid.
Sorry,
guys. Sid, you have to understand where it comes. Sid, you have to understand where it comes from. Sid, it doesn't come from nowhere, bro. If you repeat things, if you say things that are very commonly said as attacks against Muslims, yes, Muslims will get upset, bro. This is the use of common sense.
When I'm talking, then innit? Let me speak. Let you speak.
To Ahmed,
you are not invited, you idiot. Which part of that you are not interested in?
Ahmed, repeat what you're saying, please, so I can respond.
Gosh, man.
Shut up, man.
How long?
Shut up. That's it. The day if I see
Shut
you,
up, man.
I will raise your payment.
What? What?
The day I see you, I raise your pay to 5,000 to do another course.
What? Raise my pay?
Oh, dang.
All right.
Come on.
I always said I DM'd you my PayPal link for the Bentley fund.
Dan, let me speak to
I
Dan.
want the
I'm going
Bentley
now.
fund, bro.
Let me speak to Dan. Dan,
No, I'm talking to Ahmed. Wait.
Dan, Mr. Dan.
What are you saying?
Mr. Dan.
Ahmed, what was he saying?
Mr. Dan.
Yo.
Mr. Dan.
Mr. Dan.
Yeah, I like that, Mr. Dan. Yes, sir.
Mr. Ahmed, thank you very
Mr.
much.
Dan.
Zoubida, enough respect to you, sister. And Hassan, enough respect. God bless you. Asif, God bless you. Hassan, go away. And Mr. Dan, thank you for having me on the panel. But you know what? It cannot happen.
All right, hold on. RS Sid, if right, Nasser, listen. If this is going to become too much of an issue, Sid, if you're here to have a discussion, then let's have a discussion.
Yeah, Dan, can I say something?
I don't want it to be.
was
I
having
don't want
a
it to be.
discussion.
That's what I'm saying. So let's maintain
Mr.
that
Dan,
discussion.
I was having an intelligent conversation with Hassan. With Asif came in, well and good, you know. And then Mr. Ahmed came in, education. And then Zoubida came in, sister, education. Nasir came here, pain in the neck. I don't like this guy from his voice here.
Why is it a pain in the neck if I'm asking you legitimate questions about
Okay,
Because you are here to win, not to learn.
Okay, one at a time.
I don't want to speak to you.
Alright.
I refuse to speak to you, my son.
Okay, Ahmed was saying
Go
something. I was
away.
responding to him. Can you just wait till I respond?
No. It's not
Yo,
your panel. Go away.
Nas, come on, man, bruv. Just there's
Yo,
other people on
Dan.
the panel. It's getting late, bruv. I
Yo,
want to
G.
get through to it.
I'll go. Let Nas, let them finish themselves. I'll come some other time, brother.
Nasser, just go on mute for a bit, bruv. Just mute up for a sec and just let the conversation flow.
Mr. Dan, good night. God bless.
If someone says something and I want to respond to them, do we have to wait for RS Sid to finish before we respond?
You go away and come some other day. Today we're having a conversation.
Ahmed said something. I was responding to Ahmed, and this dickhead just butted me.
Mr. Nasir, your IQ is less than the bloody room temperature.
All right,
So
fuck off,
go
man.
in the room.
All right, fuck off, man.
No,
Ahmed,
less than the room temperature. Go away.
Yo, that Nas, man. Nas, I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that. Another night, bro.
Okay.
Okay,
all right.
Okay, then thank you very much, Matty. You not speak to Nasir. Nasir, okay,
Sid, he's gone. He's gone. RS Sid now.
Okay. So please, let's talk nicely. You know, man.
Yeah, but nice, even you, RS Sid, even you, man, you need to sometimes chill down.
Do you blame me?
No.
But
Sid,
this is the thing.
just in order to control the panel,
I will keep quiet for 5 minutes now. I promise you.
People have to speak one at a time.
Exactly.
All right, guys, please, for the whole
Mr.
panel.
Ahmed, can you finish what you're saying, please?
All right, cool. For the whole panel, just one simple question. Please answer it honestly. If an adult wanted to learn how to read and write, how long would it take said adult?
Maximum 1 year.
But, okay, 1 year. But the Quran, in the way that it is written, with the grammar that it is written, yes,
That's
I'll
what
say longer time.
Don't say that.
But you're adding to the question. The question
Okay,
is simply
You study it for years.
That's it.
I studied in my schools for like 16 years, and I can write
So
it.
you are telling the Quran? I cannot trust the Quran.
Brother, the Arabic Quran,
Ahmed, Sid, hold on.
I'm sure Ahmed, when you studied the Quran, it didn't take you 1 year to study the Quran properly and understand it and the grammar.
6 months, I will learn Quran in 6 months.
Guys, can you guys hold on a second? I just want to ask Zoubida and Waleed something.
Arabic now.
Zoubida and Waleed.
Listen. I'm the one asking the question. Don't add to my question.
Don't ask
okay?
question
my
on
question
the
is
question.
very
Okay,
simple.
the question is depending on the language.
How long would it take an adult to learn to read and write? That's it. Don't add to
Depending on the language.
Oh my
1 year
God,
maximum.
this is absolutely pathetic.
How?
1 year maximum. If it's so
No, it's
difficult, 1 year.
It's depending on the language. That's the answer.
Mr. Ahmed, my answer to you is that if it's very difficult,
listen.
1 year.
Every single language employs a couple of letters, right? A couple of alphabets.
16,
So
18
how long
letters.
would
That's
it
it.
take? So how long would it take to learn
Alif, Bata, Sajid. How long is it going to take?
Those alphabets together.
Sid, can you let him talk,
Get
bro?
it to mean something, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but again, it's depending on the language. When it comes to the wait. When it comes to classical Arabic, you got something called tajweed.
Okay.
Obviously,
you
have different
nothing to do
sound.
with learning, reading and writing. That's a melody business. That's got nothing to do with reading and writing. Like, why is the simple question so difficult? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I said. 1 year maximum, brother.
No, you are.
Hold on, can I just say something?
It's a set of
Yo,
rules and
you guys,
punctuation
can I
within
just
the
say
Quran.
something, please?
Oh
Muslims can
You're
never
not
answer.
doing wrong, bro. You can actually
Can I
change
say
the
something,
meaning of
please?
the actual.
Can I say something,
Okay,
please?
I agree with what Ahmed
Zoubida
said.
and
Yeah,
Waleed. Zoubida
yeah.
and Waleed. I just want to say, if is there not a possibility also that Allah provide wahi to the Prophet to be able to write it?
Hold on 1 minute. There's a verse. Wait. There's a verse in the Quran. Wait. There's a verse in the Quran where the disbelievers accuse the Prophet of basically writing it down. Basically, people are dictating to him what to write down every day and night. So how are the disbelievers accusing the Prophet of writing the Quran if he cannot read and write?
Can I top up now? Can I top up, Mr. Ahmed? Can I top up? When Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was dying, he asked for a paper and pen from Abu Bakr.
That's in the
Why
hadith
didn't they give it to him?
He's right. That's in the hadith as well. So both from the Quran and the hadith don't support this assertion that the Prophet cannot read and write. And if we're gonna be honest, let's stop this nonsense. If someone wants to learn to read and write,
6 months, mate.
especially an adult, he would learn at least the basics within a week.
Yeah.
At least the basics.
Yo, Ahmed, can I just ask Zoubida and Waleed? I didn't know this, but is this the standard Sunni position that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam couldn't read or write?
That's what they're trying to tell us.
Yes, Hassan.
Hold on, guys.
Hold
I'm asking Zoubida. Can you let her reply? Yeah.
Obviously, the terminology that is used is illiterate. Yeah, that's just the wording. But can you wait, please?
Can you let her reply, bro? Let her talk, man.
Why are you always jumping, fam? You're always jumping.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, the term that we are told, or I've been taught, is illiterate. Now, obviously, that is the English term illiterate, But what Ahmed has said previously, which actually I just looked it up and it makes sense, is more of the fact that it was more unlearned, unlearned of the scriptures, which would make him illiterate in the sense of this, where scriptures are concerned. Not illiterate. Yeah, not illiterate in the sense where he cannot read and write like a simple sentence. Illiterate in the sense of the scriptures.
He cannot really. When the al-Wahy came to him, Allah, Gabriel said to him, read. He said to him, I can't read. He said to him, read. I can't read. 3 times, read. I can't read. So and then he said to him, read with the name of Allah.
Walid, can I ask a question?
Yeah, that's true.
How can you read when there was nothing written and wrote and written? Nothing. How can you read? He was saying recite.
No, he was telling him, no, Iqra, read. Read. It's a clear word.
So are you saying Gabriel showed him a book? In order for Gabriel
guys,
to say,
this is a wahi.
Show him a book. Is that what you saying?
He said recite after me.
No, wait. Let's give Waleed the chance. Are you saying Gabriel came with his book to the Prophet and said, read this book?
Please don't say that.
No, he came to listen. Someone can read, and someone came to him and they told him read. So the first thing gonna come to his mind, I can read.
No, read recite.
Waleed, you're jumping the gun. If someone is going to
recite what? Recite what? If you're gonna he give it. Do you say he give him book and they tell him recite?
No, what he was saying, he said recite after me. What I'm saying.
Did he say recite or did he say recite after me?
Sid, 1 minute, please.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, sorry.
1 minute. And Waleed, if anyone's going to say read, what was going to read has to be written somewhere.
And if I'm going to say recite, also have to be written before.
Yeah. If it's not written, what is there to read?
Yo, just a quick one. Dan, you there?
Yeah, I think he's there.
Yo.
What up, Rash?
Yo, Dan.
What's going on, man?
Yo, Dan, I'm going to send everyone over now if you can hear me still. I'm looking off, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. Yeah, man.
Big up Ahmed. I'll be back still.
My brother.
All right, bless.
Okay, there's also a verse here. Can you bring this up, Waleed? Chapter 29, verse 48, Surah Al-Ankabut. It says, Almighty Allah says, and thou, O Muhammad, was not a reader of any scripture before it.
That just proves my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, fine. Let me finish. No, Merry Christmas. No, Merry Christmas. No. Okay, cool. All right, fine. To be honest, see me, yeah. I'm not jahil. I'm not ignorant. What you've presented to me, to be honest, is definitely got me thinking.
Zubaida,
Still,
I respect you for that. I respect.
Oh
you.
no, I'm being honest. What you said makes sense. It's logical. It's logical. It's logical. It's logical. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So where do you think this? Okay, cool. Because obviously, I'm not being funny. Most Muslims have been taught illiterate. Even Dr. Zakir Naik says it. This is something that's been used a lot. Like the Prophet Muhammad was illiterate, yet he was still able
Zoubida,
to.
can I
So where
interrupt
do you
you for
think
one
that
sec?
stems from?
Yes, hold on.
You already know
Walid, I
where I
wanted to ask
stand
you
on
what
that,
this.
so I'm gonna let that one go.
What's this word?
No.
What's this word in Arabic? Hold on a second. Can I ask you a question? In Surah 7, ayat 157, what's this word that says unlettered? What's the word in Arabic?
It's ummi. And we in our schools we have something called the deleting ummiya, which mean for the old people who didn't learn in schools, we teach them 1 hour. All the young men who educated, they volunteer in this. It's called the deleting ummiya. So we ummi by Arabic word, we know it. And even if you look to it as a dictionary, it means who can read and write.
Yeah, in the Sahih International Translation, this is the word unlettered.
When we say it, this is the biggest proof that the Prophet Muhammad didn't say this book from his mind. He didn't write it.
Walid, you didn't understand what we're saying, Walid. Mr. Walid, you didn't understand what we're trying to express.
Let me just say this before I forget, yeah? Let me just say this before I forget. The entire community of the Prophet is referred to as Ummi. So if we're gonna be consistent, we have to say the entire community is illiterate. Do we want to go there?
No.
Is that where we want to go?
That's not how it works, though, Ahmed, bro. You can't translate like that, man.
That's how it works, mate.
Ahmed, you can't translate like that.
Why are you not so much interested in showing that Nabi Muhammad was illiterate? Why so much so?
Did the
Why
Prophet
can't you be agree that he was illiterate, bro?
to prove this book is from Allah, not from him.
Which book is from Allah?
The biggest proof.
Hadith?
The Quran.
Okay, you know what? Let's be honest.
Oh my God, man.
The Prophet,
Because no illiterate man can write book like that.
Illiterate in Quran, not in education. Sorry.
I'm gonna be
Ahmad, can you tell me who wrote the Wahyi? Can you tell me who wrote the Wahyi? Who wrote the Wahyi?
1 second, please, man. 1 minute.
There is one famous man, not the Prophet.
Walid, 1 minute. Let's be honest. Zubayda asked, where did this story of the Prophet being illiterate come from? Everybody else tap dance around it, so I'm just gonna be blunt. The reason the Prophet was referred to as illiterate is to justify the narrations made against him on the hadith. Because if people know that he can read and write himself, people would demand hadith that the Prophet has written himself.
Another thing, no,
That's the reason the Prophet was called.
No, Ahmad, I'm sorry.
No, that's incorrect.
No, 1 minute.
That's incorrect.
Another thing
I don't know about that.
No, Zubaida, 1 minute. Another thing is that they want to show that, see, this illiterate person can write this Quran. Can you imagine it came from upstairs? No, man. Don't give me all the porcupine stories.
Okay, hold on. Ahmed, I just want to say, I just looked at 20 translations, and it either says unlettered or Gentile.
Oh, that just proves my point. What's a Gentile? What's a Gentile?
There's very guys. Hold on. Hold on a second, please. There's very few that say Gentile. The vast majority say unlettered. And the question I have for you. Hold on a second.
Wait.
The question I have for you.
Let the other person finish. And let them make their claim and then respond because it's getting too jumpy. I want to hear what Hassan has to say.
Zubaida, you still owe me the woman's right.
Don't worry, Sid. Very soon, brother.
Ahmed, Sid, I'm very confused as to why you guys just can't, we can't get upset at other people for doing it and then do it ourselves. So, about cutting off people. So, unlettered, if 20 different translations all provide it this way, now and even Walid understands the word to be referenced this way in this ayat, your translation, Ahmed, is just a different translation, applying a different meaning of that word from somewhere else to this.
Could you tell us what unlettered
Why is that?
means? Okay. Could you tell us what unlettered means? Let me give you an example. If I have never received the scripture before, am I unlettered in scripture?
I'm looking at the definition of unlettered.
Yes,
go ahead. Go look at it.
Poorly educated or illiterate.
Oh my God.
It's a simple. Yeah, just answer the simple question. Yeah,
I just did.
My question.
What's I don't understand.
Ahmed, can I ask you a question, Ahmed?
Listen. You speak English, Hassan, right?
Ahmed, can I ask you a question, please?
1 minute, please. I can't speak to two people at the same time. 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Hassan,
if you're gonna try to tell me that the word
right?
unlettered means something other than what like 5 definitions that I just read are.
Hassan.
Yes.
You understand English, right? Okay.
Yes.
Simply answer this question. If I have never received scripture before, am I unlettered in scripture?
Yes.
I don't know if you would ever
simple.
use it in that sentence, but sure, it could apply. Yeah.
It could apply, right? All right, cool. Now let me give you another one. You said that some of the translations is a Gentile. What is a Gentile? What is a Gentile?
So classically in Judaic faith, it means someone who's not Jewish, I believe.
Someone who hasn't received scripture. And let me give you another one. What was the verse that Zoubida was reading earlier on? Zoubida actually literally read a verse that says he has not received, he has not read scripture before. Did you not, Zoubida?
So Gentile generally. Generally,
hold on,
you asked me for the definition, bro. Don't pick and choose which ones you like, bro. I'm giving you the answer.
You got a lot of background noise.
Hold on. Are you guys giggling?
Hassan, you got quite a lot of background noise, brother.
I know. I was just saying, bro, we can't just be ignorant. We can't pick and choose when the answer works.
Pick and choose.
So the word Gentile generally. You guys, someone said Gentile, you said an answer, and then you just jump forward.
3 examples. Listen, Hassan, I gave you 3 examples. I gave you an example of how one can be unlettered in scripture. I gave you the example of what Gentile means. And I gave you the example of the verse that Zoubida has brought. Why are you fighting it so hard? 3 examples.
I'm actually not quote unquote fighting it. What I'm trying to do is present that your argument here is that the vast majority of scholarship, with the way they've translated this, is in opposition, in a sense, to what you said.
So what? So because I disagree with scholars, so what? Is that an argument?
Yes, it is actually.
Well, how's that an argument? Well, scholars can't be disagreed with?
Generally, even for you, for example, Ahmed, the way you even understand what the word ummi means is from a scholar. I don't think you understood what that. I don't think you could grasp that.
Hassan.
Even the way you understand what that word means is from a scholar.
Are you saying that you cannot disagree with human beings?
I did not say that, and that's straw manning. That's not what I'm saying. No, it's not, bro. I'm trying to say that. Are you really positing? Are you positing that you understand which way that term was used here better than everyone who spends lifetime studying this?
That is not an argument, Hassan. Plenty of people have been wrong.
Okay.
And someone you deem to be small has been right. That's not an argument.
So can we say he was illiterate in scripture? Are we agreeing upon that? Because that's the Quran clearly states that. The what I just read to you.
I agree with you, but for some reason Hassan doesn't.
I'm actually not agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just presenting.
Can you tell me why the Prophet didn't wrote anything by himself, and we have so many people wrote it before Hijrah and after Hijrah from the companion, all knows from the companion, but the Prophet didn't wrote one word by himself.
But who wrote it, Mr. No, who wrote it?
Who wrote it? We have people before Hijrah like Abu Bakr, Ali.
Can you give me the narration? Can you give the link from one to the other? You will never be able to do that, brother.
Sid, there are tons of examples of letters that the Prophet wrote that he didn't write himself. Other people wrote it for him.
Give me the narration that he wrote one word from the Quran. Can you
Mr. Hassan, I tell you what, Mr. Hassan, I challenge you to give me one link right to Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
For what? What are you asking?
The narration,
for what?
The thing, whatever is been written by Bukhari, or even, no, I don't want to say about what. Give me that it is linked right up to Nabi Muhammad's time.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, for example, there are evidences that there are letters for example, there are letters that were sent by the Prophet that were scribed by other people, not him. So this also speaks to what Walid was saying, that the Prophet himself didn't scribe the Quran.
No, man.
Did you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
What? No,
Okay,
man.
now,
These
Mr.
facts,
Hassan.
but I don't know why. This is the prophet miracle
Mr.
that
Wali,
he
Mr. Hassan, you
literate,
know, I am
and
the
he gave
outsider.
his
Yeah?
book.
Can I ask a question to both of you?
Because don't forget that the prophet miracle is the Quran. So how the Quran is miracle?
Listen,
Because
you
he
lot
came
are
from
Muslims.
illiterate man.
I'm not. Can I ask a question, please?
Sure.
What is so difficult? What is so difficult for us to say and agree on something that we disagree? Okay, basically what I'm trying to say is this, yeah? Why are we so stubborn? No, what I'm saying is right. Whatever proof that you give is still wrong.
Oh, that's Hassan for you. In a
Why
sweet
is it
way.
like that? Why can't we just say, yes, actually, it is this? If I tell you something now, I was saying something to Hassan or some brothers, tell me one thing, yeah? Even
Sid,
Quran,
I have
we
to
do
admit
not...
one thing. One second, Sid. Let me just say a quick one.
Mr. Ahmad, a question to you.
No, before you do, let me just say a quick one, yeah? I'm not going to lie. For the first time on this panel that I've seen someone actually, like, you know, when evidence has been presented to them, they have looked at the evidence, and if they have accepted the evidence, they have, like, been honest about it. So for that, Zoubida, I've got to rate you. Like,
No, Zoubida hits off.
The first humble human being I have seen in this place. Bloody hell, bro.
I mean, the thing is, yeah, what we have to understand is you know, when it comes to the deen, I'm sure most of us know the basics of what, you know, praying 5 times a day, the 5 pillars of Islam.
Zoubida, no, we pray 3 times. Okay, Zoubida, can I ask?
Oh, brother, no, I don't know about that, Akhi, brother. But can I just finish? Yeah, what I'm saying is, yeah.
I'm non-Muslim. I'm supposed to be
Ahmed doesn't even pray.
Brother,
Ahmed
let me just
doesn't
finish.
even pray.
No, okay, can I finish, please? Yeah.
Yeah,
So, like I said,
please.
from what I have learned, yeah, I have learned the basics, the 5 pillars of Islam. You know,
what
the
are the 5
basic
pillars?
rulings. When it comes to these specific issues, yeah, we have to be careful of how we are speaking, because obviously I don't want to have the responsibility of giving out false information or deceiving people. Do you understand? And obviously with this dalil that I have been presented, and it's because it's coming directly from the Quran, I will not reject anything from the Quran. The Quran itself clearly states that there was a form of illiteracy based on scripture.
Can I say
Obviously,
something now,
the fact that he was illiterate in a sense of reading
He
and
was
writing
not.
altogether comes from hadith, which is open for debate. Yeah, which is open for discussion.
Can I say something?
I have to ask Ahmed something.
Are you mentioning Quran 29:48 here?
Asif, can I say something? I'm not Muslim, brother. Let me learn.
Yeah, Quran 29:48.
That actually says that he was illiterate.
It says. Wait, hold on. Let me read the verse.
Guys, can I just ask Ahmed a question?
Asif, can I ask a question?
Hassan, can I just read that verse quickly? Yeah, and it
Why
says,
don't you
Allah.
read it? Everybody knows the hymns.
Wait, let's read the verse.
Can I read the verse, please? Yeah. So this is Surah Al-Ankabut, chapter 29, verse 48. Almighty Allah says, "And thou, O Muhammad, was not a reader of any scripture before it, nor did thou write it with thy right hand, for then might those have doubted who follow falsehood."
100%.
Yeah.
No,
Can
he's
I
right.
just say
He's
this?
right.
Wait. Hold on. Zoubida, can I just say this, yeah? If Allah, if the Prophet could not read or write, Allah obviously knew that he could not read or write. Would he even say that? Would he even say that?
Nail in the coffin.
No, that's not a nail in the coffin. There's lots of times where there are things that are addressing.
Answer the question.
Zoubida, think about it. Why even say to a man that cannot read or write that you did not read this before, nor did you write this before? Well, why would you say that to an illiterate man?
Any intelligent person will answer this problem.
Obviously, illiterate in the sense of scripture, because we understand
I'm trying to eliminate.
Yeah, of course I understand.
Yeah, but why would Prophet Muhammad's name be mentioned in the Quran?
That's not the translation by Arabic, yeah?
Yeah,
That's not the translation by Arabic.
Please, 1 minute, man. Me and Zoubida, man. 1 minute.
You're lying, Ahmed. I just read it now, and it's not the translation. You say. There's a biggest proof is what we say and not what you say.
Okay, you
that you did not read or write this before. Why say that to an illiterate man? Clearly,
yeah, because to make it very clear that it's coming directly from Allah. I think that's one of the main points.
No, but
if
he's illiterate,
Wait. Basically, he was saying it to address the ummah.
Oh my God, I give.
Oh,
Asif is right. Asif is right when he says that. There's many examples of this actually. But I was going to ask you a question, Ahmed. Do you know how many times there are words that are used multiple times in the Quran that have a different meaning in that usage?
Hello, can I ask a question?
We know that.
Exactly.
Hello, can I ask a question?
That's
But
a
by
very
that logic,
important point.
you can't. It's hard
Asif,
to
मैं
say
सवाल
that you
पूछूं?
can pick and choose which ones apply at which
You
times. That's
keep
the problem.
saying pick and choose, bro. Who's
Asif,
picking and choosing what?
All right, go on, Amarrzz.
Okay, hold on.
Let me
Okay,
ask a
I'm going to try
question,
this again
yeah.
slowly. Ahmed, you agree that a word in Arabic in the Quran can mean
Hello, you guys are
multiple
Muslims,
things
I'm not.
within the
Listen to me
Quran,
first
right?
now.
What's your point? Get to your point. Don't
Can
try
you
to
agree
use
with that
stuff,
first?
man.
No.
Can you agree with that first? What do you mean? You don't agree with that?
No.
You're gonna get to your
So
point.
you don't agree that there's one word, for
I'm not
example,
gonna
that could be used
listen.
various
The reason
times
I'm not gonna
and
the
have
reason
different
I'm not gonna
meanings?
agree with that. The reason I'm not gonna agree with that is you're just gonna make a general statement and then you're gonna try and apply it to a
How much
specific.
you
What
lot
the
try
hell
to
do you
cover
mean?
the truth?
Bro, if we're trying to have an honest discussion, can we just have an honest discussion? I don't get it, man.
So can I ask a question then, please?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Asif, to all the panel, can you not tell me if we have got a original Quran today?
Yeah, it is the
Original
same Quran.
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
only got
sure.
one Quran.
Listen to me very carefully.
What? Ask that
I will
again.
repeat my question. I repeat my question. Do we have got an original written Quran today? And please, I'm educated.
There's no such thing as an original Quran.
Yes, loudly and proudly. Yes, yes.
So this
No,
guy
there's
said
no
yes.
such thing as an original written Quran.
Yeah,
It's
so
one Quran since Allah
Are you talking
revealed it.
about an original copy, or are you saying that
Quran was a recitation. It was originally a
He's
recitation. It was
talking
never
about
a written book.
basically the earliest copy of the Quran. Is that
Yeah,
what you're
yes, this
talking
is the
about,
earliest
Amarrzz?
copy of Quran.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
No,
have
we
it?
don't have the earliest ones. No, we don't.
Earliest written.
Okay, can I
we don't
say
have
something
that.
else then?
Go ahead.
Do we have got Quran or narration today? What
No,
we have
it's not a
today.
narration.
Let me repeat my question. Don't
Wait,
jump on it.
I know what you're going to say. It's not a narration.
Do we have got the Quran or the narration given what is all about the Quran? Is a narration or it is the original Quran? What?
Okay. Let me answer you this. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
Right. What you have in English is the Quranic translation meaning. Number one. Yeah. I'm gonna say this. The meaning. Right. What you have in classical Arabic is the written Quran.
Right. Can you give me the can you give me proof of that?
Well, I've looked it up. I've literally just looked it up right now. Yeah, the Mile MA''IL Quran is the 8th century Quran between the year 700 and 799.
Yep.
Originated from Saudi Arabia.
How many pages?
It says obviously it contains 2/3 of the text and is one of the oldest Qurans in the world.
Do you have got the original Quran today or the narration?
But you have to understand this much, Amarrzz said, yeah?
Yeah.
When it comes to
the
the
narrations
Quran,
are the Quran.
It's been memorized. The Quran has always been memorized.
Yeah, the narrations are the Quran.
Asif,
wait, 1 second, let me finish.
Okay, let me just speak to Asif now, please, for 3 minutes.
Wait, yeah. For the Muslims to actually be praying, you have to be memorized the Quran to do so. So from the Prophet's time till this very day, the prayers have been being read in Mecca. Right? So there has been memorized and it's been passed on till this very day.
So are you talking about like an oral history? Like
Can I
a
answer now?
chain?
Hence you got Hafiz. You have Hafizes.
Can I ask you?
Go ahead.
The Quran, first thing I'll ask you, Asif, this question. Nobody else about. Is Quran protected by Allah?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
Sure.
Straight yes.
Okay.
Yes.
When let me finish now. Let me finish, brother. Please. Yeah. All the brothers, all the Muslim brothers agree. Yeah. And do not call me Islamophobic for asking this question, please. Quran is protected by Allah. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. Okay. It's fine. Now my question to you is this. When there was the second Hijrah war, in the war, there was Quran Hafiz who died. There was about 70, 100 of them, they died. Where is that Quran then? Don't let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm safe from this narrative.
Let me finish first. Let me finish first, please. Ahmed, let me finish first. Second thing, when Nabi Muhammad ﷺ passed over, when he asked for the paper, when Abu Bakr decided to have a fight, they left the body of Nabi Muhammad ﷺ there in hot sun. They were not bothered about him. They were more bothered who's going to take over the Sabah. Now, where is the thing that was written, the stoning of the woman and the breastfeeding? Where is that Quran? It's all supposed to be. Answer my question.
Just to say one second.
Asif.
Well, no, just a quick one. I'm free from this narrative. No, I want you guys to notice, that every single flaw in Islam is from Hadith. Every single one. Keep that in mind.
Okay.
If you're talking about Abu Bakr, Quran wrote in the time of Osman, who was after Abu Bakr, when Abu Bakr was already died. So trust me.
No. You didn't answer my question. Asif, you understand my question? Answer my question.
No, I don't know anything about what you're saying. But if what you're saying is true, the Quran that we have in today, who wrote in the time of Osman, and Osman was after Abu Bakr. Abu Bakr was already died. So if there was anything that hidden,
stop saying that. You know what? You're going to totally debunk Quran.
Okay, can I just say the Quran also says in chapter 87 verse 6, we will make you wait. We will make you recite, so you shall not forget. And this is the thing. A lot of Islamic traditions, the reason why we have the Sunnah is because it has been preserved through continuation and from teaching, and the recitation is a huge part as to why the Quran has been so well preserved. Because
give me the proof the Quran has been preserved and give me the original copy of it. Can you please do that?
Brother, there's a video. They found a Quran from 800 years ago, exactly the same one that we have today.
How many pages?
Not one letter been changed.
Give me Dalil. Give me Dalil. Where?
Dalil, yeah.
We told you Hafiz.
In Birmingham, I think.
Hafiz.
My brother, I tell you what.
Yeah, the Quran that you have got in Birmingham.
Let me speak now. Let me speak. The Quran. Mr. Asif, let me educate. The Quran that we have got in Birmingham now, the pages that you found, I tell you what, that was about 60 years after. And another thing, that Quran have been, I tell you what, I went into this literally to find out. Now, listen. Can I finish, please?
60 years is not enough for you.
Can I finish, please?
Fighting and they make
that
all
that Quran have been changed.
Okay, you prove it. Bring your Dalil that's been changed then.
Zoubida, sis. I promise you, I will show it is written.
No, it's not a promise here. You telling us that bring your, there is no promise here. We giving you evidence.
I'll bring it.
Listen.
Walid, can I finish what I'm saying, brother?
Yeah.
Can I finish, please? Then you talk, yeah?
Okay.
1 minute. I'm telling you what, whatever they found, and they brought it to Birmingham and whatever it is, I went there personally. There was a guy with me. He went there, I paid, and we saw. And then it was proven what was said, that it had been changed. There was something which had been rubbed over, and it's been changed. The words have been changed. And please, if you want me to give the Dalil, I will say, don't do it.
but my Dalil is I'm taking this Quran from the people who make this Muslim Ummah. Listen, let me finish, please. These people in 80 years make Islam spread it from China to Spain. In 80 years. So these people were real Muslim. The people who saved and they revealed after the Prophet and wrote to us, I trusted them 100%.
When it comes to the Quran, the manuscripts doesn't even matter to us.
Why?
You understand this? We have Hafiz.
Exactly.
The whole Quran
80 people died on the bloody second Hijrah war. Where is their Hafiz? Where is their Quran?
The second Hijrah war. مين كان هناك?
Wait, hold on. Sid, can I explain? Can I just explain to Sid?
Can I ask a quick question, please? Yeah? Just a quick question. You know when those supposed 80,000 people died and whatnot, yeah?
Thank you.
Did they not have ink and anything to write on or something? Did they not have any writings at that time?
Aisha didn't die. Ali didn't die.
Wait, listen to what Walid said, because you're talking about the Hijrah, yeah? You're talking about the Hijrah.
Aisha died after the Hijrah was 58 years, bro.
Brother,
58
Aisha
years,
was
yeah.
9 years old,
Ali ibn
and
Ali
when she was
Talib
18,
died after
Nabi
the
Muhammad
Prophet.
passed over. Talk to me.
Say that again.
Say that again,
Can I
please.
explain some things? Can I explain some things?
Say that again, please.
So,
Aisha.
Say that. All right, say that again.
Aisha mother, as we call her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, she got married to Nabi Muhammad at the age of 6. And
No,
then
she got engaged at 9, 3 years before.
Brother, she got married at 6. You don't even know this?
No.
But you said you didn't agree with that narrative before, Arrested.
Listen, you.
Arrested, you're confused because before you didn't like the fact that Bukhari said that, and now you're using that in argument.
No. I'm saying
in the same book in Bukhari, we can count it now. We can count
my
as
sister,
no.
my brother, listen to me. Okay, listen.
No, Arrested, please be consistent, brother, because before you copying Bukhari.
See, you don't never let me finish. What I'm trying to say is that now listen to me very carefully for a minute. Why is it at that time? Listen to me very carefully. This is my studies. Yeah. Why is it at that time getting married at 6, 9, 7, 10 was all right? Just because now they decided to do it on 16, 18. We decided to
from
follow
the Quran topic to this pretty quick.
No, you didn't understand what I just said, Asif. You're talking, not listening. So Nabi Muhammad's time, when he got married, it was right. Everybody was getting married at that time, at that age. But suddenly now, the Christians, they decided, this is what it is, this is the rules. We started following their rules. But if you follow 20 years, 30 years, 40 years before, everybody was getting married at the age of 7, 8, 9, 10. But none of you can explain this to the Christians.
How are we talking about this when we're talking about the Quranic Mustafa?
Exactly, that's my point.
Okay, let me now say.
Can I just explain? Can I explain,
okay,
Arsid? Can I explain?
Hassan.
So Arsid.
Hassan and Asif, you lot didn't get the punchline. Doesn't matter. Forget about it. Okay, now I'm saying to you lot.
Can I just explain?
There was no punchline.
Can I just explain?
You lot didn't understand what I just said to you lot.
Brother.
Okay, Zoubida, yeah. Listen to me. Let me just say this here. Let me ask you one question, yeah? Only me and Zoubida. Now, the Quran, as I said to you, the Quran is only narration. There is no original Quran. Now, another question that I want all the Muslim brothers and sisters to answer this question.
Ziriab, he's talking about Battle of Uhud.
La ilaha illallah, Muhammad. The rest, I'll finish it today. Now, tell me, when there was no Quran, how did people become Muslims? How did they accept Islam?
To be a Muslim, Before, the reason why, like we say, the Prophet Muhammad is the seal. Hold on. The Prophet Muhammad was the seal of all prophets. That's why when we say our shahada, we mention the Prophet because we believe that there's
no Quran.
The message started by Quran. He wasn't the prophet.
No Quran.
Just explain.
He didn't say I'm prophet before Quran. You know that?
Walid, can I explain? No, listen. I'm speaking very slowly because you lot cannot understand very fast.
There was no Islam before Quran.
Let me hear his question.
I'm speaking very slowly. You lot cannot understand. My question is this. When Nabi Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam came and then we started getting wahyu from Guahira until he passed over, that 20 whatever years and all that, there was no Quran. From Makkah, let me finish. From Makkah to Misl, people are converted. They are accepting Islam. Based on what? There was no zakat. There was no nothing at all. How? Answer
Can I answer?
Yeah, there wasn't. That's why you said narrations. Of course, there was narration. And like what he said, Osman was one of the first to actually compile the Quran into
But how did they accept Islam at the time of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam?
Because a lot of it was verbal. You know, when you're given da'wah, sometimes people give da'wah.
Zoubida, my sister.
Can I say something to you? It said people from Egypt, when they heard about Islam,
my sister.
Let Walid answer. Let Walid have his answer. He understands your question.
How did Islam grow from Makkah to Misl without Quran?
I'm going to answer you, yeah? When people from Egypt heard about the message, they went to this prophet to see what he is talking about. So when they went to him and they believed with it, they stayed with him for some time.
Brother, there's no Quran.
Listen, please.
No. Walid, come to
Can I
point.
finish?
By the way,
If I can finish, can I finish, Ahmed?
Whenever you guys are ready, I can explain this. I'm just waiting for you guys.
I'll let everyone finish, but I can talk.
Okay. Walid,
Can I finish,
Walid,
please?
you speak.
30 seconds.
1 second. A quick one, Walid.
30 seconds, please. 30 seconds, Ahmed.
All right, Walid, the Egyptians that you're referring to, they were not your ancestors, yeah? Just to let you know.
Okay. It's not about my ancestor now. Listen, please, yeah? So, people learn it from the Prophet how to pray. People learn it from the Prophet, the message. People learn it little bit from the Quran, and they wanted to stay. The Prophet told them, go back to your people, told them Listen, let me finish, please.
There are people who hafiz it, they are not at the same place
the Prophet
at one time.
told them the word going to spread to you, and when it come to you, believe with it.
The rest of the people understand my question. How can you accept Islam when there's no Quran?
Can I please answer?
Yes,
Hassan,
please.
What you believe today, that there must be a book, this is not how it was believed back then. Do you understand?
Where was the Quran when you accepted Islam?
My friend, this was being recited in real time.
Question.
Can you just listen? Can you listen?
Yes, I'm listening.
It was being recited real time based on things that were occurring. People were accepting the faith based on even singular revelations, not because they had a book in front of them.
Porcupine stories now? Are you giving me porcupine stories?
No, I'm not,
Listen.
Bro,
Before
you know
the
so
Quran
little
came, there was
about the
many
religion,
prophets who
bro.
were Muslim. Moses was a Muslim,
How long will it
Yusuf
take
was a
you
Muslim,
to be a
Ibrahim was a
Quran
Muslim,
Hafiz?
and there was no
How
Quran
long will
after.
it take you to become a Quran Hafiz? 6 years?
Brother, we believe all the prophets.
How long will it
all the
become to
prophets.
become a Quran Hafiz?
Listen, it's too late for me, I can't shout. Before the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, before the Quran, all the prophets before we believed that they were a Muslim. You understand? Because Muslim means somebody that submits. But you're trying to say how can they accept Islam without when the Quran wasn't even there? There's many Muslims before that died before us, before Quran even came, before the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ came, and they were all Muslims.
Okay, it's better. You're right. Asif.
Yeah, Sid, how long? Sid, how long was the revelation? Sid, how long was the revelation, Sid?
He started at 20 years. No, 50.
Sure. So what your argument is? Hold on, wait a second. So by what you're saying that no one could have accepted Islam within the 20 years until the whole thing was done. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Are you listening to what you're saying even?
Yes, I'm listening. I tell you what. I repeat what I asked here, Mr. Hassan.
Ahmed, are you listening to this?
No. I will accept Islam now. Hassan, I will accept Islam now.
Clock what you're on, man. You watch too much.
Wait, hold on, Ahmed. You're agreeing with him.
Hassan, my question is this.
Ahmed, you agreed with him, Ahmed.
See, everybody is not listening to me.
Yes, let me tell you why I'm agreeing.
Ahmed, can you please, Ahmed, you explain to me how did Islam go to Misl with the Quran?
Sid, I'm agreeing with you. 1 second, Sid. I'm agreeing with you, man. Listen, the reason I agree with him, the reason I agree with him is unless it's written and in a book, how are people going to accept Islam unless they have read the book and basically
5 time prayers, zakat, tawheed, and everything? Where?
1 second. Unless they've read the book, contemplated on it, and scrutinized it, what is there to accept?
Thank you very much.
Okay, sorry, I'm gonna burst your bubble. I'm gonna burst your bubble.
There is one God.
Hold on a second, please. I'm gonna hold on a second. I'm gonna burst. Hold on, guys.
One God in it.
Bro, hold on a second, please. I'm gonna hold on, please. Can you guys hold on? 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 Can you guys hold on?
Yes,
I'm just gonna burst your bubble for a second. There was no such thing as books at that time. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes,
you are going to look very stupid, Hassan. Now, I swear to God.
So the people of the book didn't have a book, yeah?
Oh my God, there was no
Don't
books
do that, Hassan. Please do not do that.
I'm telling you, there weren't.
The main thing to be a Muslim is Tawheed. Yeah, Tawheed means oneness.
There was no Tawheed.
Yes, there was Tawheed. That's why that was the main consensus of
Zubaida, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you one question? Zubaida,
I'm finding it very hard to communicate with you. Wait, please.
Zubaida.
I'm not finished my point, and then you can talk. No, we can't do it like I can't conversate like this.
Zubaida, I'm learning. Zubaida,
but you're not allowing me to teach you.
After this, I'll quiet for 1 hour. I swear to God, on my mom's life.
Okay.
1 hour, I'll keep quiet. Zubaida, I will ask you 3 questions. Answer my question. First question is this: What was the first wahyu? What was the first wahyu that Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam got from Gua Hira from Jibril? What was the first wahyu? What is the first hadith?
Ikra, read.
Can you read it for me, please?
The verse where he was told to read.
Yeah.
You want it like that?
No. The meaning of it, then, brother. Mr. Me, Zubaida, Ahmad will explain. Mr. Ahmad, can you explain what's the meaning of it?
Brother, you've just diverted
No,
to
Zoubida,
my
1 minute.
point.
Zoubida, 1 minute. With the blood, one blood drop, and yeah. Can you, Ahmed, please explain to me?
Ahmed, if you can read it 5-6 ayahs more, yeah, please read it and read it 5-6 ayahs more. So I'm gonna explain to you that
I
Allah
tell you
said.
what. I tell you what.
Yo, Waleed,
With the
can you tell
name
me
of
how
Allah.
Read with the knowledge of Allah.
how was the Quran talking about people, specific people at the time, if they couldn't have accepted it until after it was done?
Me, Zoubida and Ahmad, please. Me, Zoubida and Ahmad, please. Ahmad, can
I'm billing the zoo right now. Don't do that to me. Someone else do it, please.
No, Ahmad, please. You have to do that for me, please, brother.
No,
right
bro,
now.
be
I can read it for you. Read.
No,
Okay,
Read with the name of
okay,
Allah.
don't read it. I know
Okay, I'll read it to you now. I got it. Yeah, it's
No, give me the meaning of it.
Surah Al-Alaq, yeah, chapter 96, verse 1, and it says, "Recite in the name of your Lord who created man from a clinging substance."
Me, I'm Arab. I don't know what's recite, but I'm telling you. Read. Read. Iqra mean read. Iqra mean read.
Listen, yaar, Walid, can Zoubida please finish?
Okay, so recite in the name of your Lord who created man from a clinging substance. Recite, and your Lord is the most generous, who taught by the pen, taught man that which he knew not. No, but indeed man transgresses because
Alhamdulillah. Can I ask you another question now? Can I ask you another question? Why is this not on the first page? Why is it on the 7th page?
Because okay, let me tell you why. Because unlike the Bible is revealed. Wait, so can I answer?
No, Zoubida, Allah, alhamdulillah.
Oh my God, I can't believe this. Well, like, please. No, you asked me a question. You asked me a question. No. Last thing, Asif.
Yeah, sorry.
Last thing, Asif. Yeah, what I'm saying is, yeah, the Bible. Hold on. The Bible is revealed in chronological order. Yeah, so the Bible starts off with the beginning of man to Adam to all the stories. The Quran doesn't do that. The Quran actually, so the first chapter is Al-Fatiha, which clearly emphasizes on Tawheed, because that is the main thing when it comes to Islam, believing that there is one God. That's why it starts off. The Bible goes into the creation, but the Quran starts off with recognizing the Creator. Then we go to Surah Al-Baqarah, which is the longest chapter, which each chapter has a lesson and a meaning behind it, and it's done chronologically based on the lesson, not on the time.
I agree everything with you. I agree.
Here, I'll explain it to you guys.
My question, Zoubida, is this. My question is this.
Can you guys read 965? Read 965. That'll disprove everything.
You are not letting me speak to Zoubida. You're not asking. Let me finish my question. Then you call me Islamophobic. I'm asking a simple question. Now, the question is this: the wahyu was given to Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam through Jibril by Allah. Yeah. Now, whatever he have said, Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he was a messenger. He was never a prophet. Now, who decided? No, let me finish. Who decided Abu Bakr? Who appointed Abu Bakr? And why did Abu Bakr, Uthman, Ali, they made their own rules? Who gave them the right to do that?
You're jumping from point to point. I don't know what.
Again, wait. Zoubida, listen to what I'm going to say.
Zubaida's right in that one. You actually
wait, 1 second. 1 second. This guy's already done the same thing on Sarfaz's panel. He's asking the same questions again.
So that I need the question answer.
Wait. You actually got the answers previously from Mahid and MStats.
Asif, I swear to God, yeah. I will ask the question again.
Did you not get the answer?
Asif, 1 minute. Zoubida, 1 minute.
But what you done when they answered you called them a liar straight away.
And I'm telling you again. Let me finish what I'm just asking, yeah?
So,
Asif,
as I said, you already come with a presupposition argument.
We honor all the Sahabi, all the companions, Abu Bakr, Osman, Umar,
Asif.
Yeah. So you can't say that they made up their own rules. They didn't make up their own rules.
What was my question? What was my question?
You said, first of all, you made a claim that the Prophet Muhammad SAW is not an actual prophet. He's just a messenger. Then you went on to speak about the Sahaba, and you said that who are they? Who appointed Abu Bakr? Who are they now to make up their own rules?
No. Let me repeat what I just said. Zoubida, can I repeat what I just said? Can I repeat what I just said? I said this, yeah. Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he finished, the first whatever value he got, who have got the right to put it where he put it, not on the first page. Who gave him the right to do that? First question. Please let me finish, yeah. Second question, when he finished, when he went, he did his Hajj, and he said, today I finished The Hajj is finished and this Quran is completed. That went into the middle of the Quran. Who decided to put it in the middle? Did Nabi Muhammad did that? Who gave the right to the people to change the Quran the way it was? I like the Quran which is from Allah. I hate the Quran which
Have
is
you
from
got it? Have you got it then? Because you talk about this. Have you got it? Have you got it?
Let me finish. I don't like the Quran by the mullahs, by the Maulvis. They transfer, they did whatever they want to do. Allah's Quran is the best. Mullah's Quran is crap.
Yeah,
Okay, cool. Hold on, guys. I understand all of this. Can you please read 965, Ahmed and Rashid?
We're on 965.
And I can read it to you right now if you'd like.
Yeah, please read.
I'll just read you. I'll just choose any translation. It says, "Yet indeed, if thou were to question them, they would surely answer, we were only indulging in idle talk, and were playing with words. Say, were you then mocking at God and His messages and
this
His
is the best you
apostles?"
could do now. Without answering the question.
You don't even know where I'm going, and you're already mocking. Can you just let me finish?
Yeah, sorry.
So, this verse in the Quran is speaking about something in real time. How can it speak about something in real time if people could only accept Islam after the revelation was done? How can it even talk in...
Hassan?
You're breaking up.
I tell you what, I'm at if
Sorry, you guys couldn't hear me right now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
No, I was done. I didn't need to say anything more. How can a revelation be speaking about something happening in real time with the people that are believers if they could only accept it after the whole revelation was done?
Now, there's obviously levels of believers in it. People that are around the Prophet all the time, then obviously they might be convinced by the very first information. But when we're talking about mass producing, when we're talking about mass propagating the Quran, and people in Egypt or whatever, people from far away places are going to believe that this message is from the Quran, a couple of verses is not going to be enough.
Quran is Quran, mate.
They're gonna need the whole Quran, innit?
Yeah. So what you guys are talking about now is when it spread further. So first you guys were saying that people couldn't accept it. You guys were saying people couldn't accept it until the revelation was done. So I've disproved that. Hold on a second. Let me continue. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please.
Yeah.
So the first thing you guys were saying was that people couldn't accept it until the revelation was done. And now I've disproved this. That's the first thing. Second thing, if you guys are looking at how it was spread, there were copies, there were mushafs, there were spread to Kufa, there was another one spread to...
Listen, Hassan, you look very silly now.
Now you're just proving our point, because that's exactly what we were demanding.
What?
We were simply saying that if it's going to be spread to so many far places, it has to be written. It has to be in a written form. It cannot be. It can't just be spread.
It was when it was spread.
Thank
it
you.
was.
Thank you.
I'm not denying that. Who's denying that?
So where was it?
What do you mean, where was it? Bro, all you need to do is like actually read something, Sid. You can't just like on your own whims come up with explanations, bro.
Hassan, the day only me and you sit together, if I ask you 5-6 questions, I swear to God, brother, I can do it now with you. You will not last with me 10 minutes.
What's the questions, bro?
What is your issue?
It will be honest questions. Questions.
What is your issue, RS Sid? Because
What's the
you
question?
have these questions.
I want to know the truth.
Okay,
Sikhism is shit. Hinduism is shit.
But I thought
you
you
want
were
to know the truth or just what you think is the truth?
I thought you were a Sikh.
No.
Wait,
I
hold
want to
on.
know what is all
Are you not
truth.
a Sikh? I thought you were a Sikh. You're not a Sikh.
I'm not Sikh. Hindu
So why do you have the Sikh symbol? Why do you have the Sikh symbol as your picture then?
My father is born in that family.
I said 1 second. Between you and Raj, you two always talked about Sikhism and everyone thought you were Sikh.
But I am the person who debunks Sikh the most.
Maybe are you an atheist?
Guys, maybe RS Sid is genuinely looking for the truth. You never
That's
know.
And I promise you, my child will die if I'm wrong. Ahmed, you nailed the coffin. I want to know the truth, bruv. What's so wrong about it?
Exactly.
Okay.
Give him a chance. You never know.
I did half of the Shahada, man. La ilaha illa Muhammad. Let me finish the thingy bob, innit?
Nah, you don't need to add any more. Stop right
So
there.
Sid, what was
I
your,
know.
Sid,
Shut up, you idiot. You know exactly now how I am.
Sid, what was your question?
Tell him, Amarrzz.
What was your question then, Sid?
No, I'm not new exactly.
What was your question then, Sid? There were Mus'hafs that were spread to different garrisons. This is known. What was your question?
Okay, okay. Can I speak to Hassan for 5 minutes? Okay.
I got my background noise is really loud, bro. So I don't know how much we can, but try. Go.
You always sound like you're in a club or something, Hassan. What's going on?
It's at the restaurant where I do my work sometimes.
Okay,
Okay,
volume is really loud.
can I speak? Can I speak to? Can I speak to Zoubida, because this thing have been disturbing me just for
Sure.
just for 5 minutes. Zoubida, yeah, Zoubida sister.
Hassan, mute your mic, man.
Zoubida, and please, with honors, gospel, Quran, and everything, you have to answer me with honors, gospel, Quran.
I can answer to the best of my knowledge. Yeah, don't take everything that I say for gospel. I know what I know.
Sister, what is the rights that women have been given in Islam?
Okay, very good question. Very, very nice.
And you have to answer me in within 2-3 minutes, because you know what? I know they're all tired now.
So,
so basically, it's three things that you can put them away. The talaq. I'm talking about talaq, yeah.
Okay, we can speak about divorce. I mean, prior to Islam, a woman was actually deemed to be a man's property. So, like in the Roman times now, a woman was literally a man's property. He could beat her and kill her, and she would have no justice. It would not be deemed to be a crime. And in many other religions, divorce was very much shunned, and it was very hard to get a divorce. Islamically, yes, Islam gave the woman the rights to divorce. You understand? Obviously,
woman have got the right to divorce, yeah?
Yes, she has the right to divorce. If she is not happy with any mahr, any gifts that he's given her, any dowry that he has given her. And
No,
she has
hold on, Zoubida.
No, Zoubida, triple talaq. The talaq, they say the first.
If she wants to divorce, 1 second. If she wants to divorce and he hasn't breached the contract, she has to return the gift. If he's breached the contract, then she doesn't have to return anything. So basically, it's dependent on who's breaching the contract. If she's breaching the contract, she can go. She just has to return his money.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, I'm not really 100% sure about that.
Okay, give me the woman's right in the triple talaq, basically. I'm just interested.
What do you mean the triple talaq? What do you mean?
Actually, what I mean, in India, what they have done is that this RSS, Modi, they are all. I'm not going to swear, but they are all. RSS are the biggest people. They put a gun on the head and shoot them, kill them.
Bastards. Tell them bastards.
No, bastard is very.
Yo,
good.
guys, I'm out. But next time we can continue this conversation. Hopefully, when I have less background noise. You take care, everyone.
Yeah, Amarrzz said, let's talk about this India thing.
Can I talk about the women's rights? Because I think that's a quite good question.
The India thing, I want you to talk about one day.
You're from Gujarat. Are you from Ahmedabad?
Ahmedabad.
These conversations are going everywhere.
Ahmedabad. Anything in Gujarat, speak to me, brother.
Ahmedabad. Yeah, seriously, my parents are from Ahmedabad.
Kasme, you want anything in Gujarat?
Bro, I said, if I tell you what my uncle owns, yeah,
doesn't
you'll
mean
be like, okay.
No, doesn't matter. Okay, let okay. So where's Modi then? Get Modi, get him back there, man. He owes me some money, bro.
Bro, I live in the UK where he owes you money.
No, the Modi who bloody 2 billion.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, let me go back to Zoubida now. Zoubida, my question was this just now. See, this guy now, he just hassled me. What we were talking about, sorry. Oh, gosh, man.
Women's rights.
Women's rights, yeah. So basically, in India, what they did is that OIC brothers, AIMIM, they're very good friends of mine. Also doing OIC, I have dinner with them and all that. No, I go to their house, yeah. This is what. But now the thing is that now we are talking about woman triple talaq. Nobody should get involved in their religion issues. What the Indian government did, went to the High Court. They said triple talaq not allowed. You know why? You know what? Talaq. 3 times talaq. That means you have to go hawala. You have to sleep somebody else. Then you come back to me.
No, this haram. If you did this is haram.
Can I finish, please? Please, can I finish? I'm talking about, please, yeah, let me just. Now, the Indian government, Modi government decided, nah, it's not on. You know what they used to do? They used to go to Dubai, they work there, they work in Abu Dhabi, they give a call to the wife, they say, talak, 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 over the phone. Talak done. That's it, kaput. So the Indian government decided, no, now 3 talak is not allowed in India. If you do that, 6 years in prison.
Okay, but we already know that.
Let me finish. Then Hawala came. You know, man, Hawala means, you know, man, that you have to give the. Okay, forget about all this. Now I'm telling you, where is the woman's right? So basically, triple talak. Now, I'm
wait. Let me tell you what talak is.
Only 30 seconds. Now,
okay,
first,
let me tell you what talak is.
I'm at 30 seconds. Okay. For me, after that, you'll carry on. Now, the 3 ways, if the wife doesn't agree with you, the 3 ways. Yeah, first is that you ignore her. Second, I think you send her back to the family. Third, you beat her up. Am I right?
No.
Can you explain to me on this, Zoubida or Ahmed, please?
I'll explain it to you.
Thank you.
May. Okay, cool. Yeah. First and foremost, let's deal with the word, the idea of talaq.
Ji.
Okay. First and foremost, what the Quran talks about is before you undertake a divorce, you have to basically separate for up to 3 months. Up to 3 months.
Separation then, yeah? Okay.
Yes. Now listen to this. So that's separation.
Yeah.
So after those 3 months, you either get back together or you finalize the divorce. Now, if you get back together, you and say you have another dispute, then you can separate for another 3 months. Now, the third separation, you either stay together or the divorce proceeds. It has nothing to do with getting divorced 3 times. It's you get to separate up to 3 times, and then you either stay together with kindness, or you get a divorce. If you do get a divorce, No, Sid, let me finish, please.
Yeah, okay, sorry, man.
If you do get a divorce on the 3rd time, you've separated twice, you've separated 3 times, and you've not managed to sort out your issues, and you got divorced. Say you get married and she gets married, and you happen to get a divorce. Listen to the words I'm using. You happen to get a divorce, and she happens to get a divorce, and then later on down the line, you happen to meet each other again. You can get married.
You are lying.
You not stop. How?
Mr. Ahmed, you are lying through your
Let me just finish.
brother.
Let me just finish, and then it's your turn. Now, so as I was saying, in a nutshell, you can separate up to 3 times. Once you separate up to 3 times, and you cannot resolve your issues, you get a divorce. You get a divorce. If it so happens that you both get married and you both get a divorce, you can get married again. It's like you're basically meant to be in that case, for crying out loud. But what you cannot do is you cannot get married intentionally and get a divorce intentionally just to get back together.
Can I answer to you now?
Bring that up. You cannot do that.
Ahmed,
that's clear in the Quran. Over to you.
Can I answer a question now? Ahmed, you just lied, mate.
What did I lie about? Should we look up the verses?
No. Let me see. What I know now. What I know. What I was.
Look up the verses.
Brother, 1 minute. Let me finish. You say now your point. I'll tell my point. What I know. When it comes down to as far as divorce is concerned, first you ignore your wife.
Oh, you talking about that? We can discuss that one too.
Let me finish what I know about it, which is being followed worldwide. Mr. Ahmed, just let me finish what I'm saying. Yeah. First, you ignore. Second, if she still doesn't agree, you send her back to the parents and all that, blah blah blah, blah and all that. And the 3rd time when you beat her up. Let me say that. And
should I deal with that one?
No, let me finish. Let me finish. Then
cool. All right.
You beat her up and all that, no? And then
no, you don't beat her up. No,
don't worry, Zoubida. I got this one.
Okay. Can you advise me on this? See this. I'm learning now. Tell me.
Okay. What we're gonna do to satisfy you?
No, just explain. I meant whatever you say. I'll agree with you.
I'll explain it to you, man. Chill out. Listen. First and foremost, we're gonna set down the premises. We're gonna set down the rules.
Yeah.
the Quran, in the Quran, it is quite clear the duty of a woman to her husband. The duty of a woman to her husband is very simple. It actually is very explicit in the Quran. The duty of a woman to her husband is that she guards her chastity. She guards what Allah would have her guarded. In other words, that she does not commit adultery. Now, that's number one. Number two, the verse that you are referring to is one where you suspect your woman of such an act. Number three, you are told three things to do if you have such a dispute. Namely, you ignore her, you separate. You don't sleep next to her. Basically, you separate bed. And the third one is daraba, which you conveniently translated as beat her up.
Am I wrong?
Now, wait, hold on. The word daraba can be translated as strike. So let's not stretch the word strike to beat her up. So let's just leave it as strike. And we know that you would like to think that strike could mean striking the woman. But what we're gonna do is I'm not even gonna take.
Ahmad, I've got a lot of respect for you, brother.
I'm talking, man. Sid, I'm talking.
I've got a lot of respect for you.
Sid, hear me out. What we're gonna do is I'm not even gonna take the route of saying the word daraba does not mean strike. It can also mean this. It can also mean that. I'm not even gonna take that route. What I'm simply gonna do is I'm gonna tell you to read the verse that comes after that verse. And once you read the verse that comes after that verse,
I do not know about that, bro.
Oh, okay.
I'll be honest with you.
We will look it up. We will look it up. Relax it. We will look it up.
No, I'm learning. This is what I said, learning.
All right, cool. Guys, someone give me the verse about the so-called striking the woman, and I'll show him the verse that comes after. And once we read the verse after, it'll prove to you. Yeah. Once we read the verse after, it'll prove to you that striking her is not possible, considering that verse.
I do not. I swear to God, I do not know about that. Yeah, if you can just advise me, please.
No problem. Someone give me that verse, please.
See, this is. I want to know. Yeah, why always blame me that I don't know.
Zoubida, do you know the verse, the striking verse?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it now.
Thanks. It's very
Talk about the Modi situation. I said.
Modi's a bastard. Yeah, leave him alone, man.
Modi's a bastard.
You know what? He killed half of my business, man.
Really?
Yeah, serious. Yeah, killed because you know what? All the palm oil have been they rejected because Mahathir Mohamad, Pakistan, and Turkey decided to make Malaysia as the center of Islam. And MBS, he's walking out of it. He just arrested 3 people. Okay, that's another issue. I'll speak to you later.
Yeah, that's his brother, right? He arrested his
yeah.
brother and his nephew, right?
I know too much about that, brother. I do business with them, man. 60 containers a month. So I know very well. And now MBS, what they decided, his father died, didn't he? They bloody freeze him, something like that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, it's all lies. And then what happened? You know where's the photo of Mona Lisa now?
I know it was in Paris last time I saw it.
I
saw it in Paris.
Some idiot decided to buy it for stupid money and all that.
That wasn't Mona Lisa. That wasn't Mona Lisa.
Sorry.
That was a different painting. And Mohammed bin Salman bought a painting for 500 million, right?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. And he kept it in the bloody thing. I saw that.
Yeah, it was in Abu Dhabi Art Gallery, I think.
I tell you, no. Okay, I tell you what. He have got it in one of his workers' dining room.
Nah, man. It was actually in the art gallery.
And I tell you what, do you know anything about Asif? You're very intelligent. I want you to go and learn about 1 MBD. Mother, brother, delta. The biggest corruption in this world.
Mother, brother, delta.
1 MBD.
1 MBD, yeah.
Yeah, just. And this guy was involved with it. And that is, my money is there as well because, just read where it is from.
Okay, from Malaysia. Yeah, I see this already, man.
Mate, I tell you what, I have got recording. I've got recording. This guy, we're going to pull him back. Najib's bloody son, whatever. Yeah, Najib's son and all that. Yo, I don't, and now because of whatever it is, we are taking him on all that, and I've got record. I'll say if you got my telephone number, give me a call. I will send you the recording of MBS talking to my mate.
Interesting.
Yeah, I tell you. Okay, yeah. Sorry, Mr. Ahmed.
I got it.
Ahmed, yeah. Please, can you
I
carry
got
it, please?
it.
I'm multitask. Yeah, I can come back.
I got it. Okay. I need you to. Can you look up 434, please, for me? I want you to see it yourself. Look up 434.
Bruv, you know what? At this time,
Google 434 Quran.
Now, whatever you, brother, whatever you say, I will never say no to you. Ahmed.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
I've got enough respect for you, bruv.
Bless up.
The most honest person, I've seen, as far as Islam is concerned, is Ahmed.
Thank you, bro.
They will argue, they will stop him, they will block him here and there and all that because they cannot answer his questions. So he's the bad one. But whatever he says, and one person, Mr. Ahmed, I give you my word for it. I want you and Shamsi to have a debate. I will pay for everything.
I did 2.
No,
yesterday.
No, not that. I will book an auditorium. Open challenge. I will do that, Mr. Ahmed.
He can't handle me, bro.
No, I promise you. I'm telling you that I will give an open letter. I will get wherever Shamsi. I will ask Shamsi to, because you know what? He insults you for no reason. He keep on talking. He doesn't want to listen. I follow you, Ahmed. Yeah, I follow you.
He won't do it. Check up 434.
I'm going to give open auditor. I tell you what, I will get him Wembley, mate. I promise you, I'll pay for that. 30,000-40,000. I want him to come. You come and then debate. And I want all the Muslims to say this to Shamsi. It's an open challenge. I am going to send him this. Yeah, brother Ahmed. Please.
Ahmed, man.
Wembley Conference Center. I will book that. I will give you the letter confirming that I've booked Shamsi and Ahmed having a debate here. Give me about 3 days, 4 days. I'll get the letter.
It sounds like it's going to be bigger than Mike Tyson fight.
No. It's bigger than the lies.
Bigger than Mike Tyson fight.
No, it's bigger than the lies because even there's 20 people there who want to know the truth. At least give this guy time to speak. He have got bloody yo-yos behind him. They never allow him to speak. Talk. He can never speak. Ahmed can never speak. Only Shamsi keep on talking. Never allow him to speak. And I hate that, man.
I did a video with him yesterday. I recorded another one with him yesterday.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, look it up. It's on Somali speakers.
Somali speakers? Okay, let me write this down, bro.
Go to YouTube. Just write Somali speakers. It'll come up.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we were talking, bro. Ahmed, on my mother's life, I swear to you, I'll get the confirmation from Wembley Conference. I'll get a letter, Shamsi and Ahmed. Give me the date. And I'll get openly. I will give this letter. I will give it. I'll show it to the Shamsi open challenge by Ahmed.
It won't happen, man. I don't mind.
That's it. If he doesn't do it, then don't come back. Don't come back to Speaker's Corner.
Huh?
Then he shouldn't come back to Speaker's Corner.
I'm chasing him out of Speaker's Corner anyway. Trust me.
Nah, let me. If I'm going to spend 30,000 pounds, bro, and I want him to give the answer, innit? Somali corner, innit?
Somali speakers,
yeah.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. But listen, I want you to go to this chapter and verse, man.
422, you say.
With this striking business, ASAP.
Yeah. Just advise me then. What's all that about?
Okay. No, I want you to look it up. 434.
No.
Go to Google.
Bro, you know what?
434.
No, I tell you what, I'm writing it down. But whatever you say, I'm going to agree with it, mate. You know how it is, isn't it?
No, I want proof, innit? I want to show you the proof. I don't want to claim anything.
Brother, if you say, I will agree with it. That's it, kaput. If I start looking at it, that means I don't trust you, innit?
All right, I'm going to start reading it, yeah?
Yeah, please.
Check this out. 434. Anybody can look it up.
434, huh?
Men are in charge of women by right of what Allah has given one over the other and what they spend from their wealth. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. Remember what I said?
Can you do it again? Sorry.
Okay, I'll repeat it again. So righteous women are devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard. You understand what that means, right?
Yeah.
Do you understand what that means, right?
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Do I need to spell it out for anyone?
I'll tell you what you do, yeah, bro.
Do you think I should spell it out for the audience?
Yes. Please.
Okay. Righteous women devoutly obedient, guarding in the husband's absence what Allah would have them guard, basically means they would not commit adultery. Simple and plain. Yeah?
Yep. Gotcha.
Now, once we have understood that, I'll continue. Once we have understood the issue, yeah, I'll continue.
That's a ratio. That's a ratio of the thing about.
Yes. But those wives from whom you fear arrogance, first advise them.
Yep.
Then if they persist, forsake them in bed. And finally, strike them. Now watch this. But if they obey you, seek no means against them. Indeed, Allah is ever exalted and grand. Now remember when I said...
What do you mean by that?
Huh?
What the last word you said, what do you mean by that?
Indeed, Allah is ever exalted and grand.
Yeah.
As in, because this is a teaching, innit? This is a command of how to deal with...
What's the meaning of that?
We'll get to the meaning of that.
Yeah, okay.
Now, the second verse, because for argument's sake, we wanna entertain the idea that the strike part means to, beat the woman up, like you put it. We want to entertain that idea. So let's see if it's possible once we read the next verse. And if you fear dissension between the two, send an arbitrator from his people and an arbitrator from her people.
Yeah, okay. Good job. Yeah.
If they both desire reconciliation, Allah will cause it between them. Indeed,
all right.
Allah is ever knowing.
Man, like I'm with my...
Now the question is, if you can use violence to get your way, to get your what you want done, what is the point of having arbitrators from your people and arbitrators from her people? And then on top of that, it says, if they both desire reconciliation. How's that possible? How could you have the two together?
Okay. So so basically, this thing come on the first, second, or third part of the agreement. That means, forget about it. Then send it back home, and then ignore her. And so this particular point, it comes where? On the first issue, second issue, or third issue? You understand exactly what I'm saying?
It comes after the striking. But what's this though, Sid? Yeah. What if I was to offer you the opportunity? You can put this particular method in any position you want, and you still will not be able to have striking.
Ahmed, I agree. Yeah. Ahmed, okay, on the third situation where you have striker and all that, forget about striker. Either you beat her with the thingy bob, just slap over. Okay. Okay, you hit and all that. So you have, and then after that she doesn't agree. Then what do you do?
If she does what?
No. If the third time it doesn't work. So this is what I want to learn. Na? So first time you advise her, second time you stay away from her, third time you beat her, but still she doesn't agree. Then what do you do?
Well, here's the thing. Apparently, then you're supposed to get your people, and she's supposed to get her people. If you both desire reconciliation. But what I'm trying to do,
before the reconciliation.
Here's the thing, Sid. Yeah. What I'm trying to do is instead of me making a claim, because I don't want to sound biased. I'm trying to show you from a process of elimination that it's not possible. Like, for example, as they say, once you eliminate the impossible, whatever that is left, however improbable, must be the truth. So what I'm simply trying to do is I'm trying to eliminate the impossible. So, for example, this idea of beating up, no matter what position you put it, if you put it in the first position, then what's the point of having
it's in the criteria. Okay, doesn't matter.
Hear me out. Let me finish. Hear me out. No, you see this quote-unquote beating up, yeah? No matter what position you put it, if you put it in the first position, then what's the point of not talking to her, turning away, calling arbitrators, all of that? It becomes pointless. If you put it in the second position, then what's the point of taking any other position when I can just slap her to get my way?
But you cannot. No, that's a third rule, isn't it?
And if I slap her, what's the point of calling her arbitrators and my arbitrators?
Okay, arbitrator
it just does not work.
No, bro, let me finish now. Arbitrator done doesn't work. Then you have to give a talak, innit? What's the meaning? Talak? What's the meaning of?
Doesn't work.
Mr. Ahmed, what's the meaning of talak? What's the meaning of talak? Talak? What is the meaning of talak? 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 Can you advise me about that?
Talaq, I already told you. Talaq is simply referring to separation before divorce.
What is the meaning of one time? What's the meaning of 2 times? What's the meaning of 3 times?
The amount of times you can separate before a divorce, before a final divorce. You cannot constantly separate. If you separate, once you've separated 3 times, listen, once you've separated 3 times, it's either you stay together or it's a divorce. That's it.
Okay, I'll ask you a question now.
Yeah.
Okay. I go out. My wife is at home. You know when.
Hold on, Sid. Before we move on, we need to eliminate.
No. This is no. This is an issue that I have got. This is my thinking. You have to answer my thinking, Bob, which is in my mind. Muslims, they understand all this. Yeah. My thing is that I go out. There's an issue. I come back home. I have an argument with my wife, and I say talak. I did a mistake. I did it 3 times. What am I supposed to do now?
That doesn't work. That's not how the Quran works. There's no such thing as talak. First and foremost, before a divorce, you have to separate for 3 months anyway. There is no.
If somebody, Mr. Ahmed, if somebody have said 3 times talak, what's the meaning of that?
Nothing. It doesn't mean anything. It's not.
Actually, what I was advised, brother, what I was advised, if you say talak once, if you say talak, that means you are totally gone. Your wife have to go and sleep with somebody else. After that, only you can get married to her again. Am I right or am I wrong, bro?
You're wrong, because I already told you people are crazy, my friend. People are crazy. You already know people.
So what is hawala?
I'm not going by what people do or say.
No. What is hawala?
Evidence, huh?
What is hawala?
Or what?
No, because I only read this when the Indian government was doing this. I said, what's the meaning of it? So I went through the whole thing. I read everything. So they basically explained this. Saying, the husbands are in Saudi working as laborers. Their husbands in Abu Dhabi, they're in Kuwait. They just call the wife and say, talak. And the woman is outside. I can give you the proof of that, brother.
I know these things happen, but that's what people...
So what is after that, brother?
But listen.
Yeah.
You gotta separate what people do and what Islam teaches.
But this is what... But this is what people are doing today, bro.
I know what people do, but I'm not defending what people do. I only care about what Islam teaches.
But the majority of them, they do that, innit, bro? Ahmed, you have to be honest with me.
Majority are hypocrites. I'll tell you that right now. Majority.
I agree 100% with you, bro.
100% majority are hypocrites. There's no denying that.
They just follow it, and this is I love the Quran, man.
Even the Quran says the believers are but a few. Even the Quran says that. The believers.
How can you do? No, how can you just write on a? You can write on a glass of water, talak 3 times. You are talak. That's it, and the woman will suffer.
It's bullshit, man.
No, that's the reason. You know what? I get very sick when I see all this, and then they call me Islamophobe. When I ask an honest question, and I tell you something else. Now, Ahmed, I will share this with you. Yeah, what is in my mind, what I want to say. Now, say first time you separate, you blah blah. Third time you beat up and all that. After that, doesn't agree. Okay, now listen, Ahmed. Yeah, I want you to answer my question now. I've got a sister. Say hypothetical example. I've got a sister. Yeah. She didn't. She and the husband don't get, because the husband decided to get married to someone else without asking my sister. Listen very carefully what I'm saying. Yeah. So the husband decided to get married to a new wife without the first wife knowing about it. Right. And then what happened is that the wife gets to know that he got married. And then the husband says this to the wife. He said, listen, yeah, I got married. What do you want to do about it? Listen, let me finish. And she said, she said, he started ignoring her. Nothing to do with the poor girl. And then, no, after that, he called he said, yeah, I got married. So what? This one, your daughter, take her back home. So the father and mother comes and listen very carefully what I'm saying. Yeah, the father and mother comes and takes the daughter back home. It's not her bloody fault. They take her back home. After some time, they send her back. Thinking that the father mother will explain to her, listen, darling, this is what it is. He done it. So what is wrong with it? Just go there and all that. She comes back to the house. And now what happened is that he is with the fucking another woman and then comes back home. The wife said, he said, listen, he start beating the wife up. Yeah. He beats the wife up. The wife keep taking the beatings and all that. Yeah. Now, Ahmed, my question is this now. Where's woman right, mate? I tell you why I'm saying this. After he beat the wife, knowing that he did the mistake, and the wife cannot do anything about it, and right after that, what he said, you want talaq? You give me talaq. Because if you give me talaq, I won't have to give you jack shit. I'm not going to give you talaq. I will wait. I'm going to enjoy. The brother comes, the one suffering, the brother comes, and he sits there, and he looks at the sister, he said, give him talaq. The wife loses everything, brother.
Yeah, but Sid, with all due respect, yeah, Sid, when for as long as you've known me,
and I tell you, I saw this with my own eyes, brother.
I hate you, Sid, but for as long as you've known me, when have you seen me discuss people, man? I don't, that's not my business. Like,
no, but
I can only discuss
my best friend's sister. No, I did what I need to do, yeah. But my best friend's sister, she went through this, mate.
I hear you, man, but you know.
No. What am I supposed to do now? What am I supposed to trust? What am I supposed to say? Poor girl have got nothing. And you know what? You know what? You know what she told me? She said, Amarrzz bhai, this is what it is. They can lie us three. They can lie. They can get married. You know, I'm thinking about my sister now. I feel like crying. You know, bro.
I hear you, bro.
And then when I ask questions, they say, I'm Islamophobe.
Allow it, Sid, man. Let's not talk about people, man. That's boring, man. Please, move on.
Sorry, bro. Sorry, man. And you know what? You know what happened? When after the three things, yeah, when I'm the brother, yeah, I go, I see my sister. I said, to hell with the give. And she lose all her rights. She doesn't get a jack out of the husband. You know why? Because the husband will leave her, will be enjoying with the second wife. She, poor girl, will be suffering. That's the reason the Muslims have 3-4 wives, because they cannot go anywhere. If they give the divorce, they will not get jack shit after the husband. That was what I was advised by my so-called sister. So where do I go from here, bruv?
Well, you're not supposed to trust people, man. You're supposed to, you know.
Truth is truth, mate. That's it, mate.
The truth is, the truth is, you know, what you can ascertain.
No, Zoubida, I was asking Zoubida about this. What is woman's right, mate? What is woman's right?
Well, to be honest,
we are from millionaire family.
Hold on. No, but 1 minute, man. When you say what is a woman's right, like, it depends. What do you mean?
On a relationship.
In a relationship?
Yes. When she lost everything.
Well, hold on. No, she has equal rights as the man. What? Furthermore, she has more rights than the man because she.
No, brother. If she gives a divorce, she gets jacked.
Why are we talking over each other, man?
No. Ahmed, you're not listening. Ahmed, I'm a bit this one. Ahmed, what I'm saying, if she gives a divorce to the husband, she gets jacked.
What do you mean,
husband, she won't get anything, mate.
What do you mean by check?
Okay, if the husband gives the divorce to the wife,
yeah,
she'll get her rights.
Her rights?
Yeah, her cuts, whatever her property and everything, no?
Yeah, that's cool.
But when the wife have been giving stress and she have to decide that I will give you the divorce, the wife gets nothing.
Where did you get that from? Where did you get that idea?
Bruv, I'll put my life on it, mate.
No, but where did you get that though? Did you get that from the dean or did you get that from people?
Whatever research I've done, yeah. My so-called sister, not my blood
that
sister.
Doesn't count, bro. That's people. You gotta learn how to separate people and the scripture.
Okay, how many people follow scripture? How many people follow people?
People are hypocrites.
Bruv, we are coming to the same thing about money.
Well, we were talking about people again. Like, you gotta learn to separate scripture.
No,
and
I
people.
don't. Okay, I tell you what. Yeah, forget about people. Where does this my so-called sister? She's a Muslim sister of mine.
Yeah, but again, people.
You know what, bruv? I tell you what. Yeah, I am the one who got. I said, listen. To hell with it. She didn't get nothing. And I tell you what. Whatever we gave to my sister, I said, keep it, mate. Don't need it. She was not entitled on Sharia. She was not entitled for nothing, brother.
Sid, can we please stop talking about people, man? Boring.
Yeah, brother, but you know I'm coming. Okay, let's change the topic, mate. Let's
please,
That's it. No, they tell I get angry. This what I've gone through, bruv. What I've seen in my own eyes, matey. In Indonesia, I tell you what, yeah, I've got some factories in Indonesia. I went there. I was shocked. I tell you what, yeah, Ahmed, you can get my number from anyone, yeah. I will send you. You know what is happening in Indonesia today?
I don't want to know.
I'll tell you what is happening. The Muslims are eating. They have pork parties.
Allow me, man, please. I don't want to know.
You know this very clearly. Then you know this. Sid, I was there, bro. I was there.
Sid, I don't I don't care about what people do, bro. Like, each to
and
their own.
No, I was shocked. I said, what are you doing? They have got the full pork. I got the video here. I was there. You can see my photo there as well. I said, what are you lot doing? They said, no. In Indonesia, Muslims start eating pork.
Oh, yeah. All right, cool.
And I'm there. And I said, no. This is... Thank you very much, brother.
Shit.
If you Google, you see my face there as well.
Oh, shit.
Yes, bro. No, I tell you what, yeah. I work everywhere in this world, yeah. I tell you what, I do not talk porcupine, mate. I tell you straight on the... And they have got the full pork there. And the guy's eating the ear.
Muslim pork eaters of Jakarta.
All right, yeah, I can't. All right, listen. People are saying that I should change the topic, but I mean, he's actually correct there. I've just found this this YouTube video. The Muslim
then I don't lie, brother.
Jakarta. I can't play it in the background, but if you Google Muslim pork,
you'll see my face there.
What's your stance with pork?
I kind of understand I understand the idea of it being unclean, but then I've heard arguments. Is there I mean, yeah.
Muslims are not supposed to eat camel. Do you know that?
1 minute. There's a lot of people that are not Muslims that don't eat pork.
Yeah, but
these are Muslims, brother. They're hardcore Muslims, brother. I was there.
No, there are non-Muslims that don't eat pork.
There are non-Muslims.
I don't eat pork. I never touch it.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm basically, I can say I'm a veg. You know what I mean?
Well, okay, but now veggie doesn't count. So why do you?
Okay, I'm a vegan, bro. Come on, give me a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Sid, 1 second, Dan. So why can you understand the it being unclean?
Well, I mean, pigs eat their own shit. They're not.
No. Then I'll tell you what. Pigs are the only thing that you can cook as much as you want to cook. The germs will never die.
The bacteria, yeah.
It will never die. You can cook as much you want to cook. The germs will, the bacteria will be alive.
I think pigs are very genetically similar to. I think they're the closest things to humans that we eat. I think if you burn a human body, it smells very much like
Thank you very much.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Why disgusting, mate? Ahmed, I'm going to take you to Indonesia. We are going to go and try the pork now.
That is disgusting. What you just said sound appealing, bro. Come on, man. That sounds like a miniature version of cannibalism.
But no, why Chinese eat
that
that?
sounds like a cannibalism starter pack.
No, Chinese eat that. No,
Chinese eat everything, man.
the English people eat that ham and all that. So why is it Islam is so big that you don't eat pork? That means pork is bad. Why? The rest of the world eats it, mate.
Islam is all about cleanliness, isn't it?
Is it?
By the looks of it.
Come on, Ahmed. We have to...
Let me give you. Hold on. Guys, wait.
You want to call a friend 50-50 as the audience, bro?
Wait, man. I got an interesting one for you, lot. What do you lot think of how the toilet roll panic? How people are panicking about toilet rolls? Do you know who the only group of people that are not panicking?
Chinese.
No, wait. There's two groups of people that are not panicking about toilet rolls.
Islam and the people who are, mate.
That's Muslims. That's Muslims and black people.
Yeah.
Because they wash their ass.
And also Asians. Yo.
Because we wash our ass.
Listen, also Asians, yeah?
White folks don't
we got
wash
B-Day,
their
man. We got
ass.
B-Days everywhere.
The French, the French might be alright with that. They're into B-Days as well.
Marks. You dirty bastards.
Wow.
Oh gosh, man. But
how you not gonna wash your ass though, man? What the fuck, bro?
Dan, did you say Jakarta, yeah?
Yes.
See, that's what,
yeah,
mate.
I've seen the video. I can't play it, but I've seen it. Yeah.
How you not gonna wash
In fact,
your
I
ass?
can play it. Let me see if I can work out.
Listen, Mr. Ahmed, I don't need God to tell me how to wash my freaking thingy bob. Man.
No, 1 second though. Well, how you not gonna wash your ass though?
No, that is fucking filthy, man. That's the reason coronavirus, isn't it?
I think that's what Jordan M said earlier on. Actually, it was coronavirus. Man, I don't know.
No,
what the funny thing is, yeah, they use baby wipes for babies, and they don't wipe for themselves. And then they come to the conclusion when they grow up they don't need no more. They don't need liquid anymore.
You know how much money I made in Arab?
You dumb fucks.
But you know how much money I made? Do you know the bidet in hotels like Hyatt and all that? Yeah, all that. You know what? When you open the pipe, I swear to God, the bottom I made fucking millions, bro.
Oh shit!
I swear to God, I made millions out of it, man. Bidets, man. All the hotels, Hyatt, and then this holiday, there was about, I think my phone got about 14 hotels to fit.
For fuck's sake!
And all around the world, man. And you know what? After 2 years, you have to change it. So I make them back again.
Someone. I still don't understand this. Like, how you gonna panic about toilet rolls, man? Like toilet roll epidemic, you know.
No, but the thing is that when a woman she does her thingy bob, she needs fucking the driver. Come on, man. I've got 15 pubs, man. So the woman, Muslim or no Muslim, they come there. They say, "Where's the toilet roll for what?" They say, "We need to do that, man. The drips in it."
Sid, I was going to ask you a question actually. I heard that you used to own the Glassy Junction.
You can say that, yeah.
Is that yeah, interesting.
I was a partner of that. Yeah, there's Cambase, Harry Cambe, and the other. And then your Glassy Junction, which is now Sarvana Bhavan, 100% vegetarian restaurant. Right opposite that
is the Gurdwara.
There is one. No. On the other side, right opposite, there's one MJ Solicitors. That's my firm.
Interesting.
And then if you see below that, there is one, what you call that, safe deposit center. That's ours as well, bruv.
So you say you're into pubs. So that was like the first Punjabi pub in the UK, I think.
Matey, I tell you something. I came here penniless, mate. I came here in 1990 penniless.
And where did you go first? Were you in Southall first? Were you in Southall?
No, listen.
Was that the first place you went to?
No. Let me say one thing. I tell you, if you don't listen to what I have gone through, 6 years in prison.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Interpol, yeah, nothing to do. But shit. I came. The first ever flight I took in my life was to London, and I didn't know what's the meaning of underground and all that, mate. And the first 3 months, I swear on my children's life, I only ate chips. Had no money, mate. Yeah, and then I did my degree, law degree. I graduated from East London University, second upper. Then I sent the degree to my father. I told him, put it in the coffee and drink it. You wanted this, I've done it. Now let me do what I want to do, mate. Now since then it's okay, mate. I mean, I can have McDonald's, I can have KFC and things like that. I mean, I'm all right. I got about 6 wives. They're all happy, so it's all right.
Live your best life. Keep the health. Keep the health. Yeah, people.
You know what? The only thing that you have to remember is this, yeah. If you got a problem, yeah, then Ahmed and whoever listening, yeah, if you got a problem in your life, if you can,
Sid.
now listen, let me finish. If you can take care of it, okay. If you can take care of it, fair enough.
Take care of it.
If you can take
care of it.
Yeah. If you cannot take care of it, fair enough. So why do you take the stress for it? Oh, I cannot take care of this. I cannot. You can't do jack shit about it. So fucking you cannot do it. To hell with it. Why stress about it? I swear, I tell you what. Dan, Ahmed, I just lost about 2.3 million.
What the fuck?
In the last 48 hours, in the share market. Finish kaput.
What the fuck?
No, but am I going to cry about it? Because it'll come back.
You still ain't send me my grand, brother, and you're losing 2-3
Bruv,
million, bro.
send me your bank details. I might send you extra then.
What is this? I'm going to put it in the back chat.
I swear. Back chat. And I promise you, I do not know what's in your back chat.
I don't believe you.
Bruv, I asked you a lot of times.
I'm going to put it in the back chat right now. Say no more.
Giza, just send it. I tell you what, just watch and learn what I'm going to do, mate. Okay, listen, Ahmed, 100% respect to you, brother. Alhamdulillah, God bless you. And Mr. Dan, stay the way you are, brother. You are kushki paka. Stay that way, brother. Okay, matey. Good night. God bless. Rabba rakha. Yeah? All right, cheers, matey. Bye-bye. Ahmed, send me the bank details.
It's in the back chat. It's in the back chat.
I do not know how to go to the back chat, bro. My bloody workers does that for me, mate. I'm 6 months old.
Send me your email then. Send me your email.
rsando8@hotmail.com.
What?
Okay, just get my number from Raj. Raj got my number. Call
Say
me.
no more.
Okay, Giza. All right, cheers, buddy. And Respect have got my number. Arts have got my number. Majority of them, they've got my number, mate.
Say no more.
Okay, Giza. All right, cheers, buddy. Cheers. And Ahmed, it was 100% respect, mate, talking to you. And Mr. Dan, thank you very much, brother.
Big up.
Saluto. Cheers, man. Giza. Bye-bye.
Ahmed, man, you're you're I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. This Quranist thing seems to be the way to go. If you're gonna
talk to me, Dan. Talk to me. Don't hold back.
No, but you seem to have you kind of have the best of both worlds. You're not limited by this hadith stuff. You don't have to get into the Sunni Shia thing. And yeah, I don't know. You just deal with the. I don't know, man.
It's even worse than that. It's even worse than that. I'm so free. It's ridiculous, bro. Check this out, yeah. You know the word Muslim. They make it out like it's what do they call it? Proper noun. Like it's a perfect noun. Like it's a label. It's not even a label. Furthermore, let me put it to you this way, yeah. Let's say you were someone who never came across the Quran. Yeah. But you had a firm belief in a creator. You were convinced by, simply observing the world around you, etc., that there was a creator. Yeah? And you believed in your, what's it called again? Obviously you believed in that you were going to be held accountable for your morals
actions.
And that.
Yeah.
According to the Quran, you would literally be, by definition, you would be a Muslim. Because the definition of a Muslim,
you're talking about the one God, but
that's it.
Yeah, but the key issue is Muhammad was his last messenger, no? That's the last. That's the crucial point.
That's not an issue at all. Let me tell you why that's not an issue. Because that's not a necessary component of faith. It's not a necessary component of being a Muslim. Because you see, they say that it's a necessary component of being a Muslim because they convince you that you have to say La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, right? They tell you that is the Shahada. But that Shahada is nowhere to be found in the Quran.
And again, you dodge it. What did you say earlier? Nothing can stick to us if we don't do. Yeah. It's all about what can stick. So what are you saying then? This hadith stuff. You're saying that's where all of the problems lie in the hadith.
What I'm saying is the Quran does not the Quran does not promote a religion, a quote unquote religion. There is no rituals. There is no buildings. There is no priesthood. There is no identification markers of any kind. As a matter of fact, the Quran refers to two groups of people. Remember how I said if you had not come across the Quran, you would be and you believed in a creator and you believed in Judgment Day, you would be a Muslim. However, there's another group of people. Those group of people are the group of people who have come across the Quran and believed in the Quran, and they would be called mu'mins. As in Arabic, it would be mu'mins. In English, it would be believers, because they believe in this message that they have got. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Okay.
So a Muslim is a monotheist.
Yeah.
A mu'min is someone who believes in this particular message 100%. Like has no doubt in this message that he's got. Do you get it?
A mu'min. Wait, how am I spelling that?
Mu'min, yeah. So it's
MUHMIN.
MU and there's like an apostrophe. And then MIN. So it's mu'min.
Frequently referenced in the Quran meaning believer. It denotes a person who has complete submission to the will of Allah and has faith firmly established in his heart, i.e. a faithful Muslim.
There you go. A believer. So there's a believer and there's a Muslim. A Muslim is simply someone who submits.
Hold on, right. So what you're saying is, so every faithful believer is a Muslim.
Every monotheist is a Muslim. It just doesn't know it.
Hold on, wait. Sheikh One is saying, ask him what is a emirul mu'minin, sorry. An emirul mu'minin.
That's his hadith business. He's talking about his hadith narrative. That's got nothing to do with me. Amir al-Mu'minin in Arabic is supposed to be, Amir is like the leader, the captain of the Muslim, of the believers. But that's a hadith narrative. Nothing to do with me. I'm free for that.
I don't quite get this mu'min thing. So am I mu'min?
If you believed in the Quran, you would be a mu'min. But if you had not come across the Quran, you would be a Muslim. However, if you had come across the Quran and you dismissed that the Quran came from God, you wouldn't even be a Muslim then.
Wait, let's say that again. If you hadn't come across the Quran, you'd be a what?
If you hadn't come across the Quran and you was a monotheist,
yeah,
you would be a Muslim. But if you have been presented with the Quran and you denied that the Quran did indeed come from God, you would not even be a Muslim then. Because then you're making a claim. Now you're making judgments of what came from God and what not.
Wait there. The term mu'min is the preferred term used in the Quran to describe monotheistic believers. The following verse makes a distinction between a Muslim and a believer. The Arabs of the desert say, we believe. Say thou, ye believe not, but rather say, we profess Islam.
You get it?
For the faith have not yet found its way into your heart. So, okay, if you obey God and his apostle, will not allow... Okay. Kind of.
As in, they are just monotheists. God is saying you have not believed this particular faith yet. Don't claim to be a mu'min.
So wait there. The mu'min thing is specific. You have to have come across Islam and believe specifically in the message.
Yeah, 100%. If you have no doubt in the Quran,
all right, hold on. Wikipedia's giving me a little breakdown. All right, so at the bottom, yeah, you've got munafiq, hypocrite, yeah. Then kafar, disbeliever, fajir, sinner, fasiq, open sinner, Muslim, submitter to God, and then
there you go. Submitter to God is any monotheist. What monotheist is not submitted to God?
Wow. Madness. All right, so hold on. So wait. So are you saying this? Okay. All right. I've never heard of this, to be honest.
You're not meant to hear about this because, like, the game is to create a religion, to create a us and them. In order to do that, they have to make this, distinction. Like, let me tell you how bad it is. For example, you hear how some Muslims say "Assalamu alaikum," right?
Right.
What is salam supposed to mean?
Peace. Peace. Huh? Peace.
Very well said. Now watch this. They'll tell you salam means peace, but then the moment you put just an e before the salam and say Islam, it becomes submission. How does that happen? What happened to the peace all of a sudden? And then to make it worse, watch this. And then to make it worse, when you say submission, you can't leave it at that. Because the natural question is submission to what? But then they'll tell you, it's submission to Allah. And then you're like, okay, how does just the one word Islam mean submission to Allah? But all of that is done to make it look foreign, to make it look like a particular, you get me, a particular club.
Wait, I've got a question. I've got a question from C Time. Can you ask Ahmed, is verse 4136 a requirement and not just belief in God and accountability?
Sorry, I didn't get
that. He said, can you ask Ahmed, is not verse 136 a requirement and not just belief in God and accountability? So he's saying that there's something in that verse that's a requirement. It's more than what you're saying.
We'll have to know what the verse is then.
Surah. Hello again, Sid.
Yeah, a quick one. Yes, sorry, Mr. Ahmed. Sorry, Mr. Dan. Yeah.
No worries.
Dan, I'll tell you why I hate Muslims. I will give you that. I'll give you the reasons why I hate Muslims. I tell you why. Just read at what the messages they have given. Without any reason, they have slandered Mr. Ahmed. They have slandered me. These are the bastards. Whoever have sent the surrendering word for me, or this, I point them as bastards. Because they cannot speak on the face, they send this kind of messages. And I will say this on record. Mr. Dan, I will take your channel to another level. And Mr. Ahmed, forget about a grandmate. Watch and let the other bastards who have unnecessarily blamed me and blame you for something that we have not even done. So I will teach, learn, watch, and listen. Whoever have sent these surrendering words to me and Ahmed, they are bastards. That means, you know what bastards means, isn't it? Because we never say that. I'm not going to buy this shit from anybody else, mate. Ahmed, I'm very sorry, Mr. Dan, I'm very sorry. I cannot take this. My boy just told me this. I've got 3 people monitoring all the speakers' corner workers. And I pay them enough money. And they just advised me, boss, this is what is happening. Whoever have surrendered Mr. Ahmed, me, or them, they are bastards. Thank you. Good night. God bless.
Yeah. Bless up. Bless up.
Ahmed. So it says, believers believe in Allah and His Messenger, and in the book He has revealed to His Messenger, and in the book He revealed before.
Wait. Can I just quickly interrupt you there?
Yeah, go on.
I want Scene Time to notice that the word you used was believers. So I already specified that believers is separate from Muslims. Do you get it? So believers is a category that believe in the entire thing that you're about to say right now, and they believe it wholeheartedly. Muslims is simply a monotheist. But go on.
Seed time. Yeah, seed time doesn't jump on panels, but
read the verse. Read the verse.
It says, "Believers believe in Allah and His Messenger, and in the book He has revealed to His Messenger, and in the book He revealed before. And whoever disbelieves in Allah, in His angels, in His books, in His messengers, and in the last day, has indeed strayed far away."
So was I right then? Did I not specify that believers believe in the exact same things you just specified? Dan?
I'm just trying to work this out. Hold on. C-Time, can you make your some reference to what you said earlier? I think when you were talking about the Mu'min and the Muslim distinction.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now you use Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu. Amanu is mu'minin.
Okay.
So there's believers and there's Muslims. There's believers and there's monotheists, in other words.
All right. That seems like quite
audacious, yeah.
So what were the other monotheistic kind of religions that would have existed? So you're talking about the other people of the book, like what, Christianity and Judaism?
Well, now you're talking about believers. Yes, in this the believers of this particular message believe that a message was sent to Jesus and a message was sent to Moses. Yes. So Bene Israel, not specifically Jews, because that happened later. Bene Israel, the people of Israel, or the sons of Israel, and to Jesus. But that's the believers part. Monotheist is a Muslim.
Interesting.
Now, okay, let me give you an example. Let's say there was a Christian who has not read the Quran, but he doesn't believe that Jesus is the Son of God. He would be considered a Muslim.
Okay, because he hasn't. Okay.
You get it? Because he hasn't.
Yeah, just about it. He hasn't accepted the kind of Trinitarian position, which would take you out of the fold.
Yeah, he hasn't associated partners with God. That's the biggest shirk. Shirk is the biggest thing in Islam.
Okay, I see.
There you go. So as long as you're a monotheist and you accept accountability, which is what all Judgment Day is about, you are a Muslim. A Muslim, by the way, we need to nail this. Yeah, a Muslim is a verb. It's an action. It's not a label. It's not a proper noun. It's not it's not a name. So the action of a Muslim is what? So you have Salam, Islam, and you have Muslim. A Muslim is simply someone. Okay, they would like to say someone who submits. But if we're gonna be, I don't care. I'm gonna be honest with the language. Yeah. Salam is peace. Islam is peacefulness. Muslim is someone at peace. So at peace, they would like to say someone who submits. But then if you say someone who submits, then they'll say someone who submits to God. Then if someone who submits to God is what? Someone that is at peace. Even if you say what are the rules of that God expects from you, they are simply that you do not transgress against anyone and that you are grateful to God. How is that not being at peace? If you're grateful to God, put it this way, Dan, yeah? If you're grateful to God, no matter what life throws at you, you remain grateful to your maker and you strive. And you do your best not to transgress against anybody. And you defend yourself from being transgressed. How are you not at peace?
I can appreciate that, but I mean, there's more to it, right? There's
What else is there to it?
Okay, so
remember, separate mu'min and Muslim. I'm just discussing Muslim now. Mu'min is someone who believes in the Quran and the previous books before that.
Wait there,
Wholeheartedly.
so that could be a Jewish person then. So you're saying a Jewish?
No, he would have to believe in all three books. He would have to believe in Jesus. He'd have to believe in the Prophet to be a mu'min. Muhammad to be a mu'min. A mu'min is someone that believes in all of them.
So no, but sorry, a Muslim. I mean, right? A
Muslim is just a monotheist.
Okay, so that could be a Jew.
Yeah.
What?
It could be, yeah.
What?
But remember what I said though.
Well, like a non-Trinitarian Christian.
But wait. That's provided they have not come across a scripture that is potentially from God and they have rejected it. Then they're claiming a position.
Okay, so you're saying if a Jew walks around for his whole life and never comes across a Quran, or
the
encounters the concept of the Quran and the Bible, then they're a Muslim.
Yes.
Bruv, the chat is about to go mad. The chat is about. We got 76 people. Yeah, the chat's gonna go nuts for that one. Fucking hell.
Because remember the conditions here. We're simply talking about if someone believes in God, someone truly believes in a creator, monotheism, and they believe they're going to be held accountable on Judgment Day. Is it their fault they haven't come across a book?
I mean, that's all right. So when we actually think about it, it's highly
Is it their fault?
It's highly unlikely that anyone like that exists. It's highly unlikely.
Nah, I wouldn't say that's highly unlikely. There's plenty of people that they may not. There's plenty of people that know that books exist, but they have not been presented to them in the right manner.
All right, listen. I'll tell you what. You've got C Time in the chat. Yeah, big up to C Time. I generally think C Time comes with a lot of balance when it's needed.
No, C Time is a balance, dude. C Time is my boy, fam.
He said TOITN is right. It's a verb, bro. It's not a label. It's an action, a doing. I agree with him. We only differ in a few things slightly. To be honest, look, I mean, my surprise, I don't have any surprise that there's links between Saudi Arabia and Israel. There was going to be some links. I mean, I don't know. This could be seen as quite a progressive way of looking at things.
They would never want that. Look, the whole point of religion is to create an us and them. The Quran is not a religion. To create a religion, they had to incorporate all of these hadiths and whatnot. Because what these hadiths do is what? They bring the idea of symbolism and rituals. And through these three things, actually, it brings symbols, rituals, and historical narratives. And what those three things do, it creates two teams. So one group of team will sign up to the rituals should be this way, the symbols should be this way, and the historical narrative we champion is this particular narrative. And the other group has a another particular narrative. Every other religion differs on precisely that. If you really deep it, what do they differ on? They differ on historical narratives, symbols, and rituals. That's it. They don't actually differ on something real, concrete, beneficial that will actually change their lives for the better. It's just arbitrary historical narratives of my mythology is greater than your mythology, and my symbolism is better than your symbolism, and my rituals mean more than your rituals. Nonsense. But it creates teams, innit? So the Quran doesn't do that. The Quran don't play those games. So they had to create that kind of a game. That's what religion is all about. It's to create an us and them.
I can't lie, man. You've got you kind of defend your thing quite well. I mean, the fact that you come back on these paddles day after day after day, you back your thing. There's something to it, and people respect it. You know, there's people in the chat who definitely back your thing. C Time on Word, some of them got RS Sid. Yeah, some people are down with it, and it seems that Quranism is on the rise around the world as well.
Even the word, Jay, check this out. You see the word Quranism? Who came up with it?
I don't know. I'm not.
The Sunnis did. It's because it's like it's a little counterplay in it, because they have a particular sectarian name, i.e., Sunni. They had to make it look like so your name is Quranist. What does that even mean? Because that term doesn't exist in the Quran. There's no such thing as a Quranist.
I get that. Yeah, I understand that. But I mean, yeah, I kind of.
It's because they don't want to accept the fact that if you accept, because look, at the end of the day, if you are Quran and Sunnah, and that makes you a Sunni, if you remove the Sunnah, how does that not make you just a Muslim? They know that, so they don't want to acknowledge that, innit? Oh, you're just a Muslim, where I am, where I'm extra.
All right, I'm just going to read from, this is from islam.stackexchange.com. So the question was, which scholars are respected by Quranists? One of the answers that popped up, I'll big up to Dunya on the panel. The whole point of
Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you.
Big up yourself, man. The whole point of Quranism is to place your trust only in the Quran and do away with the 1400 years of scholarly tradition before it as an accident of history, not authoritative interpretation. I'd be surprised if they respected any kind of scholarly tradition. Eesh. It's a burn, man. So what, you think do you think anything important was added in those 1400 years?
Dan. I like this guy, Word put up a verse of the Quran on the chats. Read it. It talks exactly about what we were talking about.
One moment.
Please,
you bastard. Aristide, you bastard. Hey, Aristide, you bastard. Come on.
He's not here, man.
Yo, Dan, read that one, please. Read Word's text.
Yeah, I saw that actually. Those who are Jews, Christians, Sabians, whoever believes in Allah and the last day, and do good deeds, and shall have their reward with their Lord, on them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve.
What was I telling you?
Big up all the Sabians in the chat, man. You lot are good.
No, but what was I telling you?
No, big up the, yeah, no. I hear what you're saying.
Yo, Ahmed, man, relax, man, with the Quranist thing, man. It's all fake news, man. Fake news, bro. Come on, man.
Well, the Quran is fake news, yeah.
Fake news, but remember I had 3 hours
debate. The Quran fake news.
Remember I had like 2-3 hours debate with you in the park, man.
No, but you telling me the Quran is fake news, though?
Of course, man. Fake news, man.
Whoa,
fake news, obviously. It's Fox News, man.
That's gonna get a soundbite.
Imagine calling the Quran fake news, fam.
No, the Quran is your thing. Your thing is fake news. You get me? It's the Quran and the Sunnah. Shamsi just battered you, man, on Sunday.
Is that what you're saying?
Of course, man.
Alright, cool.
You're deluded, bro. You're deluded, man. For real, cuz.
You're high IQ, fam.
It's not about IQ, man.
You're displaying some
everyone
high
knows
IQ
this.
behavior
It's not
right
even
now.
about IQ levels, man. It's common general knowledge. You get me?
Yeah.
It's general. You get me?
I hear that.
Yo,
Send that knowledge to me.
Sheikh One said Quranist cult was first created by Freemasons to deny end times Islamic eschatology.
You know his thing, yeah? It's already been prophesied, you know. You get me? All Ahmed is proving, yeah, the prophecies are coming to be true. You get me? That's all Ahmed is proving. It's a walking, talking thing, you know.
What are you saying, Ahmed?
Yeah. Hello. Hold on.
I don't think he's got a response to that, you know.
Hello.
I said I don't think he's got a response to that one, Grey Dunya.
I don't even know what
I didn't hear him. What did he say? I got cut off. Hello. Yeah, Ahmed, you tired, bro? Come on, man. Come back to the Sunnah.
Yo, it's nearly 4.
I know you're rambling and that, man. It gets you money from Aristide, though. Like, you're nice still. You're nice still, but yeah, man. You know what I'm at the end of the day. You get me?
What are you saying, bro? You're a religious guy, yeah.
Don't say you're a religious guy. Just general common knowledge, man. You don't have to be.
I'm asking you, are you a religious guy?
My current state, I wouldn't say like you get me. Like I'm inshallah, I'm thriving. You get me.
So how you having religious debates if you ain't even fixed yourself up?
No. It's me watching these streams and YouTube got me thinking it. Looking at these things, you get me, and every single debate that I watch and
yourself,
that,
though?
you're
don't
down,
you think you should
fam.
check yourself before you
You're
start
like
debating,
exciting, man. Huh? What do you say?
Don't you think you should check yourself before you start debating? Like, first, do the first part first, innit? Like, check yourself, become religious, and then you can start, telling other people how the religion is and whatnot. Or else you'd be a hypocrite.
Okay, all right, cool. Let me reply. Yeah. Listen, end of the day, your type of religious thing, it doesn't even, you can't even think, that with you in Quran and that, like,
we're not talking about me though.
You know your Quran is king. Listen, your Quran is king, You don't even believe that we should pray 5 times a day, fast and all of that. You get me? And if you do all of that to the teeth and that, you get me, like proper on time.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Wait there. I class myself as religious. So you're religious.
1 second.
Let
me ask you a question.
Not the same as my religious. So don't say if I'm a religious guy.
Ahmed,
Dan, let Dan
have you heard of Karaism or Karaite Judaism?
I have. They're basically the Quranist version of Jews. You know what the funny thing is, though, You know what the funny thing is? If the Karaites are the Quranist version of Jews, what does that make the Jews?
What's the Karaites?
One minute. I want to see if Dan gets this. Dan.
Yo, so what?
Explain what Karaites is.
So wait, what are you saying? There's like you're talking about all the sort of Deuteronomy sort of stuff, all the law stuff that they put around in the Old Testament.
Okay. Let me put it to you this way.
Or is it the Talmud?
The Jews.
It's without the Talmud. Yeah. It's without the Talmud.
There you go. So check this out, So the Jews basically what they did is they had the Torah, and then they created something called the Talmud. And then they said, in order to understand the Torah, you need the Talmud. Do you get it?
I see. Right.
Now, the Hadiths is basically literally an identical copy of the Talmud in terms of the creation of the Talmud, and the argument for the Talmud is the same creation and argument for the Hadiths. Now, the Karaites are basically a group of Jews that said, "Nah, we're not having that. The Torah is good enough. Don't try that shit." You understand what I'm saying to you? And,
bro, there's like 50,000 of them. That's some
they're very small,
tiny little fucking group.
But here's the thing, though. The Quran says the believers are but a few. So it's not about the majority. It's about the truth. They can have the majority.
It's not the majority, bro. How do you think the Quran came?
I don't know. How does any message reach you?
From the messenger, innit? So you follow the messenger, innit? You idiot.
That Talmud stuff's interesting, though, still. That is interesting. I can't lie. Ahmed, you make for interesting conversation, bruv. You at least provoke some thought. I'll give you that, man. I'll give you that. You did provoke some thought, man.
He provokes thoughts, but no answers.
Yeah, but it's like, do you know what it is with Ahmed? And no disrespect to Shia Issa, I respect the way Shia Issa puts his thing down. I do. He's got a certain...
Shia Issa is a backward barbarian, man.
Well, this is the thing. He opens himself up to these sort of responses, isn't it? Like he call people backward, this and that, Sunni savage monkey beast and all that. And yeah, the whole Sunni Shia thing, it really puts me off Islam. And Ahmed's just there kicking back, rolling a zoot, drinking his tea, and just counted himself lucky. He's in the
minority.
In the minority. Many are called, but the chosen are few, as they say. Yeah, man.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Now you make yourself minority. That's the thing, innit? If you wanna do innovation, add things and minus things, play about with the religion just for your own accord, and you're choosing, then you go out of the fold of Islam. That's the beauty of Islam, isn't it? You get me? You can't add things. If you do that, you go out of the fold. You get me?
All right. It's 4:01. I think I'm gonna lock off the hangout. I might run like a quick video just to wrap up. But any last words from the panelists? Big enough respect to
last word
to everyone who's been on tonight, and big up to
let's
Ahmed
ask
and
the chat if they have any final questions.
Yeah, any final questions to either of our esteemed panelists? We've got Ahmed and we've got Mad Dunya. Nas TV says Saladin is
the
live.
last man standing.
The last one standing. Yeah, man. Any questions? Let us know. Yeah, far away.
We'll do a review on all the panelists that came today.
Oh yeah. So who have we had on the panel today? It's been a mad one. Yeah, Ali, Asif, Bhadmarsh, Game.
No Adam's apple.
Khan. We had Fascist Phil. Raj was on. Possibly his last time. I think he's
Big bastard.
Raspect was on. Big up to Raspect. Shisul. We had Simon Lord. Truth. Zoubida and Shill Destroyer. Big up to Shill Destroyer as well. Yeah, man. Big up the panel. Nas TV says.
You bastard.
Nas TV says, how does Ahmed pray?
Exactly.
You know what?
No
Yeah.
idea, man.
Should I deal with this one? Yeah. Hey Dan, this is.
You got Dan dealt with many times, man. But go ahead. Come on, go ahead.
This question is like, it's amazing, man. Alright, basically, yeah. Remember earlier on how I told you about symbolism and rituals?
Yeah.
Now, the thing about symbolism and rituals, yeah, is that people can become really, really attached to them. Like to the point where they forget that they are literally rituals and symbols. Now, the word prayer simply means calling out to your a deity, glorifying a deity, or seeking help from a deity.
Yo, he's trying to wrap it up, man. Keep it short, man.
Wait, let me finish, man. Calling out, seeking out, as I was saying. Yeah, calling out, seeking out, and praising a deity, yeah? That is what prayer is. Am I right or am I wrong?
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree.
Okay. Now, this idea of how, quote unquote, how, it's a massive assumption because that only comes from the fact that they are used to a particular method which they have attached to the word prayer. Meaning, they have attached a particular set of body movements, some calisthenics, to the word prayer. However, what has moving your body up and down got to do with the word prayer? You've chosen to attach it to it, but it's got nothing to do with the simple word prayer. I could be standing, I could be sitting, I could pray in any particular physical position I'm in.
You don't choose to prostrate. You don't choose to, or you can be however you want.
Well, the word prayer is not limited to any particular physical position, is it?
And there's no kind of outline for that in the Quran. There's no Quranic basis for how to pray.
There is none. This is why Salah was taught by. This is why. 1 minute.
Our Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
This is one of the main reasons, Dan. Yeah, this is one of the main reasons that people cannot accept that the Quran is enough, because they have associated deen with symbols and rituals. As far as they're concerned, they're like, the Quran becomes abstract without the hadiths, because what do we do? Because the concept of doing good deeds and abstaining from the things that God has told them to abstain is not enough. They need identification markers, some arbitrary identification markers, i.e., this is how we pray.
Yo, Ahmed. Yo, Do you know what? Do you know what sodomy talks is? You know what sodomy talks means?
Tell us. I'm sure
You know
you're
when
gonna
you
tell
smoke
us.
spliff, yeah, and you talk shit. That's what it means, innit? You can talk.
I guess that's all the time then.
And that's it, bro. That's you, cuz. That's called sodomy talks. You get me? But yo, you know about Salah, it's our Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam taught us how to pray. You get me?
You know what the interesting thing is? Yeah. You know when people claim that
5 times a day.
you know when
Establish your
people
Salah.
you
It's
know
in
when
the
people
Quran.
you know when people claim that the Prophet taught us how to pray. What if I was to tell you there's not a single hadith that details how to pray from beginning to end?
It does, man.
No, not a single one. Go ahead, find one. Go ahead.
No, I can't
Find
find
me
you right
a
now, but
single
I know you
hadith.
got refuted bare times in the thing, man.
Find me. Listen.
You know, Sunni Isa. He
Okay, how about
refuted that
make you
in the
deal?
park in front of me, man.
How about make you a deal? How about
I
make
remember
you a
you were just going
Listen,
mad.
man.
You were wilding out, bro.
Hear me out. I'll make you a deal, yeah? How about you find me a single hadith that details the prayer, the entire prayer, from beginning to end. I'll become Sunni tomorrow.
Okay, am I allowed to phone a friend?
I'll become Sunni tomorrow. Go ahead, phone a friend, do whatever you want.
Okay,
50-50,
okay, I tried.
You name it.
Okay, I tried phoning. Brother Isa is sleeping now. So he's pending. Okay, so next time, remember what you said. Next time you're down darted. You get me?
Say no more. You can phone anyone you want.
And you can't interrupt on the debate, because what you do in the debate, you keep on interrupting and you don't even listen, and that's it. You just argue the argument. That's what you do.
Yeah.
You done that in front of me, so you can't lie, man.
What? I didn't even hear what you said, man.
All right. Yeah, any closing words before? I'm gonna wind the stream down and run just a random YouTube video.
Let me give my first closing word. Big up.
Wait, let me just quickly answer Word. Yeah, Word asked me.
Mr. Ahmed, may Allah guide you. Big up,
all
Dan.
of us, man.
Big up everyone. May Allah guide everyone.
Actually, Allah already guided us, bro.
Blood,
What
let
do you
me
think
just
the
have
Quran
my
is for?
final word, man. You talking over me, blood. Get me like big interruption, man. Come on, G. Okay, so yeah, may Allah guide you back to Islam, and big up, Dan. May Allah guide everyone. And Arrested, you bastard. Arrested, you fucking bastard. I'm done.
All right, peace.
Yes. All right. Bless. I'm out. Safe.
Bless. Yeah, that Word was asking me a question, so I'm gonna quickly answer him. Yeah, he's asking, what's my take on fasting? That's another manipulation. The word Psalm does not mean fasting. The word means abstaining, and there is no particular month for abstaining either, because the word Ramadan was only labeled a month way after the Prophet's death. But the word Ramadan itself has a linguistic meaning, and it means something burning, something hot. So it's a description. So yeah, that's that. I could go in further, but we don't have much time right now. So I'll just say, no, there is no fasting. There is not a single ritual in the Quran. Not one.
All right. And there you have it. Final words from a man like the Somali Maverick. Big up to Ahmed.
Big up,
man.
Dan.
Been going for 10 hours and 12 minutes. I think I'm going to run a Jordan Peterson video. Big up to the Jordan Peterson fans.
You done know.
Yeah, man. We're going to keep...
Big fan still.
Listen to some JBP discussions of archetypes. And yeah, a couple other things, man. So yeah, big up. We'll probably be going for another 50 minutes or so, take you through until about 5. Vedi Vision will be live from 8 or 9 tomorrow. And I'll hopefully be back at some point. But yeah, stay locked in by all means. Yeah, man, big up.
Hey, wait. Should I answer another quick one?
Go on then.
Someone said, ask Ahmed if he believes in the return of Jesus. Nah.
They have it.
Jesus ain't coming back. He's done with you.
Bad thing. All right, we'll let the people ponder on that one. But yeah, big up yourself, Ahmed. Later on, man.
All right, peace.
All right, in a bit.
Bless up.
Cool, man. Oh. All right, that wasn't as smooth as I hoped. But yeah, big up to the viewers. Been going for a little while. Yeah, I was going to play this video at the start of the show, but might just leave it to the end. A couple questions to ponder. Yeah, what have we talked about tonight? All sorts of things. Yeah, got into the slavery debate. Big up to RS Sid for coming through. Big up to Hassan Saba for holding the fort for a bit. And Somali Maverick for making it through until the end. Don't know whether to run this on 1.25 speed or not. So, let's see.
Welcome to The Big Conversation here on Unbelievable with me, Justin Briley. The Big Conversation is a series of shows exploring faith, science, philosophy and what it means to be human in association with the Templeton Religion Trust. Today, our conversation topic is the psychology of belief and do we need God to make sense of life? Well, the Big Conversation partners I'm sitting down with today are Jordan B. Peterson and Susan Blackmore. Jordan Peterson is a professor of psychology at the University of Toronto and author of the new book, 12 Rules for Life, An Antidote to Chaos. Jordan rose to prominence in 2016 when his stance on free speech and the threat of legal action for refusing to use transgender pronouns created a media storm. But since then, many new people have discovered his academic work, including a very popular lecture series on the psychology and wisdom of ancient Bible stories. And his new book, 12 Rules for Life, distills much of the wisdom into a guide to leading a meaningful life. Our other guest is Susan Blackmore. She's a psychologist, lecturer, and author of books on consciousness and evolutionary psychology, including The Meme Machine and Seeing Myself, the New Science of Out-of-Body Experiences. And she views many forms of religion as fundamentally negative for human flourishing. She's written, for instance, that religions are an example par excellence of memeplexes that use wicked tricks to ensure their own survival. Well, today we'll be looking at the psychological roots of faith beliefs. Can we make our own rules for life, or are we subject to some higher level of meaning? And are even atheists fundamentally religious deep down? I'm really looking forward to today's conversation. So, Susan and Jordan, welcome along to the programme.
Thanks.
Great to have you.
Thank you, Justin.
We'll start with you, Jordan. You're a hard man to categorise in many ways. Your work actually attracts attention from both believers and non-believers. And many of whom say that you've actually made them reconsider their views about religion, especially many atheists that I've heard on, who've said your work opens up things in a new way. Do you just tend to describe yourself as a religious man at all?
Well, I would definitely describe myself as a religious man, yeah. I think that's fundamentally true. The devil's in the details. So, what does that mean exactly?
I've seen you being asked the question, do you believe?
Big up to Hassan Saba. Yeah, not everyone is a fan of Jordan B. Peterson, but I think he's got some good points on a couple of things. So yeah, I don't know, stick with him, man.
Believe in God, and that's not a question.
He's a fellow Canadian as well, so.
You necessarily find it terribly easy to answer.
Well, I don't know what people mean when they say believe. Like it's as if that question explains itself when it's asked. It's like it doesn't. What do you mean by believe? What do you mean by God? And what makes you think that the question that I'm answering is the same one that you're asking? This is not something that you can say yes or no to in any straightforward manner. So I find it an off-putting question. And I don't think...
Yeah, to be honest, I know exactly what he means by that. You ask someone, do they believe in God? First question should probably be, how do we define any God you could discuss like belief in? I don't know. It kind of annoys me the same way.
I think it's because I'm avoiding the issue. I think that to answer it properly requires books and lectures. So,
do you see yourself at least in the Christian tradition as far as your, I suppose, worldview?
There's no doubt about that because I'm a Westerner. There's no escape from that.
Yeah.
I'm conditioned in every cell as a consequence of the Judeo-Christian worldview. And so I've read a fair bit in other religious traditions and have a reasonable grasp on some of them, I would say, not trying to overestimate my knowledge, but we're saturated in Judeo-Christian ethics, and so...
I've seen you say that you certainly live your life as though God exists.
Yes, I would say, well, to the best of my ability. Right, yeah. And I think that that's the fundamental hallmark of belief, is it's how you act, not what you say about what you think you think.
Sure.
What do you know about what you think? Seriously, I mean, we wouldn't need a psychology, an anthropology, a sociology, any of the humanities if our thoughts were transparent to ourselves. They're not in the least.
And you've been
in the least they are, but
you've been willing to be quite critical as well of some of the new atheists. So Sam Harris, Daniel Dennett, Richard Dawkins. What have you made of their particular way of approaching religion?
They just don't take it seriously enough. As far as I'm concerned, they don't contend with the real thinkers.
I know all three of them very well, and I have deep, great arguments with them, and they seem to be taking it seriously. I know what you mean.
She's energetic, isn't she?
There's a certain sort of superficiality in the writings of all of them, but as people, I find they really care about these issues.
Care. Yeah. Oh, they care. There's no doubt about that, and it's not like I'm not sympathetic to the atheist or rationalist claim. I'm perfectly sympathetic to it, but I don't believe that the level of discussion that's characteristic of Dawkins and Dennett and Sam Harris, say, approaches the level of complexity of, say, Friedrich Nietzsche or Dostoevsky.
Well, that would be asking quite a lot, wouldn't it?
But
shots fired. New atheism is lacking. It needs to go back to its roots. Go back to some Nietzschean, bluntness. Yeah, kind of interesting, because I think Nietzsche posited that religion or society, was doomed to fail and doomed to collapse in the absence of religion, Jordan Peterson uses it quite cleverly, I think. But yeah, we'll see what she says.
If you're going to play in that arena, man, you're going to play with the heavyweights.
But what I've noticed is it's a lot of people who maybe up to a point have been interested in what those people have been saying from the new atheist side, who are also interested in what you're saying. There's an interesting sort of correlation there.
Yeah, definitely.
And why is it that, especially some of these, potentially, I see a lot of men in this audience are coming to you, Jordan, to sort of sit at your feet and hear what you have to say at this point?
Well, the new atheists have a hell of a time with an active ethic. They say, well, you can build an ethic on rationality. It's like, well, first of all, that's not self-evident. It's possible, but it's by no means self-evident. And their essential existential concept is rather hollow. Like with Harris, for example, when I talked to him twice on 2 different podcasts, and we never really got to his sense of what the ideal society might be. But I've read his writings on the maximization of well-being, for example, and that's just not going anywhere. You can't even measure it properly. And if you're thinking about something like that scientifically, that turns out to be that's not a problem. It's a catastrophic problem.
But Sam really goes deeply into the consequences of meditation, and he tells stories about his own experience of how behavior changes. Compassion seems to arise naturally. This is not based on rationality, which is not everything, and I would agree with you there. It's based on practical experience, training in observing one's own thoughts, which is also of interest to you, and in the way behavior changes in ways which he would say, and also query whether it's true, that it's better behavior.
Well,
that being compassionate and kind to people is better. We can't have some great underlying reason why. If you don't have God, it's a very difficult question. You've got to find some basis. But even without one, Sam is trying to say, as I would, that if you spend a lot of time meditating and really becoming to understand yourself and see the consequences of certain thoughts and actions, then better actions follow. That's one of the things I like about his work.
Well, and I'm certainly not questioning his ethical integrity or his commitment to these problems, although I certainly don't think that compassion or kindness constitutes a sufficient grounds for a transcendent ethic. Not in the least. Partly because both, and I can speak about that technically to some degree. Compassion is associated with trait agreeableness fundamentally, and agreeableness is a great short-term strategy for infants. But it's a very bad medium to long-term strategy for adults, and it's by no means the ground upon which an entire complex society can rest. And that's partly what you see playing out right now in the political world, because the politically correct types are very high in compassion. We have research that demonstrates that. But that ethic doesn't work for a sophisticated society.
We were only doing introductions. We're already well into the...
It's my fault. I started. I interrupted.
But let's come to you, Sue. You may be familiar to some unbelievable listeners who have already heard you on the show before. I think you're happy to describe yourself as an atheist. Does that mean for you that you are a naturalist, someone who's committed to a view that our experiences can be fully explained by a purely material world?
No. I mean, I sign up in a way to naturalism groups and beliefs, but because I work on consciousness such a lot and the problem of how do we relate the mind-body problem? Here's this table, here's my glass of water. We'll agree that if I go like this, it'll go all over the place.
And ruin the microphone.
And ruin the microphone. How does that relate to the taste of the water? These fundamental problems mean I have big queries about naturalism as you described it there.
Okay.
In a much broader sense, yes. As you know, and many listeners will know, I started out being a parapsychologist and rejected ideas of clairvoyance and telepathy and ghosts and poltergeist because of lack of evidence. So that's one way to naturalism, to throw that lot out. I was brought up like you as a Christian, and I threw that out because in the end it didn't make sense to me. So that's another way to say I'm left with naturalism, but I'm not left with a naturalism that explains everything. I'm left with a feeling that that's what I want to try to do, to understand what's going on here in minds, in bodies, in tables and glasses of water. And it's very difficult.
You're well known for picking up the idea of memes that sort of originated at some level with Richard Dawkins, the idea of an idea propagated across generations. And you even went as far as to describe religion as a virus of the mind in terms of its
that was Richard's term, but yes, okay.
Is that a kind of view you would still stand by today?
Yes, but you've got to be careful about what you mean by a virus. I mean, I think if... I often say in lectures, imagine a continuum between what you mean as being a virus of the mind. It's really bad. It's like a flu virus or
usually
AIDS
we
or
think
something.
of a virus
Usually
in negative
we do.
terms.
And, yes, and they aren't always. So imagine that you think, religions is utterly bad, or you think religion's utterly wonderful and utterly good, and all in between. I think Richard is way down there, and I'm somewhere here. I think by and large, on balance, the world would be a better place without any religions. But the religions would not thrive if they didn't have within them things which are positive. I mean, we know at a personal level, at a society level, the worst societies are more religious. At a personal level, there's evidence that people are happier and they have better social connections and so on if they're religious. So I don't think we would be stuck with these horrible memes if it weren't for the fact that they also have some good qualities.
What do you make of the whole meme theory and the fact that Sue does feel ultimately...
I think it's a shallow derivation of the idea of archetype, and that Dawkins would do well to read some Jung. In fact, if he thought farther and wasn't as blinded by his a priori stance about religion, he would have found that the deeper explanation of meme is, in fact, archetype.
I disagree. I mean,
Can you just first of all explain archetype for those who are not perhaps familiar with that particular psychological
Well, an archetype
term?
is partly a pattern of behavior that's grounded in biology. So it's the behavior itself. So you could think about that as both the instinct and the manifestation of that instinct, but it's also the representation of that pattern. So part of what's coded in our mythological stories, for example, are images of typical patterns of behavior. And those are the typical patterns of behavior that make us human. I really want to have this discussion about memes, by the way, because it's really a discussion that needs to be had. Because I think that the meme idea is very interesting, and I do think that there are contagious ideas, but that needs to be chased down much deeper, because there are ideas that are so contagious that we've actually adapted to them biologically. And once that happens, they're no longer merely memes. They're something else. They're built into us. I can give you...
These archetypes, as you described.
Yeah, well, I can give you a kind of example of that. So imagine, I'll have to try to do this relatively rapidly. It's very complicated, so I'm hoping I can do it. So imagine that we live in dominance hierarchies. We don't have to imagine that. That happens to be the case. They're at least 350 million years old. So they're really, really old. So the idea of the archetype of dominance is older than our ability to perceive trees, right? It's really down there. And our nervous system is fully adapted to the existence of dominance hierarchies. It's one of the things the serotonergic system tracks. Okay, so now we also know that your position in a dominance hierarchy, especially if you're male, is proportionate to your reproductive success. The higher you up in the hierarchy, the more likely you are to succeed. Okay, so what that means is that males have been selected for their ability to move up a dominance hierarchy. But that's not quite right. They've been selected for their ability to move up the set of all possible dominance hierarchies. And that's a very abstract set. And there's a set of characteristics that go along with the ability to move up the set of all possible dominance hierarchies that's represented in religious terms as the optimal ethical manner in which to conduct yourself.
I see.
And that's not a meme that's casually passed from person to person. It's way deeper than that.
I think you're being unfair to memes. I would make this response here about the difference between memes and archetypes. So archetypes are there whether we have memes or not. All of that history of evolution is there.
Yes.
So we have, ideas about sex differences or ideas about dominance is a very good example that don't require memes. They can then become memes. And a meme by definition, as Dawkins started it out, is that which is imitated, or that which is copied from person to person. So the idea of dominance hierarchies can be a meme, and all the ideas we build on top of that, as long as we pass it from person to person. Now,
we could certainly think of hierarchies of memes from
yes, indeed,
from ones that are no more than fads that wash across the culture to ones that are permanent and enduring.
But you were kind of trivializing memes, and I think the power of the idea of memes is this: we have the first replicator genes on the planet, and we know the consequences of that, producing all these organisms. But the idea about memes is that they are a second replicator. So genes are copied by chemical processes in bodies. Memes are copied by imitation and other kinds of interactions between human beings, and very little in any other species at all. And that's what gives rise to culture. So the whole theory about memes is one of many ways of trying to understand the evolution of culture. And in that way, I say it's not trivial
quick
at all.
Response, and I want to move on to talking about the 12 rules, Jordan.
Well, the issue is what happens when a meme is so widely distributed that it becomes a determining factor in evolution itself, because it translates
meme-gene co-interaction.
Yes, exactly. Well, see, that's where I think. Well, that's where I think the religious. For me, that's the grounds of the essential religious instinct. It's a meme-gene interaction, and it goes back forever.
Yes.
And then I'll finish with this. See, because once you see that there's a meme-gene interaction and that there's selection in favor of a certain meme, let's say, then you open up the entire question of what constitutes the underlying reality. Because, you see, this is something I tried to have a talk with about Sam Harris, and we augured in very rapidly. You could say that reality is that which selects. Now, it's not exactly a materialist viewpoint. It's more of an evolutionary viewpoint. And if reality is that which selects, then what's selected by that reality is in some sense correct. Now, that's not, this is why
you're adding on that's a big claim you're adding on.
I know it's a big claim. I understand it's a big claim, but it's also the central claim of pragmatism.
Let's move it on just a bit, because this is all fascinating stuff. Yes. I do want to talk about the book, which I read, found really interesting, Jordan. 12 Rules for Life, very much drawing actually on your biblical series as well. And that was interesting to me. It's almost like, I don't know, psychological theology or something like that. I'm not sure what term to give it, but you constantly draw.
All right, let me get a request in. Hassan Sabri is saying around the Jordan Peterson interview with an Australian guy, Jim Jeffries, I think. All right, let's check this out.
Battle is raging over free speech, but the battleground may surprise you. Canada! Our annoyingly nice neighbours are even arguing with each other.
Peterson, do you have any comments on the Nazi presence at your protest?
Yeah, I don't like Nazis.
Meet Jordan Peterson. 2 years ago, he was an unknown psychology professor at the University of Toronto, but today he's been called the most influential public intellectual in the Western world. So how did all this come about? It started when Canada proposed a new transgender rights law. I sat down with Dr. Peterson.
I opposed a bill in Canada that made use of people's preferred pronouns mandatory by law. Right. And no, that's not acceptable.
Why do you care what they call themselves?
I don't care.
You don't?
I care when people tell me what I have to say.
Peterson said it was about free speech, but students didn't buy it. So they protested his classes, called him a Nazi, and labelled him transphobic.
Transphobic piece of shit! Transphobic piece of shit!
The trans issue is almost beside the point as far as I'm concerned. I think that if that would have been the only issue, then the furor surrounding what I said would have died away in 15 minutes.
Do you think with what people call you shouldn't use the word furor so much?
Furor?
So Peterson started posting YouTube videos railing against political correctness.
It's absolutely pathetic. It's morally reprehensible.
And conservatives ate that shit up.
1.5 million hits later, this has become a huge issue.
Jordan Peterson, it's hard to express my gratitude to you for telling the truth as you do.
In the last 2 years, he's created a mini empire. Best-selling book, over 1 million YouTube subscribers. He's built a major following among young men, travelling the world and preaching to sold-out crowds about the dangers of what some are calling a crisis in masculinity.
The West has lost faith in the idea of masculinity. Now, that's no different than the death of God.
Okay. Now, unfortunately for Peterson, people who hate Jews or march with tiki torches also tend to dislike political correctness and feminism. Hate groups like the alt-right became some of his biggest fans.
Do you think that hate speech should be free speech as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Because the issue is who defines hate speech.
He has disavowed violence at his events, but strangely, he just can't seem to strongly disavow the groups themselves.
The alt-right, neo-Nazis, KKK, how do you feel about these people?
I generally don't invite them to my parties.
Right.
Looks to me like Peterson and the alt-right aren't f***ing, but he doesn't mind flirting a bit. And he also seems to enjoy being a bit provocative.
I don't really think of it as delivering a lecture to an audience. The closest thing, really, that it compares to is probably stand-up comedy. It's something I really admire about comedians, too, is that they'll take that risk.
Yeah.
And this is something I like about Sarah Silverman, for example, is she will say anything if she thinks it's funny.
Some comics do props, some do puppets. Peterson does psychosocial analysis in the character of a 1950s dad.
College students, the postmodern types, they're so ungrateful.
You can't force me to respect you. It's just not possible.
I am not going to be a mouthpiece for language that I detest.
I don't think that men can control crazy women.
Women are much unhappier than they were, say, in the late 1950s and early 1960s.
Hilarious. It's like stand-up, but instead of laughs, it creates liberal outrage, especially on college campuses.
We quite successfully shut down their panel event.
Meet Christine Elizabeth. She's led a series of protests against Peterson. And the goal isn't just to voice an opinion, it's to censor Peterson completely.
They use air horns. They set up PA systems with white noise.
But also...
Why does the noise have to be white? Don't you feel that like shutting down a panel like that, even if the things that are being said are horrendous, is stifling free speech in any way?
No, I'm exercising my right to use free speech to criticize them.
So to break this ridiculous cycle, someone's got to give. Peterson doesn't like being told what to do, so I tried giving a different example to see if he can bend.
Making people bake a cake for a gay wedding.
Making them do it?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a very good idea.
But here's the argument. So should they be able to deny making a cake for a black couple if they don't like black people?
Allowed to? Probably. That doesn't mean it's right.
Okay, so then we had the civil rights movement where they said black people, you had to serve them in your restaurants and stuff like that, and it did work and it did make our society better, but would you argue that that still wasn't right?
No, that was right.
Why is that different to now if you didn't want to make a cake for black people?
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not different. Yeah. Maybe I was wrong about that.
Oh. All right, now over to Christine. I'm a good liberal, so I decided to give her the last word.
Where's the line between free speech and hate speech?
Well, the line is when... The line between...
Agree with me?
No.
Oh.
Look, the bottom line is, taking away someone's right to speech, no matter what they're saying, is insane. Some college campuses are just out of control, and it's affecting lots of...
I can't even wheel it up, but what was that about? All right, fair enough. Quick turnaround, quick concession, but he walks you into the example. JBP. I think he said yes in the hope that he was going to sort of seek some, I don't know, find some rapid distinction. All right, run this.
Comedians.
Jerry Seinfeld and Chris Rock are among legendary comics who have stopped performing on college campuses.
There's a creepy PC thing out there that really bothers me.
Since I've never been asked to perform at a college, I'm inclined to agree.
Yeah, good one. Right. And on that note, I think I'm going to lock off. We got to the crew. Yeah. If you haven't already subscribed, please do so. Yeah. Big up to everyone who's tuned in. I'm absolutely shattered now. Yeah. Big up. Still with us. If you haven't already fallen asleep, Khanito, big up yourself. Sea Time, big up. San Saba, big up. That elegant something. What's your name? Big up to Elegance, anyway, whoever that is. Big up to Rapid, man. Indeed, morning yawn. Big up to you, man. Elegance is a state of mind. That's the one. Big up to consent over everything. Bless up, card man. Another one for good measure. Yeah, hit a like on the way out if you haven't already done so. And yeah, good night, good morning. Don't let the coronavirus attack your lungs. Self-isolation is the way. We got to social engineering. Oh yeah, I'm knackered, man. I am. Not for long. Alright.